Mischievous child, great power, heavy industry, 1980s humorous, lighthearted alternate reality upon awakening. Zhou Xiaoshu unexpectedly finds himself in the body of a child from the 1980s, inadvertently acquiring a mischievous military industrial system. Why engaging in outrageous antics? He can earn points to exchange for military technology. In pursuit of national strength, Zhou Xiaoshu begins to unleash his mischief. However, when he showcases advanced technology such as the Type 99A main battle tank, DF ballistic missiles, 5th-generation fighter jets, and drone swarms, even the government steps in to protect him. Years later, the Eagle Nation laments, "I protest. I request the Dragon Nation to bring this mischievous child to military court." To which the Dragon Nation retorts, "I dare anyone to try." Chapter 1. "Officer, please arrest my brother." Boom! A deafening explosion reverberates through an old factory. Dust billows as the southern wall of the factory collapses, startling a flock of birds. The facade of the opposite factory reveals a large sign that reads, "To become prosperous, first build roads, have fewer children, and plant more trees." A family planning declaration. From 1980, Ping'an County. Inside the dilapidated factory, the hatch of a pitch-black tank slowly opens, and a small boy, covered in soot, emerges, coughing violently while muttering to himself. Is the power of a blank round really this great? The damn cannon chamber is leaking. The gas tightness measuring tool must be faulty. Cough, cough. Looks like I can only adjust the shell size. He exclaims, diving back into the workshop behind the tank to busy himself in tea. That moment, a small figure rushes over, crying out, "Brother, please stop. Grandpa will spank you if he finds out." Yet, the boy's eyes are solely fixated on the tank. "Don't worry, go play," he replies, handing the little girl a piece of candy. The girl pouts, clutching the candy, and declares, "I'm going to find the police to arrest you." The boy chuckles, "Sure, go ahead." Little did he know, the girl actually went. Minutes later, inside the Ping'an County Police Station, a 6-year-old girl bursts in, crying loudly, "Officer, please arrest my brother. If you don't, he's going to blow up our house." Immediately, all eyes turn to the porcelain-like little girl that a female officer quickly approaches, crouching down to wipe the tears from the girl's cheeks. "Little one, what's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with your brother?" The girl sobs, "Officer, please, you must arrest my brother. He's got a tank in the factory at home, and if you don't stop him, our house will be blown to bits." Boo-hoo. Seeing the girl's tear-streaked face while she speaks such words, the policeman can't help but chuckle. An older officer grins widely and asks, "Little one, how old are you?" 5. "And how old is your brother?" 8.8. "Ha ha, an 80-year-old made a tank at home? Do you know how big a tank is? What does it look like?" As she cries, the girl gestures with her hands. "The wheels are that big, the cannon is that long, and the tank is that tall." Ha ha! The entire police station erupts into laughter. However, their mirth only angers the little girl. "I'm not lying." The officers quickly suppress their laughter, and the female officer resumes, wiping the girl's tears. "Little one, where's your home?" "Ping'an County, East City Residential Area, Unit 09. My dad is Zhou Jigua. My mom is Wang Shumi. My brother is Zhou Xiaoshu, and I'm Zhou Xiaohua, Y brother, and I live with our grandparents." The girl rattles off her family's details like a well-rehearsed recital. The officers, upon hearing her account, are left astonished. This little girl is impressive. At that moment, the station chief, Hong Sheng, speaks up. "Xiaomei, since you know where this little girl lives, why don't you accompany her home and ensure she gets back safely?" Yang Mei nods eagerly. "Of course, Chief." She reaches down to lift Zhou Xiaohua in her arms. "Shall I take you home?" Zhou Xiaohua nods, wiping her tears. "But will my brother still be arrested?" The office staff can't help but stifle their laughter, and Yang Mei smiles. "We only arrest bad people. You must have misunderstood your brother. Let's go." Just then, a sudden commotion arises outside. The sound of bicycle tires skidding against the ground. An officer rushes to the door, breathless, exclaiming, "There's trouble. I heard cannon fire near East City, but couldn't locate the source. I suspect it might be a leftover bomb from the war. We must check it out immediately." Upon hearing this, all the officers' gazes shift to Zhou Xiaohua. Could it be that what this little girl said is true? "Leave 2 behind to guard the station to rest. Follow me." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hong Sheng bolts outside with the others. Dingling, on the unpaved road, dust clouds rise as a dozen officers pedal their bicycles furiously, each drenched in sweat, but they dare not slacken their pace. If what Zhou Xiaohua said is true and there's a tank involved, it could be a significant issue. Soon, they arrive at the East City Machinery Factory. The 1980s marked the tail end of the Dragon Nation's third-line construction period. Numerous military, technological, and heavy industrial bases had shifted to the central and western regions of the Dragon Nation. Pinyin County, situated along the coast, saw many large enterprises relocated and numerous factories transitioned from military to civilian use. However, with the national strategic shift, these factories soon found themselves devoid of orders that, in just a few years, the area fell into disrepair. Even many state-owned enterprises ceased operations. Once a thriving e-city is now a desolate landscape. Follow me. Zhou Xiaoshu volunteers to lead the way, and the officers protectively flanking her. Within this densely packed industrial area, inside an unmarked, dilapidated machinery factory, the sound of clanging metal echoes. Zhou Xiaoshu, clad in a naval-style shirt, is meticulously measuring the diameter of a shell casing with a caliper. Finally, this should solve the gas tightness issue, he exclaims, stretching his body as he surveys the rundown factory, a smile creeping onto his lips. Fortunately, I've inherited research-oriented parents in this new life. Otherwise, I'd have no idea where to source these materials. The Type 99, a main battle tank. This should cause quite a stir, right? Standing on the steps at the factory entrance, he gazes at the modified Type 99A tank in the yard, filled with anticipation. His family's factory is a remnant of military transition to civilian use, but soon after taking over, his parents were reassigned to research projects. Zhou Xiaoshu, uninterested in revisiting his textbooks, wandered into this abandoned factory. To his surprise, he discovered a hidden gem beneath the workshop tank. What a stroke of luck. If I'm going to cause trouble, I might as well go all out. Just then, an idea sparks in his mind, and a transparent interface appears before him. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoshu not only traversed time, but also acquired a quintessential tool for his new Lithia, Mischievous military-industrial system. While engaging in antics that align with the system's assessments, he can earn points as rewards. These points can be exchanged for various equipment and weaponry technologies, from gunpowder handguns to spaceborne aircraft carriers, and even orbital weapons. Everything is at his disposal. To accumulate more points for even more formidable military technology, Zhou Xiaoshu has fully embraced his mischievous persona. Throwing firecrackers into cesspools and spiking the tea of the uncles at the bathhouse are mere child's play. However, such actions are mere trifles, resulting in only a meager accumulation of points, hardly sufficient to procure any truly formidable military weaponry. Unbeknownst to the extent of his mischief, just a few days prior, Zhou Xiaoshu finally amassed enough technical points for the 99, a main battle tank. Thus, he resolved to utilize this tank for a grand spectacle. After a week of diligent labor, he successfully transformed the vehicle into a 99, a main battle tank. Let us fire another round and test the airtightness. Zhou Xiaoshu placed the modified shell onto a handcart and wheeled it to the tank, subsequently employing lifting equipment to position the shell into the cannon's chamber. He then climbed inside the tank, maneuvering the turret to seek an optimal firing position. Just as the barrel aligned with the entrance, a cohort of officers clad in police uniforms suddenly appeared, including his own sister, Zhou Xiaoshu. The officers were thrown into disarray, immediately seizing Zhou Xiaoshu and fleeing in haste. Goodness! A tank? There's truly a tank. He's going to fire at us. Chapter 2. Is this something an 8-year-old would do? A collective shiver coursed through the ranks of police officers as they beheld the tank in the yard. After all, its gun was trained upon them. Who could not feel fear in such a moment? Hong Sheng immediately drew his pistol, raising it high, and bellowed, "Come out this instant, or I shall open fire." Yang Mei hastily pushed the door ajar, cradling Zhou Xiaoshu in her arms as they sought refuge behind the wall. An atmosphere of imminent danger enveloped everyone present. For the first time, they felt the stark disparity in power between themselves and the assailants. It was also the first time they perceived the insignificance of the gun in their captain's hand. Meanwhile, seated in the cockpit, Zhou Xiaoshu had not anticipated the arrival of the police. However, upon sighting his sister, he quickly grasped the situation. The little girl had indeed called for help without a hint of deceit. 2 candies had proven insufficient to secure her silence. He sighed, contemplating the need for a greater bribe next time, though he feared this might spoil her. Resigned, he turned off the engine and slowly opened the hatch, climbing out. The sight of a small boy emerging from the tank left the onlookers momentarily bewildered. Indeed, he was just a child. Instinctively, their apprehension eased. "How old are you?" Hong Sheng inquired, scrutinizing Zhou Xiaoshu from head to toe. Upon jumping down from the tank, Zhou Xiaoshu brushed off the dust from his clothes and replied, 8 years old. 80 years old? The crowd, gazing at the unfamiliar tank before them, found their minds racing in disbelief. An 8-year-old could operate a tank. Was the child truly so extraordinary? Hong Sheng quickly adopted a serious demeanor and pointed at the tank, demanding, "Where did it come from?" "It was found beneath the workshop in my family's factory." At this, Hong Sheng promptly strode toward the factory. As anticipated, they discovered a large hole inside, with a sloped entrance perfectly suited for accommodating a tank. However, the attention of the crowd soon shifted to a distant workbench. The factory was a chaotic mess, littered with cobwebs and grease. Yet that workbench stood pristine and spotless, adorned with an array of tools, most of which they could scarcely name. Even more astonishing was the sight of a massive artillery shell resting atop the workbench. Hong Sheng picked up a caliper to measure it, his eyes widening in astonishment. A 125mm shell. He pondered for a considerable time, unable to recall when such a caliber had ever been employed by the Dragon Kingdom's military. Carefully, he set the caliper down and turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, asking, "Where did this come from?" "Oh, I made it myself. That shell is the remnant of a recent explosion. Please do not damage it, as I still intend to use it." The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in incredulity. He actually wished to fire it again. Hong Sheng directed a nearby officer. "Secure this area. These items are of utmost importance." "Understood." With that, Hong Sheng exited the workshop, his gaze settling on the collapsed wall nearby. He had spent a few years honing his skills in the military, and although he had never operated a tank, he had certainly witnessed its formidable power. Yet, was the tank's might truly so minimal? After all, it was armed with a 125mm shell, and yet it merely tilted a half-section of a wall. He then turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, who was busily wiping the black soot from his face. "Are you certain that shell was of your own making?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I modified the tank, and I crafted the shells myself. However, rest assured, officer, they are merely blank rounds, harmless to anyone." Upon the conclusion of his statement, an awkward silence enveloped the workshop. Goodness, he had modified the tank and manufactured the shells. The sheer prowess of this child was astonishing. Hong Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, asking, "If the blank rounds are harmless, how did the wall collapse?" "Perhaps it was the excessive chamber pressure. The expelled gas could have toppled it," he replied. The others exchanged incredulous glances. Hong Sheng reflected that his years in the military paled in comparison to the exploits of this young boy. "How did you manage to operate the tank?" "Oh, that's simple. First, you press the brake, then shift gears, release the handbrake. Gradually ease off the brake while gently pressing the accelerator, and finally maneuver the steering," Zhou Xiaoshu explained, mimicking the actions with his hands and feet, leaving everyone present in a state of astonished disbelief. Goodness, what they had initially presumed to be mere boasting turned out to be genuine skill. Was he truly just an 8-year-old child? For a moment, the attendees were utterly speechless. After much contemplation, Hong Sheng finally began issuing orders. "You lot stay here. Ensure no one approaches. Yang Mei, take 2 individuals and escort these 2 children home to see if their parents are present and inquire about the situation. I will head to the county military department. This matter must be reported. Leaving the tank here poses a considerable risk, and it must be relocated swiftly." After delegating the tasks, Hong Sheng glanced at Zhou Xiaoshu again. "Are you absolutely certain you haven't lied to me?" Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head. "No, officer." "May I try again?" The previous dimensions were slightly off. The officer's present wore expressions of utter disbelief. He even wished to fire another shot. Did he not think the situation was chaotic enough? Certainly not. "Take him away." Hong Sheng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Zhou Xiaohua made a face at Zhou Xiaoshu while perched on a makeshift seat attached to Yang Mei's bicycle. "When we get home, I'll tell Grandpa to spank you." Seeing his sister's antics, Zhou Xiaoshu felt a wave of exhaustion. "It's all your fault. I won't buy you candy again." Upon arriving home, Zhou Xiaoshu hurried to his room and gulped water directly from the tea kettle on the table. After a long day without a drop to drink, he was both famished and parched. Just then, a commotion arose from the kitchen. An elderly woman with graying hair emerged, and upon witnessing Zhou Xiaoshu's actions, she wore an expression of resigned exasperation. "Xiaoshu, how many times have I told you? Drink slowly or you'll choke." As soon as the elderly woman's words fell silent, 2 police officers appeared at the door, causing her to momentarily freeze. The 2 comrades were. Yang Mei quickly stepped inside, offering a smile. "You see, elder, your grandson." At this point, she struggled to find the right words, but ultimately mustered the courage to reveal the truth. "He has procured a tank in your old factory." With a loud clatter, the bowl in the elderly woman's hand dropped to the floor, and she rushed forward to check on Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Let Grandma take a look. Zhou Xiaoshu moved his body and reassured her. I'm fine, really. Yang Mei exchanged a glance with her colleague, both feeling somewhat helpless. Why wasn't the elderly lady inquiring about the tank? The trembling woman turned her gaze towards Yang Mei and her companion. You two comrades should sit down first. I need to call my husband. Chapter 3. You must apprehend him. On the way to the Armed Forces Department, Hong Sheng's bicycle seemed on the verge of smoking. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his police uniform. His legs ached tremendously, yet he dared not slacken his pace. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last reserves of strength and finally arrived at the Armed Forces Department. Two armed soldiers immediately stepped forward to block his path. Breathing heavily, Hong Sheng produced his sweat-drenched identification from his pocket. I wish to see Minister Chen. Is he available? One soldier verified the validity of the identification and said to Hong Sheng, I'll check with him. Please wait here. With that, he entered the guard booth, picked up the phone, and dialed the minister's office, relaying the situation. Moments later, the soldier reemerged. Proceed to the third row. The middle office is where you'll find him. Thank you, comrade. Hong Sheng tucked his identification back into his pocket and dragged his weary legs toward the minister's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering, Hong Sheng rendered a military salute and introduced himself. Chen Hui, dressed in military attire and sporting reading glasses, looked taken aback as he scrutinized Hong Sheng from head to toe. Director Hong, what brings you here? Hong Sheng hastily recounted the events. After listening, Chen Hui appeared stunned. You just mentioned that a tank was discovered in the old factory area? Indeed, and that child even fired the cannon, albeit with blank shells. Bang! Chen Hui slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with fury, such audacity to hoard military arms. They truly must be courting danger. He then turned to Hong Sheng. Has that area been secured? It has been secured, but further investigation into the tank is needed, and we may require the minister's assistance. Of course, such large-scale military equipment should have been confiscated by the military long ago. It's astonishing to discover it still exists among civilians, especially a tank. Furrowing his brow, he recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed outside, shouting, Inform Team 3 to cease training and head to the old factory district in East City. Yes, Minister. In a short time, a green military vehicle was filled to the brim with armed soldiers. Hong Sheng boarded Chen Hui's jeep, and they sped towards the old factory district in East City. Upon their arrival, the weary workers still clinging to their jobs emerged from the factory to witness the unfolding scene. What is happening? Why are military vehicles here? Did you hear an explosion? It must be connected, murmured one worker. I think it came from south. Isn't their factory there anymore? Who knows? Oh, I remember seeing old Joe's son running over there with his sister lately. Could that mischievous child be involved? That little rascal. I still recall the incident when he blew up my family's latrine. He must be up to no good again. But would the military really come for him? This commotion seems excessive for just an ordinary person. A wanted criminal? The crowd whispered amongst themselves. Yet due to the police barricades surrounding the area, none could ascertain the true events transpiring within. As Chen Hui and his companions approached a collapsed wall, the truck came to a halt. Soldiers disembarked, weapons in hand, and made their way towards a factory building. They were left dumbfounded upon spotting a colossal, black-painted steel beast resting in the yard. A real tank. Incredible. I can't believe such a treasure is here, exclaimed one soldier. It's absurd. It looks so impressive. What model is that? I've never seen anything like it during my training at the military district. Chen Hui, equally astonished, observed the tank. The black-coated vehicle loomed like a dormant metallic predator on the battlefield, stoic, formidable, and imbued with a futuristic aura. It was unlike any tank he had ever encountered. Despite the hasty application of black paint, the details of this steel behemoth could not be concealed. Its sharply defined, wedge-shaped turret, low chassis, and sloped composite armor formed a striking silhouette. The immense muzzle of its 125mm cannon exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Moreover, the tank was equipped with various optical devices, enhancing its futuristic appearance. Chen Hui blinked and quietly inquired of those nearby, What model is this tank? I've never seen anything like it. It looks modified. After a moment of silence, he turned to Hong Sheng and asked, This tank came from this factory? Indeed. When we first heard the alarm, a little girl reported that her brother fired a shot here, and that wall was struck by the projectile, Hong Sheng explained. How could the cannon's power be so minimal? Chen Hui questioned. Blank rounds, Hong Sheng replied. Ah, A blank round has such power? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chun Hui's eyes as he continued. What about the suspect? The suspect has already been sent home, Hong Sheng answered. What? Chun Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hong Sheng. You sent the suspect home? What were you thinking? Because he is still just a child, only 8 years old. However, we have dispatched officers to his home. He wanted to escape. We mainly want to investigate his family, Hong Sheng clarified. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. An 8-year-old child? A tank? An 8-year-old child managed to operate a tank and even fired a round. Is that truly the case? A flicker of anger glimmered in Chun Hui's eyes. Hong Sheng took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, it is said that this tank was also modified by him, and he even crafted the blank shells himself, complete with a tool room inside. Is this not absurd? How could a child possibly accomplish such feats? Do you, as a director, actually believe this? Faced with Chun Hui's skepticism, Hong Sheng felt helpless. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but witnessing his operation, I thought perhaps Minister Chun should see it for himself. Chun Hui remained silent, stepping into the workshop. Upon observing the immaculate workbench and the 125mm shell resting upon it, he was utterly astounded. Could it truly be him? We are still investigating to confirm. Since we know who it is, there is no need for hesitation. I shall visit his home at once. I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to harbor a tank at home. Chun Hui promptly made his way outside, but paused at the entrance, turning to those nearby. Secure this area. No one is to approach. Understood. With that, Chun Hui climbed into his vehicle, heading straight for Zhou Xiaoshu's residence. Moments later, the Jeep halted before the entrance of Unit 09 in the East City family compound of Pingham County. Just as he was about to enter, a figure suddenly dashed out from within. Before he could react, an elderly man wearing a vest and wielding a fan rushed toward him. You little rascal, stop right there. Today, I shall give you a good thrashing. Upon reaching Chun Hui, the old man expressed his displeasure. What are you standing there for? Step aside. Chun Hui was momentarily taken aback. Does this old man have such a fiery temper? Can he not see my military uniform? Just as he was about to reprimand this rude elder, he suddenly noticed a distinct bullet scar on the old man's neck. Instantly, Chun Hui scrutinized the old man's features, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Hong Sheng, observing how Chun Hui was treated, quickly interjected. Hey, old man, what manner of speech is that? This is the minister of our county's armed forces. However, before he could finish, Chun Hui called him back. How can you speak so? This is Major General Zhou, the commander of our Eastern Military District, Hong Sheng. Following this, Chun Hui saluted the old man respectfully. Good day, Chief. Hong Sheng hurriedly followed suit with a salute. The old man, however, disregarded them, pointing angrily at Zhou Xiaoshu outside. That tank was a trophy we captured back in the day. Who allowed you to take it out? I intended to donate it to the museum. Zhou Xiaoshu stood at the door, looking aggrieved. Grandfather, I merely made some simple upgrades. It operates better than before. Why should it be sent to the museum? That would be such a waste. The old man, hands on his hips, was about to continue his tirade when he suddenly turned to Chun Hui and Hong Sheng. You two, apprehend him. Faced with two robust adults, Zhou Xiaoshu, despite his speed, stood no chance. After all, he was merely 8 years old, with short little legs that could hardly compete. Wait, I concede. Could you go a little easier on me? Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's pleading expression, the old man felt his ire dissipate significantly. He waved his fan with a hint of resignation and remarked, All right then, let's all step inside and converse. Chun Hui glanced at Zhou Xiaoshu, sensing that the boy likely had a history of mischief. Upon entering the living room, pleasantries were exchanged. In the presence of the former commander, Chun Hui exhibited utmost courtesy. Old commander, since this situation is merely a misunderstanding, let's put it behind us. I will report to my superiors and arrange for the tank to be sent to the military headquarters, alleviating any further complications on your end. No need to call me commander. I have been away from the forces for many years. Zhou Xinyan leaned back in his chair, addressing the group. As for the tank, I would appreciate your assistance. Initially, I intended to donate it to the museum, but in my old age, I forgot about it. Chun Hui quickly interjected. Not at all. Old commander, was this tank one that you captured years ago? The old man, seated at the center, took a sip from his weathered green canteen, a relic of the past, and seemed to reminisce, tears glistening in his eyes. Our entire company nearly perished while defending Hill 1132, and the culprit was that very Eagle tank. After another sip of water to mask his sorrow, Zhou Xinyan's gaze shifted to Zhou Xiaoshu, igniting an urge to strike. You rascal! What have you done to my tank? Zhou Xiaoshu hurriedly recoiled and grinned. Just a few minor modifications, really. However, Zhou Xinyun was entirely unconvinced. Turning to Chun Hui for clarity. By the way, you must have seen that Type 26 tank. Please enlighten me about the changes this little brat made, so I can determine if it can still be sent to the museum. But as soon as he finished speaking, Chun Hui was taken aback. Huh? Old Commander, did you just say that tank is the Eagle's Type 26? Indeed, why do you ask? Surely, you must recognize it? Of course, I know the Type 26. It was the primary battle tank of the Eagle forces, ubiquitous on the battlefield, but what? Just speak plainly. I cannot abide hesitation in a soldier. Zhou Xinyun, having spent his life in service, was intolerant of ambiguity. Chun Hui promptly affirmed, the tank in the yard is not a Type 26 at all. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyun stiffened, slowly raising his head to peer at Chun Hui, furrowing his brow into a deep frown. Are you jesting with me? I captured that tank myself. I surely know it is a Type 26. Old Commander, it truly is not a Type 26, interjected Hong Sheng quietly. I can attest that it is not. The tank in the yard is equipped with a 125mm smoothbore gun, whereas, if memory serves, the Type 26 has a 90mm main gun, correct? Huh? Zhou Xinyun appeared utterly bewildered, his gaze shifting towards Zhou Xiaoshu. The latter, who was busily stuffing snacks into his mouth, promptly exclaimed, the cannon has been modified. A collective gasp echoed through the room. It was astonishing, a cannon. One of the core components of a tank could indeed be altered. Zhou Xinyun furrowed his brow, inquiring, what other components have you modified? Zhou Xiaoshu surveyed the crowd, then dashed to his room, returning with a blueprint that he slapped onto the table. There isn't much change, just these, he stated. The onlookers paused, craning their necks to get a better view. Zhou Xinyun, aging and struggling with his eyesight, squinted at the blueprint for quite some time without discerning anything. Just as he was searching for his reading glasses, Zhou Xiaoshu dutifully handed them to him. A satisfied smile spread across Zhou Xinyun's face as he remarked, ah, is my clever granddaughter. He donned the glasses and scrutinized the blueprint, only to find himself taken aback. Wait a minute, these dimensions are all incorrect. How is the turret's shape altered so drastically? Furthermore, why are there so many additional features? An automatic loading system, a digital fire control system, a laser rangefinder, and thermal imaging display? The more he examined, the more astonished he became. Meanwhile, Hong Sheng pointed out some details below, saying, Old Chief, look, the engine model has changed as well. It now boasts a power output of 500 horsepower, with a maximum speed reaching 80 kilometers per hour, and over 60 in off-road conditions. Chen Hui couldn't help but exclaim, what on earth is this 1,000mm homogeneous armor protection capability? Or composite armor and modular reactive armor? And this active protection system, could it possibly intercept enemy rockets? The room erupted with exclamations, even drawing the attention of the elderly lady cooking in the kitchen, who peeked in several times. Chun Hui and Hong Sheng cast a disapproving glance at Zhou Xiaoshu. Is this what you meant by not changing much? Surely, only a few of the wires can be original. Zhou Xinyun was so exhilarated that beads of sweat formed on his brow, as he fervently fanned himself with a palm fan. Is this truly real? At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu, standing on a stool in front of a cabinet with a handful of raisins, hesitated for a moment. Well, the armor section is not yet complete, and the active protection system is only a prototype. The rest is essentially finished. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyun could no longer remain seated. He immediately rose and declared, I must see that tank. Not only Zhou Xinyun, but also Chun Hui and Hong Sheng were eager to revisit the tank's interior. Previously, they had not examined it closely, merely assuming that Zhou Xiaoshu had made minor modifications to the cannon and external apparatus, not realizing the extensive technological enhancements within. The group promptly agreed and rose to leave, heading straight to the old factory district. Upon arriving at the now-sealed old factory, the elderly gentleman excitedly flung open the car door and rushed inside. When he laid eyes on the steel behemoth parked in the yard, his body trembled, and astonishment sparkled in his eyes. Heavenly heavens! I cannot believe it has been altered to this extent. He stepped forward and gently caressed the frigid armor of the Type 99 main battle tank, his fingers quivering ever so slightly. Help me out. I wish to take a look. The crowd hesitated, for the old gentleman was over 80 years of age, and the confines of the tank were narrow. Any misstep could lead to grievous consequences. Observing their reluctance, Zhou Xinyun let out a hum of discontent. I may be old, but I am not so frail that I cannot move. Sensing Zhou Xiaoyun's rising temper, Chun Hui quickly called out, "Come, someone assist the commander." With collective effort, they helped Zhou Xiaoyun into the tank, only for him to be momentarily bewildered by the intricate array of equipment inside. He had never encountered such advanced machinery and was utterly at a loss as to how to operate it. "Xiaoshu, come in and show your grandfather how to use this tank." Upon hearing this, Chun Hui and the others felt a jolt of apprehension. The old commander wished to operate the tank? The absurdity lay in having an 8-year-old instruct him. Chapter 5. This technology could take them years to master. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Zhou Xiaoshu climbed into the interior of the tank. At that moment, the elderly gentleman stared at the row of buttons, various switches, and a multitude of lights, feeling as if he had entered an arcade and sat before a slot machine. What is all this? Were these buttons? I have never seen anything like this before. Observing his grandfather's bewildered expression, Zhou Xiaoshu grinned and seated himself in the driver's position to elucidate. "Grandfather, you are currently in the commander's seat, primarily responsible for overall command and communication, hence the diverse array of operational buttons before you." He then pointed to the control stick and steering wheel before him. "This is the driver's position." Zhou Xiaoyun nodded thoughtfully, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment. "Goodness, is this what you refer to as a mere modification?" Zhou Xiaoshu smiled broadly, observing his grandfather's expression of surprise tinged with excitement, and inquired, "So, do you like it?" "Of course. Who wouldn't cherish this treasure?" As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoyun gently grazed the buttons ahead, hesitating to press any, fearing that a single misoperation could lead to a malfunction of the tank. Seizing the moment, Zhou Xiaoshu eagerly began to explain the various functions within the vehicle. "This is the position of the gunner, responsible for operating the tank's main cannon. Here is the sighting device. This armored vehicle is equipped with an active protection system. Once activated, it can autonomously launch shells upon detecting enemy tanks and armored units. The rear houses the automatic loading system." As Zhou Xiaoyun listened to his grandson expound upon the artillery system, a flicker of astonishment illuminated his eyes. "What? Are you saying this tank can engage the enemy on its own?" "Indeed. However, this tank currently lacks a radar system and fire control system, which I have yet to complete. But once I finish, this tank will be capable of activating the active protection system." Zhou Xiaoyun gasped, hardly able to believe his ears. Upon entering the battlefield, the tank autonomously seeks out targets and fires its own projectiles. Does this imply that the tank operator merely assumes the role of a driver? He could not help but glance at Zhou Xiaoshu, his face a canvas of confusion. "Where on earth did you learn such things?" In response to his grandfather's inquiry, Zhou Xiaoshu had long prepared an answer. After all, there were numerous military science books at home. Self-taught. Self-taught? Zhou Xiaoyun was once again astounded. Could it be that his family's ancestral grave was exuding smoke, bestowing upon them such a prodigious talent? Yet, he was merely 8 years old. Surely, this prodigy had emerged rather prematurely. He rubbed his face, struggling to believe the evidence before him. Observing his grandfather's astonished expression, Zhou Xiaoshu continued to elaborate. "This tank can currently fire 4 types of shells, including fin-stabilized armor-piercing projectiles, explosive rounds, howitzers, and cannon-launched missiles." "Wait," Zhou Xiaoyun interrupted once more. "Did you just say cannon-launched missiles? This tank can also launch missiles?" "Indeed," Zhou Xiaoshu affirmed. "This tank employs a laser guidance system that can direct missile launches at targets up to 5 kilometers away with remarkable precision. However, this feature is still in its developmental phase." Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's words, Zhou Xiaoyun could not help but swallow hard. 5 kilometers? Goodness! Had they possessed such a tank back in the day, the enemy's tanks would have likely been obliterated before they even detected their presence. He now lamented that his grandson had not been born earlier. Otherwise, many of his comrades might have survived. Nevertheless, marrying and having children at 18 was already quite early. Any sooner would be quite improper. What a pity. "Huh? Grandfather, what did you say?" "Ahem, nothing of importance." Zhou Xiaoyun cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, didn't you mention that this tank boasts a power output of 1,500 horsepower?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded. "Indeed, I modified the engine to a turbocharged diesel variant, complete with an electric conversion system, providing robust torque suitable for various complex environments." Zhou Xiaoshu then proceeded to enlighten Zhou Xiaoyun about numerous new technologies and capabilities of the tank before them. After listening, the old man was left in a daze. What you've created is a new tank altogether. It bears little resemblance to the Eagle Nation's T-26. He then rubbed his hands together, gazing at the array of buttons. Unable to restrain himself. May I have a go? Zhou Xiaoshu hesitated, gesturing outside. But the police are out there. Is it appropriate for us to test it? Nonsense. What is wrong with testing a tank in my own factory? I'll go speak to them. With that, the old man eagerly climbed out of the tank, exposing half his body, addressing the expectant Chen Hui. Hey you, tell everyone to stand back. I want to drive this tank around the yard for a bit. Huh? Chen Hui's expression tightened. Isn't that inappropriate, sir? What if enough chatter? If anything goes awry, I'll take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. Faced with Zhou Xiaoyun's impatience, Chen Hui could only helplessly nod and signal to the others, who promptly retreated outside the factory premises. Fortunately, the factory owned by the old gentleman is quite spacious, covering nearly 10,000 square meters. A broad avenue runs through the center, ample enough for a tank to traverse back and forth. He settled into the driver's seat, while Zhou Xiaoshu took his place as the commander, instructing the elder on the technical nuances of operating the vehicle. Although Zhou Xiaoyun is nearing 80 years of age this year, his senses remain sharp, and his physique is remarkably robust. In his leisure time, he often practices military boxing at home, and Zhou Xiaoshu has frequently felt the sting of his grandfather's hand. A few minutes later, Zhou Xiaoyun pressed the start button, and the 1,500 horsepower turbocharged diesel engine roared to life like a beast. Startled at first by the noise, he soon broke into hearty laughter. What a thrilling sound! He then shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator, the tank's powerful engine surging forward with great vigor. Through the observation port, the elder could clearly see the landscape ahead. What delight! Although it was his first time driving, he quickly mastered the tank's controls. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the armed forces stationed outside the courtyard watched in envy. What a magnificent tank! My hands are itching to drive it. Who could argue? If only I could take it for a spin, I would gladly accept it as a gift. This speed is astonishing, seemingly superior to the latest Type 80 tank we visited last time. Not to mention, the power alone is on an entirely different level. Did that kid truly devise this? Chen Hui and Hong Sheng stood at the entrance, observing Zhou Xiaoyun as he maneuvered the tank in circles around the courtyard, unable to conceal their envy. The old leader must be dreaming of such a grandchild, waking up with a smile. Indeed, yet, I find it quite extraordinary that an 8-year-old could create such a colossal machine. At that moment, the tank came to a halt, and everyone hurriedly approached to assist the elder out of the vehicle. With a beaming face, Zhou Xiaoyun patted the steel behemoth and declared, "This magnificent piece must be sent to the military district, to the arsenal, so they can truly learn what a real tank is." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback in astonishment. Chen Hui quickly whispered, "How does the performance of this tank compare, old leader? This is undoubtedly the most advanced tank I have ever seen in my lifetime, bar none." At this assessment, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the imposing, black-painted steel giant. Is it truly that formidable? Zhou Xiaoyun then clapped Chen Hui on the shoulder. Quickly report to the military district, urging them to take this treasure away. The technology within is enough for them to study for several years. Yes, old leader. Chapter 6. This is like switching to a new tank. In the office of the command division of the Guping military district, Commander Liu Jingyang was reviewing the training reports for various regiments over the recent period, nodding slightly in approval. Indeed, our training results have begun to manifest. If we perform well in the next quarter, we may secure a position in the grand military competition. Seated on the nearby sofa, Deputy Commander Yang Su couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, with the acquisition of new equipment, the enthusiasm for training surged among the troops. These youngsters are truly motivated only when there is a tangible reward. Without some enticing prospects, their drive wanes. As he spoke, Yang Su set down his green tea mug and continued, "Just the other day, I ran into Old Hu from the Jiangnan Armory, and he mentioned that it should arrive this month." Upon hearing this, Liu Jingyang's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his hands together. "That's splendid. With the arrival of the Type 80 tank, our military district's combat capabilities will ascend to an entirely new level." At that moment, a communication officer approached the door. "Report. Minister Chen Hui of the Pinyin County Armed Forces called to inform us that a modified tank needs to be transported to the military district. Please issue orders for troops to escort it along the way." Hearing this, Liu Jingyang turned and inquired what kind of tank. "It is said to be a modified version of the Eagle's 26 type tank." Liu Jingyang's interest immediately waned. "A mere old tank? There was no need for a grand operation. He suggested that logistics chief Old Su handle the handover and simply deliver it to the military museum. With the Type 80 tank on the horizon, he held no regard for the antiquated models. His preference for the new over the old was starkly evident. On the county road of Pinyin, a green military jeep sped along. Su Jun, the deputy chief of logistics for the Guping military district, held a cigarette between his lips, addressing Wang Wen, the director of the military museum. Old Wang, it's just a dilapidated tank. You can take it directly to your museum later. I have matters to attend to, so I won't be coming by today. The co-driver, Wang Wen, couldn't help but smile slightly. Old Su, what could be so urgent? It wouldn't happen to be about the Type 80 tank, would it? Haha, as expected of an old comrade. My little secret is no match for your keen eyes. Su Jun chuckled softly. I haven't mentioned this to Old Lu or Old Yang. I intend to surprise them, so you mustn't breathe a word of it. Ah, no wonder. The Type 80 tank is significant. Rest assured, you can go ahead. I'll have someone send the materials to you later. No need for you to make the trip. I appreciate it, Old Wang. No need for formality between us. After all, we've been comrades for years. Su Jun dropped Wang Wen off at the old factory area before departing. Wang Wen adjusted his attire and strode directly into the old factory. Upon arrival, he swiftly produced his credentials and explained the situation. Chen Hui, surprised to see Wang Wen, inquired, Director Wang, what brings you here? Wang Wen replied with a cheerful demeanor. Minister Su had some matters to attend to and couldn't make it, so I came to deliver the old tank directly to the military museum, saving the hassle of back-and-forth transport. Chen Hui felt a twinge of exasperation. He had clearly articulated the details over the phone. This was no ordinary old tank. It was an advanced model brimming with cutting-edge technology. Unexpectedly, the personnel from the military district did not even arrive. Instead, they dispatched the director of a military museum to take charge, indicating a lack of regard for this tank. Shen Yui Sigid, Directeur Wang. This tank is designated for the military district, not for the museum. Upon hearing this, Wang Wen's brow furrowed slightly. His expression one of displeasure. God Shen Yui. What do you mean? Are you questioning the military district's decision? Of course not. I merely wish to convey that this tank is exceptional. It is not an ordinary old tank, but rather alright. ISNT, it's just an American-made Type 26 tank? I've seen plenty of those, even if it were brand new. Do you understand? An old relic belongs in a military museum, Wang Wen said, a hint of impatience in his voice as he glanced around. Where's the tank? Let me there quickly. He felt a tinge of annoyance. Why would a Type 26 tank even be sent to the military district? It should be noted that the Guping military district was soon to receive Type 80 tanks, the most advanced in the Dragon Kingdom. With the arrival of that tank, this old relic would simply take up space, and he was surprised that Chen Hui still regarded it as a treasure. It could only be said that he lacked experience. But then again, he was merely a minister of the armed forces. He then followed Chen Hui to the dilapidated factory. Chen Hui pointed towards a distant building, saying, There it is. Wang Wen nodded and took a few steps forward, only to sense that something was amiss. Is this definitely a Type 26? Yes, it is a modified Type 26. Wang Wen gasped, hastening his steps toward the steel behemoth, only to discover that it bore little resemblance to a Type 26 tank. He circled the tank twice before stopping, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. This condition hardly resembles that of an old tank. Shen Yui shrugged helplessly. It is indeed a modified Type 26. The alterations are just quite significant. Wang Wen cast a resentful glance at Chen Hui. Significant? This is practically a different tank altogether. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Hui snorted in annoyance, his temper rising. I did say it, but you weren't listening. Whose fault is that? Wang Wen hardly paid attention to that. His eyes were nearly glued to the tank, eagerly circling it, touching and knocking on it, his gaze brimming with excitement. This is a real tank. ISNT it more impressive than the Type 80? Chapter 7, Important News. Wang Wen realized that if this tank were to be sent to the military museum, the leaders of the military district would surely berate themselves. Had he known the tank was modified to such an extent, he would not have let Old Su leave. He then took out his glasses, wiped them on his clothing, and observed closely. The angular tank presented a striking visual impact. He had seen Type 80 tanks before, but compared to the one before him, they lacked much of its formidable presence, especially that massive cannon, which exuded a sense of violent beauty. This is what a tank truly is. May I have a look inside? Upon hearing these words, Chen Hui hesitated momentarily before calling out, Xiaoshu, is it possible to tour inside the tank? Shortly thereafter, Zhou Xiaoshu emerged from the workshop, exclaiming yes. As Wang Wen beheld Zhou Xiaoshu's slender figure, he was momentarily taken aback. Why would one need to consult a child to gain access to a tank? He turned his gaze towards the workshop and inquired, Did your father modify this? Zhou Xiaoshu scratched his nose and replied, My father hasn't returned in many years. I modified this tank myself. What? Wang Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? This is a tank. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Chen Hui firmly grasped his arm. He indeed modified it. Wang Wen was left utterly astonished, scrutinizing Zhou Xiaoshu for a long while, still unable to believe it. How old are you? 8. 8 years old, and you've modified a tank? Observing the shock on Wang Wen's face, Chen Hui couldn't help but feel delighted. Truth be told, his initial reaction had been quite similar. An 8-year-old child modifying a tank. Who would believe such a tale? Yet here stood the undeniable truth, particularly as Zhou Xiaoshu demonstrated an impressive mastery of the technology involved. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Wen asked, May I take a look inside? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded, No problem, but please refrain from pressing any buttons. All right. Wang Wen felt that the external design of the tank was already exceptionally impressive. Perhaps the Type 80 tank could draw some inspiration from it. As for the interior, it likely still resembled the prototype of the Type 26 tank, as the true technological core lay within. Thus, Wang Wen rolled up his sleeves and climbed onto the tank, lifting the heavy lid to delve inside. Almost immediately, his astonished exclamations echoed from within. My heavens, what is all this? Chen Hui stood outside, easily envisioning the expression on Wang Wen's face at that moment. After a while, Wang Wen emerged from the tank, poking his head out to look at Zhou Xiaoshu. There's so many buttons in here, more complex than the Type 80 tank. What are their functions? Oh, there's an autonomous protection system, an automatic loading system, a laser guidance system, and a radar system, among other technologies. Hence, there are indeed numerous buttons. Wang Wen gasped once more, as he realized that aside from the radar system, he had never heard of the other technologies mentioned. It seemed that the Type 80 tank held no technological advantages in comparison to this one, only disadvantages. Contemplating this, he swallowed hard and turned his gaze towards Chen Hui. Is everything he said true? Chen Hui shook his head. This is precisely why I called the military district to request that they send technicians. Alas, it's a pity. Wang Wen finally understood why Chen Hui had posed such questions upon their initial meeting. Without delay, he scrambled out of the tank, declaring, I will call the military division right now. Zhou Xiaoshu pointed towards the workshop. There's a telephone inside. Wang Wen nodded, picked up the phone, and dialed the number, stealing another glance at the Type 99 main battle tank while waiting for the call to connect. The newly developed Type 80 tank has become the coveted treasure of various military districts. However, the tank before them possesses technology that could easily surpass that of the Type 80. Once this news spreads, it is likely that the military districts will scramble to acquire it. He withdrew his gaze and approached the telephone, dialing the number for the Guping Military District. This is Wang Wen from the Military Museum. Could you please connect me to Commander Liu? I have something of great importance to convey to him. Please transfer the call to his office. Thank you. After a considerable wait, the call was finally connected. Wang Wen could barely contain his excitement as he exclaimed, Commander Liu, I have magnificent news to share with you. In the Guping Military District, Commander Liu Xingyang, upon hearing Wang Wen's voice, which was tinged with palpable excitement, felt somewhat exasperated. Then simply returned the tank to the military museum. After all, it is merely an old tank with little utility. No matter how beautiful it may be, it is still an outdated model, especially since we now possess the Type 80. No. Wang Wen interjected hastily. It is not devoid of value. This tank is extraordinarily valuable. I just had the opportunity to inspect it, and it is even more advanced than the Type 80. What? Liu Xingyang was taken aback, his irritation growing. Are you jesting? The Type 80 is our nation's most advanced tank. You claim that a modified Type 26 tank surpasses it? Please, do not exaggerate. This is indeed the case. This tank is equipped with a digital fire control system, an automatic loading system, night vision devices, and radar technology, Wang Wen continued. Before he could elaborate, Liu Xingyang was left in a state of disbelief. Wait, you just mentioned a digital fire control system and laser guidance that pertains to missiles, does it not? Are you saying a tank possesses such capabilities? Indeed it does, Commander Liu. I believe it would be best for you to see it for yourself. Liu Xingyang glanced at the time, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately responded, "You had better not be deceiving me." "Commander, how could I possibly mislead you? I am standing right in front of this tank and have just entered its interior. It is undeniably advanced." "Very well, I understand." After hanging up, Lu Xingyang found himself in a state of agitation. The claim that this tank was more advanced than the Type 80 seemed absurd. After all, the Type 80 was the pinnacle of military engineering in Dragon Country. How could it be outdone by a modified variant from Eagle Nation? What astounded him further were the systems that had just been described. If they truly existed, it would be a treasure indeed. Without delay, he rose to his feet and called out to the guard outside, "Prepare the vehicle. I am heading to Ping'an County. Chapter 8, à surprise." Before departing, Lu Xingyang pondered for a moment and then entered the adjacent office. "Old Yang, are you busy at the moment?" Yang Su, who was engrossed in paperwork, glanced up at Lu Xingyang. "What is it?" With an air of mystery, Lu Xingyang replied, "I have heard of a remarkable tank. Would you care to accompany me to witness it?" Yang Su bao said, "Surprise. Has the Type 80 tank been delivered? Is it here so soon?" "It is not the Type 80 tank, but rather another model." Observing Lu Xingyang's enigmatic demeanor, Yang Su couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The only tank that could be affectionately referred to as a treasure, apart from the Type 80, seems to be this one, the American M26 tank. As the conversation unfolded, a look of astonishment gradually appeared on Yang Su's face, while Lu Xingyang continued. "However, it has been modified to incorporate numerous new technologies. A tank enhanced with such intriguing advancements could indeed be a gem. Let's go then. I am eager to witness it myself," Yang Su declared, setting aside his pen and documents, donning his military cap before stepping out with Lu Xingyang. The vehicle sped towards the old district of Ping'an County. By now, evening had descended, yet the old factory area remained brightly illuminated, with soldiers stationed nearby. Lu Xingyang, accompanied by several guards, led Yang Su into the premises. Wang Wen and Chun Hui hurriedly approached, greeting, "Good day, Commander." Lu Xingyang waved his hand, his urgency palpable as he inquired, "Where's the tank?" "It is right inside," came a response. Thus, Lu Xingyang and Yang Su promptly entered the factory. Under the luminous lights, the steel behemoth stood resplendently at the center of the yard. Its formidable lines and exaggerated barrel left both Lu Xingyang and Yang Su utterly awestruck. "My goodness, what kind of tank is this? This design is utterly fantastical." They began to circle the tank, touching it with great excitement. "What a remarkable piece. Su Jun is missing out on a treasure by not coming here in person." Yang Su exclaimed. "Just look at its exterior. I dare say it is even more imposing than the Type 80. We must take it back." At that moment, an elderly figure emerged from the workshop. "Humph. You two seem to take this treasure lightly. I believe it would be more appropriate for this tank to be sent to the general staff." Upon recognizing the aged figure, both Lu Xingyang and Yang Su were momentarily taken aback. "Old Commander, why are you here?" they exclaimed in unison, quickly saluting. Zhou Xiaoshu fanned himself. "What's this? My grandson modified this tank, and I can't stay here?" The two men gasped in disbelief. "Wait, Old Commander, are you saying this tank was modified by your grandson?" Just then, a small figure emerged from the workshop. "It's me." Seeing the diminutive Zhou Xiaoshu, Lu Xingyang and Yang Su exchanged glances before turning back to Zhou Xiaoshu. "So, your grandson modified this tank?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded proudly. "Don't believe it? Of course we believe you. How can we not?" They chuckled awkwardly, yet their skepticism lingered. After all, an 8-year-old working on a tank seemed rather far-fetched. Zhou Xiaoshu, perceptive to their thoughts, waved his fan towards the tank. "Today, whoever among you can drive this tank away, I shall gift it to them." Upon hearing those words, Lu Xingyang couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Chief, you truly underestimate me. After all, I was once a soldier under your command. Operating a tank is as easy as a walk in the park for me. If I were to drive it away, you mustn't feel distressed." Zhou Xiaoshu smiled gently, replying, "It's not that I look down on you. Without proper guidance, you might struggle to fire even a single shell." As he spoke, he tossed over the keys. Lu Xingyang, beaming with delight, deftly caught the keys and nimbly climbed inside. However, the next moment, exclamations of surprise erupted from within the tank. "What in the world? Where are all these buttons? Where does this key even go? And why are there so many seats in here?" Standing outside, Yang Su found it difficult to conceal his amusement. Stunned for a moment, he glanced at Zhou Xiaoshu, and seeing no objections, he hastily scrambled up as well. Peering into the tank's entrance, he too let out a gasp of astonishment. "This is nothing like I imagined." Both men turned their bewildered gazes to Zhou Xiaoshu. Old Chief, what on earth is going on? Zhou Xiaoshu waved his fan, calmly glancing at Zhou Xiaoshu beside him. Xiaoshu, enlighten them. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded and began to elaborate on the modifications made to the tank. It was merely a few minor adjustments to the Type 26 tank, incorporating a self-defense system, an automatic loading system, a laser guidance system, and a radar system, among other technologies. As they listened to Zhou Xiaoshu's description, Lu Jingyang and Yang Su were left speechless. A minor adjustment? One could easily say it's akin to constructing an entirely new tank. Lu Jingyang, brimming with excitement, inquired, Old Chief, can we take this tank back to the military district? I intend to conduct thorough research. Zhou Xiaoshu yawned and replied, Hurry up and take it away. I waited for you for quite a while. If this happens again, I shall not share such treasures with you, and will send them directly to the general headquarters. Yes, old chief, your words are wise. We shall never be negligent again. Liu Ziyang exclaimed, guesting an eager glance at Yang Su. Quickly, call the military district and arrange for transport to escort it back overnight. I will make the call at once. Amidst the flurry of activity under Zhou Xiaoshu's guidance, they finally grasped the driving method of the Type 99 main battle tank and set off to return the semi-finished vehicle that very night. Meanwhile, as the Type 99 main battle tank traversed the road, Su Jun had already arrived at the military district with the Type 80 tank transported from the Jiangnan arsenal. In no time, everyone in the military district was wide awake, staring intently at this behemoth on the playground. After all, it's the Type 80 tank. It truly is magnificent. I declare, the Type 80 tank is my lifelong favorite. Observing the unwillingness of everyone to divert their gaze, Su Jun eagerly anticipated the reactions of Lu Jingyang and Yang Su. Old Lu and Old Yang probably never expected me to bring them such a delightful surprise. At that moment, a sudden rumbling sound emanated from outside the military district, reminiscent of an earthquake. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the military division. What was happening? An earthquake? Judging by the noise, it sounded like yet another tank. Could it be that two tanks were being delivered at once? When did the Jiangnan armory become so generous? Su Jun was equally astonished. No, it could only be one tank. How could there be a second? Who would dare to take a tank out, committing such a disciplinary breach? As confusion spread among the crowd, a colossal figure, entirely coated in black paint, emerged under the distant lights. With its aggressive design and formidable cannon, every soldier on the parade ground stood frozen in awe. What was that? Just then, the Type 99 tank came to a halt, and Lu Jingyang opened the hatch, waving to the crowd. Come, gather around. I bring you all something extraordinary. Instantly, everyone on the parade ground rushed over, leaving the solitary Type 80 tank abandoned and unnoticed. Chapter 9. You owe me a drink within the Gupeng military district. Everyone clustered around Lu Jingyang and the Type 99 main battle tank, their faces awash with astonishment. The Type 80 tank had only just arrived, and its internal structure was unfamiliar to all, leading them to compare solely based on external appearances. In contrast to the Type 99, the Type 80 seemed less imposing, lacking sharp lines and a robust cannon. Truth be told, had the Type 99 not appeared, the Type 80 would have undoubtedly captured everyone's admiration. Regrettably, the Type 80 had emerged at an opportune moment, facing a rival so formidable that it immediately overshadowed it. Su Jun stood at a distance, gazing at the powerful, angular Type 99 tank, his eyes filled with disbelief. He then pushed through the crowd, reaching out to touch the tank's tracks, armor, and sturdy cannon. Astonished as he turned to Lu Jingyang. Old Lu, what on earth is going on? I was planning to surprise you, yet it seems you've surprised me instead. Lu Jingyang grinned, patting the tank beside him, hardly glancing at the Type 80 tank on the parade ground. What do you think? Isn't this tank magnificent? Absolutely magnificent. I've never seen such an imposing tank. Where did it come from? Yang Su exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. This tank was originally meant for you to take charge of, but alas, you were too busy, so we seized the opportunity. Huh? Su Jun was taken aback. What was I given that opportunity? I had no idea. Had I known this tank was available, I certainly wouldn't have gone to fetch the Type 80. As he spoke, memories of the afternoon's events flickered through his mind, and a glimmer of shock crossed his eyes. You're not referring to that modified tank, are you? Precisely, that's the one. Lu Jingyang, admiring the armor of the Type 99 main battle tank, expressed his affection, exclaiming, This is derived from the Eagle Sauce's Type 26 tank, known as the Type 99. Yang Su quickly interjected, Indeed, it is the Type 99 main battle tank. What do you think? It's quite impressive, isn't it? Su Jun nodded vigorously, his admiration evident as he circled the tank, unable to hide his delight. Not just impressive. It is exceedingly so. But could it possibly contain any old components from the Type 26 tank? He asked with a chuckle. Yang Su and Lu Zhengyang exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. Yang Su then pointed at the Type 99 tank beside him, saying if it did have those old parts. Do you think our commander would display such an expression? Ah, they've been modified as well? I must take a look. Su Jun exclaimed as he began to climb onto the vehicle. Lu Zhengyang quickly cautioned him. Be careful. Don't worry, my physique is robust. Su Jun retorted. That's not what I meant. I meant don't damage anything inside. This tank is precious. Su Jun's expression darkened. Do you think I could possibly damage this massive hunk of metal? Once inside the tank, Su Jun was astounded. Just like the reactions of Chen Hui and Lu Zhengyang before him, he was rendered speechless by the intricate mechanical structures and complex buttons within. My goodness, where are all these contraptions? He wondered aloud, eliciting eager glances from the soldiers nearby, who were desperate to see inside as well. Lu Zhengyang had never heard of such advanced technology. Although he had listened to Zhou Xiaoshu's explanations, articulating them himself proved challenging. Yang Su, however, pulled out a small notebook and began to read the contents aloud. Oh, there's an automatic loading system, a digital fire control system, thermal imaging display, and a laser rangefinder. As he enumerated a dozen technologies, everyone present was left in awe. An automatic loading system? Does that mean we won't need to manually load shells anymore? One soldier gasped. Wow, that sounds impressive. I may not know what a laser rangefinder is, but it sounds formidable just by its name. And I've heard of thermal imaging displays in magazines. They say it allows clear visibility at night. Is that true? At that moment, Su Jun emerged from the tank, his face a mask of astonishment as he directed his gaze at Lu Zhengyang. Wait, how come I haven't heard of any of those things you just mentioned? With pride, Lu Zhengyang replied, of course you haven't. If you had, they wouldn't be considered advanced technology. Su Jun nodded, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Can I get a try? Before he could finish a sentence, Lu Zhengyang interrupted. Dream on. This tank is valuable. We can't risk damaging it. Tomorrow, our instructor will come to provide a demonstration. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, everyone disperse. Let us meet at the testing ground south of the military district at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Reluctantly, the soldiers departed, eagerly anticipating witnessing the true capabilities of the tank the following day. Meanwhile, the Type 80 tank on the playground was already forgotten. Upon returning to the office, Lu Zhengyang immediately picked up the phone and called the Jiangnan Armory. In the office of the Jiangnan Armory, Hu Shun scrutinized the distribution and production progress of the Type 80 tank. Suddenly, the telephone on his desk rang. This is Hu Shun. Who is calling? A robust laugh resonated from the other end, belonging to Lu Zhengyang. Old Hu still awake? Upon recognizing Lu's voice, Hu couldn't help but chuckle. What brings you here? Is it to express your gratitude? No need for that. Just treat me to a drink later. Are you still fond of the Type 80 tank? However, Lu Zhengyang's voice came back with a teasing chuckle. You treat me to a drink? Not a chance. You'll be the one treating me. Who was momentarily taken aback by Lu's words. Oh, you clever Lu Zhengyang. I had the factory work overtime to produce the tanks for you. And now you expect me to treat you? You certainly owe me a drink. I have a precious gift for you. All right, enough of your nonsense. I'm busy. What do you need? Who is being nonsensical? I'm speaking of serious matters. Tomorrow, you must personally bring a few technicians to learn advanced techniques. Hu furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the telephone. Old Wong, have you had too much to drink today? I haven't touched a drop. Just come, no dilly-dallying. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., sharp. Bring plenty of technicians, those who can build tanks. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, the call ended, leaving Hu both amused and exasperated. You're quite the character, Lu Zhengyang, coming here in a drunken stupor. He shook his head in resignation, but, upon further reflection, realized that Lu didn't strike him as someone who would behave foolishly after drinking. However, with the factory under pressure to meet production demands and various military districts requesting the Type 80 tanks, he had no time to spare for reallocating technicians. Thus, he called out to the guard outside. Xiaoli, go to the workshop and see which technicians are available tomorrow. Arrange for 2 of them to visit the Gooping military district for a tour. Yes, sir. The next morning, Zhou Xiaoshu was still lost in slumber when he suddenly felt himself being yanked upright. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see his grandfather, visibly excited, patting his cheeks. What time is it? Hurry up and get up. We have matters to attend to today. Huh? Matters? Zhou Xiaoshu murmured, flopping back onto the bed. Grandpa, I already informed my teacher I'm sick. I don't have to go this week. Can I sleep for just 10 more minutes? Zhou Xinyun looked exasperated, gently jabbing him with a fan. Who mentioned school? I'm talking about the military district. They're waiting for us. I'll let them wait a bit. Sleep is a priority. You rascal. Zhou Xinyun, observing Zhou Xiaoshu's sleepy demeanor, felt a sense of urgency. Since the tanks had been taken away the previous night, he and T slept a wink, eager to check whether their tank had been damaged. Xiaoshu, please do this for your grandfather. If you get up, I'll cook you some spare ribs. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoshu sat up. Really? Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's demeanor, Zhou Xinyun was engulfed in a cloud of frustration. You little rascal, are you merely waiting to feast on ribs? Zhou Xiaoshu replied with a grin. Hey, I'm just in the midst of growing. In the 1980s, although the Dragon Nation had ceased to experience famine, a significant portion of the populace still struggled to secure enough sustenance, making the consumption of meat a rare indulgence. For a time traveler like Zhou Xiaoshu, the longing for such delicacies had intensified over the years. After finishing his morning routine, the elder gentleman escorted Zhou Xiaoshu onto a tractor, heading directly towards the Guping military district. Chapter 10. The Technician Awaits. At the testing ground situated to the south of the Guping military district, a 99 main battle tank, adorned in a coat of black paint, stood prominently in the center of the field. News of a 99 main battle tank had circulated throughout the military district the previous evening, prompting various battalions to complete their training early in anticipation of witnessing this novel armored vehicle. Before 10 o'clock, numerous formations had gathered around the testing site, all eyes fixed upon the distant tank, each face a portrait of eager anticipation. Lu Zhenyang had also spent a restless night, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the 99 main battle tank, and had dispatched someone early in the morning to fetch Zhou Xiaoshu. However, he remained unaware that Zhou Xinyun had already set off with Zhou Xiaoshu, chugging along on the tractor towards the military district. Glancing at the time, Lu Zhenyang frowned in concern. What is the delay? Why hasn't anyone arrived to pick up the guests? It's only an hour and a half journey. Impatiently, he turned to a nearby guard. Quickly check with the gatekeeper and see if the Jiangnan armory has arrived. Yes, sir. The guard dashed away. A short while later, the guard returned, accompanied by two young men, both covered in grease and grime. Reporting to the commander, these two are technicians from the Jiangnan armory. The technicians promptly saluted Lu Zhenyang. Good day, sir. Good day, sir. Nodding in acknowledgement and returning the salute, Lu Zhenyang inquired about their supervisor. Where is your factory director? The two technicians exchanged glances. The director said he had matters to attend to and could not come. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenyang nearly exploded with indignation. How can old Hu be so oblivious? He was asked to observe and learn about new technology, yet he treats it with such disregard, such an important matter. And he shows no concern whatsoever, despite my reiteration. This is simply unacceptable. He then scrutinized the two young men. This is strange. I frequently visit the armory, yet I've never encountered either of you. Ah, we are new recruits, here to learn from Master Wang, one technician replied. Lu Zhenyang was on the verge of exasperation. Wait, I requested technicians, not a pair of apprentices. Old Hu clearly does not take my words seriously. Just then, two figures appeared outside, one large and one small. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhenyang hurried over. Oh my, where have you two been? Noticing Lu Zhenyang's impatience, Zhou Xinyun shot him a disapproving glare. We arrived at dawn. We took the tractor to expedite our journey. Are you suggesting we should have gone faster? Lu Zhenyang was taken aback, glancing at Zhou Xiaoshu, who was yawning beside him. Wait, I sent a vehicle to pick you up. Did you not encounter it? Zhou Xiaoshu, looking quite disheartened, turned to Zhou Xinyun. Grandfather, I told you they would definitely send a car for us, but you insisted on waking me up so early. I am utterly exhausted. Zhou Xinyun opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and shot a glare at Lu Zhenyang. You should have mentioned it earlier. How was I to know? Hurry up. Consequently, Lu Zhenyang promptly escorted them to the testing ground located south of the military district. At the testing site, everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the guests. Su Jun, upon seeing Lu Zhenyang with Zhou Xinyun and Zhou Xiaoshu, was momentarily taken aback. The old commander? He quickly approached, saluting Zhou Xinyun. Old commander, I didn't expect you to hear about this news too. Your timing is impeccable, as the expert on the modified tank is about to arrive. Noticing Su Jun's smug demeanor, Zhou Xinyun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, where's this expert? Su Jun replied, well, he hasn't arrived yet. Let us take a seat and wait. I've chosen a prime location for you. As Su Jun busied himself eagerly, Lu Zhenyang coughed lightly to interrupt him. All right, enough of that. The expert is right here. Su Jun was momentarily stunned. Huh? Old Lu, are you implying that the expert is the old commander? Lu Zhenyang cleared his throat and gently patted Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder. This is the expert you've been looking forward to, Zhou Xiaoshu. Upon hearing this, Su Jun and the surrounding crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. What? A child? No way. How could a child be an expert? Commander, you can't be serious. He looks to be only 7 or 8 years old. How could he possibly be an expert? Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Zhou Xinyun felt a surge of irritation. What is this? Do you look down on my grandson? Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Lu Zhenyang, who chuckled heartily. Indeed, this young lad is Zhou Xiaoshu, the designer of the Type 99 main battle tank and the grandson of the old commander. Today, he will be conducting the technical briefing. At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. A child, the designer of the Type 99 main battle tank? How could such an outrageous thing be possible? When he was hardly taller than a tank-S wheel, Zhou Xiaoshu, unperturbed, cleared his throat and waved to the crowd. Indeed, I am the designer of the Type 99 main battle tank. Today, we will primarily discuss the tank's automatic loading system, artillery, and digital fire control system. Chapter 11, a comparison. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Zhou Xiaoshu climbed onto the tank to prepare for his explanation, while Lu Zhenyang, as the operator, entered the tank. It was indeed a first for a division commander to take on the role of an operator. However, such an opportunity was rare, and Lu Zhenyang was unwilling to relinquish it to anyone else. Zhou Xiaoshu, holding a microphone, proclaimed, "This tank is named the Type 99 main battle tank. Categorized as a heavy tank. By generational standards, it belongs to the third generation of tanks. Due to the hurried design, many technologies remain in a semi-finished state. Currently, this tank's technology has only reached the level of a second-generation main battle tank and has not fully realized the complete digitalization characteristic of third-generation tanks. The Type 99 main battle tank measures 7 meters in length, extending to 11 meters including the barrel, with a width of 5 meters and a total weight of 55 tons. It accommodates 3 personnel, the commander, the gunner, and the driver. This tank is equipped with a diesel turbine engine, capable of producing a maximum output of 500 horsepower, achieving a top speed of 80 kilometers per hour on flat terrain. Its main armament is a 125mm smoothbore gun, supplemented by a 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun and a 62mm coaxial machine gun. Listening to Zhou Xiaoshu's introduction, many present began to jot down notes, comparing it with the Type 80 tank. Upon comparison, it became evident that the Type 99 outperformed the Type 80 in all metrics. Su Jun felt overwhelmed upon hearing these statistics. Goodness, this tank is incredibly formidable. Meanwhile, 2 trainees from the Jiangnan Armaments Factory, seated nearby, exhibited a hint of disdain upon hearing these figures. What good is mere data? It's still a semi-finished product. It's only impressive when it's built. Does a pretty exterior imply strength? Ridiculous. They scoffed. The true capabilities of a tank lie in its protection and offensive power. Without those, no matter how fast it moves, it's merely a target. These two, confident in their affiliation with the armaments factory, spoke with an air of inherent superiority. Nearby officers and soldiers furrowed their brows upon overhearing their conversation. After all, the Type 99 main battle tank held a mythic status in their minds. Such disparagement was disheartening. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu tapped the cannon's barrel and remarked, "This tank is designated as a third-generation model precisely because it incorporates a digital fire control system along with various advanced technologies such as thermal imaging and radar." When Zhou Xiaoshu mentioned the digital fire control system, the crowd was left in confusion. The 2 technical trainees had heard of digital systems, but were unaware of the specifics of a digital fire control system. At that moment, a few soldiers turned to the pair with a smile. "You 2 are from the armaments factory. Why don't you enlighten us on what a digital fire control system is?" The 2 trainees immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. Digital fire control system? We don't really know. Yet, to save face, they feigned composure. It's just a fire control system. You press a button to launch a shell. And they make it sound all fancy with a plethora of terms. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but chuckle at their bravado. Not understanding, yet pretending to be knowledgeable? It's quite comical, they remarked. After being ridiculed by the younger soldiers, The two factory youths, unable to maintain their pride any longer, turned to Zhou Xiaoshu and asked, "Then why don't you explain to us what a digital fire control system is?" Zhou Xiaoshu glanced at the armaments factory trainees and began to speak. The digital fire control system is a modernized integration of computers, sensors, and control technology designed to enhance the accuracy and responsiveness of weapon platforms. It primarily comprises a fire control computer, sensors, display, and control devices, as well as tracking mechanisms. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere was filled with astonishment. What is this? Computers? Aren't they typically quite large, used only by research institutions? Why would such technology be installed in a tank? It sounded incredibly advanced, yet they wished for a simpler explanation. Not only the soldiers present, but even Lu Xingyang, seated within the tank, was left baffled. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded and clarified. It is essentially a system capable of autonomously identifying enemy targets, swiftly calculating trajectories, and actively making adjustments to directly lock onto the target and fire. Upon uttering this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, especially the tank crew who were overwhelmed with excitement. Such advanced technology? To directly lock onto enemies and fire without trajectory calculations? That seems far-fetched. If that's the case, wouldn't enemy tanks on the battlefield be akin to sitting ducks? It can autonomously identify enemy targets? This tank must be extraordinarily advanced. In the presence of such a system, the Type 80 tank would be utterly outmatched. The soldiers were all taken aback by Zhou Xiaoshu's words, and Su Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. None of these features existed in the Type 80 tank. How had they managed this? At that moment, the two technicians interjected. "Could you demonstrate for us?" Everyone turned their gaze to Zhou Xiaoshu, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhou contemplated for a moment. "Certainly, but I lack a shell. I brought the last shell casing, and I need to reprocess one." This statement elicited another wave of gasps from the crowd. "Incredible. We've yet to see a handcrafted tank, and now you intend to handcraft a shell right here?" Lu Xingyang stared wide-eyed at Zhou Xiaoshu. "Are you sure you want to process a shell on site?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded, exuding a calm demeanor as he stated, "It's just a shell. It's not difficult. Prepare two 120mm shells for me, and I will craft one on the spot." Observing Zhou's earnest expression, Lu Xingyang promptly shouted to the nearby soldiers, "Go get a box of 120mm shells." At that moment, Su Jun suddenly spoke up. "Since we're going to test it, why not bring the Type 80 tank over for a comparison?" Upon hearing this, everyone, eager to witness the spectacle, urged for a side-by-side comparison of the two tanks. If Zhou Xiaoshu's claims held true, effortlessly overpowering the Type 80 tank, then the future of the Dragon Kingdom's army would soar to new heights. Lu Xingyang wasted no time and nodded in agreement. "All right, let us test them together." Chapter 12. I meant to step on the gas. As the two 120mm shells were delivered, a mix of tension and anticipation enveloped the crowd. Lu Xingyang focused intently on the two shells, nearly reaching Zhou Xiaoshu's chest. As he swallowed hard, his throat constricting. "Are you certain you wish to fabricate a shell on site? This is not merely a child's play with building blocks." At this moment, Zhou Xiaoshu had already risen on tiptoe to inspect the shell's primer, his face reflecting intense concentration. This shell represents the most fundamental aspect of artillery crafting. There is nothing to worry about. Hearing Zhou Xiaoshu speak so nonchalantly, those around him were momentarily taken aback. The most basic operation? Goodness. To utter such absurdity at such a tender age is quite remarkable. Lu Xingyang, observing Zhou Xiaoshu tinkering with the shell, hastily turned to Su Jun and inquired, "Do we have 125mm shells in the warehouse?" Su Jun shook his head. "Such large-caliber shells are only available at the General Military District. We have yet to receive any." At this juncture, Zhou Xinyun approached, gazing at the shell with a sense of trepidation. "Xiaoshu, perhaps we should reconsider? After all, he is my own grandson, regardless of urgency. Safety must come first." Yet, Zhou Xiaoshu appeared unfazed, patting the shell before him. "No problem. Crafting a shell requires minimal technical skill. As long as one is cautious with the explosive filling, we shall be fine." Zhou Xinyun hesitated, then turned to Su Jun. "How long would it take to requisition 125mm shells from the General Military District?" "Approximately a day," came the reply. Hearing this, Zhou Xinyun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Everyone was waiting. If they were to request shells from the General Military District, the morning would be squandered. However, he could not bear to let his grandson undertake such a perilous task. "Xiaoshu, perhaps we should explore alternative methods." Observing his grandfather's worried demeanor, Zhou Xiaoshu offered reassurance. Grandfather, there's no need for concern. I can manage this. Moreover, this barrel is not of standard 125mm caliber. Only my shell casing is compatible. Lu Zhengyang, wishing to alleviate the tension between Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Jinyun, interjected, Never mind, I'll arrange for alternatives. We shall forego this shell. We can wait another day. However, no sooner had he spoken than Zhou Xiaoshu decisively removed the fuse from the shell's tail with a resounding pop. With this effort, I can have the shell ready in no time. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness, he is truly serious. Witnessing Zhou Xiaoshu's deft movements, Zhou Jinyun felt his mind whirl. He swallowed hard, fixating on the shell, and quietly urged, Xiaoshu, please do not overexert yourself. Be cautious. Your grandfather is right here with you. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded, then instructed for the shell to be taken to the tool room, where he gathered various tools to commence disassembling the shell. He carefully removed the fuses from two 120mm shells, then employed his tools to open the shell casing. Next, he gently placed the 125mm shell casing on the workbench and skillfully poured high-energy explosives into its interior. Finally, he meticulously inserted the fuse into the tail of the shell casing, tightening it securely with a wrench, executing each movement with precision and efficiency. Meanwhile, outside the tool room, a crowd had gathered. Lu Zhengyang stood watch in front of Zhou Xiaoshu, ever ready to whisk him to safety if necessary. A mere 10 minutes later, a modified 125mm shell was born. Accomplished. Zhou Xiaoshu placed his wrench down on the table. Outside, the onlookers collectively sighed in relief. Astonishingly, he had truly succeeded. It was utterly outrageous. An 8-year-old had crafted a 125mm shell, nearly matching his own height. Remarkable. I would call him the mightiest child. Applause erupted from the crowd. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoshu turned his gaze towards the two technical trainees in the distance. Well then, let us commence with the comparative testing. Still astonished by Zhou Xiaoshu's recent display of prowess in crafting the shell, the two trainees quickly nodded in response to his inquiry. Lu Zhengyang and the others watched with excitement as the 99 main battle tanks approached the testing grounds. After some preparation, the two tanks had arrived. To evaluate the artillery performance and the digital fire control system mentioned in the 99 main battle tank, they chose a particularly bumpy stretch of terrain and set up targets at distances of 3 and 5 kilometers. The first to undergo testing was the Type 80 tank, operated by the two technical trainees. Although they were merely trainees, their driving experience was quite extensive. Inside the tank, the two trainees exchanged glances and shared a dismissive smile. Let us teach them a lesson, so they understand what it means to be the pride of the army. I was just about to say that. How could a half-finished tank possibly rival our Type 80? Let them witness what true advancement looks like. Charge! The Type 80 tank roared and surged forward. As it reached the uneven terrain ahead, the interior of the tank began to shake violently. The technician responsible for operating the cannon loaded the shell into the firing chamber, adjusted the barrel, and quickly calculated the trajectory amidst the bumpy ride. Slow down, the gunner shouted, prompting the driver to gently apply the brakes. The tank speed immediately dropped to under 10 kilometers per hour, minimizing the jostling inside. The gunner aimed at a target located 5 kilometers away and pressed the firing button. Boom! A tremendous blast echoed, sending dust swirling in the vicinity of the tank. The edge of the target 5 kilometers away erupted in an instant. Someone on site exclaimed, 5 kilometers, hit the edge of the bullseye? Upon hearing this, the soldiers present gasped in astonishment. My goodness, how accurate! Remarkable! To hit a target 5 kilometers away while in motion. These two technical trainees certainly possess some skill. Indeed, the Type 80 tank, having undergone rigorous testing, proved its worth. But now the pressure shifted to the 99 main battle tank. Would it be able to meet this challenge? The two technicians drove the tank to a distant clearing, leaped down, and looked at Zhou Xiaoshu with smug expressions. What do you think? The Type 80 tank held up well, right? Zhou Xiaoshu merely nodded nonchalantly, responding, it was rather mediocre. Hearing this, the trainees could not help but feel disgruntled. Mediocre, you say? I hope your Type 99 can hit the target. At that moment, Zhou Jinyun encouraged Zhou Xiaoshu, it's all right. Even if we fail, we have never tested it before, and it is still a work in progress. Just being able to compete with the Type 80 tank in this testing ground is already a victory. Zhou Xiaoshu, however, remained calm and assured, don't worry, Grandpa. Watch me score a perfect 10. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu's confident demeanor, Zhou Xinyan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, truly my grandson. Well done. Lu Xingyang brushed off the dust from his trousers and approached. I will be your driver. The others looked on enviously. Old Lu is getting all the good deals again. I should definitely try this out next time. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, Zhou Xiaoshu and Lu Zhengyang entered the tank. With a turn of the key, the engine of the Type 99 main battle tank roared to life. Lu Zhengyang turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. Are you ready? Let us begin. Zhou Xiaoshu replied. Lu Zhengyang turned the steering wheel, and the tank surged forward into the bumpy terrain. Zhou Xiaoshu raised his hand and pressed the automatic loading button. With a mechanical whir, the freshly hand-assembled 125mm shell was pushed into the chamber and loaded. Don't slow down. Charge through at full speed. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's command, Lu Xingyang was momentarily taken aback. Are you crazy? We'll get tossed around at this speed. Trust me, push the pedal. Go, go. Zhou Xiaoshu urged. Embarrassed, Lu Zhengyang pressed the accelerator and the tank surged forward. Chapter 13. Effortless Domination. As the accelerator roared, the Type 99 main battle tank shot forward like an arrow, plunging into the rugged terrain ahead. Observers from the surrounding military personnel at the testing ground widened their eyes in disbelief. What are they doing? Going full speed over this terrain and firing? They must be insane. If they can hit anything, this tank must be incredibly powerful. Not to mention, if I had a sniper rifle at this speed, I wouldn't even be able to hit a 5-meter target. The crowd was astonished, while two technical trainees watching the spectacle snickered. If this tank can charge through at such speed and still hit the target, I'll call him master today. Exactly. That is utterly impossible. Inside the Type 99 main battle tank, Zhou Xiaoshu's digital fire control system, although still a prototype, possessed operational capabilities. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, quickly analyzing the positions of several targets ahead despite the bumpy terrain. Zhou Xiaoshu pointed to the farthest target, 5 kilometers away, and pressed the launch button. Boom! The deafening sound of the cannon echoed. The vehicle only quivered slightly, hardly noticeable. Everyone on site stared intently into the distance. When the target 5 kilometers away erupted in a cloud of smoke and dust, the crowd erupted in excitement. Incredible, they actually hit it. Zhou Xinyan, upon witnessing the spectacle, abruptly rose to his feet and seized his binoculars to gaze into the distance, erupting in exuberant cheers. They actually hit it. Ha! My grandson struck true. Beside him, Yang Su exchanged a stunned glance with Su Jun. Goodness, they just traversed that uneven terrain at full speed. And yet the tank managed to score a hit. How absurd. Indeed, this is the kind of tank we need for the future. To achieve accuracy at such mobility is extraordinary on the battlefield. The assembled soldiers stood in unison, applauding fervently, each one overwhelmed with excitement. Incredible. The digital fire control system is truly remarkable. If we could deploy this tank in combat, the enemy would stand no chance of hitting us. It's astonishing. To move so swiftly and still maintain accuracy, I would dare to call it the strongest tank. The applause thundered, leaving the two technical trainees speechless at the scene before them. The tank's prowess was almost beyond comprehension. Just then, a playful voice chimed in from the side. Who was it that said if it hits, they would call Zhou Xiaoshu master? The two trainees, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, nearly wanting to bury their heads in the ground as the surrounding soldiers erupted in laughter. At this moment, the Type 99 main battle tank came to a halt. Lu Xingyang, seated within the tank, emerged, appearing as though he had just completed a 5-kilometer obstacle course. It was only after navigating the bumpy terrain that he discovered another innovative feature of the tank, its shock absorption technology. From the outside, the tank appeared to jolt violently. Yet the adjustments in the wheels and chassis minimized the vibrations felt inside. Particularly, the seat and control panel, which were seamlessly integrated, ensured that even with vibrations, his operations remained unaffected. He turned to Zhou Xiaoshu beside him and asked, "Did we hit it?" Zhou Xiaoshu smiled slightly, easily scored a 10. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyang was taken aback. Goodness, it actually hit? I recall our speed exceeding 50 kilometers, even at 80 kilometers. The digital fire control system can swiftly compute target positioning and distance, even factoring in wind speed and vehicle velocity. All right then, I can now declare this as my favorite tank, without exception. At that moment, a throng of people surrounded them. Zhou Xiaoshu wore a smile. How about it, Grandpa? I said I'd hit a 10, and here it is. Zhou Xinyan beamed with delight. patting the still warm barrel. Now, that is a true tank. Absolutely remarkable. Just this one shot could obliterate the Type 80 tank. Both Yang Su and Su Jun nodded in agreement, enamored with the Type 99 main battle tank. Lu Xingyang grinned widely, then glanced at the two technical trainees. If Old Hu knew the capabilities of this tank, he would surely regret it. Quick! Let those two technicians call Old Hu. Upon hearing Lu Xingyang's intent to summon Old Hu, Su Jun hesitated. Are you really planning to let Old Hu have it? Lu Xingyang nodded, his face filled with reluctance. If we were to leave this tank at the military sub-district, it would only amount to one. But if we send it to the arsenal, the potential gains could far exceed that. Su Jun certainly understood this reasoning. Yet he felt a tinge of sentimentality. Is it my turn now? Just as he finished speaking, Yang Su pushed him aside. Do you not comprehend the principle of first come, first served? I have yet to accompany Lao Lu out, so you shall wait your turn. In the office of the director of Jiangnan Arsenal, Hu Shun had just returned from the workshop, having urged progress once more. As he prepared to take a brief respite, the phone on his desk rang. This is Hu Shun speaking. Director Hu, this is Wang Bing, a student of Li Rue from Workshop 3. We have been dispatched to the Guping military sub-district to observe the new tank. Upon hearing this, Hu Shun recalled the situation. I understand. You will return after the visit. Director, we have some developments to report. Go on. It is about the modified Type 99 main battle tank. It decisively outperformed our Type 80 tank. At this revelation, Hu Shun was left utterly stunned. What did you just say? Director, the modified tank easily crushed our Type 80 tank. Wait, how could this be? Please elaborate. Hu Shun felt his mind racing. How could a modified tank so effortlessly dominate the Type 80? This seemed absurd. However, Wang Bing's tone suggested he was not jesting, and the implications of this were significant. The Type 80 tank was the first tank independently developed by Long Country, boasting performance that surpassed any previous model in service. If a new tank capable of overpowering the Type 80 had emerged, the production of the Type 80 might indeed be halted. This situation was gravely serious, leaving no room for negligence. Wang Bing continued to describe the events over the phone, but soon, Hu Shun could no longer remain composed. What did you just say? They hit a target 5 kilometers away at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour? Indeed, everyone witnessed it. And they utilized a digital fire control system that can autonomously aim? That's correct. We have witnessed its capabilities, and it is indeed impressive. Hu Shun gasped in astonishment. If this were true, then this tank was extraordinarily formidable. Merely the stability system alone could occupy their research efforts for years. Not to mention the digital fire control system that had just been mentioned. Why hasn't Lu Xingyang called me? It seems Commander Lu is rather upset with you, claiming you did not come in person, and has suggested sending the tank to other arsenals. Hu Shun's eyes widened as he exclaimed into the phone. You all wait for me. I shall arrive immediately. This was no trivial matter. To send the tank to another arsenal would infuriate him to the brink of bloodshed. He already deeply regretted not having gone himself. Had he known such a powerful tank existed, he would have insisted on being present. Consequently, he promptly summoned 3 key technical personnel from the workshop. Step aboard, and allow me to take you to witness something extraordinary. The 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback. What marvels await us? Tank artillery, stability systems. Chapter 14. I propose that the Type 80 tank be halted immediately. A military green pickup truck sped along the road, carrying 3 enthusiastic heads of the technical department. Should they succeed in perfecting the stabilizers for the tank artillery, the prowess of their Type 80 tanks would see a significant enhancement. Hu Shun, while on the phone, struggled to comprehend the concept of a digital fire control system. Yet, by his interpretation, it seemed to be a type of stabilizer for tank artillery. To his knowledge, such technology was solely in the possession of the Eagle Nation. He was astonished to discover that individuals within Dragon Country had also mastered this advanced technology, filling him with immense anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the military district and, after some inquiries, learned that the testing had concluded and everyone was now at the officers' mess. Without delay, they made their way to the dining hall, where they fortuitously spotted Lu Xingyang and his companions at their meal. Lu Xingyang, beaming with delight, raised a military green enamel cup and proclaimed, Old Chief, Xiaoshu, I toast to you. Thank you for creating such an advanced tank. The others raised their cups in agreement. Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled heartily. This is solely Xiaoshu's merit. I dare not claim any credit. He gently patted Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder, his face brimming with pride. The technology on this tank is extensive. You have truly made a significant contribution. You shall undoubtedly be awarded at least a second-class merit. Nods of agreement echoed around the table. It must be a second-class merit. This tank is remarkably advanced. It far surpasses the Type 80. Indeed, its mobility allows it to strike targets with precision, a capability that rivals that of the Eagle Nation. Zhou Xiaoshu, gnawing on a rib, chimed in, the key lies in the vehicle stability system, coupled with shock absorbers, the artillery stabilizer, and the digital image auto-targeting system, which enable precise shooting. A plethora of unfamiliar terms flowed from Zhou Xiaoshu's lips, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Although they couldn't fully grasp the meaning, the terminology exuded an air of sophistication. This exchange caught the attention of Hu Shun and his companions, who were momentarily stunned upon hearing terms like vehicle stability system, artillery stabilizer, and digital image auto-targeting system. The fact that these words were spoken by a mere child left them astounded. At that moment, Su Jun, seated diagonally across from them, noticed Hu Shun's group. Oh, old Hu, your timing is quite impeccable. Everyone turned to look at Hu Shun, who quickly found themselves ushered to make room. Come, come, while the food is still on the table, let's share a few bites. Upon seeing Hu Shun, Lu Xingyang rolled his eyes, clearly still irked, so you do know how to show up. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come at all. I was contemplating which armaments factory to send the tank to. Observing Lu Xingyang's furious demeanor, Hu Shun promptly approached with an ingratiating smile, producing a bottle of wine from his pocket and presenting it with a flourish. It's been a hectic day at work. All right, I shall bring you 2 more bottles later. Upon seeing the wine, Lu Xingyang's lips curled into a grin as he tucked it away into his coat. Now that's more like it. Seated nearby, Hu Shun's gaze shifted to Zhou Xiaoshu, who was diligently gnawing on a rib, prompting him to voice several inquiries that piqued the interest of the technicians present. How does this child possess such intimate knowledge of that tank? His words elicited laughter from those around him. Isn't it only natural? He built that tank himself. What? Hu Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. He constructed it? Witnessing Hu Shun's incredulous expression, Zhou Xinyun let out a snort. What's the matter? Do you doubt my grandson? Realizing Zhou Xinyun was present, Hu Shun quickly stood and saluted. Old chief, my apologies, I did not see you. Zhou Xinyun merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant emem, urging him, you should hasten to have your team comprehend this technology thoroughly. The 80 type tank production must cease immediately. We cannot afford further delays. Upon hearing Zhou Xinyun's directive to halt the production of the 80 type tank, Hu Shun and the nearby technical supervisors were momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this tank was commissioned by the state with allocated funds. You can't just stop production on a whim. Nevertheless, Zhou Xinyun was a revered former chief, and everyone held him in high regard. Hu Shun quickly smiled and explained, if the old chief insists on halting production, it must be reported to the general headquarters and the Yanjing arsenal. We lack the authority to make that decision. I am well aware of that, Zhou Xinyun replied firmly. Thus, I urge you to swiftly grasp all the technical details and report to the military district to expedite the cessation of production. Every single day of delay incurs a loss. Hu Shun found himself perplexed by Zhou Xinyun's resolute stance. Was it truly necessary to shut down the entire production line for the 80 type tank simply due to some additional modifications? Lu Zhengyang interjected with a smile. If you were to apply all the new technologies to the 80 type tank, it would be more sensible to construct a new tank altogether. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the technology of a 99 main battle tank surpasses that of the 80 type by leaps and bounds. Its structural design incorporates sloped armor, a feature absent in the 80 type. The 99 main battle tank is brimming with cutting-edge technology. Had it not been for Xiaoshu's discussion with us, we would remain oblivious to the multitude of advanced features it possesses. As the conversation turned to the 99 main battle tank, the attendees' eyes sparkled with pride. Hu Shun watched their reactions, his heart racing with anticipation, yearning to behold the tank firsthand. Where might it be located? Lu Zhengyang cast a sidelong glance at him, teasing. Aren't you going to eat something before heading over? You made it to the cafeteria? Hu Shun, however, was too consumed with excitement to consider dining. Even if you offered me the finest delicacies, I wouldn't be able to eat. I simply must see that tank. Chapter 15, Stirring Yanjing. Hu Shun arrived before the 99 main battle tank, standing in awe before the steel behemoth, his eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. The tank before him exuded a formidable presence, yet as a former designer, he immediately discerned certain intricate details from its exterior. For instance, The turret connection featured substantially reinforced armor, and the tank surroundings boasted a sloped design, effectively diminishing the likelihood of direct hits from projectiles and safeguarding the vehicle. Observing Hu Shun's astonishment, Lu Zhengyang offered a subtle smile. "Well, did you find your trip worthwhile?" Hu Shun nodded, patting the tank's robust armor. "Not only was it worthwhile, it was truly an invaluable experience. I regret not heeding your advice sooner." Lu Zhengyang chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the interior of the tank. "The true essence of this tank lies within. Take a look for yourself." Upon hearing this, Hu Shun's curiosity was piqued, and he promptly climbed inside. As he entered, he was met with an array of unfamiliar devices and a multitude of buttons, along with several screens, leaving him utterly astounded. "What on earth is all this?" "Well, let me enlighten you." Lu Zhengyang leaned against the tank's entrance, enthusiastically pointing out the various equipment. To your left is the thermal imaging display. Directly in front of you is the digital fire control system, which allows you to operate the cannon via that panel. And to your left is the laser rangefinder. Listening to Lu Zhengyang's fervent explanations, Hu Shun felt akin to a character from A Tale of Wonder, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of technology. Goodness, how much advanced technology has been integrated here. I've never heard of anything like this. Lu Zhengyang laughed. "If you had heard of it, I wouldn't have the pleasure of showcasing it to you." "So, do you think this tank merits replacing the Type 80? "Absolutely. It is more than deserving," Hu Shun exclaimed, eagerly exploring the various devices before him, envisioning a future where the Dragon Nation's army was equipped with such advanced tanks. Unable to contain his admiration, he remarked, "Incredible, truly remarkable. I can hardly believe such brilliance emanates from a child's mind." As he exited the tank, he couldn't help but praise Zhou Xiaoshu. "You are a genius." Zhou Xiaoshu merely smiled and handed over a set of blueprints. "This is merely a prototype. Many technologies are yet to be developed. However, you can peruse the technical drawings." Hu Shun quickly accepted the blueprints, examining the intricate details, utterly speechless from the sheer astonishment. "I must report this to the Yanjing Military Procurement Department immediately. They need to understand that this is the future of our Dragon Nation's tanks." With that, he hastened to the secure office to call the Yanjing Military Procurement Department. In the office of the Minister of the Yanjing Military Procurement Department, Minister Sun Cheng was left bewildered by Hu Shun's account. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by a digital fire control system, an automatic loading device, and thermal imaging display? Where on earth did you hear about this? And you want to halt the production line of the Type 80? Have you lost your mind?" On the line, Hu Shun's voice was urgent. "I am not insane. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Minister, I urge you to come at once. Once you see it, you will understand." Sun Cheng realized that the other party was not jesting. "Very well. I shall promptly summon the experts from the Military District's Technical Department. I am eager to see this tank, which you have so extravagantly praised." After hanging up the phone, Sun Cheng sat in contemplation for a considerable time. If what Hu Shun claimed was indeed true, then the technology of this tank must be extraordinary. Regardless, he felt compelled to witness it with his own eyes to be at ease. He then turned to the guard and said, "Xiao Dong, quickly fetch Lao Yang and the others. We must go out." "Understood, Minister, but how should I respond if they inquire about our destination?" "Just inform them that it is of no consequence. They are to accompany me to see an advanced tank." "Very well." Following this, Sun Cheng picked up the phone and directly contacted the airport, requesting a private jet to hastily transport several experts to the Guping Military Division that very night. At 3 in the morning, Sun Cheng and the expert team arrived at the Guping Military Division. Everyone was brimming with anticipation, eager to behold the tank that Sun Cheng had boasted about so exuberantly. Lu Zhengyang and Hu Shun personally led the group to the testing ground. "Minister, behold, that is the Type 99 main battle tank." Following Hu Shun's gesture, Sun Cheng and the experts were immediately struck with astonishment upon their first glimpse of the Type 99 main battle tank. Its imposing design and robust lines resonated with their aesthetic sensibilities. "Stunning. I am quite fond of this model. It undeniably appears more formidable than the Type 80 tank. Indeed, the design is exceptionally avant-garde. It truly embodies a sense of the future, just as old Hu described." Upon hearing their praises, Hu Shun could not suppress a mysterious smile. The main spectacle lies within. The external design constitutes merely a fraction of the technological marvel. With eager hearts, the group approached the Type 99 main battle tank. They opened the hatch and were greeted by the precision of the digital fire control system, the rapid loading of the automatic loading system, and the thermal imaging display. Hu Shun began to elaborate on these features. The technical experts nodded in admiration as they absorbed Hu Shun's explanations. Sun Cheng, stroking the operational panel of the digital fire control system, inquired, "This is truly remarkable. The individual who developed this tank must be a genius, undoubtedly possessing vast experience in this field." Hu Shun smiled nonchalantly. "To be perfectly candid, the expert who developed this tank is merely 8 years old this year." What? Sun Cheng and several technical experts were rendered speechless. How could such an advanced tank possibly be crafted by a child? "Surely you jest." Hu Shun, with a serious demeanor, replied, "When I first heard this news, my reaction mirrored yours. Yet, it is indeed an 8-year-old. Observing Hu Shun's expression, Sun Cheng revealed an intrigued countenance. "In light of your words, I must meet this young prodigy." The surrounding experts nodded in agreement. "This is unprecedented. I must ascertain whether he truly comprehends the intricacies or if this is merely a gimmick." Sun Cheng glanced at his watch. "At this hour, it would be rather impolite to disturb a child's rest. Perhaps we should." A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and both Hu Shun and Lu Zhengyang instantly grasped his meaning, bursting into laughter. "Knowing that the minister is bringing the expert team over, we specifically requested a batch of shells from the general military region," they exclaimed. "Haha, then what are we waiting for? Let the demonstration commence." Sun Cheng had long been eager to witness the performance of such an advanced tank. After all, according to their descriptions, this tank could effortlessly crush the Type 80 tank, a vehicle they had painstakingly developed over an extended period. The ability to be easily overpowered suggested that the capabilities of the Type 99 main battle tank were indeed formidable. However, whether it was genuinely impressive or merely a FA-ADE required verification. Upon hearing about the test, Su Jun, Yang Su, and the soldiers from the tank regiment were all brimming with excitement. "Surely it's my turn this time. I shall not be a driver today. I want to be a gunner. Make way. I am eager to see what this tank can truly do." In the midst of their eager competition, the testing soon commenced. As Sun Cheng and the others peered through their binoculars at the tank maneuvering over the rough terrain, they were momentarily taken aback. "Wait, how can it shoot at such a high speed?" Just as Sun Cheng voiced this thought, a thunderous roar erupted. The Type 99 main battle tank fired directly while traveling at 40 kilometers per hour. "Is this madness?" Several experts stood dumbfounded, raising their binoculars to observe the impact point of the distant shelling. To their astonishment, the shell had struck the target despite the speed. Everyone was left in a state of disbelief. "Incredible." However, before he could finish his sentence, another cannon fired. The second shot also hit its target. "Unbelievable. That speed must have reached 60 kilometers per hour. Is this even possible?" Sun Cheng widened his eyes and glanced over at the Type 80 tank nearby. It was indeed significantly superior. His anticipation to meet Zhou Xiaoshu grew ever more intense. Chapter 16. Departure, Yanjing. The following morning, the front of the family quarters in the Dongqing district of Ping'an County was filled with military vehicles. Armed soldiers stood in neat rows around, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Residents emerged from their homes, gazing at the sudden influx of military vehicles and soldiers, whispering in hushed tones from a distance. "What is happening? Why are there so many troops? Could it be a military leak? Why else would they be so stringent? I suspect something serious has occurred. Could there be explosives involved? Otherwise, why the need for such a heavy guard?" Various wild speculations spread among the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu was soundly asleep. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a vigorous shaking. "Brother, run!" Zhou Xiaohua cried desperately, her face a mask of urgency. Zhou Xiaoshu blinked in confusion, rubbing his eyes. "What? Run? Why?" Seeing him still half asleep, Zhou Xiaohua stomped her foot in frustration. "There are many police outside coming to arrest you." "Police?" Zhou Xiaoshu sat up abruptly, bewildered. "But I already informed them about the tank. Why are they still coming for me?" He hurried to the door, flinging it open, and was instantly taken aback. What stood before him was not the police, but soldiers clad in military uniforms, armed and vigilant. A wave of confusion washed over him. Yet he hastily donned his clothes and stepped outside. As soon as he emerged, Zhou Xiaoshu spotted Commander Lu Zhengyang. Lu, upon seeing Zhou, broke into a grin and patted his shoulder, saying, "Xiaoshu, don't be anxious, follow me." Zhou Xiaoshu trailed behind Lu Zhengyang, his heart racing with unease. The two made their way to a military vehicle, where Lu knocked on the window. Sun Cheng, who had spent the night awake, was leaning against the car and quickly opened his eyes at the sound. Lu Zhengyang gestured toward Zhou Xiaoshu and chuckled. Minister, Xiaoshu has arrived. Sun Cheng immediately rubbed his eyes, exited the vehicle, and scrutinized Zhou Xiaoshu. Huh, he does bear a resemblance to old Zhou. Zhou Xiaoshu, still groggy, asked, Who are you? Lu Zhengyang swiftly introduced, This is Minister Sun from the Armaments Department of our Longwei Yinjing military region. Zhou Xiaoshu promptly greeted, Hello, Minister Sun. Ha! No need to call me Minister Sun. I was once a comrade of your grandfather. Just call me Grandpa Sun. Oh, hello, Grandpa Sun. Ha ha ha, splendid. Xiaoshu, well done. Your tank technology is truly impressive. Zhou Xiaoshu felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. Grandpa Sun, I just made a few modifications. Sun Cheng laughed heartily. Just a few modifications? What you've done is remarkable. He then summoned several technicians who had toured the old factory's laboratory the previous night, thoroughly impressed by Zhou Xiaoshu's innovations. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoshu, the technicians were astonished. Indeed, he is just an 8-year-old child. We weren't deceived. They marveled at the advanced technologies he had developed, such as the digital fire control system, automatic loading system, and thermal imaging display technology. We have never encountered such advanced tanks. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled modestly. Actually, there are still many areas needing improvement. Sun Cheng immediately interjected. No, it is already quite impressive. At that moment, Zhou Zhenyan approached, one hand holding a fish basket and the other a fishing rod, cheerfully addressing Sun Cheng. So, what do you think? My grandson is remarkable. ISNT, recognizing an old friend. Sun Cheng rushed forward to embrace him warmly. Absolutely. If it weren't for your grandson, we might have to wait a few more years to meet. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Cheng broached a topic. By the way, I'd like to discuss something with you. I plan to transport that tank to Yinjing. Its various advanced technologies hold significant importance for Longwei's future and must be thoroughly studied. Zhou Zhenyan nodded repeatedly, reflecting. I had the same thought initially. As for the Type 80 tank, it should no longer be produced. Not only is it a waste of money, but it also falls far short compared to the Type 99 main battle tank. Had Sun Cheng not witnessed the performance of the Type 99 the previous night, he would have opposed this notion outright. However, after observing the advanced technologies of that tank, he now shared Zhou Zhenyun's perspective. Since better options exist, why continue to squander resources on the Type 80 tank? After all, the nation is not affluent. Expenditures must be judiciously allocated. At this moment, Sun Cheng glanced at Zhou Xiaoshu beside him and turned to Zhou Zhenyun, saying, However, I wish to bring Xiaoshu along this time, as he was instrumental in its creation. Many intricate details can only be elucidated by him. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenyan hesitated briefly, then replied, That sounds reasonable. I can accompany him. He has never been away from home, and my presence will reassure his family. Zhou Xiaoshu, upon learning of the trip to Yinjing, was instantly exhilarated. Does this mean I can see my parents? Zhou Zhenyan laughed heartily, of course. That very night, they loaded the tank onto a train, which made its way back to Yinjing. As Zhou Xiaoshu sat on the train, his heart raced with excitement. He was aware that this tank would alter many circumstances, and perhaps this time he could seamlessly enter the military-industrial sector of Longwa. Upon arriving at the Yinjing Armament Department, Sun Cheng promptly summoned personnel from the Yinjing Army to convene. The conference room was filled with leaders and experts from various military districts, creating an atmosphere that was both grave and tense. Standing before the conference table, Sun Cheng intoned, Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you here today to discuss a matter of halting the production of the Type 80 tank. Instantly, the room erupted in uproar. What? Cease production? Hasn't the Type 80 already been deployed? Indeed, an enormous amount of resources and manpower had been invested. Halting it now would incur significant losses. Although we have recently weathered a challenging period, the nation remains financially constrained. How can we simply halt production? Sun Cheng smiled slightly, unfazed, as he presented the blueprints. Please, take a look at this. He unfurled the drawings and meticulously detailed the digital fire control system, automatic loading system, thermal imaging technology, and more of the Type 99 main battle tank. The audience listened in increasing astonishment. Someone could not resist interjecting. This is impossible. Such technology cannot exist. Sun Cheng chuckled. Why is that impossible? Follow me. Chapter 17. No more than a month, Sun Cheng led the assembly to a workshop within the armament department. Upon seeing the Type 99 main battle tank stationed in the center of the facility, all were struck by its imposing design. Is this truly the tank? My heavens! It exudes a sense of futuristic technology. The lines and contours were extraordinarily exaggerated, appearing both formidable and powerful. Observing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Sun Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. Now, what do you think of my earlier proposal? However, before he could finish, objections arose once more. No matter how aesthetically pleasing it is, it remains merely a shell. The Type 80 tank possesses its own internal technologies. Beauty cannot substitute for sustenance. The true essence of technology lies in its capability to engage in combat. This tank is nothing but an empty framework. To fill it with functionality will require considerable research and development funding. Hearing their responses, Sun Cheng could not help but laugh heartily. Who told you this is just a shell? This is a fully operational, formidable weapon, a true killing machine that will serve as the main battle tank for our Longhua in the future. As these words were spoken, a collective gasp echoed among those present, their eyes widening at the sight of the imposing tank before them. Old Sun, this is no jest. Are you truly claiming that this tank can move and fire? Surely not. Just moments ago, you mentioned numerous new technologies, some of which were beyond comprehension, but several are exclusive to the Americans. When did our Dragon Nation acquire such capabilities? Indeed, you cannot possibly have brought back an American tank, can you? Sun Cheng patted the robust barrel of the tank and declared, "Who said this is American technology? This is entirely our Dragon Nation's creation. Come, let me give you a tour, and then we shall discuss." Seeing is believing, yet without witnessing the internal mechanisms. Sun Cheng knew he could not convince these army officials. Only through first-hand experience could they truly appreciate the advanced technologies within, and then they might consider halting the production of the Type 80 tank. Amidst the crowd's skepticism, Sun Cheng opened the inspection hatch at the rear of the tank. As they glimpsed the array of advanced devices inside, a collective gasp reverberated once more. "This is the digital fire control system," he explained, gesturing toward the display screen that could swiftly lock onto enemies. "This is the automated loading system. No more lugging heavy shells manually. With the press of a button, the shells will automatically be loaded into the chamber. And this is the thermal imaging technology. Simply activate this button, and even in the darkest night, one can detect enemies several kilometers away through the digital fire control system, allowing for direct targeting." Sun Cheng enthusiastically detailed the technology while demonstrating its functions. As he pressed buttons and watched the digital fire control system automatically aim at distant targets, and the automated loading system seamlessly deliver shells into the chamber without manual handling, all washed over the crowd. Upon witnessing the thermal imaging display reveal several red figures outside, everyone was utterly captivated by the ingenuity of these technologies. My goodness, this is utterly astounding. Such capabilities are unseen even in the latest American tanks. Incredible. Who could have possibly devised this? Observing their astonished expressions, Sun Cheng called out, "Little Shu, stop hiding, come forth." Zhou Xiaoshu emerged from behind a tank, and astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd upon realizing he was merely a child. "What is this? Why is there a child here? Old Sun, you cannot be suggesting that this tank was created by him, can you? Surely this is absurd. That child looks no older than 7 or 8. How could he possibly construct a tank?" Indeed, the Type 80 tank alone required the expertise of over 100 technicians. And this tank is even more advanced. Sun Cheng chuckled, pulling Zhou Xiaoshu forward. "Allow me to formally introduce you to this young prodigy, Zhou Xiaoshu, the very creator of the 99 main battle tank standing before you." At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. No one could believe that an 8-year-old child could create such an advanced tank. Am I dreaming? Sun Cheng had already anticipated the astonishment of the crowd and promptly stated, "I had the same reaction as you all at first, but it is indeed he who has constructed it. Now, let Xiaoshu explain the technologies of this tank to everyone." Amidst the bewildered gazes, Zhou Xiaoshu began to elucidate the advanced technologies of the Type 99 main battle tank. With each technology he introduced, gasps of astonishment filled the air. By the time he concluded, the audience was left in utter silence. Sun Cheng smiled slightly. "Shall we discuss the cessation of production for the Type 80 tank?" However, this matter was of great significance, eliciting both dissenting and supportive voices. "I believe that the technology of the Type 99 main battle tank far surpasses that of the Type 80. Continuing its production would only hinder the advancement of our nation's tank manufacturing capabilities. Yet many resources had already been invested in the Type 80 tank. To halt production now would incur significant losses. Indeed, and the Type 99 main battle tank has yet to undergo large-scale production testing. What if issues arise? Shortly after the venue settled into silence, another voice emerged. Xiaoshu just mentioned that many of the technologies in the Type 99 tank are still in their infancy. If we're to fully realize them, it could take an eternity. We urgently need to upgrade our tanks. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoshu suddenly spoke up. In no more than a month, I can produce a complete version of the Type 99 main battle tank. Chapter 18, An Impossible Task. Sun Sheng widened his eyes at Zhou Xiaoshu. Disbelief etched across his face. Is this boy mad? To complete all the technologies for the entire tank in a month? Did he understand what he was saying? According to Zhou Xiaoshu, the Type 99 main battle tank comprises over a dozen new technologies. Currently, the tank is only about 70% complete, with most of the new technologies being electronic in nature. At present, Dragon Nation's technological capabilities in electronics are just beginning to take shape, and qualified personnel are exceedingly scarce. This implies that such advanced equipment must rely solely on him. The sheer volume of work is staggering. Merely contemplating it induces a headache. Sun Sheng hurriedly turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, saying, Xiaoshu, how can you possibly manage so many technologies in a month? This is no trivial matter. Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head, his youthful face bearing an earnestness not typical of his age. Grandpa's son, I am not joking. I am speaking the truth. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu's sincerity, Sun Sheng pressed his lips together, unsure of how to respond. After all, the tank had indeed been constructed, and he was the only one privy to the technology. Perhaps he truly comprehended it. Yet, a month is undeniably an exceedingly short span. One must remember that the research cycle for the Type 80 tank is measured in years, with various technologies studied by separate units, such as those focused on the gun barrel and those dedicated to the engine. Zhou Xiaoshu aimed to tackle the intricate technologies embedded within the entire tank, a challenge of considerable magnitude. At that moment, a portly technician adjusted his black-framed glasses and remarked, Young lad, one must not boast. Not only must you manage the entirety, but if you can also resolve the composite armor on the exterior of the tank, we will agree to cease production of the Type 80 tank. His name was Meng Peng, a returning expert who had studied materials science abroad. He was among the foremost specialists in this field within the country. Upon hearing that Zhou Xiaoshu intended to create a complete version of the Type 99 main battle tank within a month, he found it utterly astonishing. While he may not have been well-versed in other technologies, he believed that the armor materials alone rendered such a feat impossible. During his studies overseas, projects were typically measured in years, often involving teams of no fewer than a dozen individuals. Yet here was Zhou Xiaoshu, asserting his intention to produce a tank in merely 1 month, prompting Meng Peng to voice his skepticism. The other technicians nodded in agreement, their expressions indicating doubt regarding Zhou Xiaoshu's ability to resolve these challenges in such a brief time frame. For Zhou Xiaoshu, however, the technology was already in place. All that remained was production. Given their insistence on addressing the composite armor first, he felt no hesitation. No problem. I only need a week for the composite armor. What? A week? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's declaration, Meng Peng sighed and shook his head. Young man, you needn't place such immense pressure on yourself. If you manage to construct the tank, that in itself is quite impressive. We genuinely admire your efforts. Yet Zhou Xiaoshu merely smiled serenely, stating, there is no pressure, only productivity. I shall present the results when the time comes. The others could only shake their heads in resignation, attributing his confidence to youthful pride, dismissing his claim about resolving the composite armor in a month. At that moment, the elder Zhou Xinyun stepped forward to pat Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder, exclaiming, no doubt, you are indeed a child of the Zhou family. You possess an abundance of self-assurance. Xiaoshu, do not take it too seriously. The tank is already constructed, and you need not overly concern yourself with the armor. Rest assured, Grandpa, I guarantee I will have it ready within a week. I believe in you. With the conversation reaching this point, further persuasion ceased. After Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xinyun departed, the remaining individuals gathered in the workshop, observing the Type 99 while engaging in idle chatter. Do you think that young lad can truly finalize the composite armor in a week? When this question was posed, all eyes turned to Meng Peng. Old Meng, you are the expert in material science. You should have the best understanding of armor materials. Do you believe he can accomplish this within a week? Meng Peng adjusted his glasses and chuckled. What ist? The materials in composite armor require extensive testing across numerous substances before a decision can be made. Just the material testing alone could take years. And it also depends on luck. As he spoke, he could not help but sigh. From what I understand, the finest armor of the Eagle Nation is likely to be ceramic composite armor. However, the complexity of this technology is exceedingly high, necessitating the capabilities of top-tier laboratories for its realization. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Do you mean to imply he is incapable of achieving this? Meng Peng nodded. It is not that I doubt his abilities, but the difficulty of this technology is insurmountable. If he were to succeed, it would require a miracle. But what if he truly comprehends this technology? Composite armor materials consist of an amalgamation of alloy armor and filler materials. One must possess knowledge of both physics and chemistry. He is merely an 8-year-old child. Do you truly believe this is feasible? The others exchanged glances, finding Meng Peng's reasoning quite persuasive. He seemed particularly confident moments ago. I too possess confidence, but one must also have the requisite capability. If he manages to accomplish this, I shall perform a handstand for you all. Chapter 19. I have underestimated my own strength. In the office of the Minister of Armaments, Sun Chung gazed at Zhou Xiaoshu, who was seated on the sofa, munching on hawthorn strips, and could not help but sigh. Xiaoshu, you are rather naive. How could you take this seriously? Their disbelief is one thing. Nonetheless, the technology of tanks is evident. When the army personnel observe this, they will understand the situation, and the Type 80 tank will inevitably cease production. Zhou Xiaoshu wiped the sugar stuck at the corner of his mouth and smiled. I possess this capability. Why would I not agree? Moreover, I will eventually have to master this technology, so I might as well seize this opportunity. Sun Chung appeared somewhat bewildered. Are you saying you have already acquired the technology for composite armor? Zhou Xiaoshu stuffed another hawthorn strip into his mouth and nodded, his words muffled. Indeed, otherwise, I would not have been able to agree to them. Grandpa's son, I am not foolish. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's confident demeanor, Sun Chung felt a wave of relief. Very well, since that is the case, you shall remain in Yinjing for now. I will arrange matters for you at the arms factory. Do not hesitate to inform me of any materials or tools you require. Thank you, Grandpa's son. You rascal. You are just like your grandfather, a true grandfather-grandson pair. That very afternoon, Sun Chung fulfilled Zhou Xiaoshu's request, securing him a private laboratory at the Yinjing Arms factory and arranging for the various materials he needed. Upon learning that an 8-year-old child was engaged in the development of composite armor, the individuals in several other laboratories within the same building could not resist coming to observe. Inside the laboratory, Zhou Xiaoshu meticulously prepared all the materials necessary for the creation of the composite armor and then commenced the fabrication process. The armor of the Type 99 main battle tank employs ceramic composite armor, featuring an outer layer of alloy steel, with layers filled with ceramic spheres, complemented by modular additional explosive reactive armor to provide maximal protection. When an incoming armor-piercing projectile with a stabilizing tail fin is detected, the explosive reactive armor detonates instantaneously, altering the trajectory of the incoming projectile and diminishing its destructive capability. Meanwhile, even as the explosive reactive armor responds, the internal ceramic composite armor retains formidable defensive capabilities. Essentially, the defensive capability of the long-rod kinetic energy penetrator approaches the level of 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor. It is this formidable strength that has rendered the Type 99 main battle tank one of the most advanced in the world at that time. Now, Zhou Xiaoshu is engaged in the creation of ceramic microspheres, utilizing alumina and silicon carbide as foundational materials. Soon, various substances in the laboratory began to react, and Zhou Xiaoshu, unfazed, carried out each procedure with a grace that suggested he had performed them countless times before. His actions left the technicians outside the laboratory in awe. My goodness, this young prodigy is astonishing. He alone is managing all these reactions? Remarkable. Watching his technique is truly a delight. He surpasses our professors by leaps and bounds. It is no wonder that rumors have circulated outside, claiming that this boy possesses the ability to construct a tank more formidable than the Type 80. His prowess is indeed palpable. While the extent of his capabilities remains uncertain, it is clear that he possesses a remarkable mastery over the chemical reactions of various materials, akin to a worker on an assembly line. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoshu was wholly engrossed in the process of fabricating composite armor. His endeavors quickly became the talk of the Yinjing arsenal, with nearly everyone sneaking in to observe his experimental operations, each one exclaiming in admiration, "This kid is incredible." 2 days later, Zhou Xiaoshu finally completed the last alloy steel plate, following the specifications for composite armor fabrication. He embedded the ceramic microspheres in the alloy plate and proceeded to weld them together. At last, Zhou Xiaoshu produced a composite armor shield, approximately 1 square meter in area, resembling a shield. The young technicians at the arsenal gathered around him. "Xiaoshu, what have you created?" One inquired. "Isn't this supposed to be tank armor? Such a small piece for tank armor?" Another remarked. "This armor plate seems rather thin. It hardly appears to offer any defense. Can it truly withstand a penetrator?" In response to their questions, Zhou Xiaoshu merely smiled calmly. "With a thickness of 320 millimeters, it is sufficient. If the armor is too thick, it will significantly increase the weight and affect the tank's mobility." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. While they understood his reasoning, they were conditioned to believe that thicker armor was inherently superior. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoshu wheeled a cart into another office. "Grandfather, I've completed it." Zhou Xinyun, who was engrossed in a game of chess, paused in surprise and hurried to open the door. "So soon? Wasn't it supposed to take a week? How did you finish in just 2 days?" Zhou Xiaoshu smiled modestly. "Perhaps I underestimated my own capabilities." The old man burst into hearty laughter. "What a boastful lad. Truly my grandson. Well then, since it's done, I shall call them and let them witness this." With that, he picked up the telephone from his desk and dialed a number. "Old son, hurry and send someone over. My grandson has completed the composite armor." In the office of the minister of the Yanjing Armaments Department, Sun Chung held the phone, utterly bewildered. He could not help but glance at the torn calendar on the table, resembling something a dog had chewed on, and inquired over the phone. "Isn't it supposed to take a week? How come it's only been 2 days?" From the other end, Zhou Xinyun's proud voice resonated. "Is my grandson an ordinary person? He merely underestimated his own capabilities. Such minor technology can indeed be mastered in 2 days. Hurry and bring your team." Chapter 20. The true gourmet in the technology department of the Yanjing Military Procurement Bureau. Meng Peng and several other technical experts were intently studying the various structures of the Type 99 main battle tank, each one expressing astonishment. After scrutinizing with a magnifying glass for quite some time, Meng Peng felt his eyes strain. He removed his glasses and rubbed them. The technology of the Type 99 main battle tank is truly remarkable. If it can be realized, we one team need to develop new tanks for the next 20 years. The other experts nodded in agreement. Indeed, just the digital fire control system alone is enough to stand out among its peers. If this technology comes to fruition, wouldn't our Dragon Nation's army be unrivaled in the world? This digital fire control system can autonomously aim and maintain the stability of the artillery, accurately hitting enemy targets even while on the move, a single technology that could occupy our research for years. Exactly. Not to mention the inclusion of a laser rangefinder and thermal imaging display. These technologies are likely only affordable for the Eagle Nation. Just as the group was expressing their awe, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned in surprise to see Sun Chung standing outside, his face alight with excitement. "Minister, what brings you here?" Meng Peng, putting his glasses back on, asked, "Has there been an issue with the production line of the Type 80 tank?" Sun Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Aren't you all betting with Zhou Xiaoshu? He has already perfected the composite armor and is now waiting for us to witness the test results." This statement caused everyone present to gasp in disbelief. "What? He has completed it already? Wait, if my memory serves me right, it's only been 2 days. How could he possibly finish it in such a short time? It's utterly absurd. Surely it takes longer than that just to gather the materials." Meng Peng exclaimed, his small eyes wide with incredulity. "You can't be joking with us." Sun Chung snorted. "Do I look like someone who jokes around? Let us hurry. They are waiting for us." Without a moment's hesitation, the technical experts exchanged glances and rushed outside. Indeed, if the technology of composite armor had truly been achieved, the production of the Type 80 tank would undoubtedly come to a halt. After all, the defensive capabilities of composite armor are on an entirely different level compared to standard alloy armor. If this is accomplished, the prowess of the Dragon Nation's army would be significantly elevated. The group hurriedly split into several vehicles and made their way to the Yanjing Armory. Upon arrival, they noticed a crowd of technicians gathered at the testing ground and quickly joined them. They observed as several individuals installed the composite armor created by Zhou Xiaoshu onto a fixed frame, while others brought in the test artillery and shells. Everything was prepared, and the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as more and more people gathered. Meng Peng swallowed hard and exchanged glances with several technical experts nearby. Remarkably, They had indeed succeeded. Old Meng, are you still holding to your wager? Upon hearing this, Sun Cheng raised an eyebrow and inquired, what wager? I was unaware of any. An expert beside them couldn't help but chuckle. That day, Old Meng declared that if Zhou Xiaoshu's composite armor was successfully fabricated, he would perform a handstand for everyone. Haha, I can hardly contain my excitement now. At this remark, laughter erupted among the crowd. The image of a 200-pound man attempting a handstand was almost too absurd to fathom. As the crowd pressed closer, Zhou Xiaoshu noticed their arrival and promptly stated, "Look, everything is ready. Shall we commence?" Sun Cheng gazed at the inconspicuous composite armor in the distance, a surge of anticipation coursing through him, and he could not restrain himself from asking in a hushed tone, "Xiaoshu, what are your chances of success?" Zhou Xiaoshu pondered briefly before replying, "Let us be conservative. I'd say I have a 99% certainty." This declaration drew the attention of those around him. What a bold claim, to be conservative yet assert such a high probability, if not conservative. Wouldn't that imply 200%? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, yet their eagerness for the upcoming test was palpable. Sun Cheng glanced at the nearby 120mm cannon, a hint of concern evident on his face. Isn't it a bit ambitious to start with such a large caliber? Perhaps we should consider a smaller caliber instead? Meng Peng and the others nodded in agreement, indeed. Starting with a smaller caliber would allow us to evaluate the capabilities of this composite armor. However, Zhou Xiaoshu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. If it can't withstand a standard 120mm round, then this composite armor has already failed. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. Previously, they had thought Zhou's confidence in his 99% certainty was somewhat audacious. Now it seemed rather modest in comparison. This was true audacity. Testing directly with a standard 120mm round could lead to a catastrophic failure, which would be quite the embarrassment. Sun Cheng frowned and quietly urged Zhou Xiaoshu. Consider using a smaller caliber, perhaps an 80mm cannon, which also possesses considerable power. Zhou Xiaoshu insisted, "No, we will use the 120mm cannon." Sun Cheng was left speechless. Why not conduct phased testing rather than going straight for the maximum? Zhou Xiaoshu glanced towards the cafeteria and remarked, "I heard today's menu includes pork noodles with green beans. If we continue testing like this, I might miss out on lunch." The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. What a foodie. Subsequently, the gunner looked at Sun Cheng, who, with a resigned nod, conceded, "Then let us proceed." Everyone retreated to a safe distance, their eyes fixed intently on the composite armor ahead. As the gunner pulled the firing cord, a roar erupted. The cannon's muzzle belched forth a blaze of fire, and the surface of the composite armor shimmered momentarily. Chapter 21. Who agrees, who disagrees? As the brilliance of the cannon fire dissipated, all eyes turned to the black-painted composite armor plate. The other experts hurriedly approached the armor plate, scrutinizing it with great care. The surface of the armor plate was charred and marred, featuring a conspicuous dent at its center. Yet, remarkably, there were no cracks or signs of penetration. The reverse side of the armor showed no deformation either. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere was thick with silence. How formidable! This was a 120mm artillery piece. How could this be achieved? What material is this? How could it possess such extraordinary strength? Sun Cheng swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Is this truly sufficient to withstand such force? Zhou Xiaoshu stepped forward, pointing to the armor as he explained. The surface of the composite armor is shielded with a metallic composite layer, while a ceramic buffer layer lies in between. This design allows the outer alloy armor and the ceramic buffer to effectively dissipate the impact of direct artillery strikes, providing a defensive capability equivalent to that of 1,000mm of homogeneous armor. As these words left his lips, the crowd gasped in disbelief. A thickness of 1,000mm, equivalent to 1 meter, represents a level of defense that even the most advanced armor-piercing rounds from the Eagle Nation cannot penetrate. Meng Peng immediately exclaimed in astonishment, then questioned, "Are you joking about 1,000mm of homogeneous armor? Are you suggesting that your armor plate can withstand armor-piercing rounds?" Everyone present felt that Zhou Xiaoshu's claims were exceedingly exaggerated. Homogeneous armor is a term that has only emerged in recent years within military circles, introduced from abroad, and is regarded as the foundational standard for assessing the protective performance of military armored vehicles. Prior to the advent of new composite and alloy steel armors, The high protection armors used in tanks were predominantly produced from rolled steel plates manufactured on assembly lines. While these steel plates are advantageous for their rapid production and uniform protective capabilities, their effectiveness pales in comparison to that of alloy armor and the latest composite armors. Thus, following the introduction of new armor designs from abroad, the protective capability of these rolled steel plates became a benchmark for evaluating modern armor. Zhou Xiaoshu asserted that this composite armor, exceeding 300 millimeters, could achieve the protection level of 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous armor. Understanding the crowd's reaction, Zhou Xiaoshu could empathize. After all, the technology he employed was not expected to surface for decades. At this juncture, as the heavy industry in Longhua was in a phase of development, such advanced technology seemed almost unimaginable. Whether it works or not, why not test it and see? Su Jun hesitated momentarily before glancing at Sun Chung. Do we really need to bring that out? Sun Chung pressed his lips together, casting a questioning glance at Zhou Xiaoshu. They had sourced the most advanced armor-piercing rounds from the Eagle Nation through special channels, which had a maximum penetration capability of only 700 millimeters. If Zhou Xiaoshu as composite armor could withstand such a round, it would be utterly remarkable. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded slightly. Let us proceed. After all, testing is essential. Sun Chung, no longer hesitant, declared, then let us conduct the test. Let us see if it's a mule or a horse. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Su Jun and his team presented a uniquely designed 120mm caliber stabilized tailwing armor-piercing shell. Everyone stepped back to observe, their eyes glistening with expectation. If this endeavor succeeded, it would be nothing short of miraculous. It would signify that the future Type 99 main battle tanks could withstand large-caliber armor-piercing rounds, possessing combat capabilities that even the most advanced forces lacked. Who could not be excited by such prospects? Imagine a battlefield adorned with a battalion of Type 99 tanks, equipped with digitized fire control systems and formidable defensive capabilities. Wouldn't enemy tanks appear as mere targets in front of their might? Zhou Jinyun, filled with fervor, rubbed his hands together, tears welling in his eyes. Had they possessed such tanks decades earlier, countless comrades might have been spared. Taking a deep breath, he gently patted Zhou Xiaoshu's shoulder, proclaiming, "Grandfather believes in you." Zhou Xiaoshu responded with a slight smile. "Grandfather, there is no need to worry about this test. I can handle it with ease." With preparations complete, the gunner saluted Sun Chung. "Report, Minister, the shell is loaded and ready for launch. Shall we proceed?" Sun Chung inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the distant composite armor. "Fire!" With the pull of the firing cord, a thunderous roar erupted. The stabilized 120mm armor-piercing round soared forth, its protective casing dispersing in an instant as a tungsten steel projectile hurtled toward the armor plate. Boom! The armor plate, located 1,000 meters away, was struck once more. As the smoke cleared, everyone raised their binoculars to examine the impact site. Through their lenses, they could discern a pronounced indentation and cracks on the armor's surface, yet remained unpenetrated. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Meng Peng, stunned, felt his body tremble in disbelief. How is this possible? This defies the principles of material science. Soon, applause erupted, and tears of joy sparkled in the eyes of many. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Our Dragon Nation has birthed a new main battle tank. The defensive capabilities of the Type 99 were astonishingly formidable. This was truly the main battle tank of our future. Sun Chung turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, admiration shining in his eyes. "Xiaoshu, you have created a miracle. You are our hero." He then surveyed the crowd and declared, "I have decided that regardless of the obstacles, we must cease the production of the Type 80 tank and devote ourselves entirely to the research and development of the Type 99 main battle tank." Who is in favor? And who is against? Chapter 22. Mobilization for cease of production. I am in favor. The first to raise a hand was the very expert who had previously questioned Zhou Xiaoshu's technical prowess. Though Zhou Xiaoshu had delivered a resounding rebuttal through his practical achievements, the expert felt no shame. To him, the validation of advanced technology was worth any personal humiliation, as long as it contributed to the strength of the Dragon Nation. That was all that mattered. One by one, others raised their hands in agreement. I concur. I also agree. To let such an excellent tank go to waste would be an utter folly. The production of the Type 99 main battle tank must be expedited. Everyone raised their hands, and Sun Chung displayed a satisfied smile before turning to shake hands with Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, you have made a significant contribution this time. I will report truthfully to the higher-ups. Just wait to be honored. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled gently. There's no need for such formalities, grandfather-son. This is what every citizen of Longhua should do. At that moment, everyone cast admiring glances at Zhou Xiaoshu. Look at this 8-year-old child, possessing such awareness. If our Longhua is not strong, it would indeed be unacceptable. Yes, many adults lack this awareness. Hearing such words from a child makes me truly optimistic about the future of Longhua. Zhou Xinyan burst in a hearty laughter, his face radiating pride. Truly the child of the Zhou family. Well done. Subsequently, Sun Cheng immediately ordered the armored plates to be taken back and composed a report on all matters. Proceeding at once to the highest military district to convene an emergency meeting to discuss the issue. In a conference room at the highest military district in Yanjing, the room was filled with individuals, all adorned with numerous military medals. However, a cloud of confusion hung over them, as they were unsure why the Ministry of Armaments had called this urgent meeting. When Sun Cheng appeared at the podium, the entire room fell silent. He tapped the microphone before speaking. The primary agenda of today's meeting is to discuss the cessation of the production line for the Type 8 tanks. Upon his concluding statement, a wave of astonishment coursed through the assembly. A general from the Northeast Military District expressed his dissatisfaction with a scoff. What does this mean? The previous plans indicated that our military district was about to receive Type 80 tanks. Are you halting production to pursue new research? What will we train with next? As his words lingered, other military districts echoed their discontent. Indeed, this is precisely when we need tanks. You announce a halt in production. And what will we do for training? Exactly. The actual capabilities of the Type 80 tank are already quite commendable. You can't just stop production. What on earth is happening? Is there an issue with the production line? Or does the Type 80 tank have some technical flaws? The room buzzed with discussion. Nearly everyone expressing opposition to the cessation of the Type 80 tanks production. After all, before the Type 80 tanks were deployed, the military districts of Longhua had been using outdated tanks from World War II. The tanks produced prior were of poor quality and merely replicas from the Bear Country, fraught with various issues. The Type 80 tank was the first tank independently developed by Longhua, a treasure long awaited by all. Sun Cheng's announcement of halting its production felt akin to snatching away their cherished possession. Observing the scene before him, Sun Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly. Allow me to explain. The reason for halting the production of the Type 80 tank is that we have something even better. What? At this revelation, the room erupted once more in astonishment. Ah, Sun Cheng, speak plainly. You should have mentioned sooner that something better exists. However, the origin of this superior tank remains uncertain. If its technology is not significantly advanced compared to the Type 80 tank, then its existence would be rather pointless. The production line for the Type 80 has already been established. Halting it now to make modifications would require several years, and we cannot afford to wait. There is a general reluctance among everyone, as a new tank is imminently at hand. Ceasing production at this juncture would be exceedingly unfair to certain military districts that have been anticipating this for a long time. Sun Cheng remained silent, merely nodding toward an assistant standing nearby. The assistant, holding a stack of documents, began distributing them to each individual present. Curiosity filled the room as everyone opened the documents, their expressions turning to astonishment. Sun Cheng continued, "We have recently acquired a new type of tank, one whose technological defensive capabilities and various metrics far surpass those of the Type 80. According to our tests, we have confirmed capabilities such as a 125mm smoothbore gun, an automatic loading system, a digital fire control system, thermal imaging, a 1500 horsepower diesel engine, and composite armor. These technologies not only exceed those of the Type 80 tank, but also stand up commendably against the most advanced of the Eagle Nation's main battle tanks." Upon concluding his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room, soon to be broken by an eager inquiry. Is the information in these documents accurate? Absolutely. Has the automatic loading system been perfected? Indeed, we have conducted tests at the Yanqing Military Armament Department. What is this digital fire control system? It essentially provides the tank with an additional eye, enabling it to autonomously seek and lock onto targets. How effective is the composite armor? Recent tests show that even the most advanced armor-piercing rounds from the Eagle Nation cannot penetrate it. Sun Cheng addressed all the questions raised, and the atmosphere became increasingly charged with excitement. With such an impressive tank, what are we waiting for? I must see it. Indeed. I wish to behold this tank before we discuss halting production. If it truly lives up to the claims in the technical documents, then I would have little regard for the Type 80. A group of military dignitaries, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly exited the conference room, eagerly making their way to the Yanqing Military Armament Department. Chapter 23. The Military's Decision. Within one of the offices at the Armament Department, a throng of technical experts crowded around, either sitting on sofas or perched on stools, filling the room to capacity, with even individuals leaning against the windows. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoshu stood before a blackboard, chalk in hand, elucidating the technology behind the laser rangefinder featured in the Type 99 main battle tank. This laser not only measures distance, but also has the capability to blind the enemy's optical devices. The surrounding experts, akin to eager schoolchildren, diligently took notes while posing questions. What types of optical devices does the enemy possess? For instance, the guidance systems on missiles are equipped with optical instruments, capable of scanning through cameras. By utilizing embedded chips, they can determine whether a target is present in the captured imagery, thus facilitating precise guidance. Moreover, the laser emitted can effectively blind their cameras. Is it true, as you mentioned earlier, that increasing the power of this laser could also serve industrial cutting purposes? Indeed, it is true, provided the power is sufficiently high. The energy emitted by the laser can be concentrated at a single point, achieving extraordinarily high temperatures instantaneously, which is ideal for welding or cutting materials with remarkable precision. As the audience absorbed this information, a sudden round of applause erupted from outside. "Well said," exclaimed a voice. Zhou Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback and glanced towards the entrance. There stood a group of individuals clad in green military uniforms, their shoulder insignias adorned with stars. A collective gasp escaped the room. These visitors were undoubtedly high-ranking generals. "Greetings, commanders." The attendees saluted in unison, unsure of whom to address, yet recognizing their esteemed ranks. Zhou Xiaoshu quickly stood atop his chair and offered a salute akin to that of a young pioneer. "Greetings, commanders." The sight of Zhou Xiaoshu's earnest gesture elicited hearty laughter from the assembly of generals. "This little fellow is simply delightful." At that moment, an elderly general with graying hair approached Zhou Xiaoshu and inquired, "Are you the one who modified the Eagle 26 tank?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is me." A satisfied smile spread across the general's face as he laughed heartily. "Splendid, splendid." His repeated exclamations of approval indicated his high regard for Zhou Xiaoshu. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng interjected. "This is General Lin Zhenwei, the commander-in-chief of our Dragon Country Army." "Greetings, General Lin." Zhou Xiaoshu recognized the significance of the moment and respectfully performed another salute. "Ha!" Lin Zhenwei laughed heartily. "No need for such formality. I am an old acquaintance of your grandfather. Just call me Grandfather Lin." "Very well, Grandfather Lin." Lin Zhenwei then proceeded to introduce the other generals standing beside him, one by one. Zhou Xiaoshu found it challenging to remember all their names. There were simply too many, all of them of general rank. Nevertheless, as they suggested, he would henceforth regard them as elder figures. With such a formidable network of support, Zhou Xiaoshu felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, believing he could navigate the future with ease. After the introductions, Lin Zhenwei remarked with a smile, "We old fellows have come a long way just to witness your 99 main battle tank and hear you discuss its technologies. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu leapt from his chair, brimming with joy. That would be absolutely wonderful. The attention of these military dignitaries signified that the discontinuation of the 80 series tank and the promotion of the 99 main battle tank would proceed without issue. Zhou Xiaoshu envisioned a future where the nation could economize and invest in the development of superior tanks. Given the presence of these esteemed military leaders, he could not afford to be negligent. He squeezed out of the room, accompanied by a group of individuals, and arrived at the workshop. With a resounding whoosh, as the tarp covering the 99 main battle tank was lifted, all the generals were momentarily mesmerized. Wasn't it supposed to be a modification of the 26 tank? What relationship did this tank have with the 26? Its sharp contours, imposing barrel, and remarkably advanced design left everyone in awe. They gathered around the tank, scrutinizing it for a full 10 minutes, unable to fathom that such an advanced machine could originate from the hands of an 8-year-old child. It was simply astonishing. "Xiaoshu." Lin Zhenwei's voice trembled with excitement. "Did you truly create this?" "Of course," Zhou Xiaoshu affirmed with a resolute nod, his eyes brimming with confidence. The other generals exchanged glances, realizing that since this creation had been brought before them, it must have undergone rigorous inspection, especially after having listened to Zhou Xiaoshu's lecture, wherein he effortlessly articulated such sophisticated technology. It was evident that he possessed the requisite ability. The notion of an 8-year-old crafting a tank seemed utterly surreal. May I explore the interior of this tank? I have heard it is replete with numerous advanced technologies. Certainly, Zhou Xiaoshu promptly replied. Once they had examined these technologies, the next steps would involve finalization and subsequent production. The thought of the Dragon Kingdom's forces utilizing the 99 main battle tank in the 1980s stirred a wave of exhilaration within Zhou Xiaoshu. This was the king of land warfare. Although opportunities for battlefield deployment might be scarce in the future, mastering its technology could yield substantial benefits as an exportable military product. After all, the Dragon Kingdom of the 1980s had yet to achieve prosperity, and the nation was in dire need of financial resources. Such tanks, if sold, could fetch a considerable sum. Of course, these would be export versions, the so-called reduced models. The true technology merely needed to be showcased abroad for awareness. With assistance from his subordinates, Lin Zhenwei climbed into the tank. Soon, his exclamations of astonishment reverberated. Goodness, there truly are so many advanced technologies here. Come, everyone, take a look. The other military dignitaries, disregarding their decorum, scrambled up the tank, eager to peer inside. The myriad buttons and advanced displays evoked a sense of modernity. They were astonished that such a compact tank could accommodate so many intricate components. My word, this diminutive tank conceals such a treasure trove. It is akin to a veritable vault. They marveled at a screen that illuminated with clarity surpassing that of their office monitors. A chorus of gasps filled the air, as everyone was eager to explore every advanced technology contained within the tank. Half an hour later, they reluctantly emerged, their faces alight with astonishment and exhilaration. The advanced technology they beheld was unlike anything they had encountered before. Under Zhou Xiaoshu's elucidation, they grasped the formidable capabilities of these innovations. In particular, the digital fire control system illuminated the stark contrast between eras. It was revealed that on future battlefields, tanks would possess the ability to automatically target and lock onto enemies. They seasoned individuals well-versed in grand spectacles were among the first to engage with the most cutting-edge technology of Longhua. Thus, the sight of Zhou Xiaoshu's Type 99 main battle tank elicited their admiration. Xiaoshu, you are nothing short of a genius. It's astonishing that at such a young age, you've mastered so many technologies. I can hardly believe it. The chorus of praises resonated, while Zhou Xiaoshu merely smiled modestly. Grandpa Lin, is it time to cease production of the Type 80 tank? When Zhou Xiaoshu posed this pivotal question, Lin Zhenwei inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he focused on the Type 99 main battle tank before him. Our nation is not affluent, so we must allocate our resources judiciously. The Type 80 tank is ill-suited for future battlefields. The Type 99 is the way forward. I hereby declare the official cessation of Type 80 tank production. Chapter 24. Excuses must not be absurd. Upon Lin Zhenwei's declaration, the other commanders expressed their unanimous support for the proposal. Observing the ease with which this resolution passed, Zhou Xiaoshu felt a sense of relief. However, several issues remained to be addressed. Clearing his throat, he spoke up. Esteemed commanders, while the Type 99 main battle tank has reached a preliminary stage, numerous technical details require refinement, such as the stability of the fire control system, the optimization of composite armor, and the reliability of the automatic loading system. These matters will necessitate time, at least a month to resolve adequately. Yet before he could finish, Army Commander Lin Zhenwei waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. Xiaoshu, you are far too cautious. The Type 99 already surpasses the Type 80 in numerous aspects. Just the composite armor and the 125mm smoothbore cannon are sufficient to dominate any adversary. The remaining internal technologies can be perfected gradually. Let us commence with the external armor and activate the production line. The commanders from other military districts echoed their agreement. Indeed, merely adjusting the production line and training the workers will consume considerable time. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Yes, let us first establish the framework. The technology can be optimized progressively. Zhou Xiaoshu blinked, feeling somewhat exasperated. Were these commanders too impatient? While the Type 99 was impressive, it had yet to reach an optimal state. Nonetheless, witnessing their eager expressions, he found it difficult to maintain his stance and nodded reluctantly. Very well. We shall proceed as you all suggest. A momentary silence enveloped the room. But soon, the chief of staff from the Northeast Military District could no longer contain himself. If we are to commence production, a sequence must be established. Previous new equipment was first experienced by our districts. This time, it must be our Northeast Military District's turn. Nonsense. The commander from the Northwest Military District retorted vehemently. We can relinquish the Type 80 tanks to you. But the Type 99 is absolutely non-negotiable. The territory we must defend is vast. Priority should be given to us. The commander of the Jinling military region let out a cold laugh, speaking slowly. Little Tree is under the jurisdiction of our Jinling military region. Proximity grants advantage. So the first batch of 99 tanks naturally belongs to us. How can that be? Exclaimed the deputy commander of the Southeast military region, rising abruptly with a flushed face. We in the Southeast are constantly besieged by Eagle Sauce's aircraft carriers at our doorstep, and the pressure we face far exceeds yours. The 99 must be prioritized for our forces. Our Southwest military region also has needs, chimed in another voice. We from the North China military region. In an instant, the laboratory erupted into chaos. Several normally dignified and composed regional commanders were bickering like elderly patrons vying for discounted vegetables at a market, their faces flushed with fervor. Zhou Xiaoshu stood aside, utterly astonished. How could these commanders be squabbling over tank allocations like children fighting for toys? They are all high-ranking officials, yet they were so raucous over such a matter. Zhou Xinyun, standing nearby, seemed unfazed by the scene. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Xiaoshu quietly asked, "Do Grandpa and the others often argue like this?" "Huh." Zhou Xinyun chuckled softly, leaning closer to Zhou Xiaoshu's ear. "Today, they have shown restraint. The fact that they haven't come to blows is quite commendable." "Really? They could fight?" Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes widened, his mind conjuring vivid images of the commanders in a physical altercation, creating a strong sense of dissonance within him. As the situation grew increasingly tumultuous, Army Commander Lin Jinwei could no longer tolerate the discord. He barked, "Enough with the bickering. What kind of spectacle is this?" The laboratory fell silent, all eyes turning toward him. Lin Jinwei snorted derisively, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket, tearing it into several pieces, jotting down a few numbers, and crumpling them before tossing them into a hat. "Since no one is willing to yield, we shall draw lots. Fair and square, no complaints." The attendees exchanged glances, none daring to refute his authority, and they dutifully lined up to draw lots. When the results were announced, the commander of the Jinling military region's face darkened instantly. He had drawn the last position. This can't be right. He fumed, his beard bristling in indignation. There must be an issue with the slips. We need a redo. Lin Jinwei shot him a glare. You must abide by the outcome. If you continue this uproar, your Jinling military region shall receive not even a single tank. The commander of the Jinling military region was left speechless. However, he quickly shifted strategies, his mind racing. In that case, the production of the 99 main battle tanks should not be entrusted to a single armaments factory. Each military region possesses its own factory, and if each takes responsibility for a portion of the technology, efficiency will be greatly enhanced. His suggestion instantly illuminated the faces of the commanders from the regions that had drawn lower positions. If they could not have the complete 99 tanks, then at least they should receive some share of the technology. They all nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Northeast military region's factory excels in armor casting. We shall take charge of the armor components. Our Northwest military region has the most advanced engine technology. We will take on the engine development. Our Southeast military region boasts the strongest capabilities in electronic equipment research and development. Lin Jinwei stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, then nodded and said, "This proposal is commendable. Each armory should perform its designated functions, and the final assembly will indeed enhance efficiency." At that moment, Zhou Xinyun, who had been silent until now, cleared his throat and slowly remarked, "Since we're to concentrate on training our technical backbone, why not send Zhou Xiaoshu to the Jiangnan Armory? It is well equipped, and Xiaoshu can return home, as there are still many matters to attend to, and I can care for him at any time." Lin Jinwei found Zhou Xinyun's words reasonable. After all, Zhou Xiaoshu was still a child. It seemed rather unreasonable to have him constantly on the move, away from home every day. "Excellent. Is settled then," Lin Jinwei declared with finality. Each military district would dispatch their technical elites to the Jiangnan Armory to learn the various technologies of the Type 99, under the personal guidance of Comrade Zhou Xiaoshu. As for material supply, it would be uniformly coordinated by the Jiangnan Armory. Zhou Xiaoshu had no objections to the proposal. Returning home was indeed quite pleasant. More importantly, once he arrived at the armory, he would be able to delve into his work. After the meeting concluded, the leaders from each military district departed to convey the good news. However, on their return journey, they debated fiercely over which district possessed superior technology and who should receive a greater share of tanks. Zhou Xiaoshu observed their departing figures and felt they were less imposing than they appeared in their usual demeanor. Privately, they were rather endearing. After handling these matters, Zhou Xiaoshu accompanied Zhou Xinyan back home on a private plane. Glancing at the date, Zhou Xiaoshu was surprised that his week-long leave had come to an end so swiftly. "Grandfather, I fear you will have to accompany me to school tomorrow." The old man, busy organizing his belongings, felt a sudden jolt at this statement. "What business do you have at school?" "Of course, to request leave. Is it necessary for me to assist with such trivial matters?" "You can manage that on your own tomorrow." "Grandfather, that seems a bit unreasonable. I have exhausted all my excuses. You cannot simply abandon me in my hour of need. I am serving my country after all." Zhou Xinyan rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. This troublesome boy frequently skipped classes or caused disturbances at school. To support Zhou Xiaoshu, he had endured his fair share of criticism at the school. It was hard to believe that he once held a position of authority in the military district, yet he was now terrified of a single teacher. "If you refuse to go, I shall inform the teacher that I am engaged in tank development." "You dare?" Zhou Xinyan glared fiercely. "The Type 99 main battle tank is a top secret of our dragon country. If spies were to acquire it, we would face dire consequences. Then you should help me request leave." "Fine. What reason shall we use for tomorrow's leave?" Zhou Xiaoshu stroked his chin, suddenly struck by an idea. "I have it. Just say you are ill, and I need to care for you at home." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyan, infuriated, grabbed a feather duster and chased after him. "You little rascal. If you're going to fabricate a lie, at least make it a fortunate one. Why must it always be about me being injured or my leg being broken? I wish to live for several more years." Chapter 25, Requesting Leave. In the office of the old factory district primary school in Pingyang County, sunlight streamed through the windows as Lin Jiayue, the second-grade class teacher, bent over to grade assignments. "Knock, knock, knock." She heard a knock on the door and looked up to find Zhou Xiaoshu, a student from her class, accompanied by his perpetually cheerful grandfather, Zhou Xinyan. "Excuse us for the intrusion, Teacher Lin," Zhou Xinyan said with a smile as he led Zhou Xiaoshu inside. Lin Jiayue rose to greet them, her gaze soon falling upon Zhou Xiaoshu's leg. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu's right leg was wrapped in thick bandages, and he walked with a pronounced limp. She furrowed her brow slightly, adjusting her glasses, her voice tinged with concern. "Zhou Xiaoshu, what happened to you?" Zhou Xiaoshu lowered his head, appearing pitiful. "Teacher Lin, I went out to play a few days ago and accidentally injured my leg." Lin Ji narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before suddenly extending her hand. "Where is your medical record?" Zhou Xiaoshu was taken aback, beads of sweat forming, instinctively glancing at his grandfather. Zhou Xinyan quickly retrieved a crumpled hospital certificate from his pocket and handed it over. "Teacher Lin, this is the hospital's diagnosis. He indeed sustained an injury, and the doctor has advised a month of rest." Witnessing this, Zhou Xiaoshu was astonished. After all, being a former high-ranking official, his grandfather was remarkably meticulous. Even bringing the medical record, Lin Jiayue took the document and examined it closely, her frown deepening. She looked up, regarding Zhou Xiaoshu with suspicion. "Zhou Xiaoshu, you have a tendency to deceive. I must check your leg to ensure your grandfather is not being misled." Zhou Xinyan grew anxious upon hearing this and quickly intervened. "Wait. Teacher Lin, the injury is genuine. I personally took him to the hospital." Noticing the old man's distress, Lin Jie withdrew her hand but maintained a serious tone. "With the final exams approaching, how will he catch up on his studies after such a long absence?" Zhou Xinyan promptly assured her, "Rest assured, Teacher Lin, I will tutor him at home." Yet, internally, he felt a sense of pride. This boy could even manufacture tanks. Did he really need tutoring for second-grade subjects? Lin Jiayue sighed and reluctantly nodded. "Very well, the leave is approved, but he must attend the final exam. I need to assess his academic progress." After speaking, she turned and pulled out a stack of test papers and exercise book from her drawer, assigning them as homework to be completed on time. Zhou Xiaoshu accepted the assignments. Obediently nodding, "Thank you, Teacher Lin." After a bit more admonishment, she finally allowed them to leave. Once outside her office, Zhou Xiaoshu immediately handed the homework to his grandfather. "Grandpa, I need to focus on my research now. I have no time for assignments. You can take care of these." Zhou Jinyun's eyes widened, his mustache bristling. "You rascal. Are you asking me to do your homework for you?" Zhou Xiaoshu feigned innocence. "Grandpa, which is more important, the 99 main battle tank or homework? You just find someone to help me later." Zhou Jinyun paused, stroking his chin in contemplation, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Aren't there many high achievers at the Jiangnan Armory? I could arrange for assistance for you." As the grandfather and grandson continued their conversation while walking out of the school, Lin Jia, standing at the second-floor window, suddenly furrowed her brow, realizing a discrepancy. Wasn't Zhou Xiaoshu's injury on his right leg? Why was he limping on his left? In the office of the factory director at Jiangnan Armory, Factory Director Hu Shun was seated at his desk, diligently reviewing documents when a sudden knock echoed through the office. "Please come in." The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, adorned with black-rimmed spectacles. Upon recognizing the visitor, Hu Shun immediately rose to his feet, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Professor Zhao, what brings you here in person?" The man was none other than Zhao Ming, a leading radar technology expert from Longhua, who had come to the Jiangnan Armory to learn about the digital fire control system of the Type 99 main battle tank. Zhao Ming offered a slight smile and shook hands with Hu Shun. "Director Hu, I have long admired your reputation. I am here primarily to witness the legendary Type 99 main battle tank, particularly its fire control system." Hu Shun's face beamed with pride. "Rest assured, Professor Zhao, this system is undoubtedly at the forefront of global technology. The Eagle Nation's main battle tank pales in comparison." Zhao Ming's excitement surged upon hearing Hu Shun's words. "I have heard that this system can achieve automatic locking, dynamic tracking, and even accurately hit targets while moving at high speeds." Hu Shun chuckled heartily. "Indeed, its resistance to interference is remarkably robust, remaining stable even in electronic warfare environments. Of course, these technologies are still being refined." "Ah, that indicates the existence of such technology. I am truly looking forward to it," Zhao Ming exclaimed, his thoughts racing with visions of Longwa's future military strength, causing his fingers to tremble slightly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hu Shun instructed someone to escort Zhao Ming to his accommodations. Once settled, Zhao Ming ventured alone to the cafeteria for a meal. As he rounded a corner, he unexpectedly collided with a small boy who was distractedly walking with his head down. "Oh dear." The books in the boy's hands scattered across the floor. Zhao Ming quickly knelt to assist him. "Are you all right, young one?" The boy looked up, revealing a cherubic face. It was Zhou Xiaoshu. "I'm fine," Zhou Xiaoshu replied, shaking his head as he collected his books. Seeing the boy was so young and alone, Zhao Ming smiled and said, "I was lost in thought and didn't notice you. Did I hurt you?" Zhou Xiaoshu, observing the man's kind demeanor, shook his head and replied with a smile, "No, I was thinking too." "Haha, such a small child wandering around the military district. Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Are you headed to the cafeteria? Allow me to treat you." Contemplating the offer, Zhou Xiaoshu considered that he was indeed going to the cafeteria and was unsure of its location. "All right, thank you, uncle." "Haha, no need for formalities." Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the two found a seat and Zhao Ming ordered several dishes, casually inquiring, "Young friend, are your parents employees of the armory?" Zhou Xiaoshu, engrossed in his meal, mumbled an affirmative. His parents were reportedly from a certain research institute, which should qualify them as part of the armory's family. Noticing Zhou Xiaoshu's earnestness in eating, Zhao Ming smiled and added more dishes to the table, refraining from further questions. At that moment, several technical experts passed by, greeting Zhao Ming with enthusiasm. "Professor Zhao, you're here as well?" "Professor, see you at the lecture later." Zhao Ming responded with a smile and a nod. Just then, a young technician approached, carrying a tray, and sat down beside Zhao Ming. "The arrangements have all been made by the teacher." Zhao Ming nodded, stating that everything had been arranged, and urged to study diligently over the next few days, as the chief technical advisor had limited time, and they must seize this opportunity. "Rest assured, teacher." The technician, about to enjoy his meal, suddenly noticed Zhou Xiaoshu sitting alone across from him. Zhao Ming chuckled and explained, "He is the child of a worker from the armaments factory. I accidentally bumped into him on my way here, so I brought him along for lunch." Hearing this, the technician couldn't resist teasing Zhou Xiaoshu. "Little friend, Do you know who this is? Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head, showing no interest in the conversation. His sole focus was on the braised pork on his plate. One must admit, the meals at the armaments factory were delightful. Fortunately, he had not traversed back to the 1960s. Otherwise, even having a full meal would have been a luxury, let alone enjoying braised pork. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu's disinterest, the young technician boasted, "This is my teacher, Professor Zhao Ming, the most formidable radar expert in Longhua. Today, he is here to learn the most advanced technology from a genius." Zhou Xiaoshu, without lifting his head, continued to eat, merely responding with a casual "oh." Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's singular focus on his meal, Zhao Ming could not help but smile. Producing a business card and handing it to the boy, saying, "If you ever wish to attend Southwest University, feel free to reach out to me. I'm a visiting professor there." Zhou Xiaoshu accepted the card and nonchalantly tucked it into his pocket, murmuring, "Thank you." Noticing the boy's indifferent demeanor, the young technician wished to say more, but was silenced by a stern glance from Zhao Ming. After a few bites, they both rose to leave, with the technician murmuring behind, "This child truly lacks experience. He doesn't even recognize you." Zhao Ming felt somewhat speechless, replying, "He is but a child. How could he possibly know me? Do you think everyone in the world should recognize their teacher?" As they spoke, they arrived at the small auditorium, which was filled to capacity with technical experts from across the nation, all gathered to await the appearance of the legendary genius. Zhao Ming took a seat in the front row, engaging in quiet conversation with a colleague beside him. It was said that this young expert had already conquered the core technology of the digital fire control system. Indeed, it is rumored that even the Eagle Sauce's Type 1 tank pales in comparison. While the experts exchanged chatter, a young man stepped onto the stage and smiled. Addressing the audience, "Esteemed experts, welcome to Jiangnan Armaments Factory." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. The young man continued, "Next, let's invite our chief technical advisor, Comrade Zhou Xiaoshu." The applause surged once more. However, as Zhou Xiaoshu stepped onto the stage, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Zhao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as his notebook fell to the ground with a thud. "Isn't that the child from the cafeteria?" Chapter 26. Posing questions, providing answers. When Zhou Xiaoshu ascended the podium, the small auditorium erupted into chaos. The applause halted abruptly, giving way to murmurs of confusion and skepticism regarding his identity. A middle-aged man, wearing thick glasses, suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhou Xiaoshu on stage, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? This is the expert who is supposed to guide us? He is merely a child." The technician in blue overalls beside him joined in the uproar. "We traveled a long distance just to listen to a lecture from an elementary school student?" Zhao Ming, seated in the front row, was wide-eyed behind his glasses, rendered momentarily speechless by the shock. Was this truly the esteemed technical expert he had journeyed so far to see? It was utterly absurd. His assistant, Xiao Wang, leaped up in disbelief. "Teacher, this can't be right. The child we encountered in the cafeteria, how could he possibly be an expert?" Zhao Ming raised a hand to signal for silence, yet his brow furrowed tightly. He stared at the figure on stage, hardly taller than the lectern, turmoil swirling within him. In his understanding, an armaments factory would not engage in such jest, particularly in such a solemn setting. Yet, this was beyond reason, although filled with doubts. He resolved to observe further. Technician Xiao Li, accompanying Zhou Xiaoshu, was visibly furious, his face turning an alarming shade. He slammed his hand on the lectern. "Ladies and gentlemen, please exhibit some decorum. If you do not wish to listen, you may leave now." "Decorum?" A balding expert scoffed. "You bring a child to teach us, and that is your idea of decorum?" He then turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Little friend, what grade are you in? Do you even know what a digital fire control system is?" Laughter erupted throughout the audience. Yet, Zhou Xiaoshu remained unfazed. He stood on tiptoe, retrieved a piece of chalk from the lectern, and a faint smile played on his lips. "Everyone, since you doubt my credentials, how about this? I will pose a question, and if anyone can solve it, I will leave immediately. What do you say?" Before anyone could respond, he stepped onto a small stool brought by the staff and inscribed a complex radar signal processing equation on the blackboard. The crisp sound of chalk against the board resonated, each stroke echoing in the hearts of the experts present. Zhao Ming sat up straight, his glasses reflecting the formula on the board. His assistant, Xiao Wang, was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. This was exceedingly difficult. It was incomprehensible what he was writing. Gradually, the auditorium fell silent, save for the rustling of papers and the tapping of calculators. 10 minutes passed, and no one raised a hand. 20 minutes elapsed, and the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. How pretentious. Finally, someone broke the silence. Just because we can't solve it doesn't mean you can. If you can solve it, we will believe you. Yes, solve it yourself. Others echoed, though their tone lacked the initial conviction. Zhou Xiaoshu tilted his head, a naive smile suddenly gracing his face. All right. He turned to face the blackboard, his small figure nearly engulfed by the enormity of the board. But as he began to write, his entire demeanor transformed. The chalk seemed to come alive in his hands, each meticulously crafted formula flowing onto the blackboard with effortless grace. Wait, this line of reasoning. Zhao Ming gripped the armrest of the front row seat, his knuckles turning white. The experts surrounding him held their breath, some even rising unconsciously from their seats. As Zhou Xiaoshu wrote the final equal sign, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. Suddenly, Zhao Ming sprang to his feet, applauding vigorously. A genius. Absolutely a genius. His voice trembled with excitement. For this solution, utilizing Fourier transforms to address radar pulse signals, completely subverted traditional measurement methods. Immediately, a thunderous applause swept through the auditorium. Those experts who had once expressed skepticism now wore expressions of astonishment and admiration. Meanwhile, in the office of the factory director, Hu Shun abruptly lifted his gaze from the documents. Xiao Zhang, has Zhou Xiaoshu's lecture begun? It started half an hour ago, director. Oh no. Hu Shun leaped to his feet, scattering papers across the floor. As he hurriedly gathered them, he anxiously remarked, those experts can be quite daunting. What if they utter something unpleasant? When he finally arrived breathless at the small auditorium, the sight before him rendered him speechless at the door. The entire venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with all the experts intently focused on the stage. Zhou Xiaoshu stood on a small stool, explaining the intricate principles of the fire control system in a youthful voice, occasionally jotting down key formulas on the blackboard. What on earth is happening? Hu Shun grasped the arm of a staff member at the entrance, whispering in a hushed tone. The staff member's face beamed with undeniable pride. Director, you missed the most thrilling part. He animatedly recounted the events that had just unfolded. After listening, Hu Shun gazed at the stage with awe. He subtly gave a thumbs up and mouthed to Zhou Xiaoshu. What a genius indeed to solve this. Chapter 27. Help me with my homework. The crisp sound of the bell rang throughout the auditorium. All those seated wore expressions of lingering satisfaction. Zhou Xiaoshu's elucidation of radar technology had truly enlightened them. In class, everyone eagerly raised their hands with questions, yet many remained unasked. They collectively felt that this hour-and-a-half class had been far too brief. Zhou Xiaoshu set down the chalk and dusted off his chalk-stained hands. That concludes today's lesson. As his words faded, the auditorium erupted into thunderous applause, with all the experts rising in unison, gazing at Zhou Xiaoshu with respect. Teacher Zhou, we are genuinely impressed. We never anticipated that you could elucidate radar technology so thoroughly. It has truly opened our eyes. Indeed, after your explanation, I suddenly feel as though I can glimpse the future. This class was immensely valuable. You are nothing short of genius. The crowd erupted in accolades. Zhao Ming's assistant, Xiao Wang, stared wide-eyed, still recovering from the shock. My goodness, this child is astonishing. How on earth does he do it? Silence. Zhao Ming abruptly turned, his brow furrowed, and chided in a lowered voice, not this child. Address him as Expert Zhou. His tone was imbued with an undeniable severity, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded slightly at the crowd before promptly departing the room with his belongings. Hu Shun hurriedly approached him, giving Zhou Xiaoshu a thumbs up. I truly apologize for forgetting the time of your lecture, but I never expected you to have these scholars under your spell. Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled softly. Conducting research is much like a martial arts tournament. If one possesses genuine skill, they can silence all. Well said. Hu Shun clapped Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder. I've arranged a special dining arrangement for you, so you needn't squeeze into the cafeteria anymore. If you require anything, just let me know at once, and I shall find a way to assist you. Thank you, Director Hu. Zhou Xiaoshu replied with a grin. Oh, there's no need for such formality with me. I'm a few years older than your father. If you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Hu. Sure, Uncle Hu. I shall take my leave for now. At that age of growth, Zhou Xiaoshu was famished after a whole afternoon of lecturing, feeling as if his stomach were glued to his back. His mind was wholly consumed with thoughts of food, leaving him utterly disinterested in anything else. After bidding farewell to Hu Shun, he hurried towards his dormitory area. At that moment, Zhao Ming hurried over, nearly bounding with excitement. Professor Zhou. Zhou Xiaoshu paused to look at Zhao Ming and his assistant, Xiao Wang. Professor Zhao, it's nice to see you again. Zhao Ming offered an awkward smile and waved his hands dismissively. I am not worthy of such regard. I have come specifically to apologize. I failed to recognize your stature and almost caused quite the embarrassment by handing you my business card. In response to Zhao Ming's sincere apology, Zhou Xiaoshu merely smiled slightly. No worries. Southeast University is quite commendable. If I ever wish to attend that institution, I'll be sure to contact you. What? Xiao Wang, standing by, looked bewildered. You haven't even entered university yet? Zhou Xiaoshu shrugged lightly. I'm in my second year. Xiao Wang opened his mouth, at a loss for words. It was indeed astonishing that a second-year student was already lecturing on radar technology. Zhao Ming then inquired, Professor Zhou, when is your next class? In 3 days. You're welcome to attend if you're interested. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up instantly, and he straightened with excitement. I will definitely be there. I'll make sure to attend punctually. He turned to Xiao Wang, saying, Quick, note it down and clear my schedule for that day. Is there anything else? Zhou Xiaoshu asked as he turned to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked back at Xiao Wang. By the way, what is your educational background? Xiao Wang paused, slightly taken aback. I have a master's degree. Oh, then I have a favor to ask of you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang felt a surge of excitement. Assisting Zhou Xiaoshu would be a pinnacle moment in his life. Professor, whatever you need, just ask. There is no such thing as a hassle. I have some assignments that I haven't had time to complete. Could you help me with them? I'm afraid I might not be able to manage that. Xiao Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Zhou Xiaoshu's course focused on advanced radar technology, and despite holding a master's degree, he struggled to comprehend many topics discussed in class. Now, with Zhou requesting his assistance with homework, he wondered if he could truly tackle the challenge. At that moment, Zhao Ming gently nudged him from behind and whispered, Quickly agree. If you can't manage, I'll lend a hand. Xiao Wang promptly nodded, Of course, no problem at all. Thank you so much. Follow me. With that, the two eagerly accompanied Zhou Xiaoshu to his dormitory. Zhou Xiaoshu wasted no time and presented the assignments given to him by Professor Lin. It wasn't an overwhelming amount, just a few exercise books, a couple of ancient poems transcribed twice with pinyin, and 200 mixed arithmetic problems. You should be able to handle this, right? As Zhou Xiaoshu handed over the assignments, both Xiao Ming and Xiao Wang were taken aback. Wow, this is truly elementary school homework. Zhao Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. Here I am, a professor reduced to completing assignments meant for primary school students. This is utterly absurd. Zhou Xiaoshu patted Xiao Wang's arm, right neatly. I don't want to be reprimanded by the teacher. All right. Xiao Wang accepted the assignment book, bewildered about how he even left Zhou Xiaoshu's dormitory. Once outside, he turned to Zhao Ming. Teacher, Zhao Ming patted his shoulder. Make sure your work is tidy. It's what Teacher Zhou requested. You wouldn't expect me to write it for you, would you? Chapter 28, Technical Lecture. After departing the dormitory area, Zhao Ming hurriedly made his way to the communications room of the arms factory. In the 1980s, telephones were rare commodities, typically found only in significant institutions. Within the entire communications bureau, there were fewer than 10 telephones, each attended by an operator. Zhao Ming stood anxiously at the back of the line, waiting. During this wait, he noticed that those calling were all attendees from the recent lecture. They excitedly recounted the technical content they had just heard, informing their respective research institutes to send professionals for further learning. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ming could not help but smile wryly. Good wine needs no bush, he mused. Once quality technology emerges, everyone would flock to it. He could envision the lecture 3 days, hence being crowded beyond capacity. His own research institute specialized in radar technology, and it was imperative to convey the significance of this event to the director. They must not miss out. This was of utmost importance for their future radar research. After waiting for several minutes, it was finally Zhao Ming's turn. He approached the telephone, pressed the dial, and called a number. Connect me to the Southwest Research Institute. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, is that Oldley? This is Zhao Ming. He could hardly contain his excitement. Major discovery. The Jiangnan Arms Factory has achieved a breakthrough in millimeter-wave radar technology. On the other end of the line, Director Lee of the Southwest Research Institute, sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing this. What? Are you sure it's millimeter-wave radar? He set down his teacup his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. ISNT, the project on the Eagle S side, still in the experimental phase? Indeed, Zhao Ming's voice trembled with excitement. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The detection accuracy of millimeter-wave radar is tenfold that of traditional radar. Its anti-jamming capabilities are superior, and it can function effectively in adverse weather conditions. Most importantly, it can achieve the precise, guided capabilities we have longed for. At this moment, in the office of the director of the Southwestern Research Institute, upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, Director Li's expression turned unusually grave. He rose, his eyes filled with shock and elation. In the 1980s, radar technology was still confined to the meter and centimeter wave stages, characterized by poor detection accuracy and weak anti-jamming capacity. If we could indeed break through to millimeter wave technology, it would elevate the radar technology of our nation to a world-class standard. Have you noted all these technical details? Of course, I have recorded them. I will continue to organize the information tonight. However, there's a lecture in 3 days regarding the technical issues of millimeter wave radar. What? There's more. Millimeter wave radar? Are you jesting with me? Director Li's eyes widened, brimming with astonishment. Yet, after pondering for a while, he could not fathom when our nation would possess such talented individuals in this field. Didn't you go to Jiangnan Armory to study the technology of the Type 99 main battle tank? How did you transition to radar technology? Because the Type 99 main battle tank is equipped with millimeter wave radar. Hiss! Director Li involuntarily gasped at this revelation. In the 1980s, radar still relied on outdated digital circuitry processors, which are cumbersome and exhibited slow information processing speeds, alongside a notably high failure rate. More critically, many essential technical components were sourced from foreign countries, leaving our nation unable to produce them independently. This had rendered radar technology virtually inaccessible, let alone tanks. Many aircraft were not even equipped with radar. If what Zhao Ming claimed holds true, and they can indeed develop millimeter wave radar, then they would no longer be at the mercy of others. With this thought, Director Li immediately spoke into the microphone. I will notify the researchers in the relevant fields to depart for Jiangnan Armory first thing tomorrow morning. Zhou Xiaoshu's class stirred the entire research institutes and armories of our nation. The technological breakthrough in radar holds monumental significance across various fields. It is a study that could substantially enhance the military-industrial capabilities of our nation in the future. In a cafeteria at a secret research base in the Northwest, Zhou Xiaoshu excitedly approached a window-side seat with an enamel mug and 2 steam buns. Shumi, I have great news. My leave has been approved. Hearing this, Wang Shumi, with her short hair, brightened instantly, her face alight with surprise. Really? Indeed. If you don't believe me, take a look. Zhou Xiaoshu produced a leave request stamped with a red seal from his pocket. Wang Shumi examined it closely and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I can return home to see my son. I wonder how Xiaoshu has been lately. Has he been obediently listening to his grandparents? Rest assured, with the old gentleman around, he certainly won't let things spiral out of control. At that moment, a figure stood before the two. Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi turned to glance, momentarily taken aback. The director? The director? Surely he isn't about to cancel our holiday again. We haven't returned home in 2 years. The director, looking quite embarrassed, hesitated for a moment before speaking. You two are the most skilled in our research institute. I have no choice. However, once this matter concludes, I will ensure to grant you a few extra days off. Zhou Xiaoshu and his wife exchanged glances, ultimately letting out a sigh. Director, please go ahead. What are the arrangements? The director then announced, there will be a technical lecture on millimeter wave radar at the Jiangnan Ordnance Factory the day after tomorrow, which may prove beneficial for our current research on ballistic missile defense systems. Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi looked at each other and replied, all right, we will prepare accordingly. At the Jiangnan Ordnance Factory, within the dormitory. After having had his fill, Zhou Xiaoshu returned to his room. The table was cluttered with various electronic components and design blueprints. Sitting in his chair, a subtle thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, a semi-transparent interface materialized before him. Brat's military industry system. Current points, 587. Currently unlocked technology. Type 99 main battle tank progress 90. Upon seeing this interface, Zhou Xiaoshu couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. After finally completing the Type 99 main battle tank, I painstakingly earned 2,000 points, only to find that some of the technologies have already depleted my reserves. It seems I must undertake something once again. He then glanced at his work schedule for the upcoming days. May 17th, Millimeter Wave Radar Lecture. May 18th, Manufacture of Digital Fire Control Systems. May 19th, Thermal Imaging Technology Lecture. Observing the packed schedule, Zhou Xiaoshu felt overwhelmed. There was simply no opportunity. Fortunately, he only lacked the millimeter wave radar technology from the Type 99 main battle tank. Thus, he promptly accessed the technology list within the system and selected the millimeter wave radar technology. Would you like to expend 500 points to learn millimeter wave radar technology? Yes. As soon as he confirmed, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Once the sensation faded, he felt a wealth of knowledge regarding millimeter wave radar fill his mind. Finally, it's done. Just then, the dormitory door was gently pushed open. Zhou Xiaoshu closed the system and turned around to find his grandfather had arrived. However, the old gentleman appeared somewhat displeased, prompting Zhou Xiaoshu to quickly rise and inquire, "Grandpa, what is wrong? Has someone upset you?" Zhou Xinyan huffed in frustration. "It's your parents. They promised to visit you in a few days, but they just called to say they can't make it due to unforeseen circumstances. I was hoping to surprise you." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu couldn't help but chuckle. "It's all right. We haven't seen each other in 2 years, so I'm not bothered by this little delay. Let them finish what they need to do." Chapter 29. Truly Our Son. At the Jiangnan Ordnance Factory Security Office, several gatekeepers were busily perspiring, the pages of the registration book flipping noisily. Outside, a queue of registrants stretched endlessly, forming a serpentine line. "Name? Affiliation? Do you have your identification?" inquired a gatekeeper, his spectacles perched on his nose. As he diligently recorded details with his pen, Li Weigua, Southwest Radar Research Institute. "Here is my work permit. Zhang Mingyuan, Northern Military Industrial Technology Department. My credentials are here." The experts from various regions engaged in hushed conversations, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation. At the tail end of the queue, a military green jeep came to a gradual stop, its doors swinging open to reveal a man and a woman. The man stood tall in impeccably tailored military attire, exuding an air of composure. The woman, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, radiated a gentle elegance, yet her gaze bore the sharpness typical of a researcher. Indeed, they were Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi. Such a crowd. Zhou Zhigua furrowed his brow slightly, surveying the extensive line before him, realizing the significance of the upcoming technical seminar. Wang Shumi adjusted her glasses, equally astonished. Didn't our institute's director mention that this seminar was arranged on short notice? How can there be so many experts? Just as they pondered this, Zhou Zhigua spotted a few familiar faces in the queue and quickly approached to greet them. "Lao Zhao? Lao Lu, you're here as well?" The individuals called turn around, their faces lighting up with surprise. "Ah, Professor Zhou. Professor Wang, you received the notice too?" Zhou Zhigua nodded and lowered his voice. "Who is the speaker for this seminar? Why is it shrouded in mystery?" "I'm not sure. The higher-ups are maintaining strict confidentiality. Even the name has not been disclosed. We will have to sign a non-disclosure agreement later. Indeed, I've heard that this technology not only enhances detection accuracy, but also bolsters anti-jamming capabilities. Integrating this will surpass even the prowess of the Eagle Sauce's T-1 tank." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Zhigua whispered to Wang Shumi. "Our director mentioned that we could leave early after the seminar, so I hope it wraps up swiftly so I can visit Xiaoshu." The mention of their son brought a gentle smile to Wang Shumi's face. "Yes, it has been too long since I last saw him. I wonder if he has been eating well." Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu was enjoying a deep slumber. Having worked tirelessly until 3 in the morning, he finally completed the sensor array for the digital fire control system and was now lost in dreams. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Zhou Xiaoshu furrowed his brow, turning over groggily, mumbling, "Who is it?" "Xiaoshu, it's me, Hu Shun," came the voice of Hu Shun, the director of the arms factory. From outside, rubbing his eyes, Zhou Xiaoshu slowly got up and padded barefoot to the door. As he opened it, Hu Shun and several technicians eagerly squeezed inside. "Xiaoshu, have you completed the sensor array?" Hu Shun asked with anticipation. Zhou Xiaoshu yawned and pointed to a pile of precision components on the table. "There it is, all calibrated. You can install it directly." Hu Shun and several technicians immediately gathered around, carefully cradling the sensors, their eyes brimming with awe. "Goodness, they truly succeeded," one technician exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "We thought you were merely speaking in jest." Hu Shun couldn't help but marvel Xiaoshu, if this technology is widely adopted, our nation's tank combat capabilities will undoubtedly overshadow those of the Eagle Nation. Zhou Xiaoshu nonchalantly, something like that. Hu Shun patted his shoulder and turned to the others beside him. Quick, go fetch Professor Yin and have him come for inspection. Before long, Professor Yin hurried in, panting. Upon seeing the sensors on the table, his eyes widened in disbelief. Did you truly accomplish this all by yourself? He asked incredulously. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded yes. I just finished it last night. Professor Yan's hands trembled with excitement. Xiaoshu, you are a genius. The emergence of this technology will place our tanks at least a decade ahead. I doubt the Eagle Nation possesses anything this advanced. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled. Munching on the meal Hu Shun had arranged for him. Indeed, the chips utilized were directly procured from the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to craft such intricate components himself. However, the cost was that he had exhausted all his points in the process. After a while, Hu Shun glanced at the time. Xiaoshu, if you feel nervous about the lecture in the auditorium later, we can arrange for someone to accompany you. Zhou Xiaoshu waved his hand dismissively. No need, I can handle it myself. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Hu Shun felt reassured. After all, he had effortlessly quelled everyone's doubts last time, and this instance would surely be no different. In the auditorium, time ticked away as the seats filled to capacity, with even the aisles and back doors overflowing with people. Experts clutched notebooks, their expressions focused as they awaited the lecture's commencement. Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi arrived late, only able to squeeze into a corner by the back door. Who is the main speaker for this technical lecture? Why are there so many people? Zhou Zhigua inquired in a hushed tone. Wang Shumi shook her head. I'm not sure. After all, it is about millimeter-level radar technology, probably some military industry heavyweight. At that moment, the auditorium lights dimmed, and a technician stepped onto the stage, clearing his throat. Esteemed experts, welcome to the Jiangnan Armory. Now, let us warmly welcome today as speaker, Zhou Xiaoshu. A resounding applause erupted. Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi exchanged astonished glances. Zhou Xiaoshu? What a coincidence. He shares the same name as our son. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. However, when a small figure walked up from the side door, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Our son? Is it really our son? Chapter 30. An Unexpected Surprise. Zhou Zhigua stood there, mouth agape, eyes wide with shock. Although he had not been the best father, he was quite familiar with his son. The abilities displayed by this young man were certainly not typical of a top student. Whether it was teasing cats, catching fish in the river, he excelled in all endeavors. As for learning, merely achieving a passing grade is already considered a blessing from our ancestors. Both my wife and I work in research institutions engaged in confidential development projects, leaving us with little time to care for our child. This circumstance led to my father's early retirement, enabling him to assist in raising our child. Yet, I never imagined that one day he would stand on this podium. Am I mistaken? Hearing Zhou Zhigua muttering to himself, Wang Shumi beside him shared the same sentiment. Indeed, did the host, just now, not make a mistake in the introduction? Could this truly be the place for our son? Is he really our son? Zhou Zhigua shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Let us observe further. It is indeed a case of identical names and appearances. Such coincidences are unlikely to exist in this world. The couple wore bewildered expressions until Zhou Xiaoshu took the stage, beginning to write on the board while elucidating the technical principles of millimeter-wave radar. The essence of millimeter-wave radar lies in signal processing, boasting a shorter wavelength and greater accuracy compared to traditional radar. It transmits frequency-modulated continuous wave signals, receiving reflected signals and mixing them with local signals to extract information such as target distance and speed through signal processing. As Zhou Xiaoshu earnestly explained, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi were profoundly astonished. My goodness, he truly understands this. When did Xiaoshu grasp such complex concepts? Few individuals globally might comprehend this technology. Exchanging a glance, they promptly took out their notebooks, striving to document the information. The more they recorded, the more astounded they became. As the advanced technologies discussed were of world-class caliber, addressing critical radar technology issues that the Dragon Kingdom urgently needed to resolve, with no breakthroughs, even abroad. Is this child truly our son? With excitement, they diligently noted the technical principles Zhou Xiaoshu elaborated on. In a grand auditorium, only the sound of Zhou Xiaoshu's voice and the rustling of notes from the audience could be heard. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had passed, and when Zhou Xiaoshu tossed the chalk into the box, Everyone realized the lecture had concluded, revealing expressions of longing for more. Then, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Excellent. Splendid. After Zhou Xiaoshu's explanation, I felt a sudden enlightenment. I never imagined that the application range of millimeter wave radar could be so vast. It is truly unbelievable that such technology could be installed in future vehicles. The applause continued for about a minute, after which Zhou Xiaoshu departed the auditorium, escorted by a few individuals. Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi exchanged a glance, quickly stowing away their notebooks and squeezed through the crowd, finally spotting Zhou Xiaoshu's figure. Zhou Zhigua could hardly contain his excitement and shouted, "Son?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback, while two accompanying security guards immediately turned around, pointing at Zhou Zhigua and reprimanding. "Whom are you calling son? This esteemed individual is Teacher Zhou. Mind your language." Zhou Zhigua hurriedly approached. "Comrade, I truly am his father." Only then did Zhou Xiaoshu turn around, and upon seeing Zhou Zhigua, he found himself frozen in place, uncontrollably. Dad? Mom? Though he had traversed through time, his body remained that of the mischievous child he once was. Upon seeing his parents, his emotions and physical sensations became somewhat uncontrollable. Zhou Zhigua, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed forward and embraced Zhou Xiaoshu, exclaiming, "Haha, it's truly you, my wonderful son. When did you become so remarkable?" Beside them, Wang Shumi hurried over and enveloped Zhou Xiaoshu in her arms, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Xiaoshu, I have missed you so dearly." As Zhou Xiaoshu felt the warmth of his familiar, yet strange parents, a comforting sensation enveloped his heart. "Didn't Grandpa say you two wouldn't return? How come?" At this remark, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi exchanged a glance laden with unspoken sorrow. "We received a notification from our leaders, indicating we were to come here for an expert lecture on millimeter wave radar. And to our surprise, the expert turned out to be you. Indeed, Xiaoshu, what is going on? When did you come to understand this technology? Aren't you usually at the bottom of your class?" Faced with his parents' inquiries, Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes twinkled as he replied, "Well, one day, it felt like an epiphany. Suddenly, I understood everything. Perhaps it was the activation of the genetic traits you both passed down to me." "Huh?" Zhou Zhigua was taken aback. "Genetic traits activated? Is that even possible?" Meanwhile, Wang Shumi, overflowing with maternal affection, interjected, "Forget about activation. The mere fact that we can see our son is worth celebrating. Let us quickly find a place to dine and converse properly." Yes. Let us eat first and have a good chat with our son." The three of them then proceeded to Zhou Xiaoshu's dormitory, where they began to converse over a few simple dishes. "Xiaoshu, tell your mother the truth. How did you end up here?" As Zhou Xiaoshu took a bite of his meal, he remarked, "It's a long story, and it likely begins with the tank manufacturing." "What?" Zhou Zhigua's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes," Zhou Xiaoshu nodded. "Grandpa had concealed a tank beneath the factory at home. I made a few minor modifications, and, inadvertently, it was discovered, leading me to the military district where I began to speak on relevant technologies. The millimeter wave radar is one such technology used in the Type 99 main battle tank." Wow! The couple gasped in disbelief. They had heard of the Type 99 main battle tank during their time at the Research Institute, but they never imagined that their son was behind its creation. This is truly absurd. At that moment, Zhou Zhigua suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, saying, "By the way, could you elaborate on the millimeter wave radar? It just so happens we are currently researching in this field." Wang Shumi also caught on, eagerly nodding, Yes. Millimeter wave radar plays a significant role in our current research direction." Zhou Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. "Of course, no problem. This is all familiar territory for me. I will teach you." After their meal, the couple moved chairs and grabbed notebooks to begin learning the intricacies of millimeter wave radar technology from Zhou Xiaoshu. They studied diligently until 10 o'clock in the evening, at which point Wang Shumi glanced at the time and quickly stated, "It's getting late. Let us allow Xiaoshu to get some rest." Zhou Zhigua then realized, Yes, time for bed." Zhou Xiaoshu, in a state of helplessness, could only close his eyes and lie in bed, yet slumber eluded him for an extended period. In his previous life as a programmer, he had long cultivated the habit of staying up late, rarely sleeping before the clock struck 3. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of Zhou Zhigua's voice resonated within the room. "Shumi, I find it difficult to sleep." "So do I. My mind is consumed with thoughts of millimeter wave radar." Indeed, Xiaoshu has made a significant contribution this time. Millimeter wave radar is crucial for our missile defense system. Exactly. I believe we should seize this opportunity to review the materials without delay. I concur. The couple stealthily rose, shielding the light of the desk lamp, and resumed their technical research. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Xiaoshu had not fallen asleep. He listened in astonishment to his parents' conversation, realizing they were involved in the development of a ballistic missile defense system. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Could he perhaps contribute to the missile defense system as well? Chapter 31. Theft of Documents. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Xiaoshu stifled a yawn and gently nudged Wang Shumi with his elbow. It's 3 o'clock. Let us get some rest, or we'll lack energy during the day. Wang Shumi, unable to resist a yawn herself, replied, Then let us sleep for a bit, but make sure to secure the documents. We mustn't lose them. As they are classified, the couple tidied their belongings and lay down on the cooling mat to sleep. A few moments later, Zhou Xiaoshu's snoring filled the air. Zhou Xiaoshu turned over and whispered, Mom, Dad, are you asleep? No response came from beside the bed. He tried again, Mom, Dad, I'm feeling a bit unwell. However, after a considerable time had passed, there was still no reply. Confirming that they were both asleep, Zhou Xiaoshu cautiously stepped over them and approached the nearby bag. Retrieving the technical document, snuggled under the covers, he illuminated the page with a flashlight and began to delve into its contents. Indeed, they were researching missile interception systems. After a cursory examination of the technical details, Zhou Xiaoshu gleaned a general understanding of the current missile defense system in Longhua. Presently, Longhua was developing a missile interception system utilizing the 7 ground-to-air missile, which was the nation's second-generation air defense missile. Zhou Xiaoshu had also familiarized himself with the 7 ground-to-air missile after acquiring the system. This defense missile was modeled after the Sidewinder missile, designed for all-weather operational capabilities, primarily serving the Army and Navy for short-range air defense. However, this project had only recently been initiated and had yet to make significant progress. His parents were responsible for the radar component. Nevertheless, due to funding issues, the 7 ground-to-air missile had not yet moved into implementation. Zhou Xiaoshu switched off the flashlight, hesitated for a moment while gazing at the documents in his hands, and ultimately tucked them beneath his pillow. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, contemplating what he could do next. With the millimeter wave radar, the missile interception system seemed feasible. Thus, the remaining task was to delve into the research of the 7 ground-to-air missile. He cast a glance at the single-digit points in his system account, then opened the interface to locate the list of military equipment. The extensive array of weaponry and technology seemed endless, yet all remained in a state of unavailability for purchase. Zhou Xiaoshu directly entered surface-to-air missile, and a plethora of models and their respective prices promptly appeared. 7 short-range surface-to-air missile, 300 points. 9 long-range area air defense missile, 1,000 points. 19 strategic anti-missile missile, 2,000 points. Upon viewing the dazzling array of surface-to-air missiles, Zhou Xiaoshu could not suppress a sigh. How could he proceed without points? He couldn't even afford the cheapest 7 short-range surface-to-air missile. What was he to do? He reclined on his bed, legs crossed, as his mind wandered through the intricacies of millimeter-wave radar technology within missile interception systems. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually fell asleep, only to awaken and discover that his parents had long since departed. On the table lay soy milk and fried dough sticks, accompanied by a note. Xiaoshu, your mother and I have to attend to some matters. We'll see you at noon. Don't forget to have breakfast. After reading the note, Zhou Xiaoshu couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The researchers in the Dragon Country during this era truly endured great hardships. They had to live in obscurity and forsake their families. Nevertheless, it was for the best, as he had matters to attend to. Thus, after a brief wash and a swift breakfast, he took his technical documents and made his way to the library to refine the technical content within. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi arrived at the phone booth early in the morning to report the previous day's findings to the director. The director, upon hearing their account, was exceedingly excited and showered them with praise. I never expected this trip to be so fruitful. You must thank me. At this remark, Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Indeed, they ought to thank the director. Without him, they would likely have returned home empty-handed. Unexpectedly, due to a last-minute overtime shift, they encountered their son here and discovered that he had become an expert. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiaoshu was filled with exhilaration. Shumi, should we go see our son's tank? Wang Shumi nodded in agreement, of course. I want to see what our son has accomplished to garner the attention of the general headquarters. Just then, Wang Shumi suddenly recalled something and quickly asked Zhou Zhigua, "By the way, have you secured the technical documents?" Zhou Zhigua nodded, patting his bag. "They're all in there, untouched." "That's good. Those documents are of utmost importance and must be safeguarded. If we lose them, it would be a grave matter. Rest assured, they are absolutely secure. Let's first go see the tank." "Yes, we must check out the tank our son has modified. I heard that production of the Type 80 tank was halted for this very vehicle." As they conversed, they arrived at the workshop where the tank was housed. And upon entering, they were immediately captivated by the imposing steel beast before them. "My goodness, this tank exudes such formidable power. I never anticipated that our son possessed such talents. I wonder from whom he inherited these genes." Subsequently, they followed the technician to learn about the advanced technologies integrated into the Type 99 main battle tank, and they were further astonished by Zhou Xiaoshu's capabilities. After this enlightening exploration, it was already noon, and the couple headed to the cafeteria to collect some meals to bring back to their dormitory. However, to their dismay, they discovered that Zhou Xiaoshu was not present. Seizing the opportunity, they resolved to delve deeper into the intricacies of millimeter-wave radar technology. Just as Zhou Zhigua unzipped the bag to retrieve the document, he realized something was amiss. What he pulled out was not their technical file, but rather a diary. Zhou Zhigua was momentarily perplexed. A diary? He immediately emptied the bag, only to find that their technical documents were conspicuously absent. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shumi was overwhelmed with anxiety. It must have been that mischievous boy who took our documents. If they were lost, it would spell disaster. "Didn't you say you had reviewed everything?" Zhou Zhigua protested, feeling unjustly accused. "I distinctly glanced at it this morning. How did it turn into a diary? That rascal is indeed still a troublesome child. What are we waiting for? We must find him at once." Chapter 32. Handcrafted Radar and an Unknown Signal. Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi anxiously inquired in all directions. Finally, they uncovered where Zhou Xiaoshu had gone. What on earth did that rascal intend to do with our documents in the archives? If there's a breach of confidentiality, we will be in serious trouble. This is your fault for not securing the files properly. You even looked at them this morning. Are you sure you checked thoroughly? Zhou Zhigua felt a bit embarrassed. He had merely glanced at the documents earlier without paying close attention. The diary and the classified files bore strikingly similar exteriors, which he had overlooked. Little did he know that his son had swapped them. Wang Shumi pinched him at his waist. Such a rookie mistake is unbecoming of an experienced researcher. "All right, I understand. I thought our son had matured and become responsible, but it appears he has played a trick on me. Let us hurry. We cannot afford to lose these files." As they spoke, they hurried toward the archives. However, after searching the archives thoroughly, they found no trace of Zhou Xiaoshu. They quickly sought out the administrator. Upon inquiry, they learned that Zhou Xiaoshu had already departed but had left something for them. When the administrator handed over a satchel adorned with a red star, the couple exchanged a glance of concern before eagerly opening it. Inside lay their familiar document, quietly resting. Both sighed in relief. What a scare. Thankfully, it wasn't he lost. They promptly thanked the administrator and, taking the satchel aside, opened the document to examine its contents. The original files remained intact, but as they flipped to the last few pages, they discovered additional material. What had this boy inscribed in such an important document? Wang Shumi stared in astonishment at what she had just uncovered. It appears to be the schematics and technical essentials of a millimeter-wave radar. Huh? Zhou Zhigua hastily took a glance, growing increasingly exhilarated and astonished with each passing moment. As he turned the final page, his fingers trembled with excitement, and he could not help but clasp Wang Shumi's hand. "Shumi, it seems we have misjudged Xiaoshu. He took our document to assist us in completing the millimeter-wave radar technology." Wang Shumi nodded, her heart swelling with warmth, and her eyes glistened with tears. "As parents, we have been terribly inadequate. While we doubted our child, he was helping us. We truly have been remiss." The two exchanged a glance, deeply moved. "Achoo!" Zhou Xiaoshu sneezed, rubbing his nose and muttering, "Who is talking about me?" No sooner had he spoken than a luminous screen flickered to life before him. "Ding, you have secretly taken national confidential documents, earning 200 points. Upon seeing this notification, Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes brightened. The opportunity had presented itself. He originally intended to create a missile defense system. After all, he had perused his parents' confidential documents the previous night, and now he possessed millimeter-wave radar technology. The amalgamation of these two technologies would yield a complete radar component for a missile defense system. Thus, after breakfast, he canceled his classes for the day and headed to the laboratory to commence work on the missile defense system. Regrettably, the parts warehouse at the Jiangnan Armory was sorely lacking in supplies. Zhou Xiaoshu had planned to procure these components himself, but to his surprise, the system rewarded him with 200 points. Though not in abundance, it was sufficient to alleviate his current predicament, sparing him the worry of sourcing the missing components. He immediately accessed the system, locating the military supplies purchasing interface. A dazzling array of information regarding various electronic components and devices appeared before him. Without hesitation, he entered millimeter-wave radar electronic components. In the next moment, the screen displayed several specialized parts related to the millimeter-wave radar. High-precision waveguide component, 10 points. Custom millimeter-wave transceiver module, 30 points. Interference-resistant signal processor, 20 points. Zhou Xiaoshu promptly purchased all the necessary components to construct the millimeter-wave radar. He then immersed himself in the subsequent tasks at hand. The air around him was infused with the scent of rosin from the soldering iron as he deftly applied solder to the circuit board. Wires like threads through a needle connected the various electronic components. In no time, the millimeter-wave radar had been assembled. Although its appearance was not particularly aesthetic, with many electronic components exposed and wires tangled like a spider's web, it was at least functional. Zhou Xiaoshu cradled the radar in his hands and dashed towards the rooftop of the laboratory. Upon reaching the rooftop of the laboratory, Zhou Xiaoshu connected the prepared power strips and pressed the power button. The radar in his hand whirred to life instantly, and as he gazed at the electronic screen displaying the scanning status, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. It worked. The radar, part of the missile defense system he had crafted, had a maximum detection range of 100 kilometers, a limitation imposed by its size. With a more powerful power supply and larger radar receivers and transmitters, the detection range could be further enhanced. However, for the current testing phase, it was more than sufficient. The radar receiver continued to rotate slowly, scanning for objects at high altitudes. Utilizing millimeter-wave radar allowed it to detect many entities that traditional radars could not. Suddenly, a white dot appeared on the screen. Zhou Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback and quickly examined the information regarding the white light. Altitude, 20 kilometers. Speed, 600 kilometers per hour. As he processed the radar's calculations, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. Could it be one of our aircraft? But then it struck him, 20,000 meters is already within the stratosphere. The current operational altitude of Longwa's fighter jets likely hadn't even reached such heights yet. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhou Xiaoshu's mind. Could it be a reconnaissance aircraft from another country? Chapter 33. Radar with a detection range of 20 kilometers. Realizing the implications of this, Zhou Xiaoshu felt an unsettling premonition. An object flying at such an altitude above them was likely there to gather intelligence. After all, they were stationed at the Jiangnan Armory, a crucial facility ensuring the military was well equipped at the front lines. To his surprise, he had inadvertently detected a reconnaissance plane. Was it from Sakura country or Eagle Sauce? Furrowing his brow, Zhou Xiaoshu stared at the direction of the sky for a while, then glanced back at the screen. The small white that was still oscillating back and forth, clearly engaged in reconnaissance of the Jiangnan Armory. An armory exposed within the range of enemy reconnaissance aircraft posed a grave threat. During wartime, missiles could be launched at any moment. Such audacity, boldly flying overhead. Zhou Xiaoshu clenched his fists. Currently, Longwa's air defense system was virtually non-existent, consisting only of a few low-altitude radars with extremely limited scanning capabilities. And there were no effective means to counter enemy missiles. Consequently, Zhou Xiaoshu swiftly transcribed the information and dashed downstairs towards the factory director's office. Meanwhile, within the clouds at an altitude of 20,000 meters above the Jiangnan Armory, a black reconnaissance aircraft traversed the skies, maintaining a steady flight speed. The pilot of the aircraft, chewing gum and humming a tune, appeared completely relaxed, showing no fear of being detected by Longwa. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance officer seated behind held a large camera, capturing images of the armory below. To their astonishment, nestled deep within the mountains, there lay a concealed armament factory. Morrison, tasked with capturing photographs, steadied his camera gimbal as he pointed it toward the Jiangnan armament factory below, remarking, "It appears they are blissfully unaware of our presence." The pilot, Tom, chuckled nonchalantly. "How could they detect us?" Our reconnaissance aircraft is soaring at an altitude of 20,000 meters, far beyond their radar's scanning capabilities. Morrison couldn't help but share a laugh. Indeed, they are quite outdated. We've been flying here for nearly 10 minutes, and they have yet to respond. He continued snapping pictures without a care, adding, if necessary, we could descend slightly. Their radar's maximum detection range barely reaches 15 kilometers. Perhaps not. I prefer to avoid any risks. Jenny is waiting for me at home. Chet, you tease me with that again. By the way, when you plan to introduce me to Jenny's cousin? Haha, no rush. Once this mission concludes, you can accompany me back. And you should be able to meet Lisa. We've made a pact. You cannot leave me hanging this time. Rest assured, I'll lower the altitude a tad. A cloud layer is obstructing my view. The two were in a state of utter relaxation, as though on holiday, unaware that their movements had already been detected by Zhou Xiaoshu's radar. In the office of the factory director, Hu Shun reclined with his legs crossed, examining a report with an expression of contentment. The manufacturing of the Type 99 main battle tank had been authorized, and all armament factories received some technical documentation, with the crucial digital fire control system entrusted to the Jiangnan factory. This news brought immense joy to Hu Shun, as this technology would significantly enhance the capabilities of an ordinary tank. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Director, are you in? Hu Shun was taken aback. Xiaoshu? Come in. The office door swung open, revealing Zhou Xiaoshu, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, pointing skyward. There's a reconnaissance aircraft overhead. Upon hearing this, Hu Shun glanced in the direction indicated, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm. A reconnaissance aircraft? How did you spot it? Radar. What? Radar? Hu Shun was momentarily taken aback. I did not receive any alerts from the radar unit. It's not theirs. It's my radar. What? Hu Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. Your radar? The Type 99 main battle tank hasn't been equipped with millimeter wave radar yet. It's not that type of radar. It's an anti-aircraft radar I developed. Ah, you mean you've created an anti-aircraft radar? Yes. The enemy's reconnaissance aircraft is directly above us. I don't have time to explain. Quickly instruct the missile unit to bring them down. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's earnest demeanor, Hu Shun refrained from questioning him. After all, this young lad, despite being only 8 years old, possessed formidable military technology prowess. If he could assemble a Type 99 main battle tank, creating an anti-aircraft radar seemed well within his capabilities. However, this matter is of great significance. Hastily notifying the air defense forces may inadvertently reveal their location. Therefore, he promptly returned his seat and picked up the telephone to dial a number. This is Hu Shun from Jiangnan Armaments Factory. Immediately investigate whether there are enemy reconnaissance aircraft above us, in a radar station hidden deep within a forest, 30 kilometers east of the Jiangnan military region. Yang Yu listened intently to Hu Shun's voice on the phone, his heart suddenly racing. Enemy reconnaissance aircraft? He glanced at the computer screen before him. Everything appeared normal. After a brief silence on the line, a boy's voice emerged. There is one at an altitude of 20 kilometers directly above you. Quickly notify the air defense forces to intercept it. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Yang Yu was taken aback. 20 kilometers? Our radar's maximum detection range is only 15 kilometers. Another moment of silence passed on the other end. If you can't detect it at 20 kilometers, then forget it. I'll handle this myself. The call ended abruptly, leaving Yang Yu in a state of bewilderment as he stared at the receiver for what felt like an eternity. How could he know there was an enemy reconnaissance aircraft at 20 kilometers when we employ the most advanced radar in the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 34. The takeoff of the fighter jet in the office of the factory director at Jiangnan Armaments. Hu Shun fixed his gaze seriously on Zhou Xiaoshu. This was no trifling matter. The cost of a missile is substantial, and it is not something to be used casually. Once fired, it could very well expose our position. Zhou Xiaoshu, noticing the skepticism etched on Hu Shun's face, could not help but sigh, gesturing toward the laboratory in the distance. If you don't believe me, you can come with me. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoshu was not jesting, Hu Shun nodded and called out to the attendant at the door. You must summon Professor Yang immediately. Zhou Xiaoshu quickly added, direct him to the top floor of the laboratory. We will wait for him there. The attendant paused, casting a glance at Hu Shun. Hu Shun nodded affirmatively. Hurry and execute the order. Yes. The attendant then hurried off, while Zhou Xiaoshu and Hu Shun made their way toward the laboratory. The two men jogged up to the rooftop of the 6th floor. By the time they reached the 6th floor, Hu Shun was already panting heavily. Upon spotting the radar in the distance, still searching for signals, he was momentarily stunned. Is this your air defense radar? Indeed. What of it? Why does it look so small like a toy? Do not concern yourself with its size. If it functions, that is what matters. Come, take a look. Hu Shun, wary, glanced at the screen before Zhou Xiaoshu and indeed saw a small white dot flickering above. Within a few minutes, the white dot circled above the Jiangnan armaments factory. Its flight path was highly suspicious, persistently hovering above the factory. It was undoubtedly spying on us. Damn it. Hu Shun recognized the anomaly. Anything capable of flying in such a manner was certainly not benign. Before Professor Yang arrived, Hu Shun dashed to the 6th floor, found a telephone, and dialed a number. Please check if there are any fighter jet missions today, especially flying over our armory. A moment later, a response came through the phone. Report. There are no flight missions today. Damn it, it's definitely a reconnaissance plane. It seems the Eagles are up to no good. Until now. The land of cherry blossoms has essentially refrained from harboring any thoughts against the Dragon Nation. Yet the Eagles have been clandestinely gathering intelligence on the Dragon's development. Based on the information they acquire, they continuously impose sanctions on the Dragon's technologies, all in an effort to prevent its rise. Amidst this tense situation, the Dragon Nation has persevered, investing generations of effort into research and development, culminating in the achievements we see today. However, the Eagles remain relentless. Previously, it was revealed that the Eagles occasionally dispatched reconnaissance planes to surveil the naval base and military zones. It appears they cannot change their ways, persistently probing for information on the Dragon Nation. Hu Shun hung up the phone and immediately rushed to the rooftop. At that moment, Professor Yang had already arrived at the laboratory's top floor. Professor Yang, this is an air defense radar created by Xiaoshu. The radar has detected a signal from a reconnaissance plane. Please confirm its authenticity. Professor Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the air defense radar before him. Goodness, am I dreaming? Is it really possible to create such a compact air defense radar? However, Zhou Xiaoshu was not in the mood for idle chatter. He pointed at the signal on the screen and declared, "The urgent task now is to shoot down that aircraft." Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's anxious demeanor, Hu Shun quickly interjected, "Uncle, please don't rush. Let Professor Yang confer first." Professor Yang adjusted his glasses and carefully examined the electronic components beneath the radar. Yet, the tangled wires resembling a spider's web made it impossible for him to discern what lay within. After a while, Professor Yang turned to Hu Shun and said, "I can't understand it." Hu Shun nearly lost his temper. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Professor Yang looked helpless. "This technology is too advanced. I've never encountered such sophisticated radar abroad. This tiny radar can detect signals from 20 kilometers away. Frankly speaking, the Dragon Nation has no one capable of handling this. What should we do then?" Upon hearing Hu Shun's inquiry, Professor Yang fixated on the blinking white dot on the screen and suggested, we should send our fighter jets into the air to utilize their onboard radar for detection." All right. Without hesitation, Hu Shun rushed downstairs and immediately called the military district. "This is Hu Shun from Jiangnan Armory. I have an important message to convey. We have detected an enemy reconnaissance plane 20 kilometers above Jiangnan Armory and urgently request your dispatch of fighter jets for reconnaissance." At the Eastern Military District Air Force Command, a telephone operator suddenly spoke up. "Report. Jiangnan Armory has called to say they have detected an enemy reconnaissance plane 20 kilometers above them and are requesting fighter jets for reconnaissance and interception." Hearing this, Chief of Staff Sun Hao was taken aback. What? 20 kilometers above the Jiangnan Armory, an enemy reconnaissance aircraft was detected. How was it discovered? The report indicates that it was identified using their own radar. Sun Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before responding. It is evident that their armory has developed a new radar system. Without further ado, we must promptly notify the combat forces to take flight. Understood. Chapter 35, Aerial Search. Eastern Theater Air Force Base. A blaring alarm resonated throughout the entire base. Subsequently, the voice of Commander Fan Sudong echoed from above the Air Force Base. "All aircraft in the 2nd Squadron, prepare for immediate takeoff." Upon hearing this command, the entire personnel of the 2nd Aviation Squadron halted their tasks and swiftly rushed towards the hangar. In response to the order, Commander Zheng Hu urgently addressed the members of the 2nd Squadron. "All pilots, prepare for combat readiness." Affirmative. The ground crew immediately commenced checks on the fighter jets, refueling, and arming them with air-to-air missiles. Affirmative. Everyone dispersed methodically, attending to their respective duties. In the 1980s, the Dragon country's air force developed slowly, with a limited variety of fighter aircraft. The hangar housed over 30 fighter jets, most of which were J-6 fighters. This model, a derivative of the Soviet MiG-19, represented the first generation of fighters, with relatively outdated performance and a severely limited operational radius. Its primary combat method still relied on the aircraft's cannons for aerial combat, lacking radar and missile systems. In addition to the J-6 fighters, there were a few J-7 fighters, the latest second-generation aircraft of the Dragon country. This model, modeled after the Soviet MiG-21, boasted superior speed and significantly enhanced maneuverability compared to the J-6. More importantly, it was equipped with onboard radar and air-to-air missiles. Although it could not compare to the advanced fighters of the Eagle country, it was nonetheless considered a second-generation fighter and represented the pinnacle of the Dragon country's aviation technology. The 2nd Squadron operated the J-7 fighter jets. Captain Meng Hai of the 2nd Squadron quickly donned his flight suit, running while securing his helmet. Upon reaching Zheng Hu, he inquired, "What is the nature of our mission this time?" Zheng Hu glanced at the time and replied, "The situation is somewhat urgent. The higher-ups have yet to issue an official notice, but since this information was communicated in this manner, you should prepare yourselves." Understood. Meng Hai then approached his fighter jet, conducting a thorough inspection around it. He turned to the fire control operator nearby, who was overseeing the missile loading, and asked, "How long until readiness?" The operator, while checking the missile status, responded, "1 minute." Good. Meng Hai promptly fetched a ladder to ascend and inspect the instruments when he suddenly noticed a military green pickup truck, with its top down, drive directly into the hangar. All personnel within the hangar immediately turned to face it. "Commander Fan! Commander Fan!" Fan Sudong swiftly returned a military salute before approaching several J-7 fighter jets, speaking rapidly. "Everyone is busy with their own tasks, so let me clarify the mission. I have just received a message from the Jiangnan Armory, indicating the presence of an unidentified aircraft in the airspace above the facility. Based on its shape, it appears to be a reconnaissance plane. The 2nd Squadron has been dispatched to carry out the mission of intercepting and, if necessary, shooting down the enemy reconnaissance aircraft should they refuse to vacate the area." Upon hearing this news, the members of the 2nd Squadron exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with shock and excitement. It is truly astonishing that enemy reconnaissance aircraft have appeared again. They seem to have no regard for our Dragon nation. This is outrageous. They have been relentless, and this time we must bring them down. Indeed, last time they eluded us, but this time we are determined to succeed. Listening to the pilots, Fan Sudong took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intensely on them. Based on past experiences, the enemy typically operates at an altitude of approximately 20 kilometers. From what I know, it is likely one of the Eagle Nation's reconnaissance planes, equipped with weaponry. So you must exercise utmost caution. Understood. The J-7 fighter jets were already prepared for flight and had been refueled and armed with air-to-air missiles. Meng Hai and the other pilots swiftly boarded their aircraft. After conducting pre-flight tests, they rapidly taxied down the runway, and soon 4 J-7 fighter jets soared into the sky. At that moment, Zheng Hu could not help but pose a question to Fan Sudong. "Commander, I have a question. You mentioned that the enemy reconnaissance aircraft was detected at an altitude of 20 kilometers. When did our radar become capable of detecting such distances?" Fan Sudong's expression grew serious as he gazed toward the sky. It was reported by the Armory that their new radar made the detection. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hu's eyes lit up. "A new radar? That is fantastic. When will we be equipped with it?" "I have no knowledge of that, but I have not received any information. It is likely just a test radar." "That's unfortunate. The Eagle Nation has become far too brazen, completely dismissing us. This is the 3rd time this month." Fan Sudong couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling quite frustrated. "Yes, being behind means we have to endure such treatment. When will we ever possess our own long-range radar? I am weary of living in constant fear." Just then, a staff member rushed over. "Commander, I have a report. Jiangnan Armory has called in with the flight coordinates of the enemy aircraft." Upon hearing this, both Fan Sudong and Zheng Hu's eyes brightened. "Excellent. With the flight coordinates, we won't have to search for them like headless flies." Zheng Sudong immediately instructed, "Get me in touch with the radar department, so they can relay the enemy's flight coordinates to the 2nd Squadron." "Yes." At that moment, above the Eastern Theater, Meng Hai piloted his J-7 fighter jet over the Jiangnan Armory. However, after flying for some time, he had yet to spot the enemy reconnaissance aircraft, which left him feeling somewhat surprised. He pressed the radio communicator and stated, "This is 02. I have not detected any enemy aircraft. Have you made any discoveries?" Almost immediately, the headsets crackled with responses from the other 3 fighter jets. 03 has not detected anything. 04 has not detected anything. 05 has not detected anything either. Hearing their replies, Meng Hai couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Strange, where could they have flown to? At that moment, 10 kilometers away, in the skies above, a black-painted reconnaissance aircraft was flying. The pilot, Tom, chewed gum as he observed 4 blips on the radar screen, letting out a cold chuckle. Poor fellows. They probably haven't even realized we are here. Morrison, still busy taking photographs, couldn't help but laugh at Tom's words. The radar detection range of the J-7 fighter is a maximum of 5 kilometers. It would indeed be strange if they could spot us. Tom turned to Morrison and proposed, "Shall we toy with them a little? What do you have in mind? We could circle around them, expose our information, and then ascend, leaving them scrambling to locate us. How does that sound?" At this suggestion, Morrison revealed a mischievous grin. "I find that proposal quite appealing." Chapter 36, Discovering Enemy Coordinates. The 2 on the reconnaissance aircraft burst into laughter. Subsequently, Tom piloted the aircraft swiftly toward the direction of the J-7 fighter jets of Longhua. Meanwhile, the 4 Longhua J-7 fighters continued to circle above the Jiangnan arsenal, searching for the American reconnaissance aircraft. However, after 3 circuits, they still had not made any discoveries. Meng Hai stared at the green radar screen, furrowing his brow. Could there be an error in the information? He pressed the headset again. "This is 02. Do you have any new findings?" Report. 03 has not detected anything. Report. 04 sees nothing but clouds. There's no sign of the American reconnaissance aircraft. Report. 05 also has no new findings. Upon hearing these responses, Meng Hai couldn't suppress a sigh. Are we to fly aimlessly like headless flies? At that moment, a white blip suddenly appeared on his radar screen. I have detected something. However, just as he confirmed the enemy's position, it vanished from the radar like a phantom. Immediately, the voices of the other 3 pilots echoed through the headset. Report. 03 has spotted a target, but it has flown away. Report. 04 has also spotted a target. The enemy's coordinates are to our southwest. Report. 05 has detected the enemy directly south of my aircraft. However, the signal has disappeared. Listening to his team's reports, Meng Hai gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, they're doing this on purpose. They know our fighter jets cannot match their speed or altitude, and that our radar cannot detect them, so they are deliberately provoking us. Captain, I request to ascend to higher altitudes. We must bring them down. On the rooftop of the Jiangnan Arsenal Laboratory, Zhou Xiaoshu pointed at the 4 luminous dots appearing on the screen and inquired, "Are those our planes?" Meng Hai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are fighter jets dispatched from the Eastern Air Force Base. As far as I know, they should be J-7 fighters, as the J-6 possesses inferior capabilities and lacks radar. Professor Yang, standing nearby, suddenly remarked while fixated on the screen, "Look, the reconnaissance aircraft of the first team has approached our fighter jets and then veered away. What would they be up to?" Upon witnessing this, Hu Shun furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "These scoundrels are deliberately exposing information, relying on the superior speed of their reconnaissance aircraft and their advanced radar system compared to our J-7 fighters." Zhou Xiaoshu gazed at the screen, and a thought struck him. Could we provide the coordinates in real time to the pilots of the J-7 fighters, enabling them to intercept the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft? Upon hearing this, Hu Shun's eyes lit up. What a brilliant idea. I shall call Fan Sudong at once. He promptly had the telephone line extended to the rooftop and dialed the office of the Eastern Air Force Base Command. "This is Hu Shun. According to the signals displayed on our radar, the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft is in close proximity to our position. We have real-time coordinates available for your immediate use." Soon after, a voice resonated through the phone, Zhang Sudong's. "Excellent. Our pilots are at a loss on how to locate the enemy. Your assistance is invaluable. I will promptly relay the radio channel to you. So make haste and contact the pilots." Understood. Moments later, Hu Shun's phone rang again, and without hesitation, he picked up the receiver. The excited voice of Meng Hai came through. "I am Meng Hai, captain of the 2nd Flight Squadron. I hear you have located the coordinates of the Eagle's reconnaissance aircraft?" "Indeed. We are now reporting their coordinates. The enemy is currently at an altitude of 18,000 meters. At 118 degrees, 36 minutes, 47 seconds east, above the Jiangnan armaments factory, Meng Hai piloted his fighter jet, listening intently to the detailed coordinates being relayed over the phone. Quickly locking the position on the map. It's directly above. We are heading there at once. He then spoke in his headset. Did everyone hear the coordinates? 03 acknowledges. 04 acknowledges. 05 acknowledges. Good. I hereby command an immediate advance to the coordinates and to encircle the enemy. The other 3 pilots were already primed for battle, especially after being provoked by the Eagle, eager to obliterate them at once. They responded in unison, received. The 4 fighter jets swiftly ramped up their power and surged towards the specified coordinates. At that moment, Wang Chong, seated behind Meng Hai, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Captain, have we established a connection with the enemy's radio signals? Immediately inform them that this is the Dragon Nation Air Force, and they better vacate the area swiftly, or they shall not be treated kindly." Understood. The weapons control officer in the back promptly seized the intercom and shouted, "Unknown aircraft, please report your type and flight code. Otherwise, we will open fire." At this moment, on a reconnaissance aircraft located several kilometers away, Tom could not help but chuckle upon hearing the warning from the Dragon Kingdom pilot through his headset. He was astonished that they had indeed discovered their presence. Morrison, who was preoccupied with adjusting his camera, paid little heed to the news. So what if they found us? They certainly dare to open fire. Indeed, they even want to know our fighter jet model and flight codes. Such audacious overreach. He then gently patted Tom, who was in the pilot's seat, and inquired, "What shall we do next?" A sly grin crept across Tom's lips as he replied, "Their radar cannot detect us. Thus, they cannot possibly hit us. Just focus on taking photos and leave the rest to me." With that, he maneuvered the fighter jet to fly in a regular pattern along the clouds, skirting the edge of the Dragon Kingdom's radar. Little did he know, this behavior would soon exact a deadly toll. On the top floor of the Jiangnan Armory Laboratory, Zhou Xiaoshu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the reconnaissance aircraft's rhythmic movements on the radar. What a splendid opportunity. He swiftly seized the microphone and shouted, "Longitude 188 degrees 34 minutes 34 seconds. Latitude 34 degrees 45 minutes 24 seconds. Launch a PL-2 air-to-air missile immediately. Hurry." Chapter 37. Target acquired. Meng Hai, piloting a J-7 fighter jet, was momentarily taken aback when he heard a boy's voice over the headset. Where did this child come from? He glanced down at the microphone near his mouth, surprise flickering in his eyes, and then pressed the headset to inquire. "This is the 2nd Flight Squadron of the Eastern Air Force Base. Who just spoke?" At that moment, Hu Shun's voice resonated in his headset. "I am Hu Shun. You must launch the missile according to the coordinates I just provided. This is the best opportunity. Hurry." Meng Hai was slightly astonished upon hearing this voice. Meanwhile, the weapons officer seated behind him had already locked onto the coordinates as soon as Zhou Xiaoshu announced them. "Captain, I have adjusted the missile to the specified coordinates. Shall we launch?" Meng Hai's mind was in a whirl. His radar displayed no signs of activity, leaving him feeling like a headless fly. However, based on the coordinates provided by the Jiangnan Armory, they had indeed detected the enemy reconnaissance aircraft. After issuing a warning, the absence of any response from the adversary meant they were permitted to engage. But could there truly be an enemy reconnaissance aircraft at that location? After all, the enemy's aircraft was currently in flight. How could they have predicted its presence? Yet this was no time for hesitation. Regardless of the uncertainties, the very fact that the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft dared to venture into such a critical area of the Dragon Kingdom's armory was tantamount to declaring war. Fire! Meng Hai bao dao dai si si vin. Without a moment's pause, the weapons officer pressed the launch button. Whoosh! An air-to-air missile swiftly streaked from the right wing of the fighter jet. The missile trailed a long plume of flame as it pierced through the dense layers of clouds. At that moment, the pilots were uncertain whether this missile would strike its intended target. Within the clouds, 2 reconnaissance aircraft were playfully taunting the Dragon Nation's fighter jets. Tom piloted one of the reconnaissance planes, and he and Morrison shared a hearty laugh. How amusing! They must be seething with rage against us. Indeed, they must be feeling both anger and helplessness, aware of our proximity, yet unable to reach us. This is delightful. Let us circle around them again. All right, I should be nearing the end of my photo session. Let's take another lap, but do keep an eye on our fuel. Let's not run it dry. Rest assured, we departed from the military base in Sakura country. This distance is more than sufficient for us. As they chatted, they maneuvered through the clouds once more. Suddenly, an urgent beeping echoed through Tom's flight helmet, a warning signal indicating an approaching enemy missile. A cold sweat broke out on Tom's brow as he swiftly glanced at the radar interface. The green display flickered with activity, and a white that was rapidly closing in on their reconnaissance aircraft. Alarm, Tom exclaimed, damn. They seem to have spotted us and fired a missile. What? Morrison panicked. You said they couldn't possibly detect us. At that moment, Tom had no time to respond. He quickly assessed the missile's trajectory and deployed countermeasures. Chaff flared out like rain. Brilliant flames ignited at the aircraft's tail as Tom yanked the control stick sharply. The reconnaissance plane ascended rapidly. Meanwhile, Morrison, seated in the rear, peered through the transparent cockpit, spotting a missile, gleaming white, trailing a long flame, hurtling towards them from the distant clouds. Shit, we need to get out of here, he shouted, drenched in cold sweat. Tom gritted his teeth and pulled hard on the control stick, pushing the throttle to maximum. The roar of the jet engines filled the cabin. Boom! The missile detonated upon encountering the countermeasures, scattering debris in all directions. Suddenly, Morrison heard a loud thud above him. He looked up to see a shard embedded in the transparent cockpit canopy. Almost immediately, another explosion erupted to his right, a massive fireball illuminating the cabin. Instinctively, he shielded himself with his arm. Meanwhile, Tom felt the aircraft lurch violently. The indicator for the right engine lit up in red, signaling a complete loss of power. Damn! Tom was drenched in cold sweat. How did they detect us? We were clearly outside their radar range. He simply could not comprehend how the fighter jets of the Dragon Kingdom detected him without visual contact or radar signals. Could it be that our intelligence has fallen behind, and they have acquired more advanced radar technology? Yet, this was not the time for such contemplation. There were still 4 enemy aircraft pursuing them, and they needed to depart swiftly. Otherwise, if they were caught, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, the reconnaissance aircraft was a twin-engine fighter, so even if one engine failed, they could still return, albeit with reduced power. As they attempted to navigate back, the 4 small white dots on the radar rapidly approached. Morrison glanced at the nearly cracking canopy above and bellowed, "Hurry! We must not let them catch us." On the rooftop of the Jiangnan Armory Laboratory, Zhou Xiaoshu and his companions were fixated on the telephone receiver, their faces etched with anticipation. At that moment, Meng Hai's voice resonated through the receiver. The missile struck near the enemy reconnaissance aircraft, damaging its right engine. Our fighter jets are in pursuit. The enemy target is being intercepted. The enemy aircraft has been identified as the Eagle's 2 reconnaissance jets. Upon hearing Meng Hai's words, Hu Shun and Professor Yang erupted in cheers. Hooray! Although it didn't hit directly, we still managed to damage their reconnaissance aircraft. Incredible, Zhou Xiaoshu mused. This marks the first instance of our Dragon Kingdom using a fighter jet to strike an enemy reconnaissance plane. Xiaoshu, we owe this to you. Zhou Xiaoshu let out a sigh of relief. I never anticipated that the radar would perform so excellently. It has indeed passed its test. Professor Yang nodded, admiring the rudimentary radar more with each glance. My goodness, you're truly a genius. No, a genius among geniuses. Hu Shun looked at Zhou Xiaoshu with admiration. Impressive, Xiaoshu. You have made a significant contribution this time. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled slightly when suddenly a semi-transparent light curtain flickered before him. Ding! The radar has detected the Eagle's reconnaissance aircraft and reported its coordinates, causing damage to the aircraft, earning 500 points. Upon seeing this notification, Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes brightened. Could this be considered mischievous behavior? Just as he pondered this, Hu Shun could not help but interject, given the short time frame. And thankfully the missile caused damage to the enemy. Otherwise, launching a missile without a target could indeed lead to complications. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu suddenly understood. No wonder he could earn system points. It made sense now. At that moment, Meng Hai's voice came through the phone again. Damn it. The enemy reconnaissance aircraft has flown out of our radar range. Can we get another report on their coordinates? Chapter 38, A Fruitless Endeavor. Upon hearing Meng Hai's voice, Zhou Xiaoshu and his companions immediately turned their attention to the screen. However, the signal of the Eagle's reconnaissance aircraft had vanished from the radar interface. No way. Did it really fly out? Hu Shun exclaimed in frustration, then turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. Do we have any other options? Zhou Xiaoshu offered a bitter smile and shook his head, lamenting, it appears there is no way. We cannot possibly chase after the signal on foot. Professor Yang mirrored his sentiment with a look of regret, stating, the reconnaissance aircraft is a high-altitude model, possessing a swift flight speed. Even with one engine destroyed, the J-7 fighter jet remains no match for it. Hearing the helplessness in Professor Yang's words, Zhou Xiaoshu felt a deep sense of discomfort. The audacity of the American reconnaissance aircraft to invade the airspace of Longhua, even hovering above their munitions factory and taking indiscriminate photographs, left Longhua powerless to respond. Had it not been for their own radar detection, Longhua might have remained oblivious to the reconnaissance aircraft lurking overhead. The military technology of Longhua was still too far behind and required urgent advancement. Zhou Xiaoshu silently resolved to take action. Hu Shun stood up and gazed at the azure sky, letting out a long sigh. What a splendid opportunity it would be to capture an American reconnaissance aircraft. In that case, they would be at a disadvantage in the court of public opinion. However, Professor Yang disagreed, stating, hasn't the United States engaged in such actions before? They are unlikely to find themselves in a passive position unless we surpass them in strength, matching their prowess. Above the airspace of Longhua, the American reconnaissance aircraft rapidly flew towards the Yin Sea. Despite its right engine being damaged and trailing black smoke, it remained beyond the reach of the J-7 fighter jets. Meng Hai, along with several team members, pursued swiftly, yet all they could see were plumes of thick black smoke. Even at maximum speed, the fighter jets could not contend with the reconnaissance aircraft. What a pity, we were so close to capturing them. Someone lamented, if only we had been a bit quicker. We could have encircled them, but alas, they escaped. Another added, I even considered launching a missile, but they darted past too quickly to catch up. Listening to the despondent voices through his headset, Meng Hai felt a profound sense of frustration. Meng Hai glanced at the fuel gauge, announcing, all right, everyone, it's time to return. He then led the fighter jets back to the Eastern Air Force Base. Upon landing, a throng of personnel awaited them. Did you locate the enemy? Inquired the commander of the Eastern Military Region Air Force, Fan Sudong, impatiently before Meng Hai had even disembarked. Hearing the question, Meng Hai couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. We were so close. Our missile successfully destroyed their right engine, yet we ultimately fell short. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sudong patted Meng Hai on the shoulder, praising, well done. You have done your utmost. To launch a missile and succeed in damaging their engine under the circumstances is commendable. However, Meng Hai quickly clarified, report, Commander. We actually received the coordinates from the Jiangnan Armory, which enabled us to launch the missile. The revelation left Zhang Sudong and Chief of Staff Sun Hao momentarily speechless. What? Are you saying the coordinates were provided by the Jiangnan Armory? Indeed, it was they who first divulged the approximate direction and position of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Upon our arrival at the designated location, we discovered the enemy's aircraft, and subsequently, they provided the enemy's coordinates. Zhang Sudong appeared utterly astonished. Such prowess. Not only can they record the enemy's coordinates, but they can even compute the direction of the enemy's flight. This is simply preposterous. At this point, he turned to his companion, Sun Hao, and inquired, when did they acquire such advanced equipment? Sun Hao, equally bewildered, replied, I have no idea. It was then that Meng Hai interjected, Commander, Chief of Staff, I suggest we investigate this matter personally. His desire to see for himself stemmed from the voice of a child he had heard through the earpiece. Particularly, Hu Shun's unwavering confidence in the coordinates provided by that child struck him as extraordinary. He had a nagging feeling that the child was no ordinary being. Sun Hao glanced at Zhang Sudong. Shall we make a direct visit? It will be an opportune moment to assess their new equipment. If they indeed possess more advanced radar, we must procure it immediately. Without delay, Zhang Sudong concurred. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us depart at once. After arranging a few matters, he and Sun Hao promptly set off for the Jiangnan Armory. At the top floor of the Jiangnan Armory laboratory, Professor Yang carefully cradled the radar crafted by Zhou Xiaoshu. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, how did you calculate that coordinate you reported earlier? It was remarkable that Zhou Xiaoshu could ascertain the position of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft in such a brief span of time. His intellect surpassed that of a computer. Although we had entered the 1980s, the technological capabilities of Longhua remained significantly behind. Computers, at this juncture, were primarily the domain of the Eagle Nation, with Longhua reliant on imports. Moreover, to analyze the flight trajectory of an enemy reconnaissance aircraft would necessitate even more sophisticated computing power, something that only the military of the Eagle Nation likely possessed. Professor Yang was eager to understand how Zhou Xiaoshu achieved this feat upon hearing Yang's inquiry. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled faintly and explained, actually, this radar contains a set of algorithms capable of swiftly calculating the data. Professor Yang paused, picking up the radar and cautiously untangling the spiderweb-like wires to reveal a black object the size of a fingernail. Is this what you're referring to? Indeed, this is called a chip, which serves as the brain of the radar. The radar transmits the received signals to this chip, which then rapidly computes the results. As Zhou Xiaoshu elaborated, Professor Yang experienced an epiphany, but upon gazing at the tiny chip, he was left in awe. Incredible! To create such a thing is truly a testament to your genius. Just then, two figures appeared at the entrance of the top floor. One of them, a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, was none other than Zhou Zhigua. Upon spotting Zhou Xiaoshu, he rushed over without a second thought. You little rascal! How dare you hide away here? Why didn't you inform your parents before taking things from my bag? Observing the fierce countenance of Zhou Zhigua, Hu Shun immediately adopted a stern expression and positioned himself protectively in front. Comrade, how can you strike a child? Chapter 39. This is called a missile defense system. Zhou Zhigua was taken aback, gazing at Hu Shun's protective demeanor, and quickly pointed at Zhou Xiaoshu, offering an explanation. Greetings, Director Hu. Please do not misunderstand. I am Zhou Zhigua from the Northwest Research Institute, and this is my wife, Wang Shumi. We are the parents of Xiaoshu. Upon hearing Zhou Zhigua's introduction, Hu Shun finally relaxed slightly, though his voice still carried a hint of dissatisfaction. That does not justify striking a child. What if he gets hurt? To Hu Shun, Zhou Xiaoshu was a treasure of their military factory. Not only had he contributed to the development of the Type 99 main battle tank and its various technologies, but he had also devised an air defense radar system. This was a blessing bestowed upon their factory, and indeed, a boon for the nation. Zhou Zhigua's intention to strike him was something Hu Shun could never allow. After being reproached by Hu Shun, Zhou Zhigua felt embarrassed. I apologize, Director Hu. I understand now. My child can be quite mischievous and has surely caused you trouble. I will take him home at once. However, before Hu Shun could respond, Professor Yang, standing nearby, abruptly interrupted Zhou Zhigua. Trouble? No. He has not caused us trouble. Rather, he has made a significant contribution. Hu Shun nodded in agreement, beaming as he patted Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder. Indeed, he has rendered a great service. Without him, our secrets at the Jiangnan military factory would have long been seized by the Americans. We owe him our gratitude. What? Both Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi were taken aback. The Americans? Thank him. How on earth is our son involved with them? What has he done? In truth, the couple had no intention of reprimanding Zhou Xiaoshu. They merely sought to educate him. After all, the documents in their possession contained classified information, and any leak would spell disaster. Furthermore, they were eager to have Zhou Xiaoshu elucidate some technical issues. Having just perused the documents, they discovered that, based on the technologies and diagrams Zhou Xiaoshu had completed, they could seemingly construct a missile defense system directly. Seeing the bewildered expressions on Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi's faces, Professor Yang chuckled and recounted the recent events. Upon hearing about Zhou Xiaoshu's experiences, the couple was rendered speechless in shock. To their astonishment, unbeknownst to everyone else, their son had orchestrated the actions of Dragon Country's pilots to intercept an American reconnaissance aircraft, even utilizing missiles to destroy the right engine of the aircraft. It was simply absurd. Professor Yang could not help but express his astonishment at this revelation. Indeed, such is the case. The radar developed by your son not only possesses an impressive range, but also boasts formidable computational capabilities, enabling it to calculate the lead time of enemy aircraft, an essential feature for any fighter jet. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Zhigua swallowed hard, then pointed to the rudimentary small radar in Professor Yang's hands and inquired Professor Yang, "Did you just say this was created by my son?" Professor Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, do not let its diminutive size fool you. It can detect targets up to 20 kilometers away. At that moment, Wang Shumi, captivated by the radar that resembled a small electric fan, could not resist tugging at Zhou Zhigua's sleeve. Zhou Zhigua turned, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" "Look, doesn't it resemble the design depicted by Xiaoshu?" Upon hearing Wang Shumi's words, Zhou Zhigua recalled the drawing with deliberate attention and, upon comparing it to the small radar before him, gasped in astonishment. Indeed, goodness, while we are still studying the technology, Xiaoshu has already constructed the air defense system. The couple immediately turned their gaze to Zhou Xiaoshu, exclaiming, "Xiaoshu, what on earth is happening here?" Zhou Xiaoshu smiled gently and indicated the radar, "Mom and Dad. After reviewing your technical documents, and combining them with my own knowledge, I found it was not as daunting as I had anticipated. So I couldn't help but create the air defense system. What? The collective exclamation echoed in disbelief from everyone present. Is it truly that absurd? This is an air defense system, and he claims it was not that difficult? Particularly for Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi, who had secluded themselves in the depths of the mountains for several years, tirelessly striving to construct this very system. It was astonishing to hear this young lad casually dismiss the complexity with such ease. Professor Yang stared blankly at the radar beside him. Isn't this just a radar? Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head. If we were to call it a radar, it indeed qualifies, yet it is far more than that. For it is a radar designed to be used in conjunction with missiles. Wang Shumi added, the air defense system can utilize radar signals to ascertain the target's position and calculate its flight lead time, inputting this data into the missile's guidance system, allowing the missile to continuously adjust its trajectory to strike the target. A mere radar only detects enemy targets. It lacks the subsequent capabilities. Upon hearing this, Professor Yang gasped in astonishment, casting a look of reproach at Zhou Xiaoshu. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I assumed it was just an ordinary radar, which is why I was perplexed by its extraordinary computational prowess. Zhou Xiaoshu laughed heartily. You didn't ask. I thought you were already aware. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi were utterly astounded. So, you mean this air defense system can directly interface with missiles? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded precisely. But you currently do not possess any missiles. Wang Shumi shook her head. That is of little consequence. The air defense system is what matters. It serves as the brain and commander for the missiles. Once we have it, the remaining tasks will become straightforward. Observing the couple's excitement, Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes twinkled as he spoke. How about I assist you in constructing the missile as well? Chapter 40. The inventor turns out to be a child. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's proposal to also create the air defense missile, Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi exchanged anxious glances. Xiaoshu, Zhou Xiaoshu admonished, building missiles is no trivial matter. It cannot be undertaken lightly. You must not engage in such folly. Your mother is right. You are still a child, at an age for schooling. Do not indulge in reckless pursuits. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's concerns, Professor Yang, who was nearby, interjected with displeasure. Zhou Xiaoshu has already successfully developed the air defense radar. Can this still be deemed folly? It is the hindrance to research in Long Country that is truly absurd. Professor Yang is a prominent figure in the radar domain, and as he spoke, Zhou Xiaoshu and his wife hurried to clarify. Professor Yang, that is not our intention. We merely believe that Xiaoshu is still too young and fear for his safety. After all, the air defense missile is far more dangerous than the radar. Hu Shun chimed in. Old Yang, please do not be agitated. We can understand their concerns. Xiaoshu is indeed quite young, and there is a significant difference between developing missiles and air defense radars. With a resigned sigh, Professor Yang responded, very well, very well. I simply cannot bear to see talent go unrecognized. Xiaoshu, should you wish to pursue any research, do not hesitate to let me know. I am here to support you. Everyone chuckled, dismissing Zhou Xiaoshu's words lightly, for the technological demands of missile development are exceedingly high. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase as several soldiers clad in white Air Force uniforms appeared on the top floor. Hu Shun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them. Commander Fan, what brings you here? He asked, quickly approaching to shake hands with Fan Sudong. Fan Sudong expressed his gratitude. Thank you for providing us with the data. This time, we successfully shot down an Eagle reconnaissance aircraft, and you are to be credited for it. Hu Shun chuckled as he shook Fan Sudong's hand. We must also thank you for safeguarding the secrets of the Jiangnan Armory. However, I wonder what the Eagle reconnaissance aircraft managed to capture of us. Alas, it is regrettable that our J-7 fighter jets cannot compare to the performance of the Eagle reconnaissance aircraft. Even after damaging one of their engines, they still managed to escape. As he spoke, Fan Sudong could not suppress a deep sigh. He then turned to Professor Yang, eagerly extending his hand. If I am not mistaken, this radar must be the result of your work, Professor Yang. It is an honor to finally meet you. We owe our gratitude to your radar. Professor Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook hands with Fan Sudong and replied, I cannot take credit for this. It is not my achievement. Hearing this, Chief of Staff Sun Hao could not help but chuckle. It is well known that Professor Yang is an expert in our nation's radar technology. Who else could it possibly be? Professor Yang felt quite flustered, insisting, I truly do not possess such capabilities. Moreover, this is not an ordinary radar. It is a specialized radar for a missile defense system. I assure you, it is not my doing. I lack such prowess. Upon hearing these words, Fan Sudong and his companions wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What? It's really not you, Professor Yang? Professor Yang shook his head, ready to speak. When Fan Sudong's gaze fell upon Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi, his eyes brightening. Ah, so it's you too. Has there been a breakthrough at the Northwest Research Institute? You ought to have informed me sooner. As he spoke, Fan Sudong shook Zhou Xiaoshu's hand, adding, I have heard of your esteemed contributions to our nation's air defense system, sacrificing your families for the cause. On behalf of the Eastern Military District, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you both. Zhou Xiaoshu, shaking Fan Sudong's hand, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Greetings, sir. It's a pleasure to see you again, but we did not invent this radar. What? Fan Sudong was left in shock, while Sun Hao and Meng Hai beside him mirrored his confusion. What is going on? If at ISNTU too, then who is responsible? Indeed, it can't be anyone other than you distinguished scientists here. You can't possibly suggest it's old US research, can you? Hu Shun, looking distressed, replied, No, you're mistaken. I lack such capability. How peculiar. If it's not you, then who is it? Fan Sudong's gaze instinctively shifted to the young Zhou Xiaoshu. Young man, do you know who it is? Zhou Xiaoshu turned to glance at Hu Shun, then at his parents. Can I say it's me? At that moment, Sun Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Little one, you probably don't understand what we're discussing. Radar requires the collaboration of many scientists, and the calculations take considerable time to produce. Before he could finish, Professor Yang interjected with a sigh. Indeed, it is Zhou Xiaoshu who developed this radar and provided you with the coordinates. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression mirroring that of Fan Sudong's disbelief, unable to fathom Professor Yang's assertion. Professor Yang, please, he is just a child. How could that be possible? At this moment, Meng Hai suddenly inquired, Young man, was that the coordinate address you just provided me? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was I who shared it with you. Gasping, Fan Sudong and the others exchanged serious glances with Professor Yang and Hu Shun. This was no matter to take lightly. After all, he was merely a child. How could he have developed this radar? Surely, he couldn't even solve a linear equation. Enough of this jesting. We have come specifically to express our gratitude to the inventor of the radar. Without it, we would have no means to operate this reconnaissance aircraft. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi felt a swell of pride within them. They exchanged a knowing glance before turning to Fan Sudong. Indeed, it is our child who developed it. His name is Zhou Xiaoshu. As those words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. Fan Sudong swallowed hard, finally noticing the rudimentary radar, entangled like a spider's web beside him. Is this his creation? The radar capable of detecting targets at an altitude of 20 kilometers? He stared at Zhou Xiaoshu, his eyes filled with astonishment. Zhou Xiaoshu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. To be precise, it should be referred to as the Missile Defense System's anti-aircraft radar, which operates in conjunction with the anti-aircraft missiles. Professors Yang and Hu both nodded in agreement. Indeed, the groundbreaking research and invention by Xiaoshu significantly enhanced the detection range of our radar. In the future, should reconnaissance aircraft attempt to intrude upon our airspace, they may find it an impossible endeavor. Upon hearing this, Fan Sudong immediately exhibited a deep respect and hurriedly grasped Zhou Xiaoshu's hand. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. You are the very inventor of this anti-aircraft radar. I am truly in awe. Zhou Xiaoshu, facing the commander of the Air Force Base, quickly humbly replied, It is merely my duty. Meanwhile, Sun Hao also extended his hand to shake Zhou Xiaoshu's. My apologies. We truly did not anticipate that such an advanced radar would be invented by a mere child. You are truly remarkable. Meng Hai, filled with excitement, saluted Zhou Xiaoshu directly. Thank you for providing us with the coordinates. Without your assistance, we might never have detected the reconnaissance aircraft. I believe this commendation is rightfully yours. Fan Sudong nodded and then proposed, I think it is appropriate to award Xiaoshu a second-class personal merit. Sun Hao promptly concurred. I second that. Chapter 41. It could actually be even further. Upon hearing this, Hu Shun hastily added, by the way, the Type 99 main battle tank that Xiaoshu developed previously has been recognized by our superiors, and they have decided to award him a first-class merit. Why not present both awards at the commendation ceremony? As Hu Shun finished speaking, Fan Sudong and the others were left utterly astonished. What? Another new invention? The three simultaneously turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Goodness, I have witnessed the extraordinary before, but never anything quite like this. This child appears to be no older than 10, and he has also invented the Type 99 main battle tank. How on earth has he accomplished this? In the face of the astonishment from Fan Sudong and his companions, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi, standing nearby, felt an immense pride. Their son had achieved great success, bringing honor to them as parents. This joy surpassed even their own accomplishment of developing the anti-aircraft radar. Hu Shun smiled slightly and began to recount the various advanced technologies of Zhou Xiaoshu's Type 99 main battle tank with the enthusiasm of a proud parent. The more Fan Sudong and the others listened, the more astonished they became, scarcely able to fathom that a tank could possess such an array of cutting-edge technologies. Once Hu Shun concluded, Fan Sudong's eyes glistened with emotion. My goodness, is this truly possible? A tank equipped with so many advanced technologies would turn enemy tanks into mere targets on the battlefield. He then turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. Young man, how did you manage to achieve these technological feats? As he posed his question, all eyes turned toward him, particularly Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi, who were equally astonished by their son's remarkable achievements. How had they not noticed such a talent in him during his childhood? Zhou Xiaoshu smiled slightly. I enjoy reading books about military equipment in my spare time. So you taught yourself? Yes, indeed. In that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Though it may seem somewhat absurd, the equipment lies before us, having been validated. Everyone stands in astonishment, at a loss for words. Subsequently, Fan Sudong glanced once more at the radar, his face brimming with anticipation as he inquired, when will such radar be equipped at our Air Force base? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu turned to his parents, saying that would depend on their wishes, as some of the technology originates from them. Zhou Zhigua promptly thumped his chest, reassuring, rest assured, we will certainly separate this technology for application in our Dragon Nation's various air defense systems and upgrade it accordingly. Hearing Zhou Zhigua's response, Fan Sudong was immediately elated. This is fantastic. With this radar, reconnaissance aircraft will no longer dare to approach our Dragon Nation. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu suddenly recalled something and quickly spoke up. In fact, if I increase the power of this air defense radar, the detection range could extend to approximately 50 kilometers. What? The crowd couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Astonishingly, there exists even more formidable technology yet to be revealed. Professor Yang was utterly stunned. There is even more advanced technology? My goodness, Xiaoshu, why didn't you present the superior radar sooner? Nearby, Meng Hai could barely contain himself. Indeed, had you provided us with a few more coordinates earlier, we might have been able to shoot it down. What a pity. Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi also turned their gaze toward Zhou Xiaoshu. Is it a matter of insufficient materials? Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head. The materials are adequate. It is the power of the radar transmitter that falls short. I utilized household electricity at 220 volts. If a higher power source were employed, the radar waves could be transmitted further. Zhou Xiaoshu then elucidated the technical principles, leading Zhou Zhigua and his wife, as well as Professor Meng, to a sudden realization. So that's it. It merely requires a greater power output. What is the maximum range achievable? Only 50 kilometers? Zhou Xiaoshu pondered for a moment, with some adjustments. And with effort, a detection range of 100 kilometers is indeed feasible. He spoke the truth. By increasing the power and adjusting the transmitter's output while enlarging the radar's reflective surface, a detection range of 100 kilometers could be attained. Of course, this would demand stricter conditions, influenced by weather and surrounding electromagnetic waves. A detection range of 50 kilometers could be reliably achieved even in adverse conditions. As he concluded his statement, the audience was left utterly astounded. 100 kilometers! Good heavens! If we possessed such radar, aside from their stealth fighters, will we not be able to detect any other targets? Fan Sudong's heart raced as he envisioned the future of possessing this advanced detection radar. Looking at Zhou Xiaoshu with eyes full of hope, I'm going to report this to the military district immediately. We must ensure that Xiaoshu develops this technology and expedites its deployment to all radar stations and military districts. Zhou Zhigua promptly remarked, we must report this to the Research Institute immediately. The director will undoubtedly be very pleased. In a land of cherry blossoms, on the runway of a certain Air Force base belonging to the Eagles, a reconnaissance aircraft trailing thick smoke, endured a tumultuous journey before finally colliding with a nearby building, coming to a halt. However, this reconnaissance aircraft was utterly wrecked. Its right wing, after enduring several hours of combustion, shattered upon impact. Subsequently, a group of soldiers rushed forward, dragging fire hoses and extinguishers to combat the flames. A military medic arrived with a stretcher and lifted the severely burned Tom and Morrison onto it, transporting them to the nearest hospital for treatment. After several hours of emergency care, the gravely injured Morrison was still in critical condition, while Tom had regained consciousness. A few officers approached, unable to contain their curiosity about Tom's condition. "Damn it, what exactly happened?" one inquired. Tom, his body wrapped in bandages, responded with a trembling voice. "Report. We were executing a reconnaissance mission when suddenly a missile exploded on the right side of our aircraft, damaging the right engine." He recounted the harrowing experience, detailing the sequence of events. Several officers and combat analysts diligently recorded his account. The combat analyst, stroking his chin, remarked, "Logically, they should not have detected us. Their military radar has a maximum detection range of just over 10 kilometers, while our reconnaissance aircraft was flying at an altitude of 20,000 meters. If I am not mistaken, they must have acquired high-altitude reconnaissance radar." Upon hearing this, one officer's expression turned grave. "Damn it, they have secretly developed such radar. This matter must be reported to the command center. Otherwise, our reconnaissance aircraft will face trouble in the future." At that moment, the combat analyst interjected, "Let us not rush. I believe we should test again to see if they indeed possess high-altitude detection radar. What we just analyzed was merely speculative." "Test again? What if they do have it? Wouldn't that just deliver our reconnaissance aircraft right into their hands? Then let us dispatch a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. Its operational altitude and speed are beyond the reach of their missiles." Upon hearing this, the officer contemplated for a moment. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will request authorization from higher-ups, but the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft must be reassigned from another military district, which may take a few days." Chapter 42. Can you produce missiles? In a secret research institute nestled within a mountainous region in the northwest, in the director's office, Zhou Xiaoshu, clad in a lab coat, his hair disheveled and thick glasses perched on his nose, held the phone with astonishment. "What did you say? Are you implying that your son has successfully dealt with the Missile Defense System's air defense radar? Is that correct?" "Indeed. Absolutely true." The voice of Zhou Xiaoshu on the other end, though calm, carried a hint of pride. "This is impossible." Zhou immediately dismissed Zhou Xiaoshu's words. "If memory serves me right, your son is only 8 years old. How could he possibly have achieved this? In truth, I'm not entirely certain, but just moments ago, his air defense radar detected 2 reconnaissance aircraft from the United States, and in conjunction with the Air Force fighters, they were successfully destroyed. At that very moment, Zhou was so astonished upon hearing this news that his hands trembled slightly. Zhou Xiaoshu, a researcher under his guidance and his own student, was someone he knew well. There was no way he could fabricate such a statement. Yet, the incredibility of the claim was simply astounding, pushing the boundaries of belief. "Well then, please elaborate on the technical aspects. I will take notes." "Certainly." Zhou Xiaoshu proceeded to articulate the relevant technologies of the air defense radar developed by Zhou Xiaoshu over the phone. As Zhou listened, he was repeatedly struck with astonishment at each technical detail, at times furrowing his brow in contemplation, at other moments displaying expressions of sudden enlightenment. Upon completion, Zhou fell into a profound silence. It is noteworthy that many of these technologies were challenges they had yet to surmount. However, after hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's explanations, he instantly grasped the underlying principles, thoroughly impressed by Zhou Xiaoshu's abilities. "Remarkable. I must meet this prodigious son of yours." No problem, director. I will bring him to the research institute shortly. Do you think that would be acceptable?" "Absolutely. If he does not come, I shall personally extend an invitation." After the call ended, Zhou sat in his chair, reflecting on the myriad notes he had just taken, filled with boundless emotions. The time had come for them to advance their research on air defense missiles. He had not anticipated that this day would arrive so suddenly. He truly felt the need to express his gratitude to the unseen Zhou Xiaoshu. As Zhou Xiaoshu placed his call to the Northwest Research Institute, Fan Sudong promptly reported this development to the Eastern Military Region Command. The personnel at the Eastern Military Region Command were equally elated upon learning of the breakthrough in radar technology. "What youthful genius! Who would have thought that this breakthrough in our radar technology would be attributed to Zhou Xiaoshu? Truly extraordinary. Commander, I believe it would be appropriate to award him a second-class merit at the upcoming commendation ceremony. Wouldn't you agree? A second-class merit? This radar technology is of paramount importance. It has definitively addressed the vulnerabilities in our national air defense system. A second-class merit is simply insufficient. It must be a first-class merit. Huh? A first-class merit? That would amount to 2 first-class merits. He deserves 2 first-class merits. In Zhou Xiaoshu's temporary lodging, Zhou Zhigua opened the door and was taken aback to find the elderly gentleman packing his belongings. Wang Shumi, standing nearby, was equally surprised, quickly nudging Zhou Zhigua in the ribs. If our father were not here, how could Xiaoshu be in this place? Why ask such a question? Zhou Jinyun, observing the couple's arrival, was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Did you not both say you would not come? Were you attending some expert lecture? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helpless amusement. We had no idea that the expert in question was Zhou Xiaoshu. Indeed, father. We only just learned about these developments concerning Xiaoshu, and you did not inform us. The old man let out a dissatisfied grunt. How many years has it been since you last returned home? Do you still remember you have a son? I merely wished to surprise you. Yet it seems I've inadvertently revealed it beforehand. Truly, I have failed to conceal any surprises. At this, Zhou Jinyun turned to Zhou Xiaoshu with a tender expression. Grandfather has been at the general headquarters for a bit longer than usual these past few days. Have you encountered any troubles on your own? Zhou Xiaoshu nonchalantly nodded, popping a large white rabbit milk candy into his mouth, stating, Director who has been quite good to me. He even arranged for special meals. Oh, that's good to hear. I was worried you might not adjust well to living alone, and I called him several times. Hearing you say this puts my mind at ease. As he spoke, the old man patted Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to see my old comrades again. I owe you my gratitude. Just then, Zhou Ji was suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke up. By the way, our director mentioned wanting Xiaoshu to visit the Research Institute to provide guidance on radar technology issues. Dad, after the awards ceremony, shall we take him along? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinyun furrowed his brow. Can Xiaoshu adapt to those remote mountainous areas in the northwest? Zhou Zhigua quickly cast a pleading glance at his wife. Wang Shumi promptly reassured. Dad, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoshu and personally bring him back. All right then, he replied. However, at that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu suddenly inquired. Can Mom and Dad build anti-aircraft missiles? Hearing Zhou Xiaoshu mention missiles again, both Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi felt a wave of exasperation. Xiaoshu, we've already discussed this. Missiles are too dangerous. You're still a child. Please refrain from thinking about such things for now, all right? Zhou Zhigua added, leave the missile matters to us. You focus on studying radar technology. Hearing this from his parents, Zhou Jinyun could hardly contain himself. True, Xiaoshu is a child, but he is no ordinary child. Last time, he even crafted a shell himself. Why do you doubt his capabilities? What? Upon learning that Zhou Xiaoshu had personally made a shell, Wang Shumi was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What on earth happened? Zhou Xiaoshu then vividly recounted the incident, and by the end, the couple was utterly bewildered. Zhou Zhigua cast an accusatory glance at the old man. Xiaoshu is just a child, engaging in such perilous activities. Why didn't you stop him? What if something went wrong? Zhou Xiaoshu quickly interjected, it's grandfather's fault. It was my own decision. Besides, making a shell is quite easy. Oh dear. Zhou Zhigua sighed heavily, unsure how to guide his son. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu approached Zhou Jinyun and whispered, Grandfather, does the Research Institute where Mom and Dad work really deal with missiles? Hearing this, Zhou Jinyun grinned broadly. Why? Are you eager to make another missile? I want to give it a try. Haha. Rest assured, they do manufacture missiles there. It's just that no one knows how. Isn't that fortunate? I know how. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's proud demeanor, Zhou Zhigua covered his forehead and remarked to Wang Shumi, Indeed, an old man raising a child is no easy task. What has this child become? Wang Shumi, at a loss for words, since that the pair had entirely disregarded both her and Zhou Zhigua. Never mind, she thought, once we reach our destination, I shall keep a close watch on him. After the technical seminar concludes, I will personally escort him back. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhou Xiaoshu began to ponder how long it would take to manufacture a missile. However, after a moment's reflection, he concluded that the time remaining might be insufficient. It appeared that he would have to create one himself within the Jiangnan military district. Chapter 43. The commendation ceremony that evening, after his parents had fallen asleep, Zhou Xiaoshu accessed the system interface. Host Zhou Xiaoshu. Current points, 502 points. Currently unlocked military technologies, 99 main battle tanks, air defense radars. Glancing at his points balance, Zhou Xiaoshu promptly navigated to the military supplies section, where he discovered the 7 short-range air defense missile. 7 short-range air defense missile, 150 points. Taken aback by the price of the missile, Zhou Xiaoshu quickly regained his composure. He realized that for each type of military equipment, as long as he unlocked one related technology, the total price would deduct the points required for the unlocked technology. So that was it. The system truly was not deceiving him. A subtle smile graced Zhou Xiaoshu's lips as he decisively chose to purchase it. Beep. You have spent 150 points to acquire the technology for the 7 short-range air defense missile. No sooner had the notification sounded than Zhou Xiaoshu felt a surge of new memories flooding his mind. With the complete system for the short-range air defense missile now at his disposal, he finally settled down for a restful sleep. The following morning, he ventured to the materials department to gather the various components necessary for constructing the air defense missile. To his dismay, he found the materials department woefully lacking. Essential electronic components were almost entirely unavailable. Although various electronic parts wrapped in plastic films were imported from abroad, none met his specifications. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Xiaoshu lamented the inadequacies of the foundational industry. He had not anticipated that even a capacitor would be unattainable. It seemed he would have to procure another batch from the system. Thus, he opened the military supplies interface once more and made purchases according to his needs. This expenditure consumed an additional 200 points, surpassing even the cost of acquiring the missile technology. Zhou Xiaoshu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Just yesterday, he had praised the system, yet here he was facing unexpected costs the very next day. However, upon further contemplation, he began to understand. While technology is indeed costly, the components required to realize that technology also necessitate technical support. Thus, it seemed reasonable that the cost of technical components would exceed that of the technology itself. Zhou Xiaoshu increasingly felt his own capabilities strengthening. Having gathered the necessary items, Zhou Xiaoshu once again immersed himself in the laboratory, busily engaged in his work. Aside from taking the occasional break for a seminar or a meal, he spent the majority of his time engrossed in the lab. The grand auditorium of the Jiangnan Armory is adorned with vibrant decorations, as lanterns hang from either side of the meticulously cleaned pathway, devoid of even a single fallen leaf. A long crimson carpet stretches across the center of the hall, evoking the joyous atmosphere of a wedding celebration. To the right, a group of soldiers clad in green uniforms ascend ladders to hang a lengthy banner in the heart of the auditorium, which unfurls to reveal the bold inscription, Jiangnan Armory Commendation Ceremony. After a morning of diligent preparations, the auditorium is finally ready. Following lunch, everyone dons fresh, tidy attire and gathers in the hall. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu remains engrossed in the development of air defense missiles. Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi have also changed into their clean clothes, with Wang Shumi having applied a light touch of makeup and styled her hair elegantly. She casually inquires, "Where is Xiaoshu? He is the star of the ceremony today." Zhou Zhigua adjusts his collar in front of the mirror and replies, "He has probably gone back to the lab again. Who knows what he has been busy with these past few days." Wang Shumi sighs and glances at her watch. "Oh no. There is less than an hour until the ceremony begins. We need to hurry and fetch Xiaoshu." The two hasten to the laboratory, where they find Zhou Xiaoshu welding an unknown component with a welding gun, surrounded by an array of various parts on the experimental table. Wang Shumi gently taps on the laboratory door, prompting Zhou Xiaoshu's voice to call out from within, "No one is here." The response leaves both Wang Shumi and Zhou Zhigua momentarily taken aback. "Who exactly are you then?" Wang Shumi clears her throat and playfully asserts, "I'm your mother." "You little rascal, have you forgotten what today is?" Zhou Xiaoshu, startled by his mother's voice, turns to see her waving at him through the window. He quickly opens the door, astonished to see his parents. "Mom, Dad, what brings you here?" Zhou Zhigua sighs in exasperation. "Didn't I tell you this morning? There is a commendation ceremony today. Surely, you haven't forgotten? Did you?" Zhou Xiaoshu appears genuinely puzzled. Wang Shumi, exhaling deeply, surveys the scattered components in the room. "It seems you've become so engrossed in your research that you've lost track of time. Quickly set aside your work. We must be on our way." Upon hearing his parents' words, Zhou Xiaoshu recalls that his father indeed mentioned the ceremony earlier that morning. Time has flown by unexpectedly. Oh dear, what am I to do with you? As she speaks, Wang Shumi begins to help Zhou Xiaoshu into his clothes. Unbeknownst to them, in the adjacent laboratory lies an air defense missile, over 3 meters in length and weighing more than 80 kilograms, with only the guidance head remaining to be completed. Meanwhile, at the Sakura Nation's Eagle military base, a sleek black reconnaissance aircraft undergoes its final pre-flight checks. Pilot Jack sat within the cockpit, following the technician's gestures to fine-tune the reconnaissance aircraft's wings and tail. It was not until the technician raised a single finger that the pilot proceeded to taxi the aircraft onto the runway. As the variable cycle engines on either side of the plane unleashed a powerful gust, the reconnaissance aircraft ascended gently into the sky. In a nearby office, Major General Walker, donned in a full Eagle insignia uniform, watched the aircraft vanish while holding a cigar, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, a perplexed officer beside him inquired, "General, we could have allowed the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft to complete its stealth coating before embarking on this mission. Why the haste?" With a cloud of smoke exhaled, General Walker nonchalantly patted the officer on the shoulder. Pleased with Dragon Country being so antiquated, how could they possibly detect the Blackbird? Even if they did, could their missiles keep pace with a Blackbird traveling at 32 Mach? The officer stood momentarily dumbfounded. General Walker adjusted his coat, declaring, "All right, there's no need for alarm. Inform me when the aircraft returns. I intend to catch some sleep." As he spoke, he couldn't help but grumble about the lack of cooperation from the Cherry Blossom Girl the previous night. Chapter 44. Why don't I give it a try? The auditorium buzzed with chatter, primarily filled with researchers. As they gazed at the array of bright red flowers on the podium, envy filled their hearts. Who could be the fortunate recipient of such commendation? It was rumored that 2 first-class merits would be awarded today. One wondered who had made such a significant contribution. Our teacher has solved the material issue of the drive shaft, which will greatly extend the lifespan of various mechanical devices. He must be one of them. I believe Teacher Zhou will undoubtedly receive a first-class merit. Which Teacher Zhou? I don't recall you mentioning any Zhou. Which other teacher Zhou could it be but Zhou Xiaoshu, the one who invented the tank? Oh right, it must be him, the one associated with the 99 main battle tank. If he doesn't win, it would be an utter travesty. Speculation swirled regarding the second recipient of the first-class merit. Just then, a small figure appeared at the entrance of the auditorium. Someone shouted, "Teacher Zhou is here. Let us applaud." At this announcement, all eyes turned towards the door. And upon seeing Zhou Xiaoshu, thunderous applause erupted. The crowd parted to create a path. "Teacher Zhou, please take a seat at the front." "Yes, the front row, so you can receive your award." "Teacher Zhou, could you elaborate on the radar reflection surface calculation method?" Overwhelmed by the attention from the gathered researchers, Zhou Xiaoshu felt slightly taken aback. Goodness, the enthusiasm of these researchers rivaled that of devoted fans. Beside him, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi were equally astonished by their son's popularity, their hearts swelling with pride. Once seated, the couple leaned in to whisper, "Who would have thought our son has become Teacher Zhou? How remarkable! Indeed, it is a source of our pride, a fact that brings a glow to our faces." However, Zhou Xiaoshu sat in his seat, his mind preoccupied with the parameters of the airborne radar, pondering whether they had been correctly configured. Soon, the grand auditorium was filled to capacity. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a renewed round of applause. Zhou Xiaoshu turned to see Fan Sudong, adorned in an Air Force uniform, accompanied by Hushun, clad in army attire, entering the auditorium. Fan Sudong waved to the crowd and made his way to the front row. Upon noticing Zhou Xiaoshu seated in the second row, he exclaimed, "Xiaoshu, why are you sitting back there? Come up here. Join me." Startled, Zhou Xiaoshu glanced at his parents. Wang Shumi looked at him with affectionate encouragement. "Go ahead. This is your moment of glory." Thus, Zhou Xiaoshu rose and moved to the front row. Fan Sudong leaned closer and whispered, "Teacher Zhou, when can you assist us in producing the air defense radar? Once I finalize the technical documents, we can commence mass production." Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled, "That is precisely what I've been waiting to hear. How long will that take?" "At the earliest, it will require a month," Zhou Xiaoshu replied, hesitant to promise a quicker turnaround. After all, many electronic components were sourced externally, and given Long Country's current capabilities, mass production would inevitably demand some time. Nevertheless, a month's wait was more than acceptable to Fan Sudong. "Haha, a month is no problem. I can wait. As a piercing horn blared, the crowd fell silent. The host, dressed in a floral long dress, took the stage and delivered an enthusiastic opening address. This was followed by speeches from various leaders and a showcase of achievements from the Jiangnan armament factory, along with aspirations for the future. Applause resounded throughout the hall, with everyone brimming with excitement, except for Zhou Xiaoshu, who felt drowsy. At that moment, the host returned to the stage. Next, we shall present today's honorary awards. The Taolu team has improved the exhaust system of the engine, enhancing its efficiency, and has been awarded a collective third-class merit. Lin Feng has upgraded the Type 77 pistol and has received a third-class merit. Lu Dong, Zhou Xiaoshu has invented the Type 99 main battle tank, elevating our nation's tank technology to the highest global standards. By the decision of the Ministry of Defense, Zhou Xiaoshu is awarded a personal first-class merit. This time, the applause was even more fervent than before, yet Zhou Xiaoshu remained blissfully unaware, lost in slumber, until someone poked him in the back. Xiaoshu, wake up. It's your turn to receive your award, urged Zhou Zhigua from behind. Zhou Xiaoshu wiped the drool from his mouth. Is it over? Time to head back. His demeanor elicited laughter from the audience. Fan Sudong, standing on stage, gestured for him to come forward. Xiaoshu, stop sleeping and come up to collect your award. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhou Xiaoshu scratched his head, hastily rising to make his way to the stage. Fan Sudong personally adorned him with a gleaming first-class merit medal, prompting yet another round of enthusiastic applause from the audience. Subsequently, the host continued, the final first-class merit medal is to be awarded to Zhou Xiaoshu. This announcement caused an uproar in the audience. What is happening? A single tank is to receive 2 first-class honors? It was understandable, given the plethora of advanced technologies integrated into the Type 99 main battle tank. Awarding 2 medals seemed justifiable. Yet, one could not help but wonder why it was specified as the Type 99 tank without distinguishing the technologies involved. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the host, microphone in hand, proclaimed, Zhou Xiaoshu has developed an air defense radar, endowing our Dragon Nation with enhanced reconnaissance capabilities at higher altitudes. The Jiangnan Military District convened and decided to award Zhou Xiaoshu the first-class merit medal. As the host's words settled, a profound silence enveloped the venue. No one anticipated that Zhou Xiaoshu had already achieved a second research milestone. Hu Shun was the first to applaud on stage, and soon, the entire audience joined in. Among the crowd, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Goodness, I initially thought he was merely discussing some technology, but I never imagined he had actually developed an air defense radar. This is utterly astonishing. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was exceptionally harmonious, unbeknownst to them. A black reconnaissance aircraft silently glided over the Jiangnan armory. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, a white dot appeared on the radar screen invented by Zhou Xiaoshu. Coincidentally, a researcher passing by witnessed this occurrence. What is happening? Is there a new signal on the radar? Suddenly, he recalled the news he had heard a few days prior, and his heart sank. Oh no, could it be that the Eagle Nation is coming again? Without hesitation, he dashed toward the Grand Hall. Inside, Hu Shun personally distributed awards to those receiving merit medals. However, in the 1980s, the Dragon Nation was not affluent, and the prizes were mostly notebooks, pens, thermoses, and electric blankets. Zhou Xiaoshu, however, received a cash reward of 500,000 yuan. In the 1980s, that was a substantial sum, reflecting the military district's regard for him. At that moment, the hall doors were abruptly pushed open, a beam of light flooding in, followed by a voice exclaiming, "Not good, there's a new signal on the radar." The audience erupted in commotion. Fan Sudong's expression darkened. Damn the Eagle Nation. They dare to come again. He immediately rose and commanded, "Notify the Air Force to take off and shoot down their reconnaissance aircraft." Just then, Zhou Xiaoshu interjected. "How about I give it a try?" Chapter 45. Where did the missiles come from? The Grand Hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned toward the researcher at the doorway. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with graying hair in the front row quickly stood up and inquired, "Xiao Lin, what is going on? What radar signal? Please clarify." Xiao Lin, gasping for breath, pointed toward the laboratory and said, "It's the air defense radar that teacher Zhou Xiaoshu developed last time. I just detected another radar signal." As soon as the words were spoken, many present wore bewildered expressions, for they had only just learned during the award ceremony that Zhou Xiaoshu had invented an anti-aircraft radar. However, the experts dedicated to radar technology were utterly astonished. Damn it. This is a blatant provocation from the Americans. Just days had passed, and they had returned, which was utterly outrageous. Upon hearing the news, Hu Shun felt a tightening in his chest and immediately turned to Fan Sudong, inquiring, "Commander, does Longwa have any flight missions today?" As Fan Sudong stood up, he replied, "Today, there are no flight missions. It seems that American reconnaissance aircraft have returned. These Americans are relentless, seeking to regain their lost honor at our expense." As he spoke, he descended to the floor and addressed Hu Shun. "Let us go. I have no time to return to the military district. I will command remotely using your phone." Understood. However, to ascertain the situation regarding the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft, they first proceeded to the laboratory. On the radar display screen, a bright that was moving swiftly, indicating the current speed and altitude of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft. The target's altitude was 15,200 meters, with a speed of 1,200 kilometers per hour. Upon seeing this data, Fan Sudong immediately furrowed his brow and remarked, "This speed confirms that the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft must be the American Blackbird, specifically the State Route 71. Damn it. This could be troublesome." Hu Shun also wore a grave expression. "The Americans dispatched this reconnaissance aircraft. With our current J7 speed, we cannot catch up. We must pursue nonetheless." Fan Sudong declared as he picked up the phone beside him to contact the Air Force Base. "This is Fan Sudong. Instruct the 2nd Squadron to take off again. We have detected the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft returning. Received. We will arrange for the fighter jets to take off immediately." After hanging up, a serious glint flickered in Fan Sudong's eyes. The Americans are becoming increasingly outrageous. This is a blatant provocation. Beside him, Hu Shun clenched his teeth and slammed the table. "They truly treat our territory as their own backyard, coming and going as they please. It was too lenient of us not to shoot them down last time." Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu, standing at the back, focused intently on the screen and swiftly made a decision in his mind. He tugged at Wang Shumi's sleeve. "Mom, call Dad and bring him to my laboratory." Wang Shumi was taken aback, then noticed Zhou Xiaoshu had already departed. Seeing this, she grew anxious and quickly pulled Zhou Zhigua along. "What is going on?" Wang Shumi pointed to the other side of the corridor. "Your son said he has to go in his office. Let us go. We can't be of any help here." "Huh? What does he want to do?" "I don't know. He didn't say, but he looks quite anxious." As they conversed, the couple made their way to Zhou Xiaoshu's laboratory. Located on the other side of the corridor, Zhou Xiaoshu's laboratory had been repurposed from a small storage space. Though not large, it was entirely adequate. Upon entering Zhou Xiaoshu's laboratory, they saw him busily engaged in some task in an adjacent room. "Xiaoshu, why have you summoned us? Shouldn't you be assisting with radar surveillance?" As Zhou Zhigua spoke, he pushed open the door to the inner room. However, the moment the door swung wide, everyone was taken aback. Before Zhou Xiaoshu stood a missile, 3 meters in length and several inches in diameter. He was attaching a radar guidance device to its tip with a soldering iron in hand, diligently welding components together. Upon seeing the missile, Zhou Zhigua was utterly dumbfounded. Where on earth did this missile come from? Wang Shumi, who had entered behind him, was equally stunned. "What missile?" She rushed over, only to be rendered speechless at the sight of the makeshift support structure holding the missile. "My heavens, Xiaoshu, what on earth are you doing? This is dangerous." Just as Wang Shumi was about to pull Zhou Xiaoshu away, he suddenly spoke up. "Mom, please hand me the missile nose cone from the table to your right." In that moment, Wang Shumi felt her mind racing. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's serious demeanor, she instinctively passed him the item and inquired, "Xiaoshu, where did you acquire this missile?" Zhou Xiaoshu took the nose cone, tested its fit, then retrieved a screwdriver to tighten the screws. "I made it myself." At that moment, Zhou Zhigua cautiously approached, marveling at the missile's craftsmanship. "My goodness, this is truly a masterpiece. The level of workmanship is astounding. Xiaoshu, how did you manage this?" "By reading more." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. If such technical prowess could be attained merely through reading, their nation would have already soared to great heights. This boy surely wasn't being entirely truthful. Yet, now was not the time for such inquiries, as Zhou Xiaoshu had already completed the missile. "Xiaoshu, what are your intentions?" Wang Shumi anxiously approached him, her gaze fixed on the missile. Zhou Xiaoshu looked up at Wang Shumi. "The American reconnaissance planes have been provoking us time and again. We must retaliate." "You mean with this?" "Exactly. But Wang Shumi's hand trembled slightly as she sighed and glanced at Zhou Zhigua. Zhou Zhigua quickly grasped her concerns and remarked, "But this missile has not undergone any testing. What if there are no what-ifs? It is absolutely reliable. I've already checked everything." As Zhou Xiaoshu spoke, he pulled out a launch platform from a pile of clutter. "Everything is ready. Mom and Dad, you will support me, right?" Zhou Zhigua and his wife fell silent. Launching a missile is a significant undertaking. Yet, seeing Zhou Xiaoshu's earnest expression, it was clear he was not jesting. "Are you serious?" "Of course not, Dad. Please help me push the missile into the yard." "Mom, connect the wires for me. I need real-time data from the radar to lock onto the enemy reconnaissance aircraft." Zhou Zhigua swallowed hard, finally noticing the inscriptions on the missile. Chapter 46. Direct launch of short-range surface-to-air missiles amidst the clouds hovering 2 kilometers above the Jiangnan Armory. A sci-fi-inspired Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft glided effortlessly, maintaining a cruising speed of 15 Mach. In the rear seat, co-pilot Tommy was diligently capturing footage of the armory below with a high-altitude camera. "We have been circling above for nearly 10 minutes, and no fighter jets have taken off. Could it be that they are unaware of our presence?" Tommy inquired while observing, to which the pilot, Wells, responded with a casual chuckle. That fool Tom had provoked them last time, completely forgetting the nature of the aircraft he was flying. Even if the Dragon Kingdom were to detect us this time, we would not be in any peril. Indeed, with their mere J-7 fighters, they could never catch up to us. Wells then turned to Tommy and suggested, "Why don't we descend a bit? Let us see at what altitude they might discover us." Tommy, amused, replied, "I was just thinking the same thing. Our mission is to probe the Dragon Kingdom's radar, so we must expose ourselves to some extent." However, as he spoke, Tommy suddenly realized a concern. Although our stealth coating remains unrefurbished, it still possesses some degree of stealth capability. They wouldn't be able to detect us, would they? Wells pondered briefly before suggesting, "Let us give it a try. If their fighters are deployed, it will indicate that they have indeed detected us. As the ones proposing this challenge, we ought to provide them with a hint, right?" "Haha, well said. Let's descend to 15,000 meters." Wells adjusted the altitude, and the reconnaissance aircraft executed a semicircular maneuver, lowering its height to 15 kilometers. Simultaneously, within the Eastern Military Region Air Force Command Center, Chief of Staff Sun Hao, upon receiving an order from Fan Sudong, promptly pressed the red button on his desk. The sound of ringing bells resonated throughout the airbase, followed by Sun Hao's voice over the loudspeaker. "Attention! Following the Commander's orders, the 2nd Squadron of J-7 fighters is to take off immediately and patrol over the Jiangnan Armory. Be advised, the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft is likely the Blackbird." At the sound of the bells, Meng Hai and his team swiftly gathered their gear and sprinted towards the hangar. What's happening? Are the Americans relentless? Just days ago, they dispatched 2 reconnaissance aircraft, and now they send the Blackbird again. Do they think we're easy prey? Damn it, last time we almost caught it, but it escaped. This time, we must bring down their Blackbird. The team members were filled with righteous indignation, while Meng Hai maintained a stoic expression, though a flicker of anger shone in his eyes. These Americans are truly insufferable. They keep coming again and again, as if they believe the Dragon Kingdom is a soft target. Today, we must teach them a lesson. Yet, the thought of facing the formidable state Route 71 Blackbird weighed heavily on his mind. It is essential to recognize that this is the most remarkable stealth high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft from the Eagle Nation, equipped with an array of advanced electronic surveillance apparatus, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 3 Mach. In stark contrast, their J-7 fighter jets can only attain a maximum speed of 2 Mach, rendering them incomparable. However, as a pilot from the Dragon Kingdom, one must respond resolutely to the provocations of the enemy and engage them fiercely. When the equipment falls short, let courage fill the gap. If it comes to it, we shall all face our demise together. In the hangar, 4 J-7 fighter jets had completed their inspections. Several pilots boarded their aircraft, following the safety officer's reminders to conduct their checks before starting the engines. The large afterburners at the rear of the J-7s belched forth flames, and one by one, the fighter jets ascended into the sky, heading once more towards the Jiangnan Armory. Meng Hai grasped the control stick, his gaze fixed intently ahead. At that moment, the voice of Fan Sudong crackled through the radio. "This is Fan Sudong. You're to fly directly over the Jiangnan Armory. The enemy reconnaissance aircraft is currently at an altitude of 15,000 meters. Remain vigilant." "Received," Meng Hai replied expressionlessly, relaying the message to the other team members. In a laboratory around the corner of the Jiangnan Armory's experimental building, Zhou Xiaoshu cautiously maneuvered the missile launcher to a nearby open area. He then swiftly returned to the lab, pushing a cart that held the 7 ground-to-air missile system to the same open space. Zhou Xiaoshu was nearby, adjusting some parameters and connections on the launcher. Having completed his tasks, Zhou Xiaoshu was drenched in sweat. Yet he could not help but notice Zhou Xiaoshu's unwavering dedication and asked, "I just received news that our fighter jets have taken off. Should we not wait a bit longer? Father, have you not heard the saying that the battlefield situation changes in an instant?" Of course, I have heard it. Although I have never been on the battlefield, I understand the weight of that phrase. Indeed, we have finally encountered this opportunity. We must seize it. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu's earnest demeanor, Zhou Xiaoshu felt a moment of bewilderment. Truth be told, in that instant, he perceived a reflection of his father within Zhou Xiaoshu. Zhou Xinyun, a man of military background, though fiery in temperament, was meticulous and courageous in his endeavors. However, Zhou Xiaoshu had not inherited his father's fiery disposition. He was more cautious, which led him to a career as a researcher in the rear lines. Yet, surprisingly, Zhou Xiaoshu possessed not only the intellect for scientific research, but also the audacity and decisiveness reminiscent of his grandfather. Seemingly ignited by Zhou Xiaoshu's fervor, Zhou Xiaoshu nodded vigorously. "All right, father shall support you this time." With that, he placed the missile upright on the launcher and assisted Zhou Xiaoshu in addressing the remaining issues. At that moment, Wang Shumi rushed over, carrying several cables. Upon seeing the missile already positioned on the launcher, she could not suppress a shiver of apprehension. Is Xiaoshu certain he wants to do this? Absolutely. Opportunities like this are fleeting. If we down this reconnaissance aircraft, the Eagle Nation will think twice before sending another. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoshu directly took the line from Wang Shumi's hands, connecting it to the nearby display monitor and the missile launcher. The screen flickered twice before illuminating, revealing a persistent flashing white dot alongside its coordinates. Subsequently, the indicator light on the missile warhead blinked twice, and a few words appeared on the screen. Target locked. Ready for launch? At that moment, Wang Shumi's heart raced as if it would leap from her throat, gripping Zhou Xiaoshu's hand tightly. Zhou Xiaoshu gently patted the back of her hand, urging, "Trust Xiaoshu." Both turned their gazes towards Zhou Xiaoshu. He focused on the missile launcher situated over 10 meters away before pressing the enter key on the keyboard. Whoosh! The tail of the 7 surface-to-air short-range missile erupted in a blaze, soaring into the sky. Chapter 47. Target hit. Inside the Jiangnan Armory's radar laboratory, everyone fixated on the radar display screen, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Fan Sudong sat before the monitor, intently observing the coordinates at the bottom of the screen, providing real-time updates to the pilots of the 2nd Squadron. "How long until you arrive at the Jiangnan Armory?" "Report. We are 15 minutes away." "Good. Maintain formation and continue pressing forward. I will keep you updated on their real-time location." "Received." At this moment, Fan Sudong was exceedingly tense. He fumbled in his pocket, realizing he had forgotten his cigarettes, and turned to Hu Shun beside him. "Old Hu, can I have a smoke?" Hu Shun promptly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. After taking the cigarette, Fan Sudong drew a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. He glanced at his wristwatch and inquired, "How long has it been since we spotted the Eagle Nation's reconnaissance aircraft?" "Report. It has been 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Yet it feels like it's been 15 hours. Fan Sudong took another drag from his cigarette, the fan above creaking as it turned, the room becoming stifling due to the number of people present. Everyone was drenched in sweat, yet none wished to leave. They remained fixated on the radar screen, eager to see if they could indeed bring down this Eagle Nation's reconnaissance aircraft. Last time, they had come perilously close to downing a 2nd reconnaissance aircraft. If they succeeded in bringing down the Blackbird reconnaissance plane this time, it would undoubtedly make international headlines. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft was a legendary figure among the Eagle Nation's reconnaissance fleet, embodying cutting-edge technology and standing as the pinnacle of reconnaissance capabilities worldwide. However, such aircraft were also exorbitantly priced, and even the Eagle Nation had not deployed them extensively across its air force bases. Historically, the Blackbird had rarely been shot down, and the Dragon Nation had never succeeded in that regard. If they managed to do so now, it would indeed create a miracle. After finishing his cigarette, Fan Sudong suddenly glanced around, only to realize Zhou Xiaoshu was missing. "What's going on? Where's Xiaoshu?" Everyone quickly looked around, shaking their heads in unison. I didn't notice when we came. I don't know where he went. I'll go look for him. Hu Shun spoke as he prepared to rise. For Zhou Xiaoshu was indeed the inventor of this anti-aircraft radar, and how could he possibly miss such a crucial moment? However, just as he stood, an abrupt thunderous sound erupted from outside. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards the commotion. In the center of the laboratory's backyard, a flash of fire illuminated the scene, and the overwhelming noise sent a tremor through their hearts. The technicians crouching at the door swiftly turned their heads, only to behold an empty launch pad. In the sky, a missile streaked upwards, trailing a fiery tail, its speed akin to that of lightning. "My goodness, a missile!" someone shouted. Immediately, everyone rushed outside. Inside the room, Professor Yang stared at the radar, where small red had suddenly appeared on the display screen. The speed of the dot was astonishing, and the reading indicated a velocity of 25 Mach. What on earth is happening? Is that truly a missile? Where did it come from? His mind swirled with questions. But he had no time to ponder as he dashed outside. All stood below, gazing up at the missile soaring into the sky, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Good heavens! Where did this missile come from? This is utterly outrageous," exclaimed one. "To launch a missile right from the backyard of the laboratory. Unheard of. Teacher Zhou is incredibly bold. What if something goes awry? That could be catastrophic." He was astounded, nearly in tears, realizing that Zhou had ventured into the yard rather than remaining on the rooftop. Little did they know, while they were still contemplating how to track the enemy reconnaissance aircraft, Teacher Zhou had already launched a missile. It was utterly absurd. Everyone gazed upward at the missile, a mixture of shock and bewilderment etched on their faces. Out of the corner of Fan Sudong's eye, he spotted Zhou Xiaoshu with his family not far off, beside which was a display screen showing radar signals identical to those in their room. In that moment, he was left dumbfounded. This was indeed the experimental building, but it was not a missile launch site. They had just launched an anti-aircraft missile from the backyard. If it were to fail, everyone in the building would face dire consequences. It was truly outrageous. Beside him, Hu Shun swallowed hard. He actually launched an untested missile here. He couldn't suppress an exclamation, yet all his attention remained fixated on the missile soaring above. Meanwhile, everyone at the arms factory had witnessed the missile's launch from the direction of the laboratory, and they all craned their necks to look skyward. At an altitude of 15,000 meters, Wells continued to pilot the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, while Tommy kept filming. Just then, a red light flashed on the radar screen of the Blackbird. Wells quickly redirected his gaze, and upon seeing the alert, he was left momentarily stunned. Missile attack! Before Tommy could react, Wells immediately pushed the engine to its maximum thrust. A powerful thrust pressed Tommy's entire body against the seat, his expression contorting due to the overwhelming acceleration. Wells gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the screen, releasing a low growl of frustration. Where on earth did that missile come from? Damn it! He struggled to grip the control stick, urging the reconnaissance aircraft to ascend rapidly. However, the flashing red dot on the radar was closing in at an alarming speed. A quick glance revealed that the missile was less than 5 kilometers away from their aircraft. Wells immediately pressed the button for the countermeasure dispenser. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flares shot out, creating a dazzling display of sparks at the tail of the reconnaissance plane. Just as he thought they might evade the missile, it inexplicably veered in midair and locked onto their aircraft. Damn it! Seizing the moment, Tommy glanced outside and caught sight of the missile, its tail ablaze. Run! It's coming. Wells felt his heart race. He knew there was no escape. Eject! With that, he grabbed the red handle beside him and pulled. A loud bang resounded as the canopy shot off, propelling Wells into the sky. In the following instant, a violent explosion erupted behind him, the tremendous shockwave sending him hurtling away. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he witnessed Tommy and the reconnaissance aircraft engulfed in a fiery inferno. Chapter 48. Confirmation of Destruction. En route to the Jiangnan Armory, Meng Hai remained fixated on the radar display, closely monitoring the distance on the map. "We are 3 minutes away from the Jiangnan Armory. May I have the coordinates of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft?" Upon uttering this query, silence filled his earpiece. Furrowing his brow at this unsettling lack of response, Meng Hai pressed the radio communication button once more. "This is Eastern Air Force 2nd Squadron 02. Please report the coordinates of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft." Yet, several seconds passed without a single prompt from the earpiece. How strange. What is happening? Could my radio be malfunctioning? Meng Hai, perplexed, examined his radio, and confirmed it was functioning properly. He then called out to the other aircraft. I cannot establish contact with the Jiangnan Armory. Please attempt to reach out and urgently inquire about the coordinates of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Received. Understood. Moments later, voices crackled through the earpiece again. 03 has not responded. 04 has not responded. Stunned by the collective reports of no replies from the armory, Meng Hai was taken aback. What is going on? Could he be cut off? Just then, a flashing suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Alarmed, Meng Hai shouted, "Be cautious, enemy reconnaissance aircraft." The fighter jets immediately surged toward the newly detected aircraft signal. As they surged through the dense cloud cover ahead, they suddenly beheld a vast expanse of thick smoke intermingled within the clouds, beneath which lay a colossal fireball plummeting rapidly. What on earth? Meng Hai exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly maneuvering his fighter jet in pursuit. As he navigated through the layers of cloud and smoke, the true nature of the fireball became clear. It was none other than the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft of the Eagle Nation. Immediately, voices crackled through his headset. Goodness, who shot it down? Wait, we haven't even arrived yet. Did they manage it themselves? It seems we're the only aircraft in the vicinity, right? Meng Hai fixed his gaze on the reconnaissance plane, now spiraling towards the ground, promptly recording its coordinates, and then spoke into his headset. Relay this information to headquarters at once and prepare for return. Received. Understood. The last few fighter jets traced a circular path in the sky before turning back. This is Squadron 202 reporting to headquarters. We have detected that the enemy reconnaissance aircraft has been shot down. Coordinates are at that moment. Within the Eastern Military District Air Command, Chief of Staff Sun Hao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Meng Hai's report. What was shot down? He scratched his head, pondering for an extended period without grasping how such a feat could have occurred. That was the Eagle Nation's ace reconnaissance aircraft, crafted from stealth materials, capable of reaching an astounding speed of 32 Mach, eluding many missiles. It was truly absurd that it had been downed, and moreover, not by their own fighters. He promptly picked up the phone to call the Jiangnan Armory. However, the line was met with a busy signal. How peculiar. No one is answering. What would be happening over there? In the backyard of the laboratory building at Jiangnan Armory, the missile had long since been launched, and all that echoed through the air was a resounding explosion. Yet, they remained uncertain whether it was the missile that had detonated on its own or if it had struck its target. Professor Yang hastily glanced at the radar screen. Altitude is decreasing rapidly. 10,000 meters. 8,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters. Signal lost. At the moment this news broke, silence enveloped the room. Fan Sudong blinked at Professor Yang. What does this mean? Did the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft escape, or Professor Yang, scratching his head, admitted uncertainty, as he had never utilized such radar technology before. Observing Professor Yang's perplexed expression, Fan Sudong turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, what does this mean? Zhou Xiaoshu scrutinized the screen for a moment, then turned to the gathered crowd behind him. It means the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft has been shot down. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in cheers. Zhou Zhigua, filled with excitement, scooped Zhou Xiaoshu into his arms. My son, you are truly remarkable. I'm so proud of you. Beside them, Wang Shumi's eyes glistened with emotion. I never imagined our Xiaoshu would be a true scientist. Thunderous applause filled the room, with everyone showering Zhou Xiaoshu with praise. Just then, the telephone in the room rang once more. Hu Shun swiftly entered the room and connected the call. Immediately, Sun Hao's barrage of inquiries erupted from the other end. What is the situation? Why is an old fan answering the phone? You were supposed to report the coordinates, yet there has been no response. Is there an issue with the phone line? By the way, how did the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft come down? Listening to Sun Hao's relentless questioning, Hu Shun's heart raced. Ahem, old son, I shall address your inquiries one by one. Firstly, the reason we did not answer the phone earlier is that we were all observing the launch of the air defense missile. The phone line is functioning perfectly. As for the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, it was of course shot down by our air defense missile. Upon uttering this statement, there was a prolonged silence on the line. Old Hu, this is no joking matter. Additionally, I believe there is a dedicated department researching air defense missiles. When did you acquire air defense missiles on your end? It's a long story, but I assure you, I am not jesting. As he spoke, Hu Shun glanced at Fan Sudong beside him, handing the phone over and whispering. Old son remains somewhat skeptical. You should speak with him directly. Fan Sudong nodded, took the phone, and said, Old son, we indeed launched an air defense missile. But whether it hit its target remains uncertain. What is the situation on your end with Meng Hai? Hearing Fan Sudong's voice, Sun Hao promptly responded. Meng Hai and his team have just reported their findings and marked the crash site of the Blackbird fighter. Oh, does that imply it was hit? Yes, it was indeed struck. They witnessed the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft's crash location firsthand. Upon hearing this, a wider smile spread across Fan Sudong's face. It is fortunate that it was hit. Now that we have confirmation, let us hasten to search for the wreckage and see what we can uncover. Subsequently, Sun Hao relayed the coordinates of the crash site, and Hu Shun immediately led a team towards the location. Fan Sudong gently patted Zhou Xiaoshu's shoulder, beaming with pride. Xiaoshu, you have once again accomplished a significant feat. This commendation ceremony has just concluded, and now you shall receive first-class merit. However, at that moment, a commotion arose within the crowd. What has happened? According to our observers, a missile was launched here. Were you all unaware of the regulations concerning this area? A group of individuals entered, wearing red armbands inscribed with the words confidential. Upon seeing them, the surrounding crowd displayed signs of tension. They were confidentiality officers, tasked with ensuring that sensitive information remained undisclosed. Their authority was considerable. They could directly intervene in matters involving technical secrets and report to superiors. In extraordinary circumstances, they had the power to detain individuals, even superseding the local military commander's authority. Upon noticing Fan Sudong, the confidentiality officers quickly saluted. Greetings, Commander. Fan Sudong nodded and responded, we have just launched an air defense missile here, successfully downing the enemy reconnaissance aircraft. You are here to investigate this matter, correct? The confidentiality officers were momentarily taken aback, while the leader, Su Jun, furrowed his brow and saluted Fan Sudong. Commander, as per the directives, the Jiangnan Armory is not an entity responsible for the manufacture of anti-aircraft missiles. This action constitutes a violation of protocol, and we must conduct a verification. Observing the demeanor of several security personnel, Fan Sudong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Young man, have you not comprehended what I just articulated? We have downed an enemy reconnaissance aircraft, specifically a Blackbird reconnaissance plane. What further verification is necessary? His voice was laced with a hint of anger. Yet the security personnel maintained their stern countenance. Commander, we are accountable for safeguarding technological confidentiality, particularly concerning highly classified national defense technology such as anti-aircraft missiles. Fan Sudong clenched his fists, overcome by an urge to retaliate. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu understood the gravity of the situation and quickly interjected. This matter is entirely my doing, and it concerns no one else. I will accompany you. The security personnel were momentarily taken aback. What? You did this? Chapter 49. Must be severely punished. Security officer Su Jun scrutinized Zhou Xiaoshu with an air of disdain. Youngster, what jest are you indulging in? That is an anti-aircraft missile. The ramifications of such a violation are beyond the capacity of a mere child. As he spoke, Su Jun's gaze swept over the assembly. Who is responsible? If no one is willing to step forward, we will have to initiate an investigative process. His words incited outrage among those present. Fan Sudong erupted in fury. Comrade, how can you fail to grasp my words? I stated that this is a commendable achievement for the defense of Longhua. And is this how you conduct yourself? Zhou Zhigua was equally displeased with the security officer's demeanor and stepped in front of Zhou Xiaoshu to confront Su Jun. I am Zhou Xiaoshu's father. I can attest that it was indeed my son who personally constructed the anti-aircraft radar and missile, successfully downing the enemy reconnaissance aircraft. If there is an inquiry, I am prepared to provide you with the information directly. Wang Shumi also emerged, producing her credentials from her pocket. We are researchers in anti-aircraft missiles and radar. Our presence here is to study radar technology. If you have inquiries, direct them to me, and do not complicate matters for my son. In this critical moment, the couple unitedly shielded Zhou Xiaoshu, filling him with warmth. Subsequently, Hu Shun hurriedly approached Su Jun, asserting, Xiaosu, there is no need to escalate this issue unnecessarily. We will compile the technical documentation to ensure confidentiality. You may return for now. As he spoke, he reached out to usher Su Jun away. However, Su Jun, stubborn as ever, blocked Hu Shun's arm. Director Hu, as the head of the armory, you are fully aware of the significance of this matter. Why have you not reported it? Hu Shun nearly erupted with indignation at Su Jun's earnestness. Su Jun, how dare you speak to me in that manner? Do not presume that your recent promotion grants you the authority to dictate here. Xiaoshu is not an employee of our armory and is not beholden to your arbitrary regulations. He then positioned himself protectively in front of Zhou Xiaoshu. Indeed, I deliberately chose not to report it. What of it? If you possess the capability, arrest me. Immediately following, Professor Yang, Li Ming, and several other technical experts rose in unison. Gome, let us bear witness to teacher Xiao Zhou's prowess. If anyone is to be apprehended, let it be me first. I would willingly take the fall for him, even if it means imprisonment. They exclaimed, look at you, wielding a modicum of authority and abusing it. Who do you think you are? Go ahead, arrest me. The fury of the gathered technical experts was ignited, encircling Su Zhen and his associates. The confidentiality officers by Su Zhen's side were taken aback, astonished that these experts had banded together to protect the individual responsible for launching the air defense missile. They began to quietly counsel Su Zhen, old Su, let it go. There is no need to escalate matters. Indeed, it's unnecessary. Perhaps we should just leave and let Director Hu summarize the technical documents later, they suggested. However, Su Zhen felt increasingly humiliated by their pleas and retorted, I warn you, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? If the confidential documents regarding the air defense missile are leaked, all our years of effort will be in vain. Just then, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi interjected. To speak frankly, we specialize in air defense missile research. Currently, our progress is limited to the air defense radar aspect. If you don't believe us, feel free to contact our director. That's right. If you wish to take someone, take us. We have been aware of this matter from the very beginning, they affirmed. Observing Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi's unwavering stance, Zhou Xiaoshu tugged at their sleeves. Mom and Dad, the technology. Zhou Zhigua turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, signaling frantically, stay here, we'll go with him. There won't be any issues, and besides, we are indeed studying air defense radar. With that, he addressed Wang Shumi. Take good care of Xiaoshu. I will accompany him. Su Zhen, seeing Zhou Zhigua, nodded in agreement. All right, then come with me. He then ushered Zhou Zhigua outside. In light of this situation, Fan Sudong clenched his fists in frustration. So you think you can wield a feather as a baton? I fear nothing more than such individuals. Just wait. He then squatted before Zhou Xiaoshu, gently patting his shoulder, and assured him, Xiaoshu, you can rest easy. I will ensure your father faces no issues. Zhou Xiaoshu's expression was grave. All right, but I have a condition. If they dare to lay a finger on my father, I will burn every single technical document to the ground. With that, he disregarded the shocked expressions around him and strode directly into the room. Fan Sudong glared at Su Zhen's retreating figure, cursing, if you dare to touch a hair on Comrade Zhou Zhigua, you will ruin the air defense missile program of Longhua. I will strip this very clothing off and teach you a harsh lesson. He then turned to his subordinates, stating, the rest is up to you. I will contact the headquarters in Yinjing. At that moment, Hu Shun spoke up to offer a reminder. Old Fan was not in a mood for impulsive decisions. There were numerous tasks awaiting his attention, such as investigating the crash site of the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft and determining if there were any survivors. At this moment, Fan Sudong's mind was far from these concerns, and he declared, what do you mean by acting on impulse? I am addressing serious matters. Let Old Sun handle the investigation. I must impose severe penalties on those who act thoughtlessly and abuse their authority. With that, he hurriedly left the arms factory. Hu Shun sighed and turned to the deputy factory director, saying, take good care of Xiaoshu. I must quickly send someone to the crash site. There may be valuable findings there. The deputy factory director nodded vigorously, assuring him, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoshu. Hu Shun acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded to inquire, have there been any updates from the security personnel? None yet. Our surroundings are mountainous. We do not know where it has fallen, so it might take some time, came the reply. All right, then let's dispatch 2 companies from the security team to search for it. We must locate the downed reconnaissance aircraft. Suddenly, Hu Shun recalled another matter and added, also, immediately notify the nearby outposts of the Southwestern Arms Factory to seal off the mountains. If any suspicious individuals are encountered, they must be apprehended. Understood. After organizing all matters, Hu Shun promptly boarded a vehicle and sped towards the mountainous region. At the command center of the Eagle Country Air Force Base, a hurried officer wearing the rank of colonel rushed in. Report, General. The Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft we dispatched has yet to return. General Walker, with a cigar in his mouth and documents in hand, lifted his eyelids upon hearing this news, contemplating briefly. How long has it been? It's been nearly 10 hours since they left. 10 hours. General Walker's expression grew grave. Has there been any communication from the radio? We have been in contact, but there has been no response for the last 5 hours. Damn it. Why am I only hearing this now? The colonel felt a twinge of embarrassment, silently chastising himself. How could I inform you while you were frolicking with a few cherry blossoms in the office? However, General Walker seemed to have forgotten this, promptly instructing, attempt to re-establish contact. If there is no news, dispatch reconnaissance aircraft for close observation immediately. Yes. Chapter 50, Captives. In a dense forest. 30 kilometers east of the Jiangnan Arms factory, a fierce fire continued to blaze. Not far away, on a large tree, Wells dangled with 1 foot bound by parachute cord, suspended in midair. The prolonged inversion had turned his face crimson, making it difficult for him to breathe. Huff. One more try. Wells exerted effort to inhale and then used all his strength to grasp at his body. Finally, he managed to clutch his trousers and pulled his upper body upwards with great effort. Anyone who has attempted such a maneuver knows the difficulty of hoisting oneself up. Fortunately, Wells had maintained a regular exercise regimen, and his physical fitness was commendable. Through his relentless efforts, he finally succeeded in grasping the ropes binding his ankles. Gasping for breath, he drew a dagger from his waist and struggled to sever the cords. At that moment, he found himself a staggering 10 meters above the ground. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his predicament, fully aware that the Dragon Kingdom's forces would soon be scouring the wreckage of the reconnaissance aircraft. Should he be captured, he would undoubtedly become a pawn in their machinations, and the shame of being taken prisoner would leave an indelible stain on his life. Bearing such a label would tarnish his existence, and even if he returned to the land of the eagles, his life would be irrevocably marred. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to sever the parachute's cords. With a resounding thud, he plummeted from the sky, landing amidst a thicket of underbrush. After a torturous 2 minutes, he emerged from the foliage, disheveled and racked with pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. He picked up a broken branch to use as a makeshift crutch, and, after glancing at the compass on his wrist to confirm his direction, he set off down the mountainside. The silver lining was that dawn was approaching, making it easier for him to navigate through the jungle. However, the darkening sky brought with it the lurking presence of wild beasts. Leaning heavily on his crutch, he limped down the slope. As he paused midway to survey the path ahead, a glimmer of light caught his eye from a distance. His heart surged with hope. If memory served correctly, that light belonged to a radar station, which would undoubtedly house a radio or telephone. With this thought igniting a newfound vigor within him, he hastened towards the radar station. Such small radar installations typically employed 4 or 5 personnel, tasked with safeguarding munitions factories, secret research facilities, or military zones. Their responsibilities included monitoring the radar's activity and ensuring the security of the station and its surroundings. Wells believed that, if he exercised caution, he could manage them alone. He stealthily approached the station, but just as he made his way across, a shadowy figure emerged behind him. Before he could react, a swift kick sent him tumbling from the rock on which he stood. Falling to the ground, he momentarily disregarded the pain as he reached for his firearm. However, the figure was quicker than lightning, pinning his hand to the ground and seizing the gun, pressing it against his forehead. I've been searching for you all this time. So, you were here. Wells turned to see an elderly figure illuminated by his headlamp. Instantly raising his hands, he stammered in poorly articulated Dragonese, "Elder, you misunderstand. I am an adventurer, a foreigner." Yet the elder retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? That emblem of the Eagle Air Force on your chest is all too familiar to me." The figure was none other than Zhou Xiaoshu, who had initially set out to catch fish near the munitions factory to celebrate with Zhou Xiaoshu, only to witness the aircraft's descent and a pilot parachuting to safety. As a seasoned veteran who once participated in the conflict against the American forces, he understood all too well that, in such circumstances, the American pilot would undoubtedly attempt to parachute to safety. To his surprise, fortune favored him, and he indeed captured this American pilot. "Behave yourself. Move, or I shall shoot you, American scoundrel." Zhou Xiaoshu kicked Wells in the rear and compelled him to proceed in the direction of the radar station. Inside the Jiangnan Armaments factory dormitory, Wang Shumi paced anxiously, her expression fraught with concern. That old man truly is something. He comes and goes without a trace. If only he were here, a simple phone call to the general staff would have ensured Jigua's release. However, Zhou Xiaoshu, standing nearby, was rather nonchalant. "Don't worry, Mom. Dad will be fine. They wouldn't dare harm him given our technology. Sighing, Wang Shumi gently ruffled Zhou Xiaoshu's hair and quietly inquired, "If something were to happen to your father, you wouldn't actually consider destroying that technology, would you?" It's hard to say, but that man was utterly outrageous. He must be taught a severe lesson. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "We found him." A young soldier rushed towards Wang Shumi and Zhou Xiaoshu. Breathless, "I just received a call. The old commander is out fishing in the wild and has captured an American pilot. He is currently at radar station number 3. Upon hearing this, Wang Shumi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? He actually caught someone?" Zhou Xiaoshu was equally astonished. "Grandpa is impressive. He managed to encounter one after all." The young soldier looked on with envy. "Indeed, the old commander should return shortly. You need not worry for the time being." Zhou Xiaoshu let out a relieved sigh, while Wang Shumi began to grumble. That old man really should know better. How can he be so reckless at his age, venturing into the deep mountains to fish? Oh well, as long as he is safe. 2 hours later, a military green pickup truck rolled into the Jiang'an armaments factory. Zhou Xinyun emerged from the passenger seat, one hand grasping a fishing rod and the other carrying 2 crucian carp. From the back seat, an American pilot was unceremoniously pushed out, limping and looking rather worse for wear. The crowd quickly gathered to greet him. "Old Commander, you truly are remarkable. Indeed, so many have ventured into the mountains without success. Yet you managed to capture one." In response to their accolades, Zhou Xinyun chuckled heartily. "Quickly, contact the military district to take this prisoner away. Those Americans must be frantic looking for him." As he spoke, Zhou Xinyun approached Zhou Xiaoshu, presenting him with the fish. "Grandson, I brought you 2 fish. Tomorrow we shall enhance our meals." Zhou Xiaoshu nodded enthusiastically, while Wang Shumi interjected with a hint of reproach. "Dad, at your age, how can you still act like a child? The deep mountains are fraught with danger. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Jigua?" Faced with his daughter-in-law's admonition, Zhou Xinyun appeared like a chastised child, offering a sheepish apology. "I understand, Shumi, I won't do this again. I was merely hoping to treat Xiaoshu to something nice." "Ah, please take the fish and let Jigua find a tank to keep them in." Yet Wang Shumi could only sigh in response. Jigua was taken away by the confidential bureau. What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Akin to the size of copper bells, could that rascal have betrayed state secrets? The old man's initial thought was not about the troubles with the confidential bureau, but rather that Zhou Jigua had compromised national security. Wang Shumi quickly shook her head and offered an explanation, but upon hearing it, the old man was infuriated. "How is it that our Xiaoshu contributes to the nation, yet they cast suspicion upon us? This matter will not end here." With that, he strode towards the secure office, declaring, "Get me on the line to Yanjing. I demand an explanation from the General Military Region." Chapter 51. The Complaint Call. At the Yanjing General Military Region headquarters, Lin Jinwei returned to the command center in his dedicated vehicle. As soon as he disembarked, a guard promptly offered him a cup of water. "Commander, several calls came in today. They wish to speak with you." After a long day of meetings, Lin Jinwei, utterly fatigued, accepted the cup and took a sip before inquiring, "Has the secure office recorded the messages?" Typically, due to Lin Jinwei's numerous responsibilities and the absence of mobile phones in that era, he often lacked the time to answer calls. To avoid missing important communications, a secure office was established to handle his incoming calls. If there were significant but non-urgent matters, the staff would make notes for him to review when time allowed. In the event of an urgent situation, designated personnel would directly contact his associates to inform him. The guard shook his head and replied, "No, they said you must return the call personally." Return the call personally? Lin Jinwei was momentarily taken aback. Generally, only personal matters would require him to call back. Those who knew him understood that he preferred not to have personal calls directed to the command center, unless under exceptional circumstances. "All right, I understand. I will return their call." He started to head to his office to make the call, when the guard hastily interjected. "Commander, it's not from your family." "Not from my family?" Lin Jinwei was momentarily stunned. "Then from where?" "One call is from the elder Zhou Xinyun, and the other is from Eastern Military Region Air Force Commander Fan Sudong." Did they mention anything specific?" "No." "Very well, I understand." Lin Jinwei found it curious. Both individuals were part of the system, so why would they insist on waiting for him to return their call? Pondering this, he directly dialed Fan Sudong's number. "Old Fan, I heard you try to reach me. What is the matter that necessitates my personal response?" As he spoke, He lit a cigarette. Immediately, Fan Sudong's voice resonated through the line. Commander, there is something I must report to you personally. The Confidential Bureau is utterly overstepping its bounds, wielding power capriciously. We stand to lose our air defense missile technology. I must ask, will you take action? What? Upon hearing those words, Lin Jinwei was immediately choked by the smoke. Coughing violently. Cough, cough, Lao Fan, slow down. What did you just say? Air defense missile technology? About to be lost? What does that mean? Do you remember Zhou Xiaoshu? Ah, somewhat familiar. Yes, he is the young boy who invented the Type 99 main battle tank, right? Indeed, he has developed air defense missiles once again and successfully shot down an American Blackbird reconnaissance plane. As a result, the personnel from the Security Bureau— Wait a moment. Lin Jinwei interrupted Fan Sudong. You just mentioned that Zhou Xiaoshu developed air defense missiles and even shot down an American Blackbird reconnaissance plane. Did I hear that correctly? At this moment, Lin Jinwei's heart was filled with shock. It is well known that air defense missiles are crucial for safeguarding the nation's borders and repelling enemy reconnaissance aircraft. However, the foundational industrial capabilities of Longhua are still in their infancy. Developing high-tech equipment like air defense radars is fraught with challenges. To this day, he had not heard of any research institution mastering this technology. Yet, Fan Sudong claimed that Zhou Xiaoshu had accomplished it and even brought down an American Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft. That machine is a supersonic reconnaissance aircraft equipped with stealth capabilities. How could they have done that? His mind was flooded with questions, and, on the other end of the phone, Fan Sudong spoke without hesitation. Indeed, it is Zhou Xiaoshu with yet another groundbreaking invention. My goodness, this child is astonishing. How on earth did he manage that? However, Fan Sudong did not pursue that topic further. What I am discussing is not this issue. Such a brilliant scientific talent should be well protected. Yet the Security Bureau intends to take him away for questioning. What kind of nonsense is this? What? They want to take him away for questioning? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinwei felt a surge of anger rising within him. What on earth is going on? Then, Fan Sudong recounted the entire situation. This is how it stands. Abuse of power. It is utterly lawless. Are you going to intervene? If you don't, I will take matters into my own hands. If we lose the air defense missile technology, I will hold them accountable. Stop, stop. I will handle this matter. You go back to your work. Focus on securing that technology. Then you must ensure they release him. Xiaoshu's father is still at the Security Bureau. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jinwei, ablaze with fury, slammed the table and exclaimed, "This is outrageous. As a public servant, to act solely according to regulations without any flexibility. How can such personnel continue to remain in the Security Bureau?" As he prepared to make a call, the phone rang again unexpectedly. He picked up the phone, and before he could speak, a barrage of questions erupted from the other end. "I am Zhou Xiaoshu. I don't care who you are. Tell Lin Jinwei that our Xiaoshu has developed air defense missiles, which are contributions to the nation. Moreover, he is not part of the arsenal factory and is not bound by those regulations. Yet, those people from the Security Bureau are making things difficult for him. This is utterly intolerable. If this continues, we will no longer report any new inventions." With that, the call was about to end, and Lin Jinwei hurriedly interjected. "Old Zhou, this is Lin Jinwei. Seeing your anger, I must inform you that Fan Sudong has already conveyed the matter to me. Rest assured, I will certainly resolve it for you." Upon hearing Lin Jinwei's voice, Zhou Xiaoshu quickly replied, "That is splendid. Xiaoshu's father is still at the Security Bureau. You must call them immediately, or I will go and rescue him myself." Listening to Zhou Xiaoshu's irate tone, Lin Jinwei felt a sense of helplessness. "All right, old Zhou, I will handle it. Just await my news." After hanging up, Lin Jinwei felt an overwhelming headache. Why is everyone so irritable today? Yet, upon reflection, the staff at the Security Bureau have indeed crossed the line. It is high time to reprimand them. Otherwise, those highly skilled talents may abandon their research due to their negligent actions, which would be a significant loss for Long Nation. However, he was still somewhat skeptical about how Zhou Xiaoshu could possibly manage the advanced technology required for air defense missiles. For now, he decided to first call the Security Bureau to clarify the situation and then inquire about the circumstances at the Northwest Weapons Research Institute. If Zhou Xiaoshu has indeed mastered the technology for air defense missiles, it seems the Northwest Air Defense Missile Research Institute would no longer need to continue its research. At the headquarters office of the Long Nation Security Bureau, the phone rang abruptly. Director Lu Ming promptly answered. "This is Lu Ming. May I ask who is calling?" "This is Lin Jinwei." Upon hearing the name Lin Jinwei, Lu Ming immediately straightened up. Commander, greetings. What instructions do you have? I demand that you release Zhou Xiaoshu from the Jiangnan Military District Security Bureau immediately. Huh? What is going on? Lin Jinwei explained the situation over the phone, and Lu Ming clenched his fists upon hearing it. The people beneath him were indeed outrageous. If they jeopardized the air defense missile technology, not only would Fan Sudong and Zhou Xinyan be furious, but he would also have to take matters into his own hands. This technology is crucial for national defense and is vital for ensuring the safety of Long Nation's airspace. As the director of the Security Bureau, he inherently understands the importance of this technology. However, what astonished him was that this air defense missile technology had only recently been initiated and just a short while ago. There had been no significant progress. How could it be resolved so swiftly? But this was not the time for such reflections. He quickly assured over the phone, Commander, please rest assured, I will personally call to have them released at once. Chapter 52. The Gunfire of the Armory. The sun had begun to set. Zhou Xiaoshu glanced at the clock on the wall. 5 hours. A full 5 hours. Damn, we can no longer wait. Father has been inside for too long. We must go and rescue him. Wang Shumi, however, shook her head in resignation, saying, perhaps it is best to refrain. The Security Bureau has its own protocols, and we ought not to disrupt their procedures. I trust they will deliver a just outcome. Yet, Zhou Xiaoshu harbored no such faith in that scoundrel Su Zhan's capacity for fairness. If you do not go, I shall go alone, he exclaimed. They will only abuse their power. I cannot place my trust in them. With that, he grabbed his bag and dashed outside. Xiaoshu, Wang Shumi, seeing her son bolt for the door, had no choice but to follow. Upon reaching the entrance of the Security Bureau, mother and son were halted by a guard. I'm sorry, but this is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Zhou Xiaoshu retorted, my father has been inside for over 5 hours. Surely it must be nearing its conclusion? The guard shook his head. No, the Bureau has regulations. You must return and wait. In response to this situation, Zhou Xiaoshu retrieved a thick notebook from his bag. This volume contained the most critical designs for the 7 anti-aircraft missile systems and key calculations. Very well, he proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating in the vastness before the building. From this moment onward, I shall remain here. I will burn these documents until my father is released. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Xiaoshu produced a lighter. With a click, a flickering blue flame sprang forth, unhesitatingly advancing toward the stack of papers that encapsulated boundless effort and intellect. Xiaoshu, no, Wang Shumi gasped, rushing forward to intervene. You foolish child, this is your life's work. It is vital for the nation. You cannot burn it. Put it down. The flame had already begun to singe the edge of a meticulously drawn radar schematic, darkening its surface and emitting a barely audible yet disquieting hiss. My life's work. Zhou Xiaoshu defiantly lifted his chin, glaring at the Security Bureau office. Mother, if today that villain Su Zhan abuses his power to persecute those who have contributed to our country, what purpose do these documents serve? The most advanced technology would languish in darkness or be wielded by wicked individuals to harm the innocent. I would rather see them turn to ash this very moment. His youthful words struck Wang Shumi's heart like a hammer, and even the 2 guards at the entrance felt a tremor in their grip on their weapons. At that moment, a window on the upper floor was flung open with force. Su Zhan's face, filled with disdain and arrogance, emerged from the opening. He looked down at Zhou Xiaoshu with a mocking smile. Oomph. Are you attempting to put on a show for me? Childish. An 8-year-old cannot possibly comprehend the intricacies of an anti-aircraft missile system. These cold, cutting words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Shumi, witnessing her son's resolute demeanor, felt her last flicker of hope in the Security Bureau extinguish instantly. Very well. Just you wait, Su Zhan. She ceased her attempts to dissuade Zhou Xiaoshu and dashed toward Hu Shun's office. Meanwhile, Su Zhan, with a sneer, closed the window and strode away towards the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Zhou Xiaoshu sat rigidly on a hard iron chair, his spine erect and his eyes aflame with indignation. Su Zhan entered, taking a seat directly opposite him. Zhou Xiaoshu, we have meticulously reviewed the records of the air defense missile system, and according to our knowledge, it is virtually impossible to accomplish this independently with the current technological reserves available domestically. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu fixated on his counterpart. What are you implying? Su Zhan, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, inquired, I am curious, from where did these design blueprints and parameters so sophisticated in technology originate? His gaze swept across the furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips of Zhou Xiaoshu, attempting to discern even a hint of unease. Irritated, Zhou Xiaoshu slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I made it abundantly clear in my report. It was independently designed by my son, Zhou Xiaoshu." Zhou Xiaoshu? Su Zhan's expression shifted, as if he had just encountered an utterly absurd jest, a cold, heavy sarcasm creeping into his smile. An 8-year-old who needs to count on his fingers for basic arithmetic is capable of creating a missile system that could take down even the American Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? Do you take me for a fool? With that, he slammed the table again, shouting, "Zhou Xiaoshu, you are a researcher nurtured by the state, not a storyteller. Speak the truth." "I am speaking the truth." Zhou Xiaoshu erupted in fury. "If you do not believe me, ask others." Su Zhen scoffed. "Aside from colluding with the enemy to acquire foreign confidential technology, I cannot conceive of any other possibility. Confess. Whom do you serve? Colluding with the enemy? You slanderer." Zhou Xiaoshu felt a thunderous roar in his mind. He had devoted his entire life to the nation, yet the other party uttered such slander. For 3 generations, the Zhou family had contributed to the country. His elder had faced death on the battlefield, returning barely alive on several occasions. He and his wife had met, fallen in love, and married at the research institute, spending years away from home to the point where his daughter hardly recognized him. His son had risked his life to develop the air defense missile system that shot down American reconnaissance aircraft and advanced the technology of the 99 main battle tank, placing Longhua at the forefront. They never sought recognition from the state, only wishing for the nation's prosperity. Yet to be accused of treason was a direct affront to his honor. "You bastard! Say that again if you dare." Zhou Xiaoshu sprang to his feet, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's furious demeanor, Su Zhan merely sneered. "What? Have I struck a nerve? Damn you, Su Zhan, I will fight you." Zhou Xiaoshu, who had never engaged in a fight throughout his life, was now completely incensed, lunging at Su Zhan like a lion. However, as a researcher unaccustomed to physical exertion, he was no match for Su Zhan. Bang! With a swift kick, Su Zhan sent Zhou Xiaoshu crashing to the ground. Then, addressing those outside, he commanded, "Take him to the small dark room to cool off." In the office of the director of the Jiangnan Armaments Factory, the door was flung open with a bang. Wang Shumi stormed in, her face ablaze with fury. "Director Hu, when will my husband be released?" Hearing this, Hu Shun, who was engrossed in processing the documents regarding the captives, sprang to his feet. "Comrade Wang Shumi, please do not fret. He should be released shortly. I've already made a call. It's too late. Xiaoshu has said that if his father is not released soon, he will burn all the data on our air defense missile systems, and he is already doing it." "What?" At this revelation, Hu Shun felt a deafening buzz in his head. The air defense missile system was a crucial asset of the state, and he could hardly fathom that Zhou Xiaoshu had been driven to such desperation. "Damn it, Su Zhan is simply intolerable." With that, he bellowed toward the outside. "Second and third platoon, grab your gear and follow me." "Yes, sir." Hu Shun's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he swiftly led a group to the entrance of the confidential bureau. By that time, Zhou Xiaoshu had already incinerated the entire set of documents, leaving behind a scene of black ash that danced in the wind. Witnessing this, Hu Shun felt as though the ground had fallen away beneath him. "Su Zhan, you coward, come out here." He then turned to the soldiers behind him, barking, "Surround this place. I'm going to take down this den of thieves. Load your weapons. Prepare." The chilling sound of gun bolts being pulled back echoed ominously in the air. At that moment, the window on the second floor swung open once more. Su Zhan, peering out, took in the chaotic scene, panic flickering across his face as he shouted, "What are you doing? This is a military restricted zone. Director Hu, are you inciting a riot?" Hu Shun fixed his glare on Su Zhan, drawing his pistol and aiming it directly at him, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot reverberated above the arms factory, plunging the entire area into silence. Su Zhan was momentarily stunned, staring at a bullet hole that had just appeared in the wall beside him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Hu Shun, do you understand the consequences of firing a weapon in the factory?" Hu Shun leveled his gun at Su Zhan. "I don't care about the consequences. You destroyed the data on the air defense missile system, and today I will see you dead." The onlookers were struck dumb with fear, rushing forward to dissuade him. However, Hu Shun roared. Anyone who dares to stop me will be shot. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill this scoundrel today. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, an exceptionally unique black car skidded into the encirclement, coming to a halt with a dramatic screech. Before the vehicle had fully stopped, the rear door was flung open, and a formidable figure clad in a crisp, high-ranking uniform of the Confidential Bureau emerged at great speed. It was Lu Ming, the director of the Bureau. He had rushed over upon receiving news, fearing that Su Zhan might cause chaos. However, he had not anticipated arriving too late, only to find Hu Shun had already discharged his weapon. He hurried forward to intervene. Old Hu, do not act impulsively. Hu Shun shoved him aside. The scoundrel upstairs has destroyed our nation's air defense missile system. Do you think I should let him live? What? Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to Su Zhan. You scoundrel, come down here at once. What on earth is happening? It was only then that Su Zhan realized the gravity of the situation. Seeing Lu Ming approach, he hurriedly descended the stairs. Director, what brings you here? Slap. Lu Ming delivered a sharp blow. If I hadn't come, you'd have crowned yourself emperor. Su Zhan, feeling quite aggrieved after the slap, protested. Director, I assure you, I was merely following protocol. They violated regulations by launching surface-to-air missiles at the munitions factory, and I was conducting a routine inquiry. Nonsense. Lu Ming struck again. Do you take me for a fool? The minister from the headquarters personally called me, instructing me to release the detainees. This matter has reached the general staff, and you still believe you are in the right? Huh. As he spoke, he quickly turned to Hu Shun, apologizing profusely. I'm terribly sorry. I truly did not anticipate that this fool would engage in such actions. Hu Shun, however, showed no mercy. You should apologize directly to Zhou Xiaoshu. Furthermore, you will bear full responsibility for the missile system's documentation. I suggest you remove your uniform and explain yourself to headquarters. Lu Ming nodded earnestly, glancing around inquiring, which of you is Comrade Zhou Xiaoshu? The crowd turned their attention towards Zhou Xiaoshu. Lu Ming blinked in surprise. Oh, young friend, your father is Zhou Xiaoshu, correct? Zhou Xiaoshu frowned at him. I am Zhou Xiaoshu. What? You are Zhou Xiaoshu? Lu Ming was utterly astounded. Not just a child, but the one responsible for the surface-to-air missile system? Surely, this cannot be correct. At that moment, Hu Shun interjected. Let me introduce you. This is the inventor of the 99 main battle tank and the 7 Hongqi surface-to-air missile system, Zhou Xiaoshu. As the head of the Confidentiality Bureau, Lu Ming was certainly aware of the 99 main battle tank, given that many of its technologies were recorded within the Bureau. However, he never expected that the mastermind behind it was a mere child. The respect emanating from those around Zhou Xiaoshu made him realize this was no jest. Therefore, he quickly crouched down, donning a conciliatory expression. Young Xiaoshu, on behalf of the Confidentiality Bureau, I extend my apologies. I will ensure your father is released immediately, along with the technical documentation. Without a hint of mercy, Zhou Xiaoshu turned away. Apologies, but you might want to rummage through that basin for remnants. As for the missile systems technology, I've forgotten. Lu Ming stood there, dumbfounded, his anger escalating as his chest heaved with indignation. Rising swiftly, he struck Su Zhan once more. Abuse of power. You have caused an irreparable disaster. The nation's surface-to-air missile system has been compromised because of you. You scoundrel. Pack your belongings and leave at once. Su Zhan, cupping his face, looked forlorn but attempted to explain, Director, At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu's voice rang out again. I said he must be held accountable. Such a significant document's damage, according to the regulations of the Confidentiality Bureau, cannot be dealt with lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Zhou Xiaoshu was signaling him. He turned to the personnel from the Confidentiality Bureau, commanding, What are you waiting for? Hurry and take Su Zhan into custody, and deal with him according to the regulations, strictly and severely. Yes, Director, I am wronged. Su Zhan was instantly gripped by fear, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Before he could finish his words, he was taken away. As Su Zhan was led off, Hu Shun waved his hand at the guards, prompting them to lower their weapons. Moments later, Zhou Zhigua emerged from the Confidential Bureau, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing this, Wang Shumi rushed forward, exclaiming, Zhigua, what happened to you? Zhou Zhigua touched his mouth and smiled. It's nothing, this scoundrel had it coming. He then approached his son, Zhou Xiaoshu, with a grateful expression, saying, Son, thank you. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled in response. No need to mention it, Dad. Zhou Zhigua sighed, Son, Am I truly useless? I can't even fight? Observing his father's disheartened demeanor, Zhou Xiaoshu quickly reassured him, Dad, what are you saying? No individual's strength can rival that of a nation. You are the nation's fist against foreign threats. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into applause. From the back of the gathering, two voices rang out. Xiaoshu, well said. You researchers are the nation's fist against foreign adversaries, and we are here to protect you. Indeed, with your nation, there is safety. You safeguard the country, and we safeguard you. Zhou Jinyun and Fan Sudong stepped forward simultaneously. Fan Sudong then addressed the crowd. I have already communicated with the general headquarters. They will promptly adjust the confidentiality regulations to better protect researchers and technology. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, it was high time for this. This incident is entirely my fault. I failed to instill the proper mindset, allowing Su Zhen to act rashly and nearly cause a significant impact. He then hastily bowed to Zhou Xiaoshu. On behalf of the Confidential Bureau, I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive our oversight. We will thoroughly review our practices to ensure such incidents do not recur. In response to the apology from the Bureau Director, Zhou Xiaoshu merely acknowledged with a casual, Let me think for a moment. He then yawned. It's getting late. I shall return to rest. Goodbye. Watching Zhou Xiaoshu wave farewell, Lu Ming, still somewhat anxious, turned to Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi, inquiring, I am truly sorry. Do you think Xiaoshu can still manage to develop the air defense missile technology? Zhou Zhigua glanced at Wang Shumi. I believe Xiaoshu just needs your support. If you perform well, he will surely excel. Right, Shumi? Wang Shumi nodded with a smile. Yes, Xiaoshu is still a child. You should know how to coax him, right? At her words, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Absolutely. I will prepare right away and come to apologize in person tomorrow. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhou Xiaoshu yawned, ready to sleep, when suddenly a system notification flashed before his eyes. Ding! Research air defense missiles. Shoot down Eagle Sauce reconnaissance aircraft and earn 1,000 points. Chapter 54. Difficulties abound. Seeing the notification of points credited, Zhou Xiaoshu's heart leapt with joy. Wonderful. I can develop new technology again. However, when it came to the development of new technologies, Zhou Xiaoshu found himself lost in contemplation. What does the nation require most at present? What could be acquired with a mere 1,000 points? The advancements purchasable with such points are exceedingly limited, necessitating a focus on the most pressing needs. Nonetheless, the choice of technology must be dictated by the current circumstances. For instance, during his previous endeavor, he painstakingly developed a Type 99 main battle tank, which, due to its advanced nature, has yet to resolve the issue of mass production. Perhaps it is time to adjust his perspective and address the fundamental issues confronting the Dragon Kingdom today. The contemporary Dragon Kingdom is no longer the same as it was decades ago. Both its economy and foundational industries have progressed. Yet, it still lags behind other military powers on the global stage. The primary reason for this is that while low-end industries have been established, there remains a significant deficiency in mid to high-end industrial technologies. This became evident during his experience in manufacturing air defense missiles, where he found many components were simply unavailable for purchase, let alone fabrication. Even if some parts could be procured through imports, the costs were exorbitant and accompanied by numerous restrictions. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoshu concluded that the root of the problem must be addressed. Otherwise, an unwavering focus on high-end military products would result in them remaining confined to laboratories, unable to achieve large-scale production. Perhaps, he ought to seek the counsel of professionals from the arms factory to make a more informed decision. Consequently, Zhou Xiaoshu promptly set out to consult with more specialized individuals. However, upon exiting, he discovered that everyone had gone to a meeting, and he had no choice but to follow suit to the conference room. Upon arrival, he found the meeting already in progress. There stood Hu Shun at the front, a cigarette in hand, his brow furrowed as he lamented. Yesterday, I conducted an inventory check in the warehouse and found that we are missing many components, particularly precision bearings. After discussing with Old Yang and a few others, we decided to allocate some funds from our research budget to procure a batch of bearings. Given that we have many ongoing research projects and the high utilization rate of bearings, how does everyone feel about addressing this issue first? As soon as he uttered this, a profound silence enveloped the room. The attendees were all smoking, and the conference room was thick with haze. At this juncture, the workshop director responsible for the fire control system spoke up, visibly exasperated. But our department's research funds have yet to arrive. If we allocate money for bearings now, we must ensure our own research budget is settled first. Following his remark, the workshop director in charge of ammunition production chimed in. We already owe the copper factory nearly 500,000. We can't keep going to them with our hat in hand for credit. In no time, representatives from various departments began voicing their grievances, and the conference room erupted into a cacophony. Hu Shun, standing at the front, furrowed his brow even deeper. I understand that each department faces its unique challenges, but if we do not resolve the issue of these components, we cannot tackle subsequent problems. We cannot afford to stagnate. With this statement, the room was once again filled with sighs of resignation. Upon hearing the content of the discussions, Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled with realization. The absence of precision components? Perhaps I could resolve the issue of precision parts. Based on his understanding of the current military technology landscape, Long Country currently lacks the capability to manufacture precision components, primarily due to the absence of advanced machining equipment. To advance high-end military technology, precision parts are an indispensable element. At present, Long Country is relying on imports for various precision components from around the world, yet the costs are exorbitantly high. Take, for instance, the precision bearings being deliberated in the conference room. Zhou Xiaoshu had previously researched this matter. A precision bearing, no larger than the palm of one's hand, can cost over 100 units when imported from abroad. It is worth noting that the average monthly wage for a worker in Long Country is less than 50 units. This starkly illustrates the immense profits accrued by nations that possess the capability to manufacture such precision components. With Long Country establishing diplomatic relations with Eagle Nation, the significance of this alliance with Eagle Nation and the West cannot be understated. While the West may offer some advanced technologies to Long Country, their true intention is to transform Long Country into a supplier of raw materials and a processing factory for components. The core technologies remain firmly in their grasp. As long as Long Country is unable to resolve issues pertaining to core technology, the West can continue to profit from Long Country. However, judging by subsequent events, this period of cordiality is unlikely to last long, as Long Country's rapid development has incited feelings of threat within Eagle Nation. They will persist in imposing sanctions on Long Country's technological advancements. Yet, now that he traversed into this realm with a system at his disposal, he was determined to tackle this issue. The starting point would be precision machining equipment and materials. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xiaoshu had already conceived his next research direction. He accessed the system and entered the technical interface, where he quickly located the necessary information. CNC machine tool manufacturing technology, 1,000 points. Purchase. Ding, 1,000 points deducted for acquiring CNC machine tool manufacturing technology. Subsequently, his mind was enriched with knowledge regarding the manufacturing techniques for CNC machine tools. He hurried back to his dormitory, took out paper and pen, and meticulously recorded the components required for fabricating a CNC machine tool. He then proceeded to the procurement office of the armaments factory. Could you please check if these items are available? The clerk at the procurement office glanced at the list Zhou Xiaoshu handed over and was momentarily taken aback. These items all require importation. Yes, I understand. Approximately how long will it take to import them? And what will be the cost? I'll need to look into that. Please hold on a moment. The clerk replied, picking up the phone and dialing a number while inquiring and jotting down notes. Soon, the back of the list was filled with annotations. Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes widened upon seeing the remarks on the list. So expensive? 50,000 units? The clerk shrugged helplessly. There's no alternative. These are all imported goods. While items like precision guide rails and precision spindles can be resolved relatively easily, components such as encoders and other electronic parts might prove to be more challenging. Zhou Xiaoshu furrowed his brow slightly. So, it means that these can be procured, but at a steep price, correct? Indeed. All right, I understand. After finishing his conversation, Zhou Xiaoshu retrieved the list and departed from the procurement office. Chapter 55, A Glimmer of Hope. In his dormitory, Zhou Xiaoshu lay on his bed, contemplating ways to earn quick money. In this era, 10,000 yuan constituted a significant sum for an ordinary person. It is important to note that in this period, the number of individuals with a wealth of 10,000 yuan was exceedingly rare. Without engaging in commerce or inheriting a fortune, it was nearly impossible to attain such status. As a time traveler, Zhou Xiaoshu possessed a plethora of ideas for generating income. Selling civilian technologies or engaging in trade with goods from the northern regions were undoubtedly lucrative methods. However, given his immediate need for funds, These approaches would not yield 5,000 yuan in the short term. Were there any other viable means for earning money? Just then, a series of knocks at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Lu Ming, the head of the confidential bureau, along with Hu Shun. Uncle Hu, what brings you here? Please come in. Zhou Xiaoshu welcomed Hu Shun warmly, leaving Lu Ming feeling somewhat awkward as he quickly handed over a bag he was holding. Teacher Xiaoshu, I have come specifically to apologize for my negligence in the line of duty. I hope you can forgive me. He then proceeded to discuss the measures taken against Su Zhen. Following an overnight surprise inspection, it was discovered that Su had committed numerous transgressions. 5 individuals at the Jiangnan Armory had been victimized by his actions, and it was likely he would spend a lifetime in confinement. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled upon hearing this plan of action and accepted the bag, which was heavy with treats such as white rabbit milk candies, malt extract, and chocolate cakes. He then retrieved a booklet from a nearby drawer and handed it to Lu Ming. Here, this is the data on the air defense missile system. Wasn't it burned? Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise as he examined the booklet. Indeed, it contained various documents and blueprints related to air defense missile technology, filling him with excitement. Zhou Xiaoshu rolled his eyes. What nonsense! How could I possibly burn such crucial information? What was destroyed yesterday was merely a decoy. Lu Ming sighed in relief, gratefully securing the booklet. Hu Shun, unable to contain his laughter, pulled out a small red booklet from his pocket. By the way, Xiaoshu, here is your identification. My identification? Zhou Xiaoshu took the document and his eyes lit up. An official researcher identity from the Jiangnan Armory. From now on, you are a formal researcher at the Jiangnan Armory. Whenever you wish to conduct research or inventions, you may come here at any time. Zhou Xiaoshu was overjoyed. With this official researcher status, he could pursue his studies more effectively. This would also allow him access to special materials and resolve issues concerning research facilities. Hu Shun chuckled heartily. No need for formality with me. As you contribute to the Dragon Country, I, as the director of the armory, will undoubtedly support you wholeheartedly. Hu Shun turned his head to glance outside and exclaimed, What are you doing out there? Guomin. Shortly after, a tall young man entered the room. Hu Shun patted his shoulder and then addressed Zhou Xiaoshu, saying, Given your youth and the considerable research you've undertaken, it will be quite challenging to accomplish certain tasks without an assistant. Therefore, I have arranged for you to have one. The young man beside him immediately saluted Zhou Xiaoshu. Introducing himself, Hello, Professor Zhou. My name is Wang Dehai, a retired reconnaissance soldier for the Eastern Military District. I have received individual third-class merit twice, and from today onward, I shall be your assistant. Please feel free to assign me any tasks. Zhou Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback as he assessed Wang Dehai from head to toe. The latter sported a crew cut and stood at attention, exuding a military demeanor even without his uniform. Is this appropriate? I still have to attend classes, Zhou Xiaoshu stammered. No problem. Dehai has just transitioned to civilian life and will accompany you for now. If you return to school, we can make further arrangements then. All right then. Brother Dehai, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Dehai beamed with a wholesome smile and shook Zhou Xiaoshu's hand. Well, we shall not intrude any longer. You may arrange tasks as you see fit. Dehai has spent about 6 months at the Jiangnan Armory, so he is quite familiar with the place. Hu Shun glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, I must head to the city for a meeting, so I won't linger. With that, he hurriedly departed with Lu Ming, leaving Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Dehai alone in the room, both staring at each other awkwardly. How about I take you on a tour of our armory? Wang Dehai broke the ice first. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded eagerly. That sounds great. I haven't been to many places yet. Thus, the two of them made their way downstairs. This is the factory office, and over there is the cafeteria. If we proceed further, you'll find a second and third cafeterias. This area houses the security department, as well as the medical office and storage facilities. After following Wang Dehai around the armory, Zhou Xiaoshu felt his legs growing weary. I had no idea Jiangnan Armory was so vast. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's exclamation, Wang Dehai chuckled. This is the new factory. There's also an old factory that houses various outdated equipment. Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and an idea sparked in his mind. Are those old machines still in use? Essentially, they're no longer utilized. They were phased out decades ago. Take me to see them, Zhou Xiaoshu urged. Aren't you tired? Wang Dehai asked, feeling his own legs beginning to ache. Not at all. I simply wish to have a look. All right, wait here while I fetch a bicycle. Wang Dehai dashed off and soon returned, pedaling an old bicycle. Hop on. Zhou Xiaoshu wasted no time and sat down on the rear seat. Together, they cycled to an old factory area several kilometers away. The old factory, with its blue bricks and dark tiles, exuded a sense of antiquity. The entire area was guarded only by a few personnel from the security department, as it had long been abandoned. Wang Dehai presented his credentials, subsequently guiding Zhou Xiaoshu into the factory premises. Upon the opening of the first workshop, a cloud of dust assailed Zhou Xiaoshu, causing him to cough uncontrollably. As the dust settled and sunlight streamed into the dimly lit space, Zhou Xiaoshu beheld an array of antiquated equipment, all covered in dust, lying silently in various corners of the workshop. So much, Zhou Xiaoshu exclaimed, akin to a child discovering treasure, as he wandered through the workshop. Wang Dehai grinned widely, remarking, "One must acknowledge that the Jiangnan arsenal was once a fairly renowned armament factory in this region." Following this, Zhou Xiaoshu accompanied Wang Dehai on a tour of the other workshops, each filled to the brim with an assortment of machinery. Zhou Xiaoshu contemplated with so much equipment. Surely it must be worth more than 50,000. This means I could fabricate CNC machine tools. He then turned to Wang Dehai and inquired, "Do you know anyone interested in purchasing this equipment?" Wang Dehai, taken aback, responded, "Teacher Zhou, what do you mean?" Zhou Xiaoshu locked his gaze onto Wang Dehai, his eyes reflecting a grave seriousness as he stated, "I intend to use this equipment to create devices that could alter the fate of Longhua. Will you assist me?" The phrase "alter the fate of Longhua" lingered in Wang Dehai's mind, and he immediately replied, "Of course. What must I do?" "You need to find someone who is willing to purchase this equipment," Zhou Xiaoshu insisted. "But these are military factory assets. Our actions might be illegal," Wang Dehai cautioned. "No worries. I will speak to the factory management. Should any issues arise, I will bear the consequences," Zhou Xiaoshu assured him. "All right. I will take care of it at once." Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's assurance, Wang Dehai promptly agreed. After all, this was an endeavor to serve the nation. How could he refuse? Chapter 56, The Deal. At the Jiangnan City Business Reception Center, Hu Shun awaited alongside several leaders from the armament factory in the hall. Time ticked away, and anxiety etched itself across every face. How unreliable. It was supposed to be at 10:30, and now it's 11:30. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could these Americans be deliberately toying with us? Having us wait here for so long, while they admonish us for tardiness. How shameless. The irritation mounted as they recalled previous experiences of prolonged waits, feeling as though they were the buyers yet treated as if they owed something. At that moment, a sleek black luxury car pulled up before the reception hall. A group of Americans disembarked, led by a tall, blond man with piercing blue eyes. Clad in a sharply tailored suit and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of arrogance as he entered. He exchanged a brief handshake with Hu Shun and then, in stilted Longhua Mandarin, inquired, "Mr. Hu, I trust you do not hold our tardiness against us?" Initially, Hu Shun had no intention of pressing the matter of their delay. He merely wished to finalize the procurement contract swiftly. However, Hawkins' mention of the issue suggested a deliberate attempt to provoke them. Suppressing his rising frustration, Hu Shun feigned indifference and replied with a smile, "Not at all. We have only just arrived." "Ah, then that's acceptable." Hawkins adjusted his attire and, accompanied by Hu Shun and others, proceeded towards the conference hall. The parties took their seats, forgoing pleasantries and delving straight into the matter at hand. Hu Shun promptly produced a procurement contract and handed it over. "These are the components we wish to procure, Mr. Hawkins. Please have a look." Hawkins nodded, glanced at the contract, and then displayed a hint of disdain. "Pray tell, Mr. Hu, from which year are these outdated procurement prices? Have you not familiarized yourself with the current market conditions?" Upon hearing this, Hu Shun could not help but furrow his brow, aware that the other party was poised to demand an exorbitant price. After all, they possessed certain technological advantages that the Dragon Country lacked, leaving them reliant on the goodwill of their counterparts. "These prices are from last month, hardly outdated," he retorted. "Huh. The current international oil prices, air freight costs, and steel prices fluctuate daily and invariably affect the procurement cost of bearings." Hawkins replied directly, taking a price list from his assistant and offering it forth. "Here is today as procurement price. You may review it." Hu Shun took the price list and, upon flipping through it, was taken aback by the figures displayed. However, he refrained from expressing his discontent immediately, quietly perusing the entire list before finally raising his gaze to Hawkins. "Mr. Hawkins, this month's prices are double those of last month. Are you genuinely approaching us in good faith for a collaboration?" The other party lit a cigarette, leisurely taking a puff before replying with a slight shrug. If I lack sincerity, I wouldn't be here today. He gestured towards the price list, adding, should you choose not to sign the contract today, the prices may very well escalate further next time. Consider this a friendly warning. No need to thank me. Hu Shun clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with indignation. This was utterly outrageous. They were treating the Dragon Country as mere prey to be exploited. Mr. Hawkins, the price you have presented is unacceptable. If you remain obstinate, we shall have no choice but to seek other partners. As Hu Shun and his team prepare to leave, Hawkins, still exhaling smoke, issued a veiled threat. By all means, go ahead and search. If you find a better deal, I will concede defeat. With heavy hearts filled with disappointment and anger, Hu Shun and his colleagues departed, having arrived with high hopes, but leaving with disillusionment. On another front, Zhou Xiaoshu had spent the entire afternoon in the old factory area, taking stock of the various antiquated equipment. He marked all the parts devoid of value that could potentially be sold. After completing his inventory, he gazed at the notes in his ledger, lost in contemplation. With all this equipment, even if sold as scrap metal, it should fetch several thousand yuan. At that moment, the sound of tires crunching on the gravel outside caught his attention. Zhou Xiaoshu hurried to the window, where he spotted a black sedan parked at the entrance of the old factory area. A few security personnel were adamantly refusing entry to the occupants of the vehicle. Observing this, Zhou Xiaoshu dashed outside. Uncle Yang, this is the person I brought. Zhou Xiaoshu hurriedly explained to the captain of the security department, Yang Jun. Upon realizing that Zhou Xiaoshu was the one who had summoned him, Yang Jun ceased to impose further difficulties, nodding in acknowledgement. All right then, you may drive the vehicle inside, but do refrain from indiscriminately taking anything out. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with slick-back hair, who grinned and said, rest assured, I'm merely here to take a look. After a brief acknowledgement from Yang Jun, he continued his patrol. Zhou Xiaoshu then guided the slick-haired man inside. Once the security personnel had departed, the man inquired in a hushed tone, where is the person looking for me? Wang Dehai, standing nearby, cleared his throat and pointed to Zhou Xiaoshu, saying this is him. The slick-haired man was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Zhou Xiaoshu from head to toe. Are you serious? You're just a child. Zhou Xiaoshu, uninterested in lengthy explanations, gestured toward Yang Jun and his colleagues, stating, rest assured, I am in charge here. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's confident demeanor, the slick-haired man recalled the security team's earlier attitude towards him, realizing it might indeed be the case. The child before him appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Why did these individuals heed his commands? However, as he was there for business, he chose not to delve further into such matters. Hello, my name is Wang Bo. He extended his hand, and Zhou Xiaoshu merely shook it lightly before leading him into a workshop. Here, do you wish to acquire the equipment inside? Wang Bo glanced at the thick layer of dust covering the workshop, instinctively pulling out a handkerchief to cover his nose. Such antiquated items would likely be difficult for me to sell. His comment hinted at an impending attempt to haggle, and Zhou Xiaoshu responded without reservation. I invited you to take a look, but I did not say I would sell it to you. There are other clients who wish to see as well. Wang Bo was momentarily stunned, turning to Wang Dehai beside him. Wait a minute. I thought you said it was just me? I came here because I thought we were on the same side. Wang Dehai, equally surprised by Zhou Xiaoshu's firm stance, feigned innocence and shrugged. I had no idea. Zhou Xiaoshu clarified. When Dehai went to find you, there was indeed only one client, but given the abundance of equipment, I worried you might not be able to handle it all, so I sought a few more. You, Wang Bo, visibly frustrated, muttered under his breath, had I known, I would have come. Despite his protests, he began inspecting each marked piece of equipment. An hour later, his notebook was filled with notes. He then pulled out a small abacus and calculated rapidly. I can offer you a maximum of 40,000. These items are quite outdated, and I'll need to replace various parts. Some parts may even be impossible to find, making them hard to sell. Upon hearing Wang Bo's offer, Zhou Xiaoshu was unyielding. 60,000, and you can take them away now. Hey, young brother, don't be unreasonable. How could these items possibly be worth 60,000? I can add at most 2,000. Not acceptable. 58,000. 45,000. After a series of negotiations, the final price was settled at 50,000. 50,000, and you're responsible for transportation. If you disagree, I shall seek another option, Wang Bo declared with determination. Agreed, but let it be understood that these devices must not bring me any trouble, otherwise. Rest assured, this is under my purview. Wang Bo nodded immediately. I shall find a vehicle. We will transport everything tonight. Chapter 57. Have we been robbed? To avert unnecessary complications, as soon as Wang Bo departed, Zhou Xiaoshu sought out Yang Jun from the security department to clarify the situation. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback. Customized equipment? You intend to transport all of it? Zhou Xiaoshu affirmed. Indeed, the outdated machinery has merely accumulated rust in this factory. It is high time to realize their potential. He silently added, selling them for cash is also a form of utilization. Yang Jun pondered for a moment. I suppose I must report this to my superiors. Nonetheless, given the hour, it can wait until morning. That works, Yang Jun thought, considering Zhou Xiaoshu's considerable contributions. He had become quite the prominent figure at the Jiangnan Armory, with even professors and experts addressing him as Teacher Xiaoshu. With him as a guarantor, there was little cause for concern about the equipment being moved. Just as Zhou Xiaoshu finished speaking, a series of car horns echoed outside. Through the window, he could see several bright headlights, led by a black sedan followed by several trucks. Wang Bo emerged from the vehicle, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Can we proceed inside? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded and watched as he drove the car in. The unloading of various equipment ensued, with Wang Dahai standing by to ensure that nothing unmarked was loaded onto the trucks. The workers busily engaged in their tasks, while Wang Bo drafted a contract. Please review the contract. Does it seem satisfactory? Zhou Xiaoshu took the document, glanced over it, and confirmed its validity before affixing his thumbprint. Shortly thereafter, Wang Bo retrieved several thick bundles of cash from his bag and presented them to Zhou Xiaoshu. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiaoshu began to count the bills, checking for counterfeit notes. After verifying a total of 50,000, he promptly stowed the money in his bag. Here's to a prosperous collaboration. Should you wish to sell any equipment in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Wang Bo grinned, his expression one of a cunning businessman. It was evident he stood to gain significantly from this transaction. Zhou Xiaoshu remained unfazed, having already signed the agreement. Individuals like Wang Bo, who engaged in the resale of various items, were plentiful in an era where transportation and communication were far from developed. After several hours of loading and unloading, all equipment was finally secured in the vehicles. After inspecting the cargo and confirming its accuracy, Wang Bo waved goodbye to Zhou Xiaoshu. Young brother, until we meet again. Watching Wang Bo depart, Zhou Xiaoshu exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Wang Dahai, standing beside him, began to feel a creeping sense of unease. Selling off so many pieces of equipment, will that not lead to complications? Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to his inquiry, instead handing the bag to him. You must go to the city now and procure some items and equipment for me. Rest assured, I will take responsibility if any issues arise. Wang Dahai accepted the backpack filled with money and the list, setting off immediately. The following morning, Hu Shun returned with a group of senior executives from the arms factory. After the project's negotiations had faltered the previous day, they had sought discussions with several other foreign suppliers, only to discover that the prices remained unchanged. Clearly, the American representatives had already signaled their terms to the market prior to the negotiations. As a result, the cost of the components they needed had escalated significantly. The originally planned procurement budget was insufficient, compelling them to return and brainstorm for additional funding. In the conference room, when it was revealed that they would need to draw from the research funds of various departments, the atmosphere became charged with tension. The room erupted into chaos, nearly leading to a physical altercation. At that moment, a voice broke through the clamor. We are still short by over 80,000. If we sell off the equipment from the old factory, it could alleviate our immediate financial woes. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Soon, Hu Shun burst into laughter. Almost forgot about that. Selling the equipment from the old factory should suffice. He then turned to his assistant, instructing quickly, go tally the inventory at the old factory. I will contact someone to see if we can offload this equipment and clear out the old site. With a solution in sight, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably. However, just as Hu Shun returned to his office, he was met with the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Director, there has been an incident. Upon hearing his assistant's voice, Hu Shun paused, placing down his cigarette. What has happened? Why the urgency? The assistant swallowed hard, pointing toward the direction of the old factory. The equipment from the old factory, it's all gone. What? Hu Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there a theft? The assistant quickly shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face. According to the security personnel, Xiaoshu mentioned he wanted to refurbish the equipment and repurpose it, so he had everything from the old factory removed. At this revelation, Hu Shun felt as though he might faint. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Let's go take a look." Upon descending the stairs, he realized that many people were already aware of the situation, all hastening towards the dormitory area. Witnessing this commotion, Hu Shun immediately understood the gravity of the matter and rushed to his assistant, asking, "Did you tell anyone else?" The assistant hesitated before nodding. Hu Shun was filled with ire. "Do you not realize the chaos this has caused? Those people might confront Xiaoshu. You truly know how to stir trouble." As he spoke, he sprinted towards the dormitory building, with the assistant trailing behind, feeling wronged. How could he be blamed for the misdeeds of that rascal? Upon learning that the equipment from the old factory had been sold, Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi were initially incredulous. Upon inquiring further, it became evident that it was indeed Zhou Xiaoshu who was responsible for the matter, igniting a furious response from the couple, who promptly made their way to his residence. 3 days without punishment, and I thought this boy had finally learned his lesson, Zhou Xiaoshu exclaimed, pulling out his belt in anger. Wang Shumi, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly seized the belt from him. "You need a proper lesson," she declared, handing him a slender twig. "This will sting." Zhou Xiaoshu, who had been sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by the commotion outside. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the dormitory door being forcefully swung open. "Mom? Dad? What brings you here?" he asked, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. It was then that he noticed his father holding a twig, glaring at him with an ominous expression. "You little rascal, daring to sell national resources. I see you've become quite audacious. Don't try to stop me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Chapter 58, The Truth Revealed. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu approach him with a menacing demeanor, Zhou Xiaoshu's drowsiness vanished instantly. He quickly pulled the blanket over himself and shouted, "Dad, let us discuss this calmly. A gentleman speaks rather than strikes. Think twice, Dad." "Mom, please intervene," Zhou Xiaoshu pleaded, desperately trying to shrink into the corner of the room, calling out loudly. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu swung the twig in frustration but failed to connect, his anger boiling over as he lunged towards the bed. "What more do you have to say? You sold all that equipment. Where's the money? Bring it forth." Though those outside the door were displeased with Zhou Xiaoshu's actions, they rushed to intervene upon witnessing Zhou Xiaoshu's frightening intent. "Old Zhou, don't act impulsively. After all, Xiaoshu is just a child. Harming him will be disastrous. Indeed, listen to your son, old Zhou. Xiaoshu has contributed so much to the nation. I believe he had no ill intentions. Let us discipline him without resorting to violence. You, old Zhou, are an intellectual. Let us set the matter aside and discuss it rationally." Various voices urged him, and at that moment, Hu Shun pushed his way in, snatching the twig from Zhou Xiaoshu's grasp. "Comrade Xiaoshu, we must solve problems, not resort to violence. Xiaoshu is a researcher. You must uphold your image." Zhou Xiaoshu, upon hearing this, let out a heavy sigh. He was indeed furious, raised in an environment of strict discipline. The 3 major rules and 8 points of attention were ingrained in him deeply. He never anticipated that his son would engage in such behavior, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. He glared at Zhou Xiaoshu. "You were about to say something, weren't you? Well, speak now. I'll grant you this opportunity." Zhou Xiaoshu glanced around at the assembled individuals and stated, "I sold the equipment to pursue new technological research." The room fell silent for a moment, followed by a wave of guilt washing over everyone. How could we have thought that Comrade Xiaoshu sold the equipment for personal gain? It turns out he was striving for the advancement of our nation's research. Zhou Xiaoshu, taken aback, felt a pang of regret for his earlier actions. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Zhou Xiaoshu, feeling helpless, lamented, "You don't give me a chance. You come in ready to fight." Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's pitiful demeanor, Hu Shun cast a stern glance at Zhou Xiaoshu, admonishing, "Xiaoshu, you ought to temper your temper from now on." Even Wang Shumi could not restrain herself from nudging Zhou Xiaoshu, saying, "You really should consider changing your ways." Zhou Xiaoshu opened his mouth, yet found himself rendered speechless, overwhelmed by guilt. At this moment, Hu Shun felt a sense of relief and turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, inquiring, "Xiaoshu, what research are you pursuing?" "Numerical control machine tools." The declaration silenced the room instantly. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Numerical control machine tools? If memory serves me right, such devices are utilized for processing precision components, are they not? It seems this theory was proposed by the Americans. aimed at enhancing machine tools with computers to autonomously manage the machining process. Yet, as far as I know, it is yet to be realized, correct? Goodness. If this technology comes to fruition, we would no longer need to import precision parts. We could handle everything ourselves. It is truly unfathomable to imagine the brilliance of Xiaoshu's mind, daring to pursue such advanced technology. Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Shumi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. What caliber of genius is their son? After only a few days of researching anti-aircraft missiles, he is now embarking on a study of numerical control machine tools? The most astonished of all was Hu Shun, who stared wide-eyed at Zhou Xiaoshu, almost convinced the latter was sent by the heavens to rescue their Jiangnan armory. Should Zhou Xiaoshu solve the conundrum of numerical control machine tools, they would no longer have to endure the haughty demeanor of the Americans for precision parts. However, Hu Shun harbored doubts about whether Zhou Xiaoshu truly possessed the capability to create such machines. He swallowed hard, a sense of urgency evident in his voice as he asked, "Xiaoshu, are you sure you can produce numerical control machine tools?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded confidently. "Of course. Right now I just need funds." Upon hearing this, Hu Shun immediately inquired, "How much do you need? I will cover it all." The demeanor of those from various departments, who had nearly come to blows over research funding moments ago, underwent a dramatic transformation. They understood that if Zhou Xiaoshu could indeed manufacture numerical control machine tools, the first to benefit would undoubtedly be them. Yes. Our department has ample research funds. We can contribute. Xiaoshu, you should have mentioned this earlier. It's merely a matter of research funding, and we have plenty. Seeing their enthusiasm left Zhou Xiaoshu momentarily bewildered. Good heavens, just yesterday you were all about to fight over a mere pittance of funding. Yet today, it seems there is an abundance? Zhou Xiaoshu quickly responded, "That should suffice. I've already asked Brother Dahai to procure the parts, and he should be back soon." No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed from downstairs, "Xiaoshu, I've brought everything." Zhou Xiaoshu paused, pondering, could it be that Brother Dahai is akin to Cao Cao? Arriving just as he is summoned? He promptly tossed the blanket onto the bed, leaped off, and, donning his slippers, made his way to the corridor. There he beheld Wang Dahai pedaling a bicycle, accompanied by a truck filled to the brim with various tools and materials. "Wonderful. I'll be right there." The crowd parted, and they all followed Zhou Xiaoshu down the stairs. In that moment, everyone glimpsed a spark of hope in Zhou Xiaoshu. If the issue of precise components could be resolved, significant funds for research at the Jiangnan Armory would be saved. Having toiled throughout the night, Wang Dahai appeared remarkably spirited as he handed over the list and his backpack. "Everything's been procured, negotiated down on some prices, and I've visited numerous places. There's still 3,000 yuan left. You've worked hard, Brother Dahai. Please, go rest." Wang Dahai smiled broadly and wiped the sweat from his brow. "I'm not tired." Zhou Xiaoshu didn't press him further and immediately called out to the crowd, "Please assist in transporting the items to the workshop for inventory. I'm about to commence the fabrication of the CNC equipment." Chapter 59. The CNC Machine Tool, Mother Machine. Everyone eagerly helped Zhou Xiaoshu move various devices and components into a clean workshop with a cement floor. Zhou Xiaoshu checked the inventory against the list and conducted a thorough inspection. Once confirmed, he swiftly entered a state of productivity. The first task was the assembly of various parts and the processing of materials, which Zhou Xiaoshu entrusted to the technicians in the workshop. Upon receiving their assignments, the technicians beamed with delight. Assisting Zhou Xiaoshu was an immense stroke of fortune for them. Next came the creation of CNC codes and instruction programs, which required a computer. The factory possessed a computer imported from the Eagle Nation, yet only a few knew how to operate it, ensuring no competition for Zhou Xiaoshu. After a brief wash and a light breakfast, he sequestered himself in the machine room to begin the programming. Outside, the others stood transfixed at the window, watching Zhou Xiaoshu's fingers dance across the keyboard, astonished. Goodness, how proficient he is. What is he typing? It's utterly incomprehensible. To be honest, I couldn't even count how many letters are on the keyboard, let alone understand their purpose. How does teacher Xiaoshu grasp all of this? The gathered onlookers whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with admiration for Zhou Xiaoshu. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu was entirely absorbed in his work. Lines of code flowing effortlessly from his fingers without the need for contemplation. He merely needed to transcribe the thoughts in his mind. When lunchtime arrived, Zhou Xiaoshu finally pushed the keyboard away, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled deeply. Done. The crowd outside was left utterly astonished. That was incredibly swift. Is CNC machining truly this simple? Why do I feel as though I could do it too? Is this just an illusion? Of course. First, you should figure out those 24 letters. What 24 letters? Clearly, there are 27. Amidst the clamor of voices, Zhou Xiaoshu stepped out and made his way directly to the assembly workshop. After several hours of diligent labor, under the watchful gaze of all present, a rudimentary CNC machine measuring 3 meters in width and 18 meters in height was brought into existence. At this moment, the assembly workshop was teeming with onlookers, all eager to behold the newly constructed CNC machine. Zhou Xiaoshu gently tapped Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder, cautiously inquiring, "Is this done?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is complete." His voice was soft, yet every individual in attendance heard him clearly, prompting an eruption of cheers. Hu Shun, brimming with excitement, approached the machine, gazing at the unadorned metal-colored CNC apparatus before him, his eyes alight with joy. "Wonderful! You truly managed to create it, Xiaoshu." Zhou Xiaoshu smiled slightly. "Huh, such a small task is rather straightforward," he remarked, retrieving a piece of hard alloy and securing it in the fixture. He then proceeded to the control panel, inserting a disc and pressing the start button. The computer powered up and subsequently entered a simplified system. After a series of operations, he pressed the green start button. In that instant, the tools within the transparent protective cover began to spin rapidly, automatically commencing the machining of the alloy on the fixture. The sharp sound of metal grinding filled the air. A collective shiver ran through the crowd, yet they found that the noise was oddly melodious. After a period of processing, the jarring sound of metal friction ceased, and a green light illuminated. Zhou Xiaoshu lifted the safety cover and extracted a circular ring from within. He then glanced around and retrieved a brand new bearing from a box, handing it to Hu Shun. "Uncle Hu, please compare this machined outer ring with the one purchased from the Eagle Country. Which is more precise?" Hu Shun took the ring and the bearing, placing them side by side, unable to discern any visible difference. Just as he prepared to fetch a micrometer, a technician nearby promptly handed one to him. He eagerly measured the precision of the new bearing, then hastily assessed the precision of the Eagle Country's bearing. Finally, Hu Shun lifted his gaze towards the CNC machine. Heavens! The deviation is less than 2 microns. Meanwhile, the precision of the Eagle Country's bearing reaches 10 microns. This device can produce precision components with a deviation of less than 2 microns without human assistance. As these words left his lips, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It surpassed even the precision of the Eagle Country's bearings. Incredible! The CNC machine has indeed achieved precision component machining. This is simply marvelous. We will no longer have to rely on the whims of the Eagle Country. Enthusiastic applause erupted, and Zhou Xiaoshu instantly became a figure of reverence in the eyes of all present. Hu Shun grasped Zhou Xiaoshu's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. "Little tree, how will you sell those devices?" Converting them into capital to procure new components for the CNC machine is truly a testament to how you have bestowed a new value upon the old equipment that has been sold. "Huh!" Zhou Xiaoshu, scratching his head and laughing heartily, exclaimed, "From now on, we can manufacture any precision components we desire, sparing ourselves from unnecessary expenditures." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if we can produce them ourselves, why should we allow those foreign entities to profit from us?" "Exactly. They shall no longer earn a single penny from us." At this juncture, Zhou Xiaoshu interjected, "I believe one machine is insufficient. It would be even better if we could acquire several more." Upon his statement, everyone nodded in unison. Hu Shun, filled with anticipation, turned to Zhou Xiaoshu and inquired, "Can we utilize this machine to manufacture more precision components and assemble additional CNC machines?" Zhou Xiaoshu smiled knowingly. "Of course, that has been my plan all along. This machine will serve as the mother machine for CNC equipment, enabling us to create a series of CNC machines and subsequently expand nationwide. I am confident that in a few years, our Dragon Nation will achieve self-sufficiency in precision instruments, eliminating the need for imports and enhancing our overall manufacturing capabilities." As soon as these words were spoken, applause erupted throughout the room. Hu Shun, with a thumbs up, expressed his admiration. "I never expected someone so young to possess such lofty aspirations. I am truly impressed." Despite the accolades, Zhou Xiaoshu remained remarkably composed. "However, we must strategize to promote our CNC machines. Hu Shun nodded in agreement and then proposed an idea. In a couple of days, I will be attending a meeting at the Provincial Defense Science and Technology Commission. I shall take the opportunity to showcase our CNC machines, allowing other military factories and research institutes to broaden their horizons. Chapter 60, a surprise for Mom and Dad. Over the next half day, Zhou Xiaoshu instructed everyone on how to operate the CNC machine while simultaneously producing precision components. The precision parts, which had previously required exorbitant costs to import, were effortlessly created using the CNC machine. Those who had harbored doubts were now completely convinced of the machine's formidable capabilities. While Zhou Xiaoshu imparted knowledge to the group, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi opted to forego the essential lessons and instead made a phone call directly to the Northwest Weapons Research Institute, relaying the information. Upon hearing this news, Director Zhu went on the other end of the line, exclaimed, "My goodness, is this true? You could produce components with an error margin of no more than 10 microns? This is surely more advanced than the technology of foreign entities." Zhou Zhigua, equally exhilarated, responded, "Yes, Director, we successfully created the outer ring of a precision bearing in just a few minutes." Zhu Wen, filled with excitement, remarked, "Such advanced equipment is a must for us. This way, we will no longer need to travel great distances to procure components." "Indeed, Director, I share the same sentiment. Unexpectedly, your son has produced new research. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to him." "Ha!" Zhou Zhigua chuckled, his pride evident on his face. "Dean, you should prepare the funding on your end. I will have Xiaoshu arrange for us to acquire a piece of equipment in advance." "No problem. I shall gather the funds immediately. You can leave the equipment matters to me. Rest assured, Dean, I guarantee the completion of the task." After the call ended, Zhou Zhigua exchanged a glance with Wang Shumi, and they both burst into laughter. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to visit their son. Off they went. Inside the dormitory, Zhou Xiaoshu looked at the bountiful spread before him and could not help but let out a satisfied belch. "Mom and Dad, perhaps you should just be honest. We are family after all, and there is no need for secrets." Upon realizing that Zhou Xiaoshu had seen through their ruse, the couple felt a hint of embarrassment. "Well, now that we have a CNC machine, we thought perhaps we could arrange to have one sent back home," Zhou Zhigua explained hesitantly. "You know that the conditions in our Northwest are not as favorable as in Jiangnan. It's an older region, and sourcing parts is not as convenient. If we had a CNC machine, we wouldn't need to make long trips to the coast, waiting endlessly for parts." Wang Shumi quickly added, "Indeed, son. Although this is a professional matter and should remain separate from personal feelings, we are truly in urgent need of this equipment. Is there any way you could accommodate us?" Observing the hopeful expressions on his parents' faces, Zhou Xiaoshu stroked his chin, adopting a serious demeanor. "Mom and Dad, you understand that at the Jiangnan Armory, my role is merely that of a researcher. I do not have the authority to make such decisions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhigua felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. "If we follow Director Hu's suggestion of drawing lots for the order, what if we end up with a later number? Will we have to wait for years?" Wang Shumi sighed. "Let's not put pressure on our son. He needs his rest. If it takes a few years, so be it. We cannot disrupt the rules." Zhou Zhigua, not wanting to burden Zhou Xiaoshu further, nodded in agreement. "Son, do not feel any pressure. Your mother and I were merely speaking out of turn. Please get some good rest." With that, the couple returned to their room. Watching his parents leave, Zhou Xiaoshu smiled broadly, pulling out a slip of paper from beneath his pillow and calling out to them, "Mom and Dad, you forgot something?" The two paused, and Zhou Xiaoshu handed them the note. Zhou Zhigua took the paper, opened it, and was instantly stunned. "What? This is a procurement quota?" The note bore a red stamp from the office of the director of the Jiangnan Armory, with a prominent one inscribed beneath it. This signified that they would be the first to acquire a CNC machine. Although Zhou Zhigua verbally downplayed its significance, the excitement in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Wang Shumi was equally astonished, rushing forward to embrace Zhou Xiaoshu, planting a kiss on his cheek before playfully scolding him. "You rascal. Knowing how desperately we need this equipment, you still chose to tease us." Beside him, Zhou Zhigua hurriedly approached, raising 3 fingers on his right hand, and declared, "Son, I promise I will never hit you again." The earnest expressions on the faces of both parents elicited a grin from Zhou Xiaoshu. "This is your word." "Indeed, it is. Let us seal it with a pinky swear." Zhou Zhigua extended his pinky, prompting a slight twitch of Zhou Xiaoshu's brows. "At your age, still engaging in such childish antics? Come on, Dad, act your age." Zhou Zhigua To think he was being chastised for immaturity by an 8-year-old. 2 days later, in the conference room of the Dongjiang Provincial Defense Science and Technology Work Committee building, the room was packed with individuals, each a leader from various research institutes or armament factories within Dongjiang province. At the head of the room sat an elderly man with graying hair, Su Yin, the director of the office of the Dongjiang Provincial Defense Science and Technology Committee. He oversaw the province's scientific research efforts, managed the implementation and supervision of national defense technology industrial projects, and ensured research safety and quality. Additionally, he was responsible for the financial oversight of military and research institutions across the province, as well as the allocation of work. Su Yin, holding a large green teacup, took a sip of strong tea and addressed the assembly. I have gathered everyone here today primarily to discuss a pressing issue: the manufacturing of precision components. Upon hearing these words, every attendee raised their heads in unison. This issue was indeed a significant challenge for the entire military industry and research sector of Longhua. Although Longhua had resolved its basic industrial problems, there remained a long journey ahead to catch up with the industrial standards of developed nations. A crucial barrier to Longhua's advancement was the manufacturing of precision components, which had heavily relied on imports for many years. Consequently, the country had expended a substantial amount of foreign exchange reserves annually on the purchase of these components. As Su Yin announced the discussion on precision components, anticipation filled the room. His sharp gaze swept over everyone present as he solemnly continued, "Recently, I attended a meeting in Yanjing where this matter was addressed. The higher-ups have decided that our Dongjiang province will be responsible for developing precision machine tools to resolve the manufacturing issues of precision components." Instantly, murmurs erupted among the attendees. "This is wonderful. Finally, this matter is being taken seriously. Indeed, after so many years, it is high time we tackle the issue of precision components. Currently, the nation with the most advanced technology for manufacturing precision components is the Eagle Nation. Are we to negotiate with them? That may prove challenging, as they appear to engage with us diplomatically, yet their true intent is to profit from our nation. Such advanced technology, how could they possibly sell it to us?" Amidst the hushed discussions, a voice suddenly emerged from a corner. "Director Su, to be candid, we already possess the technology to manufacture precision machine tools." The moment that sound resonated, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence. All eyes converged upon Hu Shan. Su Yin widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. "Old Hu, what did you just say?" Hu Shan rose, clearing his throat, and proclaimed, "Our Jiangnan Armory has successfully manufactured precision machine tools." At this revelation, the room erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Chapter 61, "We actually possess them already." "Old Hu, surely you jest. Precision machine tools cannot simply be fabricated at will. Indeed, boasting like this is futile. Is it as simple as you suggest? The technology for precision machine tools is firmly held by advanced Western nations. Given our industrial foundation, how could we possibly produce them? Moreover, what is the smallest tolerance of the precision machine tools you claim? Millimeter level? That is of no use." Doubts echoed throughout the conference room. Su Yin, however, regarded Hu Shun with utmost seriousness, his expression grave. "Old Hu, this matter is no jest." Anticipating the skepticism, Hu Shun retrieved 2 specialized screws from his bag, designed for aircraft engines. This screw was meticulously produced using a precision machine tool prior to my arrival. And this one was procured from Eagle Nation. If you doubt my word, you may measure them. Su Yan's voice trembled with excitement as he urged, "Quick, bring them here. I wish to examine them." Hu Shun promptly stepped forward, placing the 2 screws before Su Yan. Su Yan first picked up the screw manufactured by Eagle Nation. At the base of the screw, the part number and place of origin were inscribed. He then examined the other screw, which bore an inscription as well: "Origin, Jiangnan Armory. Dragon Nation." Although it was merely a small, seemingly inconspicuous screw, Su Yan discerned an unmistakable uniqueness about it. This screw was evidently not an ordinary one, but rather a specialized component for aircraft engines. The precision of the screw directly influences the stability of the engine. Given the high rotational speeds of aircraft engines, any lack of precision could result in detachment, potentially leading to catastrophic engine failure. Imagine a plane soaring at 10,000 meters, its engine disintegrating mid-flight. Such a scenario is fraught with peril. Currently, screws produced in Dragon Nation fall short of precision standards, resulting in a maximum operational time that is at least 2/3 less than that of Eagle Nations. This underscores the critical importance of precision components. Upon seeing the inscription, Su Yin was profoundly shaken. What is the tolerance level? Hu Shun replied, producing a micrometer and passing it to Su Yin. The maximum tolerance is merely 3 microns. Director Su, you may measure it and compare the precision. Su Yin nodded, grasping the micrometer and commencing his measurements. The entire conference room held its breath, each individual straining to observe, their hearts racing with astonishment. What a remarkable development! The Jiangnan Armory has quietly succeeded in producing precision lathes. This is truly astonishing. If this is indeed true, will the Dragon Kingdom still need to spend exorbitant amounts abroad to procure precision components? The savings could potentially fund the research and development of numerous military advancements. More critically, possessing the capability to manufacture precision parts will enable them to create an increased array of equipment. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Yin, filled with anticipation, until he suddenly lifted his head and declared, "The maximum tolerance is only 2 microns, while the American components boast a tolerance of up to 15 microns." At this pronouncement, the room erupted in astonishment. Su Yin gazed at Hu Shun, his eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. "Old Hu, why did you not mention such a significant matter earlier?" Hu Shun, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. "I intended to discuss it after the meeting, but since today's agenda revolved around this topic, I thought it best to bring it up." "You," Su Yin shot him a glare. "You are well aware of the importance of this matter, yet you kept it under wraps. Now, tell me, who is responsible for this breakthrough? Does Director Su know the name Zhou Xiaoshu?" Zhou Xiaoshu. As Hu Shun uttered these 3 syllables, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "It's this young prodigy again. I should have anticipated this. How remarkable he is! How did he achieve this? It has only been a short while, and he has already unveiled new technology?" Su Yin was beside himself with excitement. The name Zhou Xiaoshu resonated with significance, as he was a research talent publicly acknowledged by the General Military Command. Upon discovering that this technology was developed by Zhou Xiaoshu, Su Yin felt no doubt whatsoever. The main battle tank, the Type 99, integrates numerous cutting-edge technologies, with its outer protective armor exceeding the capabilities of their current technology. Thus, he immediately rose and declared, "What are we waiting for? Let's go. This meeting is adjourned. Let's head directly to the Jiangnan Armory." The others could hardly contain themselves. With such advanced precision machinery, who could remain patient? With a grand gesture, Su Yin signaled for everyone to descend. The personnel in other offices within the building were left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Wasn't this meeting still in progress? Where is Director Su headed? Amidst the discussions, Su Yin and his team had already boarded their vehicles to the Jiangnan Armory. Subsequently, military vehicles escorted the leaders from various armories and research institutes directly to the Jiangnan facility. Within the assembly workshop of the Jiangnan Armory, Zhou Xiaoshu was guiding technicians in assembling the 3rd CNC machine. Meanwhile, after considerable effort from the team, a second assembly workshop was established diagonally across from them. Both workshops commenced operations concurrently, achieving the assembly of a CNC machine within just 2 days, showcasing remarkable efficiency. "Teacher Xiaoshu, I've completed the assembly over here." A voice called from outside, prompting Zhou Xiaoshu to address the nearby technicians. "Continue your work." After saying this, he dashed toward the other assembly workshop. Upon arriving at the location, a CNC machine that had yet to be painted stood before them. Zhou Xiaoshu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently caressed the surface of the machine. Indeed, this represented a significant monetary investment. Beside him, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi gazed at the CNC machine adorned with the number 1 label, their excitement palpable. At that moment, a blaring horn echoed from outside, followed by a chorus of voices announcing the arrival of provincial leaders for an inspection. Instantly, personnel from various departments streamed out of their rooms to witness the scene. The exterior of the military factory was filled with an array of military vehicles, and behind them, a procession of off-road vehicles bearing military plates entered. Hu Shun emerged from one of the vehicles, accompanied by a bevy of eager leaders from the factory, and pointed towards the assembly workshop in the distance. "The director is just ahead." The crowd, overcome with enthusiasm, dashed towards the entrance of the assembly workshop, hardly waiting for Hu Shun to lead the way. Upon sighting the CNC machine painted in white, everyone stood in stunned silence. "Wait, does this machine actually come with a computer?" Hu Shun quickly clarified, "Oh, I forgot to explain. The precise machine that Xiaoshu has developed is officially known as a CNC machine, an advanced piece of equipment controlled by digital computing. Chapter 62. Shock at the Provincial Department. Upon hearing the term CNC machine, the leaders from the military factories and Su Yan were momentarily taken aback. What is going on? If I recall correctly, the CNC machine was mentioned in a scientific journal published by the Eagle Nation, right? Indeed, I read that article. They claimed that this technology wouldn't be applicable until computer technology matured, which would take at least another decade. And yet, here it is. Is this truly a CNC machine? Su Yan's gaze fixated on the somewhat sci-fi-looking CNC machine, before shifting to Zhou Xiaoshu nearby. Are you Zhou Xiaoshu? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded slightly, glancing at Hu Shun beside him. Hu Shun promptly stepped forward to introduce Xiaoshu. Allow me to present to you the director of our Dongjiang Provincial Defense Science and Industry Committee, Director Su. Greetings, Director Su. Su Yan beamed with a warm smile, patting Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder. Well done, Xiaoshu. You have made significant contributions to our Dragon Nation. His gaze then fell upon the CNC machine behind Zhou Xiaoshu. Is this the CNC machine you developed? Zhou Xiaoshu affirmed. Yes, it is my creation. A genius. Truly a genius among geniuses. Su Yan marveled with genuine admiration. Approaching the equipment, he examined the array of buttons and the gleaming tools in the processing area. Can you demonstrate the machine's capabilities for us? The onlookers behind him shared expressions of eager anticipation. This machine appeared extraordinary, particularly the computer beside it. It is noteworthy that computers were not widely adopted in this era, primarily serving the function of data computation. The core technologies of computing are predominantly held by Western nations, which have consistently sought to stifle the development of the Dragon Country. The application of computing technologies has also been met with restrictions. Yet, in the face of such stringent technological embargoes, the emergence of such a device, as crafted by Zhou Xiaoshu, is nothing short of miraculous. They were eager to witness firsthand whether, as Hu Shun had asserted, this apparatus could indeed manufacture more intricate components. Should this prove true, the Dragon Country would transcend technological constraints and achieve self-sufficiency in high-precision components, thereby accelerating advancements in the realm of scientific research. In response to Su Yan's request, Zhou Xiaoshu did not hesitate. He immediately addressed a nearby technician. Lu Shu, it is time for us to produce gear number 3. Would you please handle the machining? The technician, his face alight with excitement, nodded eagerly and retrieved an unprocessed stainless steel rod, placing it onto the fixture. He then approached the control panel, input the necessary dimensions, and pressed the start button. A series of buzzing sounds ensued, and through the transparent protective panel, onlookers could observe the intricate operations within. Remarkably, no human intervention was required. The entire process was executed by the machine. The leaders from various armament factories were left in sheer astonishment. Is it truly possible that there is no need for manual operation? This is utterly preposterous. Everything is completed by the machine. Is this the allure of CNC machinery? One person could potentially accomplish the work of 10. How impressive. With just a button press, production occurs automatically. Imagine the labor savings. Setting aside its precision, the very capability of this automatic operation surpasses that of the Eagle Nation and other Western countries. Their admiration deepened, and they cast envious glances at Hu Shun. What merit did he possess to have attracted such a prodigious talent to his side? It was a source of envy for all. A few minutes later, the CNC machine emitted a series of beeps, and the transparent protective panel opened. The technician, donning heat-resistant gloves, retrieved the component from the control panel to commence measurement. The part's tolerance measured at 2 micrometers, acceptable. Such news left the leaders from the surrounding research institutes and armament factories in awe. 2 micrometers? Produced in such a short span of time? The speed is astonishing. Just a few drills and cuts, and it's complete? This is outrageous. It is worth noting that our skilled technicians would typically require over an hour to fabricate such a gear. Yet this one was accomplished in a mere 5 minutes? The rapidity is remarkable, but the precision is even more so. This far surpasses what the Eagle Nation can offer. One by one, they gazed enviously, their eyes gleaming with desire, as if they wished to carry the device away. Su Yan took the component, employing a micrometer for meticulous measurement, and nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with shock and joy. Such advanced equipment necessitates an expansion in production. Beside him, Hu Shun smiled broadly. Leaders, that is precisely what we are doing. Using this original machine tool as a mother machine, We can produce more CNC machine tools. Upon hearing this, Su Yin turned his gaze towards Zhou Xiaoshu. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded, pointing to the assembly workshop diagonally opposite, and said, "Indeed, we have already manufactured 3 CNC machine tools." As soon as he uttered these words, the leaders from various research institutes and armament factories immediately exclaimed, "So, they have already been produced. Such advanced equipment. We at the Dongjiang Research Institute are eager to be the first buyers." "Why should your Dongjiang Research Institute be the first to buy?" retorted another. "Our Hongqing armament factory's strength speaks for itself. We must be the first. Today, no one should compete with me for this. I have always yielded to you in the past, but this time, no matter what, this equipment cannot be relinquished." A group of individuals flushed with indignation argued fiercely over the rights to purchase, as if ready to brawl. It is worth noting that in their daily lives, they are all leaders within the same organization, where maintaining an image is paramount. Yet today, in their fervor for a piece of equipment, they cast aside all pretense, displaying a crude demeanor akin to bandits. Faced with this situation of scarcity amid abundance, Su Yin felt quite troubled. "All right, everyone, please cease your clamoring. Who would want to buy? Not just you, even I wish to take one home. However, we must adhere to a proper order." The crowd nodded in agreement. And Hushun, standing nearby, spoke up. "Actually, we have established a lottery system to determine the order of procurement." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, fearing they might draw a low number. Nevertheless, Su Yin found this method quite commendable and nodded slightly. "I approve of this approach, but what about the procurement price?" As he mentioned the procurement price, Hushun instinctively glanced at Zhou Xiaoshu. "We have yet to finalize the procurement price. After all, there are no precedents for the pricing of such precision equipment. This time, we aim to consult with the leadership regarding the price issue." Su Yin nodded in satisfaction and then turned to his secretary beside him, inquiring, "What are the prices abroad?" The secretary paused for a moment, hesitating slightly before responding, "Well, they don't sell abroad, but we found that last year. Sakura Country exported 4 high-precision machine tools to Bear Country, with each unit's procurement price at $5 million. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed in the room. "How much? $5 million? The secretary nodded, and that is for semi-automatic high-precision machine tools, with a minimum tolerance of 15 microns, which is significantly inferior to our equipment. In that instant, everyone comprehended just how remarkable this machine before them truly was. Su Yin took a deep breath and turned his attention to Zhou Xiaoshu. "So, how do you plan to set the price?" Chapter 63. Are you engaged in charity? All present turned their gaze towards Zhou Xiaoshu, fearing that he might inadvertently propose a price in the millions. It is essential to note that this is the 1980s. Not only could they not afford a few $1,000,000, but even in their own currency, they would struggle. An annual research budget for a single institute might only amount to $200,000 or $300,000. A price in the millions would likely require them to liquidate the entire institute. Not only was everyone astonished, but even Zhou Xiaoshu felt that the price of this equipment was utterly outrageous. A mere piece of precision machinery could command a staggering $5 million. Of course, the price of the equipment itself could not truly justify such a figure. The essence lay within the technology it encompassed. Setting the price too high would be unacceptable, as it was primarily aimed at enhancing the precision manufacturing sector of Longhua, not for profit. However, pricing it too low was also impractical, as the components, raw materials, labor, and various losses incurred during production all demanded financial consideration. While he could forego charging for the technical expertise, the costs associated with the raw materials and processing could not be overlooked. He had experienced firsthand the hardships of financial constraints in the past. He had risked personal safety to sell off old factory equipment in pursuit of research funding. Nevertheless, he understood that Su Yin's decision to entrust the pricing to him was likely based on a few considerations. Firstly, it was a means to gauge his psychological pricing threshold for calculated costs. Secondly, it acknowledged his role in producing the equipment, serving as a personal favor. After considerable reflection, he reached a decision. I believe we, as citizens of Longhua, should not exploit one another, especially since we are all engaged in research. What if we set the price at 100,000? What do you think? Upon uttering these words, the room erupted in astonishment. Even Su Yin appeared taken aback by the proposed price. 100,000? Xiaoshu, are you certain? Observing the shock on Su Yin and the others' faces, Zhou Xiaoshu hesitated. Had he set the price too high? Lacking experience in this realm, He was unsure whether his figure was excessive or reasonable. It was merely a price he deemed fair. Upon hearing his response, Su Yin and the others burst into laughter. It was not that the price was too high. Rather, it was far too low. Indeed, 100,000 is akin to giving it away. If you were to set it at 1 million, I would find it more justifiable. 100,000? Are you not engaging in charity? They exclaimed. Yes, Xiaoshu is still quite young. Frankly, I would feel embarrassed to purchase at that price. Listening to their responses, Zhou Xiaoshu scratched his head. How curious that some found the price too low, yet it was evident that his figure indeed seemed insufficient. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Hu Shun beside him. So, what do you think would be an appropriate price, Uncle Hu? Hu Shun chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Su Yin. Why don't we let the director set the price? Su Yin nodded, and after a moment of thoughtful deliberation, he spoke. How about this? Considering the challenges you face in researching and developing this equipment, with all the processing and technical complexities involved, I propose a price of 300,000 for each unit. What do you all think? As soon as he made this suggestion, the attendees nodded in agreement. I concur. 300,000 is a fair price, not too low, yet certainly not exorbitant. Indeed, such precision equipment cannot be treated as ordinary. It deserves a higher price to ensure its value is appreciated. Indeed, I believe it is essential to establish qualifications for procurement. Otherwise, ordinary small manufacturers could acquire our precision equipment, leading to significant losses due to potential leaks of sensitive technology. I share this sentiment that the production of precision equipment should be entrusted to various military factories, which would not only enhance their profitability, but also ensure confidentiality. After extensive discussions among the attendees, a consensus was reached on a proposal. The Provincial Defense Science and Industry Office would draft a procurement plan, selecting qualified military factories and research institutes. Moreover, the procurement price was set at 300,000 per unit, with the funds to be disbursed by the Provincial Defense Science and Industry Office and subsequently deducted from the research budgets of the respective research institutes and military factories. Lastly, given Zhou Xiaoshu's remarkable achievements, it was deemed necessary to reward him. He would receive an individual award of 300,000, and the Jiangnan Military Factory would allocate 1 million in research funds for Zhou Xiaoshu to pursue various projects. Additionally, the Provincial Defense Science and Industry Office would apply to the headquarters for Zhou Xiaoshu to receive the first-class merit medal for personal scientific research. Following this series of rewards, Zhou Xiaoshu would no longer have to fret about his research endeavors. The research institutes were elated, the Jiangnan Military Factory prospered, and Zhou's parents also received a piece of equipment. In summary, it was a situation of universal satisfaction. Within the conference room, after concluding these discussions, Su Yin turned to Zhou Xiaoshu once more and inquired, Xiaoshu, is there anything else you require? Now is the time to voice your needs. We will do our utmost to accommodate them. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xiaoshu replied, since we are now capable of manufacturing precision components, it would be impractical to continue importing them from abroad. We might as well terminate our contracts with them. His statement was met with unanimous approval. Indeed, how much has the Eagle Nation profited from us? They dare to sell a mere bearing for hundreds of dollars, treating us as gullible fools. Exactly. We will no longer endure their indignities. From now on, we will produce whatever components we desire ourselves. Until we utilized this CNC machine, we had no idea the cost of component manufacturing was so low. How much have we suffered over the years? Alas, technological backwardness is indeed a hindrance. We owe our current ability to stand tall in making such decisions to Xiaoshu. The attendees gazed at Zhou Xiaoshu, their eyes filled with gratitude. Were it not for him, they might still be contemplating how to procure necessary components from abroad. Faced with the outrageous prices proposed by foreign suppliers, they had no choice but to endure. Zhou Xiaoshu continued, not only will we cease importing precision components from them, but we can also export our own, seizing their market and reclaiming the profits they previously earned from us. As he articulated this point, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Su Yin widened his eyes, gazing at this young prodigy. Goodness, I never anticipated there could be countermeasures. That very evening, Su Yin promptly boarded a private jet bound for the headquarters of the National Defense Science and Industry Commission in Yanjing. The Dragon Nation has now acquired the capability to manufacture precision equipment, thus eliminating the need to procure expensive precision components from abroad. To prevent the country from incurring further losses, it is imperative that this matter be reported promptly. While it may not be feasible to equip every arms factory and research institute nationwide with CNC machine tools at this time, it is essential to ensure that at least some of those already equipped possess the ability to produce precision parts. This way, domestic research institutes and arms factories will no longer have to rely on imported channels for precision components, allowing them to purchase these parts locally at a significantly reduced cost. Crucially, as long as blueprints are provided, customization is also accepted. It is well known that seeking custom parts from foreign factories can be prohibitively expensive and time-consuming. With the advent of CNC machinery, such obstacles are no longer an issue. The next morning, upon landing in Yanjing, Su Yin made his way directly to the headquarters of the Ministry of National Defense Science and Industry. In the minister's office, Liang Zhengfeng, the minister, dressed in a simple white shirt, opened the door while carrying a water kettle. As a leader with a technical background, Liang Zhengfeng has consistently maintained a stance of extraordinary diligence, cycling to and from work and never employing a secretary, opting to complete all tasks himself. His office reflects his austere lifestyle, furnished with little more than a paint-chipped desk, a well-worn chair, and a bookshelf brimming with various books and documents. Upon entering the office, a knock echoed from outside. Liang Zhengfeng set the kettle down in the corner and turned to see Su Yin. "What brings you here?" he asked, somewhat surprised. "Wait a moment, I'll fetch a chair for you." Noticing Liang Zhengfeng's intention to leave, Su Yin quickly interjected, "I can get it myself." He then adeptly retrieved a chair from the adjacent office. Although he had visited a few months prior, Su Yin couldn't help but comment on the modest office once more. "Old Liang, as a minister, you really ought to live a little better than this. It's not the 1960s anymore. There's no need for such frugality." However, Liang Zhengfeng shook his head in response. "I'm accustomed to it. While it may not be the 1960s, the country has many expenses. Every penny saved counts." As he poured a cup of water for Su Yin, he inquired, "Why did you come without even making a phone call? Is there something that cannot be discussed over the phone?" Su Yin chuckled and produced several components from his bag, saying, "Here, old Liang, take a look at this." Liang Zhengfeng was taken aback as he accepted the parts, his eyes widening with astonishment. "The craftsmanship on this gear is exquisite," he exclaimed, retrieving a micrometer from his drawer to measure the dimensions, his surprise growing. "A 2-micron tolerance? Where did this come from? Would you believe me if I said this was produced in our dragon nation? Please refrain from speaking nonsense. If our dragon country could produce such a device, would I still need to toil through each day? You mentioned that if we succeeded in creating it, you would renovate your office." Hearing this, Liang Zhengfeng was taken aback, removing his reading glasses and looking at Su Yin in bewilderment. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that we manufactured this?" "Indeed." Su Yin nodded slightly, excitement barely contained in his expression. "We are now capable of mass-producing precision components. No longer shall we rely on those Westerners." Liang Zhengfeng inhaled sharply, scrutinizing Su Yin from head to toe, before picking up the component once more, his voice tinged with exhilaration. "Is this true? Please don't deceive me just to get your office redecorated. How could I possibly deceive you? Everything I say is the truth." Su Yin then recounted the entire story, and Liang Zhengfeng leapt to his feet in astonishment. "Is it truly the case?" "Absolutely." Su Zan Ziplit, producing a collection of photographs to hand over. "This is the CNC machine developed by Zhou Xiaoshu, and here he is." Liang Zhengfeng examined the photos with intense focus, his eyes brimming with shock and delight. "My heavens, what a genius! He has managed to create a CNC machine." He marveled as he flipped through the images. He had previously encountered Zhou Xiaoshu and was aware of some of his accomplishments, but he had not anticipated that the latter could resolve such a significant issue in such a short span of time. He was truly a savior of our nation's advanced industry. "This is fantastic. With the CNC machine, we shall no longer need to import components from abroad. We can resolve our precision component issues ourselves." Su Yin laughed heartily, gesturing towards the desks and bookshelves in the room. "Does this mean we can upgrade your DCOR?" Liang Zhengfeng chuckled in response. "In light of this splendid news, I shall arrange for a sofa for you next time, so you won't have to sit on a small stool." "Agreed. You have my word." Su Yin laughed again before continuing. "Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoshu has proposed an idea. We should not only sell these components domestically, but also to foreign markets." "What?" Liang Zhengfeng looked up, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Are you suggesting we seize the market from Western countries?" "Precisely. They have profited immensely from us, and it is high time we reclaim some of that wealth. Our components are even more precise than theirs. This profit is ours for the taking. Excellent idea. I shall draft a document immediately to formalize this plan and prevent further losses. Liang Zhengfeng stood, his spirits elevated. Zhou Xiaoshu has contributed such remarkable technology. He must be duly recognized. Do you have any suggestions? Our provincial department has decided to award him a personal bonus of 300,000, along with a research fund of 1 million. Additionally, I would like to apply for first-class merit medal for scientific research in Dragon Country for him. What do you think? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Liang Zhengfeng immediately resolved. We must secure a first-class merit medal for personal scientific research. I shall arrange this. When the time comes, you and Xiaoshu must come to Yanjing, and I will treat you to a meal. Ha. In light of that feast, I shall certainly bring Xiaoshu back. At that moment, a staff member arrived at the office, bearing a document. Minister Liang, the procurement proposal from the representatives of Eagle Nation has arrived. Do you wish to sign it? Looking at the document, Liang Zhengfeng couldn't help but smile. From this day forth, I shall no longer allow Eagle Nation and Western countries to profit from our Dragon Nation's precision components. With that, he tossed the document directly into the trash bin. Chapter 65. A fierce retort to Eagle Nation. In a luxurious hotel in Jiangnan City, Hawkins, dressed in a tailored suit, lounged on the sofa, a cigar held between his fingers as he inquired of his assistant. By the way, have we been in touch with the Jiangnan Armory lately? The assistant shook his head. Since the last negotiation failed, there has been no further contact. Hawkins scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. They certainly have a tough exterior. Let's do this. Give them a call and suggest we can renegotiate the price. Hearing Hawkins's words, the assistant appeared puzzled. Mr. Hawkins, we could afford to wait. Dragon Nation will surely not abandon collaboration with us, considering we have already dominated this market. However, Hawkins sighed in resignation. The headquarters insists that we sell this batch of bearings as soon as possible. Regrettably, we must take the initiative to make the first move to clear some space. Very well. The assistant promptly approached the nearby desk, picked up the phone, and dialed the office of the Jiangnan Armory's director. Hello, this is Mr. Hawkins's office. I am his assistant. Good day, Director Hu. As you may recall, we previously engaged in negotiations. Have you given any thought? On what? No further collaboration? The assistant was momentarily taken aback, covering the receiver as he glanced toward Hawkins. Hawkins, having heard the conversation, turned to frown and asked, "What did he say?" They indicated they would not continue collaborating. What? Upon hearing this, Hawkins's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up. How dare they cease collaboration with us? He swiftly approached and seized the receiver, speaking in stiff dragon language. Are you certain you won't be collaborating with us any longer? On the other end, Hu Shun's voice was cold and unyielding. Quite certain. Hearing Hu Shun's swift confirmation, Hawkins clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he threatened. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Consequences? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Shun earnestly replied. The consequence of our discontinuation of collaboration is that, effective immediately, our Jiangnan Armory will no longer be drained by your company, nor shall we endure the sight of your repugnant faces. Damn it! Hawkins erupted in a furious expletive. You are courting disaster. I inform you that starting today, you shall no longer receive any bearings. How dare you insult me? Very well. Allow me to return the favor. You, a bunch of despicable wretches. Await the day when retribution will find you, and that day shall come swiftly. With a resounding slap, Hawkins hung up the phone, his fury evident as he slammed the receiver onto the table. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? Truly, they're overestimating their worth. He then turned to his assistant and commanded, inform the diplomats that from today onward, we will cease the export of bearings to the Dragon Nation. I intend for them to bear the consequences of their actions. To challenge us is to court disaster. They shall soon find themselves groveling at my feet. In the office of the Jiangnan Armory, Director Hu Shun hung up the phone, his grin wide and unabashed. What a thrill it was to finally unleash his frustration upon that scoundrel Hawkins. That wretched man, profiting from us while treating us with disdain, shall soon weep for his insolence. Just then, the phone rang again, startling Hu Shun momentarily as he glanced at the caller ID and scoffed. Does Hawkins wish to retaliate? How amusing. I shall show him the true art of verbal sparring today. He seized the phone, ready to unleash a torrent of invective. You dare call again, you cur? Were you not satisfied with the reprimand you just received? However, before he could finish, a familiar voice on the other end interrupted. Hu Shun, first and foremost, I have not provoked anyone. And what was it you just said to me? Hu Shun was taken aback, hastily clarifying, No, Director Su, it was a misunderstanding. I thought it was that scoundrel Hawkins calling, so humph, as if you would dare. By the way, where is Xiaoshu? Hu Shun glanced outside and replied, Xiaoshu is still in the assembly workshop overseeing operations. Look at how diligent that child is. To be honest, having Xiaoshu in your factory is truly a blessing. Indeed it is. Rest assured, Director Su, we will take excellent care of Xiaoshu. By the way, is there a work directive associated with your call? Directive? Nonsense. It is to inform you that a commendation ceremony for Xiaoshu will be held in Yinjing. Let him know that I will take him along tonight. And we shall visit the Su-27 fighter jet as well. Upon hearing this, Hu Shun's expression shifted to one of envy. I did not expect to have the chance to witness the Su-27. Might I accompany you? Not a chance. Focus on your work. The call ended, leaving Hu Shun to pout in resignation. Very well. Xiaoshu is indeed deserving of such an opportunity. It seems I did not measure up. He promptly went to the assembly workshop to make arrangements and assigned a few personnel to accompany Zhou Xiaoshu directly to the provincial department. Upon arriving at the office of the Provincial Defense Science and Technology Commission, Zhou Xiaoshu realized just how rare this opportunity to visit the Su-27 in Yinjing truly was. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, given the historically tenuous relationship between the Bear Nation and the Dragon Nation. What could have prompted such an advanced fighter jet to be showcased in Yinjing this time? Even though the Bear Country's national strength has diminished compared to the past, and its relationship with the Dragon Country has somewhat eased, one must ponder why a public exhibition is not being organized, but rather a covert showcase. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's inquiry, Su Yin could not help but chuckle. He was surprised that the young man was quite perceptive. Indeed, their Dragon Country intended to procure several Su-27 fighter jets from the Bear Country, and the exhibition was primarily to assess them. Has the Bear Country truly reached this stage? Zhou Xiaoshu was taken aback by the revelation. It was astonishing to learn that the Bear Country was now selling such advanced fighter jets, highlighting the dire straits they were in. Su Yin nodded affirmatively. Yes. After enduring a prolonged Cold War, their national power has been nearly depleted. The Bear Country is now on the brink of collapse. As a time traveler, Zhou Xiaoshu yearned to inform him that in a few years, the Bear Country would meet its end. How much do they plan to spend on these Su-27 fighter jets? Zhou Xiaoshu asked. That remains uncertain, but each jet should cost at least several tens of millions of dollars, Su Yin replied. Upon hearing this figure, Zhou Xiaoshu felt a stir of inspiration. Perhaps it was time for him to take action. Chapter 66, The Secret Exhibition. That evening, Zhou Xiaoshu and Su Yin boarded a private jet, heading straight for Yinjing. After catching a few hours of sleep at the hotel, Zhou Xiaoshu was awakened. Blinking groggily, he saw his grandfather, Zhou Xinyun, standing at the bedside in an old military uniform. Grandpa, what brings you to Yinjing? Zhou Xiaoshu inquired. Zhou Xinyun smiled broadly. Have you been so busy that you've lost track of time? I arrived in Yinjing some time ago. Zhou Xiaoshu yawned and climbed out of bed. It seems I indeed have been quite preoccupied. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu, Zhou Xinyun's face displayed a hint of satisfaction. I heard you've embarked on a new research project that has resolved our Dragon Country's precision parts issue. I'm truly proud of you. It was the least I could do, Zhou Xiaoshu replied. You truly are a remarkable descendant of the Zhou family. Such awareness is not commonplace. Zhou Xinyun then sat on the edge of the bed and remarked, to be honest, witnessing a young researcher like you gives me hope for the future of our Dragon Country. Zhou Xiaoshu donned a short-sleeved shirt and smiled. Rest assured, Grandpa, our Dragon Country will undoubtedly flourish. He then noticed that Zhou Xinyun was dressed quite formally. Despite wearing an old military uniform, his epaulets and various medals were impeccably arranged. Grandpa, are you dressed so formally for the Su-27 exhibition? Zhou Xiaoshu teased. What, does our esteemed researcher look down upon this old man? Zhou Xinyun bantered back. Not all. I merely find it a delightful coincidence. Indeed, our diplomats have invested many years of effort for this opportunity. Zhou Xiaoshu replied as he put on his shoes. Is the country really purchasing those Su-27 fighter jets? Certainly, with the Su-27 fighter jet at our disposal, we shall be able to produce a new generation of combat aircraft in the future, albeit at a considerable cost. Unfortunately, we lack the requisite technology. Can we truly develop it independently without making such investments? Observing the helpless expression on the elder's face, Zhou Xiaoshu couldn't help but ponder. Having traversed into this world, equipped with a golden finger, could I permit the nation to squander such funds? Thus, he retreated to the restroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. However, while brushing, he discreetly accessed the system and navigated to the interface of the J-10 fighter jet. Upon searching for the J-10, he discovered its price, 5,000 points. The exorbitance of this figure caused Zhou Xiaoshu to spray foam onto the mirror in disbelief. Could it truly be so costly? Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that such a price might not be unfounded. After all, a fighter jet encompasses a myriad of technologies, including aerospace engines, radar systems, avionics, aerodynamic configurations, and materials. The 99 main battle tank was painstakingly developed, costing approximately 5,000 points as well. It appeared that acquiring the entire fighter jet technology outright would prove challenging. Contemplating this, Zhou Xiaoshu resolved to approach the acquisition incrementally. He would first procure an engine, followed by radar, then sequentially acquire the avionics, aerodynamic layout, materials, and other technologies, until he had wholly acquired the technology for the J-10 fighter jet. However, with only 1,000 points remaining in his account, he could only purchase one of the technologies at present. Zhou Xiaoshu chose to hold off on his decision, intending to assess which technology was of greater significance before committing to a purchase. After a simple breakfast, Zhou Xiaoshu accompanied his grandfather as they set out towards a sprawling military base. The security at the base was exceedingly stringent, prohibiting any cameras or photographic devices, with thorough verification of each individual's identity. Among those conducting the checks were not only soldiers from the Dragon Nation, but also from the Bear Nation. When several soldiers from the Bear Nation spotted Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Zhenyun, they immediately issued a warning. Children are not permitted entry, move along. In response to the arrogant Bear Nation soldiers, Zhou Xiaoshu promptly retrieved his identification from his pocket. The soldiers, momentarily taken aback, examined the document but did not grant passage. Instead, one of them turned to a nearby guard, exclaiming, "This child has forged his identification. Apprehend him." Observing the approaching guard, Zhou Zhenyun swiftly shielded Zhou Xiaoshu behind him, brandishing his cane. "My grandson possesses valid identification. On what grounds can you deny him entry?" The Bear Nation soldier, understanding the dragon language, grew impatient upon hearing Zhou Zhenyun's words. "If you continue to cause a scene, we shall revoke your entry privileges as well." At that moment, Su Yin and a man clad in a white shirt approached. Observing the rudeness exhibited by the Bear Nation soldiers towards Zhou Xiaoshu and his grandfather, the man in the white shirt stepped forward to offer an explanation. Upon hearing this, the soldier from the Bear Country was momentarily taken aback. Before scrutinizing Zhou Xiaoshu from head to toe, ultimately shrugging in resignation and allowing passage. Zhou Zhenyun felt a surge of indignation at this treatment. What a condescending attitude. In this day and age, how could they still behave in such a manner? Beside him, Su Yin quickly intervened, turning to introduce Zhou Xiaoshu. "Xiaoshu, this is Minister Liang Zhengfeng from our Dragon Country's Ministry of National Defense Science and Industry." Zhou Xiaoshu promptly greeted him, exclaiming, "Hello, Minister Liang." Liang Zhengfeng chuckled heartily, giving Zhou Xiaoshu a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Xiaoshu, well done. You have rendered great service to our Dragon Country." Zhou Xiaoshu humbly smiled in response. "As a citizen of Dragon Country, serving my nation is my duty." Hearing this, both Su Yin and Liang Zhengfeng immediately gave him a thumbs up. Shortly after, Su Yin led the way, beginning the tour. The secret exhibition showcased various military equipment for Bear Country. Among the Army's arsenal were the T-72 tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, the 21 Type 122mm self-propelled howitzers, and a Mi-24 attack helicopter. After touring the Army equipment, they proceeded into a secret hangar, which was the centerpiece of this exhibition. At this moment, nearly everyone at the event had gathered in the hangar. Once most of the attendees had entered, a soldier from Bear Country stood before a combat aircraft covered with a black cloth and gently pulled it away. Revealed beneath was the Su-27 fighter jet, showcasing its true form. The sleek lines of the Su-27 flowed seamlessly from nose to tail, exuding an innate beauty without any abrupt angles. Amidst its elegance lay a palpable sense of muscular power, with the vertical stabilizers and elongated cockpit, lending an air of sharpness to the aircraft's profile. The audience erupted into fervent applause, their eyes filled with fervor. Zhou Xiaoshu, standing beside Zhou Xiaoshu, felt tears welling in his eyes at the sight of the fighter jet. Unable to resist, leaning closer. However, at that moment, a soldier from Bear Country abruptly intervened. "You're standing too close, you fool. You haven't paid yet. Do you intend to steal our technology?" With that, he stood rigidly in front of Zhou Xiaoshu, his tone arrogant and commanding. "Step back." At that instant, silence enveloped the room, and a cold glint flickered in Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes. "What did you say?" Chapter 67. Conflict at the Exhibition. It is important to note that Zhou Xiaoshu had risen through the ranks from the battlefield to become a general, with each of his military medals earned at the cost of his life. Yet today, he faced such humiliation from a soldier of Bear Country, igniting anger among all the Dragon Country attendees. However, given the significance of the occasion, conflict was ill-timed. This exhibition was the culmination of considerable effort, with both sides intending to finalize a purchasing agreement. Any conflict arising from this incident could jeopardize years of hard work for Dragon Country. At that moment, a staff member hurried over, attempting to placate Zhou Xiaoshu. "My apologies, esteemed leader. This soldier from a Bear Nation may not fully comprehend the situation. We will certainly relay this matter to their superiors." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Xiaoshu raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze sternly fixed upon the soldier from the Bear Nation. "Let me tell you, we may be seeking your cooperation now, but I firmly believe that in the near future, you will be the one seeking our assistance." However, upon hearing these words, the soldier from the Bear Nation could not help but scoff. "Hey, old man, I understand your language. Did you just say that in the future we will be begging you? Huh, what are you thinking? Your nation lacks technology. What could compel us to seek your help? Your impoverished industrial capabilities were once supported by us. Now that you have gained some strength, you dare to speak to us in such a manner? Let me assure you, it is you who sought us for this exhibition. Do you believe I could simply cancel today's event with a single word? How dare you speak to me like this? You must apologize today, or else." Before the soldier from the Bear Nation could finish his tirade, he suddenly sensed a figure flash before him. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the almost empty space, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Zhou Xiaoshu glared at the soldier with fury. "This slap serves as a lesson for your lack of manners. Should you dare to speak to our people in such a manner again, I will strike you once more." The soldier from the Bear Nation was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a small child would publicly slap him. In an instant, he was enraged and raised his fist to retaliate. At that moment, a large hand seized his wrist, halting his motion. Wang Dahai, clad in a green military uniform, stood before him like an iron tower. Despite the soldier's imposing stature, he seemed diminished in Wang Dahai's presence. With glinting eyes, Wang Dahai declared, "Should you dare to strike Teacher Xiaoshu, you must first contend with me." His deep voice instilled an inexplicable sense of calm. The soldier struggled, attempting to free his arm from Wang Dahai's grip, but to no avail. Zhou Xiaoshu, unwavering, locked eyes with the soldier and stated, "Furthermore, your previous remarks were inaccurate. While it is true that the Bear Nation aided the Dragon Nation, let us not forget that we invested substantial funds and foreign currency for your technology. Moreover, this exhibition is not because we sought you out. Rather, it is you who, in dire straits, have come seeking our purchase of your fighter jets. As for an apology, I believe it is you who should apologize, you impolite wretch." As Zhou Xiaoshu concluded his statement, a wave of fervent applause erupted in the hall. In that moment, it seemed as if everyone stood a little taller. Zhou Xiaoshu then grasped Zhou Xiaoshu's arm and remarked, "Grandfather, it's merely a worthless fighter jet. What else there to see? I'll build you a far better one in the future." Upon hearing those words, Zhou Xiaoshu let out a hearty laugh, dispelling the gloom that had settled within him. "Very well, my dear grandson, let us not linger here any longer. I look forward to you crafting an even better one for us in the future." With that, the two made their way out of the exhibition hall, the furious roars of the soldiers from the Bear Country echoing behind them. "Just wait and see what consequences your actions will bring upon you, you wretched ones." Yet, the only response to this was Zhou Xiaoshu's raised middle finger. "Ding! Publicly slapping the Bear Country soldier earns you 100 points. Hearing this notification, Zhou Xiaoshu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. Was this slap really worth only 100 points? After leaving the exhibition hall, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaoshu entered a noodle shop. "Brother Dazai, let us sit and dine together." Wang Dahai scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "I'm not hungry. You all go ahead." Zhou Xiaoshu appraised Wang Dahai from head to toe. "Young man, there's no need to be so reserved. Come, Sit down and have a bite. Ah, Wang Dahai stammered, still trying to refuse. But Zhou Xiaoshu slammed his chopsticks on the table. This is an order. Yes. Wang Dahai immediately sat up straight on a nearby stool, his posture reminiscent of a soldier in formation. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoshu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it seemed that only a command could coax Wang Dahai into eating. Each of the three had a bowl of beef noodles, and Zhou Xiaoshu savored his meal heartily. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu felt a twinge of discomfort. Please don't let my presence jeopardize this order. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's words, Zhou Xiaoshu put down his chopsticks and remarked, Grandpa, did I not assure you? I will create an even better one for you. Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled, ruffling Zhou Xiaoshu's hair. Good child, I believe you can indeed manufacture an aircraft. However, our dragon country desires the new generation of fighter jets as soon as possible. Indeed, I will expedite the process, Zhou Xiaoshu replied with resolute confidence. Zhou Xiaoshu could only nod in agreement. Very well, Grandpa will await your creation. After finishing their lunch, they strolled around several attractions in Yanjing. Around 3 in the afternoon, the exhibition concluded, and Zhou Xiaoshu's awards ceremony commenced. Due to confidentiality concerns, the attendees of this ceremony were relatively few, yet all essential elements were present. Amidst the stirring music, Zhou Xiaoshu ascended the stage to receive his accolade. Liang Zhengfeng approached, holding a gleaming gold medal. Zhou Xiaoshu saluted like a young pioneer, and the audience erupted in applause. Liang Zhengfeng personally placed a medal around his neck. Xiaoshu, I extend the gratitude of the Dragon Country's Ministry of National Defense and Industry for your contributions. It is my duty, Zhou Xiaoshu replied earnestly. I will continue to strive and contribute. Liang Zhengfeng then produced a document and handed it over. This is the provincial reward, and this one is the national reward. Take a look. Zhou Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the document, his eyes widening in astonishment. The document stated that the nation had granted him a reward of 500,000. In addition, there was 2 million earmarked for research funding. In that instant, Zhou Xiaoshu felt as though he had struck it rich. It seemed that financial concerns regarding his aircraft manufacturing endeavors would no longer weigh heavily on his mind. After the award ceremony concluded, Liang Zhengfeng personally hosted a dinner. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, Su Yin suddenly inquired, by the way, in a few days, there should be a shipment of high-temperature alloy materials arriving from Eagle Sauce, correct? This time it won't be delayed, will it? Liang Zhengfeng sighed. You all know the character of Eagle Sauce. Once the goods reach the dock, I will inform you. All right, anyway, with the CNC machine tools invented by Xiaoshu, we can commence processing as soon as they arrive. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu could not help but ask, processing what? The turbojet engine. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 68, Defective Materials. After spending 2 days in Yanjing, Zhou Xiaoshu returned to the Jiangnan Armory with his grandfather. However, as there were matters at home requiring attention, Zhou Xiaoshu had to go back, while Zhou Xiaoshu remained at the Jiangnan Armory to continue his work. Presently, Zhou Xiaoshu had become a prominent figure in the Jiangnan Armory. Hu Shun, with intention, was nurturing Zhou Xiaoshu, often bringing him along for various tasks. Xiaoshu, are you busy today? Seeing Hu Shun's cheerful demeanor, Zhou Xiaoshu promptly asked, Uncle Hu, is there something you need? Haha, so you're mimicking me now? We're heading to the province to collect a batch of materials. I thought you might be bored in the workshop, so let us take a little trip. All right. Zhou Xiaoshu quickly set aside his tools and followed him out. Upon arriving at the provincial materials warehouse, Hu Shun handed over the material requisition list, and a staff member led them to the back storage area. Meanwhile, in front of warehouse number 3, a blond, blue-eyed man from Eagle Sauce sat quietly in a car, observing the surroundings. After a while, a knocking sound echoed against the car window. The window rolled down, revealing a sharply dressed man from the Dragon Kingdom, his hair impeccably styled, wearing a sycophantic smile as he presented an inspection report. Mr. William, thank you for your patience. All these inspection reports are satisfactory. After receiving the list, William in the car curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile, then picked up a handbag from beside him and handed it over. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Irai, this is your reward. Chen Irai grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and accepted the handbag with both hands, saying, Oh, I really can't accept this, Mr. William. You are too kind. William affectionately patted Chen Irai's obsequious face and remarked, No need to be modest. Such matters will need to be entrusted to you in the future. Chen Irai promptly replied, Rest assured, Mr. William, all alloys you send will meet the standards. Good. That's reassuring. Although these alloys have minor defects, they won't affect anything. Don't worry, they won't implicate you. What are you saying, Mr. William? I believe Eagle's Sauce technology can easily pass our technical inspections. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. Goodbye. Safe travels, Mr. William. Chun Rai bowed slightly, waving as he watched William escort apart. Only then did he open the handbag to take a glance inside. In addition to a few small gifts, there was also a bank check worth 50,000. Chun Rai grinned, discreetly slipped the check into his pocket, and nonchalantly returned to the warehouse. He presented a quality inspection report to the warehouse personnel. Mr. Williams' batch of high-temperature alloys had passed inspection. The warehouse manager reviewed the report and affixed a red stamp. Chun Rai hummed a tune as he departed, just as Shun entered with Zhou Xiaoshu. They brushed past each other, and Chun Rai paused momentarily at the sight of Zhou Xiaoshu, muttering to Shun, "This is a restricted area. Why bring a child here? Hurry up and finish, so you can take him back." Shun was eager to explain, but realized that Chun Rai was completely unfazed and had already left. So he shrugged in resignation. "Let us go. If we come back more often, it'll be fine." Zhou Xiaoshu, unfazed, accompanied him into the warehouse. Following the shelf numbers, they located the high-temperature alloy materials they required, allowing the forklift operator to load the cargo for transport back to the Jiangnan Armory. With the high-temperature alloy materials, production of turbojet engines could commence in the factory. However, turbojet engines were only suitable for third-generation fighters like the J-7 and J-8. Zhou Xiaoshu felt that utilizing such expensive high-temperature alloys for third-generation aircraft was somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, he resolved to directly develop the turbofan engines used in fourth-generation aircraft. The primary distinction between turbofan and turbojet engines lies in the complexity of the components. Turbofan engines, with more intricate parts, provide greater thrust and perform better at high supersonic cruising speeds, whereas turbojet engines, being simpler in structure, generate less thrust and can only achieve supersonic speeds in afterburner mode. The J-10 employs a turbofan engine, representing the future of fighter jets. The reason Long Nation chose to purchase the Su-27 fighter jet from the Bear Nation was precisely due to the advanced turbofan technology it possessed. Zhou Xiaoshu directly accessed the system and entered keywords related to the J-10 fighter jet engine. Two options promptly appeared. Engine 31, domestic to the Bear Nation, 800 points. Engine 10 series, domestic to Long Nation, 1,000 points. Upon seeing these options, Zhou Xiaoshu quickly researched the differences between the two engines. His inquiry revealed that the Bear Nation's 31 series engine had a broader application range, being utilized in the Su-27, Su-30, and Su-35. Subsequently, Long Nation imported the Su-27 fighter jet from the Bear Nation, and this engine technology was officially applied to the later J-10 fighter jet. However, as Long Nation's technological capabilities advanced, it developed the 10 series engine, which surpassed the performance of the Bear Nation S engines. With precisely 1,100 points in his account, Zhou Xiaoshu unhesitatingly chose the domestically produced 10 series engine. Ding! You have purchased the 10 series engine technology. Immediately, a complete set of technical knowledge regarding this engine appeared in Zhou Xiaoshu's mind. In order to expedite the production of the engine, Zhou Xiaoshu hurried to the armory's warehouse and procured 2 substantial crates of high-temperature alloy materials. At this juncture, the assembly workshop was already equipped with 5 or 6 CNC machine tools. Personnel from various armories and research institutes were diligently learning the operating methods while simultaneously assisting in the production tasks, ensuring that both endeavors progressed without hindrance. Presently, the utilization of CNC machine tools was not particularly strained. Zhou Xiaoshu promptly commandeered one to commence processing. He positioned a piece of high-temperature alloy on the workbench for machining. However, upon completing the processing and lifting the protective cover to retrieve the finished turbofan component, he was confronted with a troubling discovery. The coloration of these high-temperature alloys was amiss. They were defective products. Nevertheless, the issue with a single component did not necessarily imply that the entire batch was compromised. Yet, gazing at the anomalous hue of the high-temperature alloy component in his hand, Zhou Xiaoshu harbored the ominous premonition that problems were imminent. He promptly returned to the armory's warehouse, extracting samples from various boxes of high-temperature alloy materials for inspection. Lacking specialized testing tools, he resorted to further machining as a means of evaluation. However, this inspection proved disconcerting. as it revealed that all sample components were substandard. Observing the cross-sections exhibiting diverse color variations due to inconsistent high-temperature resistance, Zhou Xiaoshu once again cast his gaze upon the certification affixed to the box. Clearly, there was a mole among them. Yet, this was not the source of his greatest distress. The most disheartening aspect was that his points were depleted while the materials remained unqualified. Without acceptable materials, the production of the turbofan engine was rendered impossible. Investigating the material issue further would inevitably cause significant delays. He was unwilling to squander excessive time on this matter, as each day wasted translated into increased losses for the nation. Moreover, Dragon Country was currently engaged in negotiations with Bear Country regarding the procurement of Su-27s. Should the contract be signed and payment made while he still lacked the turbofan engine, it would be far too late. Therefore, he must resolve the high-temperature alloy dilemma post-haste. However, procuring more high-temperature alloys would yield the same inferior products, given that the entire province had sourced from the same batch. Thus, only one solution remained. He must fabricate it himself. Yet, his points were exhausted. As Zhou Xiaoshu contemplated the component in his hand, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. If memory served him correctly, alloys could indeed be reprocessed. Surely, these materials could be rectified. He promptly accessed the system to review the relevant technology, and his suspicions were confirmed. The nickel-based high-temperature alloys utilized in aviation engines could be reworked. However, the associated technology required 1,000 points. It seemed he would have to devise another scheme. Without hesitation, he returned to the warehouse and addressed the warehouse manager, instructing, "Gather a few people to help me transport these high-temperature alloys to the workshop." The warehouse manager stood there, utterly taken aback. The batch of components acquired is intended for the production of turbojet engine parts. Zhou Xiaoshu is a unique figure within the Jiangnan Armory, possessing the ability to access a variety of components from the warehouse at any time. However, his current primary responsibility lies in the manufacturing of CNC machine tools, rendering high-temperature alloys unnecessary for his work. "Teacher Xiaoshu, are we processing the turbojet engine components now?" "Well, more or less," Zhou Xiaoshu replied vaguely. The other party did not dwell on it. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoshu's signature, he promptly led several individuals to deliver the recently transported high-temperature alloys to the workshop designated by Zhou Xiaoshu. Upon entering the workshop, Zhou Xiaoshu immediately summoned Wang Dehai. "Do you have any instructions, Teacher Xiaoshu?" Zhou Xiaoshu pointed to the piles of high-temperature alloys and said, "Please cut all these alloys into pieces for me." "Huh?" Wang Dehai was taken aback. Though he lacked technical knowledge, he had observed enough to grasp some understanding. These high-temperature alloys had been purchased according to specific dimensions. Cutting them into pieces would likely render them unusable. If we cut them into pieces, how will we use them later? Zhou Xiaoshu had no intention of concealing anything from Wang Dehai. He produced 2 substandard high-temperature alloy materials and handed them to him. "Do you know what this color signifies?" Wang Dehai shook his head. "It indicates that the high-temperature resistance is subpar, resulting in such variations in color." "Huh? So you mean these are all defective products?" Wang Dehai was stunned. The materials before him were worth hundreds of thousands. If they were indeed all substandard, had they not been severely cheated this time? "Exactly. There is no time to investigate this matter further now. My immediate task is to cut all these components and then rework them. Shouldn't we report these issues with the materials to the supplier first?" Wang Dehai felt Zhou Xiaoshu's approach might be flawed and quickly interjected. "Aren't we supposed to send this to the materials department to have them resolve it? I do not have that luxury of time. I urgently need these materials. Furthermore," Zhou Xiaoshu added, patting the high-temperature alloys before him, "I possess the capability to process them into something even better than before." Seeing the resolute demeanor of Zhou Xiaoshu, Wang Dehai felt reassured. "All right, I trust you." The two promptly began to handle the high-temperature alloys. In the Jiangnan Armory conference room, Hu Shun stood on the podium, addressing the assembly. "This is the situation. The provincial government has issued a directive for us to expedite the completion of this batch of turbojet engine orders. Therefore, I implore everyone to ensure timely completion upon returning." After the meeting, everyone proceeded to the warehouse to collect materials without further delay. Subsequently, the assembly of individuals followed Hu Shun to the warehouse, where he handed a list to the warehouse manager. "Please distribute the materials according to this list." The manager nodded immediately, glancing at the list before pausing momentarily. "Director Hu, Teacher Xiaoshu has already taken all the high-temperature alloys this morning. Why are they still listed here? Hu Shun was momentarily taken aback. He took them. What could he possibly want with them? He claimed he needed them to manufacture parts for the turbojet engine. And I let him take everything. What? Everything? A sense of foreboding washed over Hu Shun, and he immediately inquired, where have the parts been sent? To the third workshop, came a reply. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he dashed towards the third workshop, leaving the onlookers perplexed, who quickly followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance of the third workshop, they were met with a scene that caused their hearts to momentarily stop. Boxes nearby were overflowing with cubes the size of fists, high-temperature alloys. Stop! Hu Shun bellowed. The workshop was cacophonous. Even Hu Shun's shout failed to reach Zhou Xiaoshu. Just as Zhou was preparing to continue his cutting, silence suddenly enveloped the room. Why's the power gone out? Zhou turned around and noticed a group of people standing outside, with Hu Shun at the forefront. Uncle Hu, what brings you here? At that moment, Hu Shun felt as though a vice had gripped his throat, making it difficult to breathe. He did not respond to Zhou Xiaoshu, but approached the adjacent box, gazing at the high-temperature alloys that had been sawed into pieces, overwhelmed with a sense of despair. Xiaoshu, what on earth are you doing? Hu Shun squatted beside the box, picked up a 10-centimeter cube of the alloy, and turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, demanding, do you have any idea how much effort went into procuring these alloys? His concern was not merely financial. After all, Zhou Xiaoshu's development of the CNC machine had brought significant profits to the armory. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that these high-temperature alloys were subject to procurement limits. Each year, the allocation from the Eagle Nation was finite. One piece used meant one less available. They had to process these alloys with utmost care, meticulously planning each operation to avoid wasting even the slightest amount of material. Yet, Zhou Xiaoshu had recklessly sawed through all the high-temperature alloys at once. This was their supply for the next 6 months. Even if these alloys were welded back together, they would be rendered unusable. Outside, the heads of various armories clenched their fists at the sight. This mischievous child, how could he be so reckless? This isn't just material belonging to Jiangnan Armory. If he intends to use it, he should at least communicate with us. Yes, his contributions were substantial, but he could not exploit his achievements to act with impunity within the factory. Now that you've finished these parts, how are we to proceed with our future work? You must provide us with an explanation today. While Jiangnan Armory's personnel tolerated Zhou Xiaoshu's antics, others were far less forgiving. Their eyes blazed with anger, and some even felt compelled to confront the mischievous boy directly. Faced with such a situation, Hu Shun quickly intervened, fearing that one of the more hot-tempered individuals might actually resort to physical confrontation with Zhou Xiaoshu. Let us first hear what Xiaoshu has to say. When he uttered these words, a profound sense of helplessness filled his heart. Having reached this juncture, he found himself compelled to defend this troublesome child. Zhou Xiaoshu had long anticipated the reactions of those around him. Observing Hu Shun's expression, a blend of concern and frustration, he promptly gestured towards the alloys cut section in Hu Shun's hand, saying, Uncle Hu, would you mind examining whether there is any issue with the cut of that component? Upon hearing this, the corners of Hu Shun's mouth twitched. Goodness, you are still dancing on the edge of a knife, aren't you? Do you genuinely believe no one dares to confront you? After committing wrongdoings, you expect me to grade your misdeeds? He casually glanced at the alloy material, only to be taken aback. This color. His pupils dilated as he examined several other cut alloy pieces. Everyone, come take a look. The other heads of the military factory, standing behind him, approached, each picking up materials for inspection. Upon closer examination, they discovered that the colors at the cut sections of these components were indicative of substandard high-temperature resistance. Good heavens, this is the hue of defective high-temperature alloys. Why are there so many that are unfit for use? Is it possible that this entire batch consists of inferior products? What we do now? This is several tons of high-temperature alloy, and if they are all defective, we are in dire straits. Hu Shun was also left stunned, raising his gaze to Zhou Xiaoshu. So, you cut these materials because they were defective? Indeed. At this revelation, Hu Shun and the others felt a wave of exasperation wash over them. But if you already knew they were defective, why did you not simply return them to the material warehouse for an exchange? Exactly, now that you have cut everything. What if they refused to exchange them? They lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation, as this involved hundreds of thousands in expenses. In that moment, despair enveloped them all. Hu Shun felt a profound sense of futility, gazing at Zhou Xiaoshu, at a loss for words. Observing the collective reaction of his companions, Zhou Xiaoshu promptly stated, if we attempt to address this now, The investigation from above will take considerable time, and we will also have to engage in protracted negotiations with the seller. We simply cannot complete our task on schedule. As he finished speaking, Hu Shun could not help but retort, "But you have cut all the alloy. We cannot even return them now. Moreover, the procurement of these components is limited. If we cannot return them, it means we will not receive compliant materials." The others nodded in agreement, each grappling with an overwhelming urge to confront Zhou Xiaoshu. At that moment, a system notification flashed before Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes. Ding! Destruction of high-temperature alloy materials has resulted in all military factory research institutes in Jiangnan City being left without usable materials. You have gained 1,000 points. Upon hearing this notification, the weight that had been pressing on Zhou Xiaoshu's heart finally lifted. He could now acquire the technology for high-temperature alloy materials. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "In order to ensure we meet our deadline, I have decided to reprocess these materials. Uncle Hu, you need not worry. The reason for cutting these materials is to ensure our task proceeds without delay." What? Upon hearing this, everyone on site was taken aback, their eyes widening as they turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. "Are you joking? This is a high-temperature alloy, and we lack the capability to produce such an alloy, let alone rework it. Xiaoshu, you must not genuinely believe that melting these alloys down and then reforging them will render them usable. It is highly likely that they will simply be ruined. Such naivety is typical of child." The crowd fell silent, and Hu Shun could not help but glance at Zhou Xiaoshu. "Xiaoshu, this high-temperature alloy is a specialized material that requires a profound understanding of material science." He was interrupted mid-sentence by Zhou Xiaoshu. "Fortunately, I possess a slight understanding of this technology, so you need not worry. Leave the rest to me." Upon uttering these words, the workshop was enveloped in silence. The personnel from various armament factories turned their attention towards him. Goodness, what is this child's background? How does he even comprehend material science? Furthermore, when he claims to have a slight understanding, is it humility or genuine knowledge? Chapter 71. Zhou Xiaoshu's Commitment. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's confident demeanor, Hu Shun was momentarily uncertain whether the boy truly understood the matter or was merely attempting to cover up a mistake with his bravado. He approached Zhou Xiaoshu and whispered in his ear, "Xiaoshu, this is no joking matter. Uncle Hu, I am not jesting. I genuinely can resolve these material issues." Hu Shun, looking at Zhou Xiaoshu's earnest expression, could hardly fathom how this 8-year-old boy possessed such formidable research capabilities, even mastering material science. Boasting carries responsibility. Are you truly going to proceed with reworking them? Indeed. Very well. I believe in you. Hu Shun gritted his teeth, deciding to trust Zhou Xiaoshu, especially since he had already achieved so many miracles. It seemed that resolving the high-temperature alloy issue was not an extraordinary feat after all. Thus, Hu Shun promptly addressed the crowd behind him. There is no need to crowd around. Xiaoshu has stated that he knows how to rework the high-temperature alloy and will transform these substandard materials. Once the reworking is complete, I will notify you all. However, upon hearing this, the crowd did not seem pleased. You expect us to leave with that? How do we explain this back home? Precisely. If we cannot bring back these alloy materials, we will face reprimands. Since teacher Xiaoshu claims he can rework them into qualified high-temperature alloys, there must be a time frame, right? 3 days, 5 days, or perhaps 3 months, 5 months? Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Hu Shun found himself at a loss for words and turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled and pointed at the alloys on the ground. "Rest assured, I guarantee you will not have to wait long. Please allow me 3 days. After 3 days, come to Jiangnan Armament Factory to collect the materials. If I am unable to produce them, I will compensate you." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of shock. They were well aware of Zhou Xiaoshu's considerable wealth. The rewards from the CNC machine tools alone amounted to hundreds of thousands. However, they felt it would be rather unfair to burden Zhou Xiaoshu with the entire compensation. After all, the materials from Eagle Sauce were subpar, and Zhou Xiaoshu's efforts were a form of assistance. How could they expect him to bear the costs? This left everyone feeling somewhat awkward, prompting them to speak up. "We're not asking you to pay. We just hope you won't boast. We genuinely need this batch of materials. Indeed, these materials are crucial for the national task indicators. Unlike your Jiangnan Arms factory, which is financially robust, we are genuinely in need of assignments. Yes, we share your concerns. The processing of high-temperature alloys is exceedingly challenging, currently mastered by only a handful of nations. We are genuinely apprehensive that you might not manage it." Observing the softening of their tones, Zhou Xiaoshu smiled. I assure you, my word is my bond. I will not boast. Just wait for my results. Hu Shun chimed in hastily. Look at all of you. Why the doubt in Xiaoshu? Do you not trust our Jiangnan arms factory? With Hu Shun's assurance, the crowd ceased their chatter and departed the workshop one by one. Once they had all left, Wang Dahai, who had been standing nearby, let out a sigh of relief and discreetly set down a wrench. That scared me. I thought they were about to get physical. Zhou Xiaoshu glanced at the wrench in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. Brother Dahai, it wasn't that serious. Wang Dahai sheepishly scratched his head. I'm just used to it. In the army, we have firearms, but here in the factory, I can't help but feel the need to protect you. Haha, all right. Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled helplessly, swiftly opening the system to locate the high-temperature alloy production technology and promptly selected to purchase it. With 1,000 points vanishing, his mind was instantly enriched with knowledge about high-temperature alloy production. Upon acquiring this technical knowledge, Zhou Xiaoshu unexpectedly stumbled upon a delightful surprise. The high-temperature alloy materials imported from Eagle Sauce were primarily nickel-based alloys, suitable for operating conditions exceeding 1,000 degrees. These alloys are extensively utilized in aerospace jet engines and various industrial gas turbine hot-end components. Furthermore, in addition to nickel-based high-temperature alloys, he had also mastered the refining methods for iron-based and cobalt-based high-temperature alloys. Zhou Xiaoshu felt that the expenditure of 1,000 points was indeed worthwhile. At that moment, Hu Shun re-entered the room. Phew, finally managed to send those people away. Xiaoshu, what are your plans moving forward? After retrieving the relevant technical essentials from his mind, Zhou Xiaoshu replied, Next, I will require materials to construct a vacuum induction furnace, a vacuum self-consumption furnace, and an electroslag remelting furnace. This way, we will no longer need to import high-temperature alloys from abroad. Upon hearing these words, Hu Shun was left utterly astonished. What? Are we not talking about reworking? How are we shifting to production? Do you mean to say that we can directly resolve our nation's high-temperature alloy material issues in one fell swoop? Indeed. Otherwise, why would I have worked so tirelessly for a mere few 100,000 high-temperature alloys? What a farce! Hu Shun gasped in astonishment as he scrutinized Zhou Xiaoshu. Goodness, you are utterly outrageous. Haven T, we just resolved the CNC machine technology, and now you're set to tackle high-temperature alloys again? ISNT, this all happening too swiftly? Hu Shun felt a mix of excitement, anticipation, and disbelief. Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled at Hu Shun's expression. Is it not good to progress swiftly? Of course it is splendid. Ha! I was merely expressing my amazement. As Hu Shun spoke, his smile stretched from ear to ear. By the way, Xiaoshu, if you need anything, just let me know, and I will have it arranged. Yes, I will compile a list for you later, Zhou Xiaoshu replied, pointing at the few remaining uncut high-temperature alloys. Uncle Hu, you must promptly take these materials to the provincial city to explain the situation. We must ensure that the Eagle pays for this. Indeed, those rascals, deceiving us with shoddy goods. I shall call Director Su immediately. Hu Shun's anger flared at the mere thought of the alloys. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded and handed him a certificate of compliance. I suspect there are indeed wrongdoers among us. Grasping the certificate, Hu Shun clenched his fists in fury. I will certainly unearth this villain. In Chapter 72, The Parent Strategy, Zhou Xiaoshu visited various workshops, searching for the equipment necessary to produce high-temperature alloys. The Jiangnan Arsenal is a medium-sized facility, complete with a smelting workshop. However, it primarily handles steel and cannot manage the specialized alloy materials. Moreover, the furnaces required for manufacturing high-temperature alloys differ significantly. For instance, a vacuum induction furnace provides a vacuum melting environment, thereby reducing impurities and gas content, enhancing alloy purity. The next step involves a vacuum self-consumption furnace, which refines the alloy further through the melting of self-consumption electrodes, improving the alloy's uniformity and purity. Finally, there is the electric slag furnace, which removes impurities through an electric slag remelting process, improving the alloy's microstructure. Unfortunately, none of these furnaces were available in the workshop, necessitating Zhou Xiaoshu's personal fabrication. After examining all the resources at the arsenal, he compiled a procurement list and entrusted it to Wang Dahai. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his dormitory bed when suddenly the door swung open. Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi entered, both visibly anxious. Son, have you lost your senses? Zhou Zhigua exclaimed, concern etched on his face as he addressed Zhou Xiaoshu. How could you agree to such a request? If it proves unmanageable, You might risk losing your researcher qualifications or even face disciplinary action. Observing his father's distress, Zhou Xiaoshu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Had this been in the past, he would likely have faced a reprimand. Indeed, the CNC machine had proven its worth. Wang Shumi, noticing the slight smirk on Zhou Xiaoshu's lips, playfully poked his forehead with her finger. Laugh, how can you still laugh? Just moments ago, after your father and I received the news, we immediately made a phone call, eager to discover if there was any remedy. But alas, there was none. With a heavy sigh, Wang Shumi lamented, My son, when will you grow up? Mother, why must I grow up? Growing up means being sensible and no longer causing trouble. Observing the distressed expressions on his parents' faces, Zhou Xiaoshu could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Truth be told, I do not wish to be a troublesome child. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the system. However, for the prosperity and future of Longhua, I have indeed resolved to embrace my role as a mischievous child. Thus, he grinned and said, Perhaps I take after my father. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jigua's eyes widened as he retorted, Nonsense. I was never as mischievous as you were. The most I did was blow up some cow dung. Meanwhile, Wang Shumi could not resist pinching his waist. That's because you lacked knowledge of these techniques. Otherwise, you would have been even more unruly than your son. Clearly, he's just like you. Hey, why is everything blamed on me? Zhou Jigua quickly interjected. Aren't we supposed to be brainstorming for Xiaoshu? How do you end up here? Zhou Xiaoshu paused. You want to help me? Mom and Dad, what ideas do you have? Wang Shumi glanced at Zhou Jigua, then turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. Your father and I have a few connections, and with your grandfather's influence in the military, we reached out to several research institutes and armories in other provinces. They can provide us with a batch of high-temperature alloys. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu was taken aback. Wow, my parents actually thought of this solution for me. Incredible. But I don't need it. I'm aiming to resolve the high-temperature materials issue for Longhua. Who would waste money like that? Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's astonishment, Zhou Jigua awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Son, there's no need to thank your mother and me. This batch of high-temperature alloys is indeed expensive. We can help you connect with the seller, but the cost will still fall on you. To be frank, your mother and I have not saved much over the years, so we can only assist to a certain extent. At this, Zhou Jigua exchanged frantic glances with Wang Shumi. Realizing, she retrieved a small cloth pouch and handed it to Zhou Xiaoshu. Your father and I may not measure up to you, but over the years we have saved a little over 20,000. It's all here. Please don't dismiss it as insignificant. We will find a way to assist further, so do not worry. As he held the pouch in his hands, Zhou Xiaoshu felt his eyes welling with tears. His parents had dedicated their youth in the Northwest, enduring countless hardships to save this money. He never imagined they would be willing to offer all their savings for the troubles he had caused. Mom and Dad, I appreciate your goodwill, but I cannot accept this money. Huh? Why not? Zhou Jigua and Wang Shumi were taken aback. Why don't you want it? Don't dismiss it as little. Your mother and I, along with your grandfather, will find other ways. Zhou Xiaoshu quickly interjected, No, please do not borrow money. I intend to rework and produce the high-temperature alloys myself. I am determined to thoroughly address the technological gap our nation faces in the realm of high-temperature alloys. Upon hearing this declaration, Zhou Jigua and his wife were momentarily taken aback. What? Resolving the technological deficit in high-temperature alloys? Son, are you speaking nonsensically? Wang Shumi, with concern, reached out to touch Zhou Xiaoshu's forehead. It's not hot. Why, all of a sudden, would you want to delve into this? Observing the astonished expressions on his parents' faces, Zhou Xiaoshu felt quite helpless and recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, they finally grasped the situation. So, you have already devised a method, which is why you are pursuing this, correct? Indeed, Zhou Jigua's spirits lifted instantly. I knew it. Our son could never engage in wrongdoing. There must be some misunderstanding. Just look. Wang Shumi also exhaled in relief. You scared me. But Xiaoshu, can you truly accomplish this? Absolutely. Zhou Xiaoshu's confidence eased his parents' worries. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Oh dear, Xiaoshu, you've just developed a CNC machine. And now you want to tackle high-temperature alloys. What an extraordinary mind you possess. That evening, Wang Dehai hurried to Zhou Xiaoshu's dormitory. Teacher Xiaoshu, everything you requested is ready. Zhou Xiaoshu promptly set down his chopsticks. Let us get to work tonight. Chapter 73. The Handcrafted Melting Furnace. In the makeshift workshop, a variety of components were neatly arranged. Zhou Xiaoshu meticulously checked all the materials and parts before commencing the fabrication of 3 melting furnaces. Upon hearing that Zhou Xiaoshu was going to handcraft the furnaces, the workers in the casting workshop were astonished and rushed in to assist him. With the help of the crowd, Zhou Xiaoshu's efficiency soared. He directed the efforts, and everyone diligently prepared the various components for the furnaces. After a day of industrious labor, the 3 furnaces were completed. Gazing at the 3 massive iron shells before them, everyone present felt somewhat bewildered. Is this truly a furnace? It doesn't resemble a steel-making furnace at all. They learned that this contraption was called a vacuum induction furnace, which operates in a vacuum environment and utilizes electric heating rather than carbon heating. How astonishing! Electric heating? Is it akin to an electric heating rod? Teacher Xiaoshu explained that it operates on a similar principle, but electric induction heating is faster and allows for better temperature control. That's impressive. Yet can these devices genuinely produce high-temperature alloys? I have my doubts, as I heard that the Yinjing Materials Institute attempted similar research, but ultimately failed. The crowd buzzed with speculation, simply because they were encountering such unfamiliar concept for the first time. After a day of rest, the promised delivery date arrived. Early in the morning, personnel from various research institutes and weapon factories gathered. Upon seeing the 3 colossal furnaces in the workshop, everyone was astonished. What is this peculiar contraption? It looks rather odd. They say it's a vacuum induction furnace, which doesn't burn coal, but uses electric heating. Oh, this is indeed quite intriguing. Can electric heating reach the temperatures required for melting high-temperature alloys? Who knows? No one has ever witnessed such a phenomenon. We shall see how Xiaoshu operates. It is rather surprising that this little fellow has actually managed to accomplish it. Indeed, putting aside everything else, I am no longer upset about the previous incident, especially considering his determination. Haha, you may not be angry, but do you dare to return to your ordnance factory? How absurd. If I had the courage to return to the factory, I wouldn't have come out this early. You speak as if you would dare to return. I am from the procurement department. I have ventured out specifically to procure high-temperature alloys. What would it mean if I returned empty-handed? As the crowd engaged in their discussions, Zhou Xiaoshu approached with a group from the casting workshop. Upon seeing him, the personnel from various research institutes and the ordnance factory promptly cleared a path. Zhou Xiaoshu first inspected the 3 machines and then had the casting equipment prepared. Once everything was in readiness, he instructed his team to place all the cut high-temperature alloys into the first vacuum induction furnace. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The success of this endeavor hinged upon this very step. As Zhou Xiaoshu pressed the start button, the indicators in the room momentarily dimmed. A tremendous current emitted a low hum. The previously cool workshop suddenly became sweltering, causing everyone to instinctively step back from the rising heat. Zhou Xiaoshu, drenched in sweat, remained steadfast, quietly observing the temperature readings from the electric heating element while occasionally checking the time. Moments later, Zhou Xiaoshu urgently called out to several operators. Open the furnace. The operators quickly grabbed their tools and opened the induction furnace. Instantly, the glowing red alloy solution appeared before everyone's eyes, eliciting gasps of astonishment. I can hardly believe it. It has truly melted. Remarkable. Just the presence of this high-temperature furnace suggests that Teacher Xiaoshu is not someone to be underestimated. It seems we had previously underestimated him. Indeed, he is formidable. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, Zhou Xiaoshu took the prepared additive powder and poured it into the solution, stirring it thoroughly before returning the metal solution to the furnace. After several more minutes, the first stage was complete. The second and third stages followed in succession. After a morning's work, once the third stage concluded, the alloy solution was promptly poured into molds. Subsequently, various operations such as forging and die casting ensued, culminating in the emergence of an entirely new batch of high-temperature alloys. As Zhou Xiaoshu exited the workshop, he appeared as though he had just emerged from a shower. Wang Shumi, concerned, handed him a bottle of ice water. Son, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Zhou Xiaoshu scarcely had time to respond, gulping down the entire bottle of ice water before addressing the crowd. All right, you may proceed to conduct your measurements. In that moment, everyone directed their respectful gazes toward Zhou Xiaoshu, for no other reason than the spirit demonstrated by an 8-year-old child who could endure the sweltering heat of a foundry at 50 or 60 degrees for an entire morning. He deserves the respect of all. Subsequently, the group retrieved the cooled high-temperature alloy for testing. Lacking professional equipment, they resorted to traditional methods. cutting directly into the material and assessing its quality by the color of the cross-section. As sparks flew, a slice was made into the high-temperature alloy, and the onlookers examined the exposed edge. Laughter erupted as they noted the even color gradient, devoid of flaws. It was assured this high-temperature alloy undoubtedly met the standards. The uniformity of color surpassed even that of the previously certified alloys from the United States. Truly, it is thanks to teacher Xiaoshu, who is remarkably impressive. Oh my! Does this mean we will no longer need to procure high-temperature alloys from the United States? Amidst the praises, Zhou Xiaoshu quickly gestured for calm, stating, "Let us not rush to celebrate just yet. For the sake of prudence, it would be wise to take this to the provincial lab for proper testing." The group immediately agreed, admiring Zhou Xiaoshu's meticulousness. Indeed, let us heed teacher Xiaoshu's advice and verify the results. If it proves viable, we will no longer need to purchase high-temperature alloys from the United States or other foreign imports. Indeed, teacher Xiaoshu has once again saved the nation money. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, in a professional testing institution in the provincial capital, Hushun stared at the report bearing the words, "Not qualified," nearly bursting with frustration. Damn it! I spent 3 days on this test, and, as expected, it's not qualified. Chinarai, prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 74, A Mission Accomplished. In the office of the National Defense Science and Technology Commission in Dongjiang Province, Hushun slammed the inspection report onto Su Yan's desk. Su Yan, taken aback by Hushun's fury, inquired, "What is the matter, Laohu? Who has provoked you?" Hushun pointed to the report, saying, "Director Su, you should read this. Once you've finished, I will explain." "What is this?" Su Yan asked, picking up the report for a glance, his expression quickly turning grave. "Not qualified? What is going on? Where did this high-temperature alloy come from?" "Lao Su, what do you think we could possibly acquire such high-temperature alloys?" In that moment, Su Yan realized the gravity of the situation. Something was amiss. Hadn't the previous batch of high-temperature alloys passed inspection? Oh, passed? That was a bribed approval. What? Su Yan's face flushed with anger. Bribe? Who would be so audacious as to falsify an inspection report? Who else but Chinarai? Hushun then recounted his findings to Su Yan. Over the past few days, Hushun had taken these substandard alloys to several testing institutions in the provincial capital, only to have each one declare them compliant. It became evident to Hushun that someone had indeed bribed these testing agencies. Thus, he followed the clues and conducted an investigation, which led him to discover that Chinarai from the Provincial Materials Department was responsible for the inspection and certification of materials. This individual had long been in charge of external material procurement and verification. Numerous certification centers had benefited from his illicit dealings, resulting in Hushun Ming presenting substandard high-temperature alloys that were nonetheless certified as compliant. Unable to endure any longer, Hushun immediately sought verification from a neighboring province, which confirmed the materials were indeed non-compliant. Infuriated, he stormed into Su Yan's office, furious at this treacherous individual. How audacious! Su Yan was nearly beside himself with rage, erupting into expletives on the spot. It was well known that he emphasized these issues at nearly every meeting to alert everyone and prevent mistakes. Yet, to his astonishment, Chinarai had the audacity to commit such an offense, bribing inspection personnel to issue false certificates. If this was discovered, what other transgressions had gone unnoticed? How much loss would the state incur because of this? Contemplating this, he immediately seized the telephone on his desk and dialed a number. "Bring Chinarai to me." The voice on the other end was momentarily taken aback. "Director, why would we arrest Chinarai for no reason?" "Damn it, just do as I say without question." "Understood. We will bring him right away. Hurry. If you fail to return with him, don't bother coming back." "Yes, Director." After hanging up, Su Yan's eyes glimmered with cold determination. Then he turned to Hushun with a serious expression. "Old Hu, are you suggesting that the high-temperature alloys we procured are all substandard?" "Indeed, I borrowed samples from other research institutes for testing, and every single one failed to meet the standards." At Hushun's words, Su Yan felt a surge of murderous intent. This scoundrel Chun Irai must pay for his transgressions. After uttering this, Su Yan furrowed his brow and remarked, "The test results are in. Attempting to seek compensation from Eagle Sauce now would likely yield no results. We are facing significant losses this time." The office fell into a heavy silence. Just then, Su Yan's assistant knocked gently on the office door. "Director, Zhou Xiaoshu and many personnel from various armories and research institutes have arrived." Upon hearing this, Both Su Yin and Hu Shun were momentarily taken aback. Why is he here now? Could it be that he has come to? As Hu Shun muttered in surprise, Su Yin inquired, what do you mean? After a brief hesitation, Hu Shun replied, to be candid, it was Zhou Xiaoshu who discovered these material issues. Had it not been for him, we would still be in the dark. Xiaoshu? Su Yin was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. That makes sense. After all, Xiaoshu has made so many inventions. His discovery is entirely reasonable. Hu Shun nodded and added, in fact, something else happened. He then recounted the events that transpired at the factory, leaving Su Yin utterly astonished. Goodness, are you saying that Xiaoshu is personally going to tackle the high-temperature alloy? Su Yin's voice trembled with excitement. He held an unwavering belief in Zhou Xiaoshu's capabilities. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity displayed in front of so many witnesses. To be frank, such boldness is not something one encounters in the average individual. Little did he realize that this was the endeavor of an 8-year-old child. Indeed, he single-handedly took on this formidable task, and today marked the day for discussions with various research institutes. Initially, when Hu Shun heard that Zhou Xiaoshu was also present, his first reaction was that he had resolved the rework issue concerning the high-temperature alloy. However, as he recounted the events to Su Yin, his worry began to mount. It is important to note that this is a technology that many nations have yet to master. Could Zhou Xiaoshu truly manage it alone? Su Yin immediately stood up and said, let us not dwell on that for now. Even if Xiaoshu has not completed it, this matter is not his responsibility. Furthermore, why should we expect Zhou Xiaoshu to solve this issue for our dragon nation by himself? This is my responsibility. If I had discovered that traitor Chun Irai sooner, we would have had the situation with Xiaoshu and the alloy. To be honest, I owe a debt of gratitude to Xiaoshu. Kulme, let us personally welcome him. Hu Shun was deeply moved by Su Yin's words. Thank you, Director Su. Su Yin rolled his eyes and retorted, quit the formalities. With our relationship, you're calling me Director Su? Don't even think about asking me out for drinks again. Hu Shun grinned widely. Old Su, I was just joking. The two then made their way to the reception room. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoshu, Hu Shun nervously inquired, Xiaoshu, about the high-temperature alloy. Without further ado, Zhou Xiaoshu produced a piece of alloy material from his pocket and handed it over. Mission accomplished. Chapter 75, Superior to Eagle Sauce. As Hu Shun and Su Yin beheld the component Zhou Xiaoshu presented, they were left utterly astounded. Wait, you actually managed to create this in just 3 days? Hu Shun scratched his head, staring at the piece on the table, unable to fathom how Zhou Xiaoshu had accomplished it. It had only been 3 days since they discovered the part was defective. 3 days was hardly enough time for the preparatory work alone. Yet he had successfully produced the high-temperature alloy. Absurd, truly absurd. Su Yin wore a similar expression of disbelief. Xiaoshu, how on earth did you manage this? Didn't you tell old Hu that you had only a basic understanding of this technology? Is this what you meant by basic understanding? Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled. Perhaps I just exceeded expectations this time. The crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips at his remark. Exceeding expectations? What a refreshingly unique explanation. If everyone could perform like Zhou Xiaoshu, imagine how prosperous the Dragon Nation would become. Su Yin quickly picked up the component for a closer inspection. The cut was smooth and even, with a uniform color, a clear indication that it was the finest high-temperature resistant metal. This material is favored by engineers in the production of aircraft engines. Su Yin swallowed hard and promptly inquired, has this alloy material been tested? Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head. Not yet, but I doubt the reliability of the testing institutions in the province. Given that they previously deemed the materials from Eagle Sauce acceptable, I believe we should opt for a more trustworthy source. Upon hearing this, both Hu Shun and Su Yin could not help but offer their admiration. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. You are absolutely right. Those testing institutions in the province have been compromised. Hu Shun then recounted the entire situation. The group suddenly understood. Their fists clenched in anger. This scoundrel has colluded with foreign entities, betraying our country. Is he even human? Such a person deserves the harshest punishment. Damn it. He has cost us hundreds of thousands. Chun and Rai must face severe retribution. The assembled individuals, deeply wronged, exhibited a murderous glint in their eyes. Su Yin wasted no time and declared, let us head to the testing center ourselves. Chun and Rai cannot possibly shoulder the blame for this incident. I intend to apprehend these traitors who feast upon our resources. Instantly, the living room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The group then made their way to the Dongjiang Province Material Testing Center. At that moment, the center's head, LV Qing, was humming a tune, appearing quite content. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Not good, Director LV. Minister Su has arrived with a large entourage. What? LV Qing, initially prepared to express his anger, leaped to his feet. Su Yin is here? What does he want? He insists on a personal assessment. What? A personal assessment? What is going on? A chill began to creep up LV Qing's spine. The fact that Su Yin had come in person, requesting his assistance for the evaluation, felt ominous. The secretary gulped and said, he mentioned the inspection of heat-resistant metals. Upon hearing the term heat-resistant metal, LV Qing's glass shattered on the floor. Cold sweat drenched his back. He swiftly picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Chen Arai. This matter was too significant for him to handle alone. He needed Chen Arai's support. The call connected quickly, and he anxiously spoke into the receiver. Su Yin has come personally to inspect the heat-resistant metals. What should we do? However, a chilling voice responded from the other end. Director LV, what is there to discuss? In that moment, LV Qing felt as if the phone had delivered an electric shock. He abruptly threw the receiver aside and collapsed into his chair in panic. Just then, the secretary turned and announced, Minister Su, you have arrived. Su Yin entered the office with Zhou Xiaoshu and the others. LV Qing, why are you still dawdling? I am waiting for you to personally provide me with an assessment report. As he spoke, Su Yin placed a sample of the high-temperature alloy produced by Zhou Xiaoshu on the desk before LV Qing. Lu Qing realized that he could no longer conceal the truth and immediately fell to his knees, pleading, Director Su, I am also a victim. It was Chen Arai who incited me. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I am willing to accept the consequences. Su Yin interrupted him sharply. The moment you chose to act against the nation's decisions, you should have anticipated this outcome. I will not entertain any explanations. You may speak with the police. No sooner had he finished speaking than two officers clad in green uniforms swiftly apprehended Lu Qing. At that moment, anxiety rippled through the provincial appraisal center. Subsequently, Su Yin led everyone to the testing laboratory, where they closely monitored the examination. The technician, fully aware of Su Yin's presence, dared not falsify any results, meticulously following each step with utmost precision. After a thorough analysis, the technician stared at the data in disbelief. What is going on? The data for this high-temperature alloy appears quite anomalous. It surpasses even that from the laboratory of the American Eagle. Were they not there to evaluate defective products? Observing the technician's bewildered expression, Su Yin inquired with dissatisfaction, what is the inspection result? The technician gulped nervously and handed over the appraisal report. The findings revealed that the high-temperature alloy far exceeded national standards and was even superior to that from the Eagle's laboratory. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Su Yin could not suppress his excitement, clenching his fists in triumph. Hu Shun placed a hand on Zhou Xiaoshu's shoulder, shaking it vigorously. Well done, kid. You've accomplished something remarkable. The heads of various research institutes and military factories cast grateful glances at Zhou Xiaoshu. What had once been deemed subpar had now transformed into the finest quality. Teacher Xiaoshu, we owe you an apology. We were in the wrong. Teacher Xiaoshu, I was utterly unreasonable before. I even uttered hurtful words to you. Please, strike me if you must. Teacher Xiaoshu, hit me. No, hit me first. The staff at the inspection center could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, bemused by this peculiar spectacle of individuals clamoring for the boy to strike them. At that moment, a police officer entered. Director Su, Chen Arai has been brought in. In the interrogation room, Chen Arai was shackled to the interrogation chair, his demeanor still defiant. Release me at once, or I swear I will make you regret it. Do you really think this petty officer can touch me? Tomorrow, even your director will have to personally apologize. He continued to shout, Can't you hear me? Hurry up and uncuff me. I am a military official. Just as he was ranting, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Su Yin entered, his expression as cold as ice. Upon seeing Su Yin, Chen Arai froze momentarily. Su Yin took a seat across from him, fixing his gaze upon him. Go on. Continue speaking. I am all ears. A sense of dread flickered in Chen Arai's heart, and he quickly donned a smile. Director Su, your arrival is indeed fortuitous. Please, expedite their release. They have apprehended me without evidence, which is an affront to us, the workers of the military industry. As soon as he finished speaking, the pent-up fury within Su Yin erupted, and he seized a teacup from the table, hurling it with force. With a resounding crash, the cup struck Chen Arai squarely on the head, causing blood to gush from his forehead, eliciting cries of pain. What the hell is your meaning, Su Yin? Chen Arai exclaimed. Su Yin approached him, delivering a sharp slap to his face as he retorted, What do you mean? You colluded with the Americans, bribing the appraisal center, passing off inferior goods as quality, and defrauding state assets. You dare question my intent? Upon hearing these words, Chen Arai was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his deeds had been uncovered. However, understanding the gravity of his situation, he resolved to make a desperate attempt to salvage himself. With blood streaming down his face, he defiantly proclaimed, Yes, I colluded. I forged the false appraisal reports. I bribed them. But have you considered that without my bribes, how would we acquire all those materials? I have toiled tirelessly, utilizing my connections, and you cling to this trivial matter? His words ignited Su Yin's fury anew. He advanced, fists raised, delivering blows that left Chen Arai resembling a battered figure. You scoundrel, a traitorous dog, shamelessly treating the betrayal of national interests as a matter of pride. Let me make this clear. Even without your connections, we would resolve the technical issues surrounding high-temperature alloys. With a bloodied face, Chen Arai glared defiantly at Su Yin, retorting, Do you believe that without me, the Americans could sell even a gram of high-temperature alloy? I assure you, without the Americans, our Dragon Nation would produce them just as well, if not better. Su Yin then turned to the nearby officers, declaring, This individual must be dealt with severely. The officers promptly saluted, stating, Director Su, we will ensure that this traitor is dealt with harshly, and we will uncover the entire network of relationships and interests behind this. After departing the police station, Su Yin instructed his secretary, drive to the Norwegian Materials Company branch. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of an opulent office. Su Yin knocked on the door, and a blonde, blue-eyed secretary appeared. He addressed her directly, Fetch William. I have matters to discuss with him. The secretary shrugged apologetically and, switching to the dragon language, replied, I'm sorry, the manager is out. Su Yin, frustrated, retorted, Am I blind? His car is parked downstairs. How can you claim he is out? He shouted towards the office, his irritation palpable. William, I am aware of your presence within. You may choose to remain silent or feign ignorance, yet I shall make my stance unequivocally clear today. Your actions, akin to those of a ravenous eagle, have egregiously violated the terms of our collaboration. We hereby issue a stern declaration demanding compensation from your side. Failure to comply shall compel us to submit all evidence, exacting a far greater cost upon you. With that, Su Yin promptly departed. At that moment, the sound of the door creaking open resonated behind him. The imposing figure of William, clad in a tailored suit, emerged and inquired, Director Su, what do your words imply? Su Yin turned, meeting William's gaze with an icy demeanor. If you comprehend my message, I shall not reiterate. It is in your best interest to arrange compensation forthwith. Otherwise, we shall escalate this matter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and terminate our partnership. To this, William did not display any signs of anxiety. Instead, he chuckled. Director Su, are you attempting to threaten me? Let's not forget that your high-temperature alloy is solely within our provision. Are you not cutting off your own escape routes? In the past, Su Yin might have refrained from confronting him here. However, emboldened by the confidence bestowed upon him by Zhou Xiaoshu, he boldly retorted, Cutting off my escape routes? I regret to inform you that we have already paved our way forward. You now have two options. Either provide compensation, or we shall cease our collaboration. With that, he produced a small component from his pocket and placed it upon the table before turning to leave. William, witnessing his retreating figure, could not suppress a derisive laugh. The people of Long Nation dare to be so brazen before me. They truly are oblivious to their own peril. He approached the table, picked up the component left behind, and was momentarily taken aback. This was, astonishingly, a high-temperature alloy. The secretary beside him expressed surprise. Is this what we sold to him? William remained silent, retrieving a magnifying glass from his pocket to scrutinize it closely. His eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the uniform color and texture of the cut. This indicated that, under high-temperature calcination, the material contained no impurities whatsoever. Such purity could only be achieved in their laboratories. He promptly handed the alloy to his secretary. Quickly, have the inspection center prepare a report. The secretary, perplexed by the dice-sized alloy, obediently delivered it to the technical department. 2 hours later, personnel from the technical department arrived at William's office, bearing the inspection report. Mr. William, where did you procure this alloy? The head of the technical department inquired, his eyes brimming with excitement. However, William felt no joy at his astonished expression. What were the results of the analysis? It exceeds our highest standards by approximately 20%, with remarkably high purity. What? William's face fell in shock. The head of the technical department, somewhat taken aback, cautiously asked, "Where did this alloy originate?" William set the inspection report down and gazed out the window. Damn it, Long Nation has actually developed a high-temperature alloy. In that moment, William felt a pang of regret. Yet his inherent arrogance remained unyielding. In the laboratory, they dare to threaten me? How naive. Lacking the capability for mass production, they will still have to purchase from us. Chapter 77, The Revenge Plan. In the conference room of the Jiangnan Arsenal, Zhou Xiaoshu sat beside Hu Shun, while at the head of the table sat Su Yin, whose countenance was ablaze with fury. The audacity was astounding. They had no intention of providing compensation. Initially, it was thought that the Eagle faction would yield. Yet to our astonishment, the cohort led by William remained steadfast in their refusal to compensate. Currently, the Provincial Materials Bureau has initiated legal proceedings against the Eagle faction, demanding compensation for the substandard materials. However, it is well known that in such cases, the Eagles typically opt for delay tactics. Their most common strategy involves hiring a legion of lawyers to continually postpone proceedings. Handling an international case like this is exceedingly cumbersome, often measured in years. A simple delay can stretch on for several years, even decades. Only when the final verdict is rendered will the Eagles consider compensation, but by then, the value of the compensation will have depreciated. Some plaintiffs may find themselves financially crippled during the litigation process. How infuriating. This tactic is truly despicable. Here they go again. These Eagles are devoid of honor. It appears that reclaiming this sum may be futile, which is utterly disheartening. From now on, meticulous scrutiny is essential. One must keep a vigilant eye. The collective fury towards the Eagles was palpable, yet they were powerless to act. Zhou Xiaoshu, sitting nearby, was equally displeased, as his research on high-temperature alloys stemmed from dealing with defective products. He had invested considerable human and material resources to address these high-temperature alloys. Yet no one was willing to shoulder the costs. Zhou Xiaoshu did not consider himself a magnanimous individual, especially towards unfamiliar foreign adversaries. Expecting me to labor for free? That will only result in greater losses for you. Thus, he promptly spoke up. I have an idea. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu speak, the room fell silent. Su Yin turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, aware that he was the most resourceful among them, and inquired, "What do you propose?" "Seize the high-temperature alloy market. Bring down the Norwegian Materials Company." This declaration plunged the gathering into stunned silence, while everyone else contemplated how to minimize losses and secure compensation. Zhou Xiaoshu presented a response that left all in astonishment. Hu Shun widened his eyes and asked, perplexed, "Xiaoshu, high-temperature alloys are military-grade materials. You've worked hard to develop them. Selling them off like that would be a tremendous waste, wouldn't it?" Others nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his perspective. After all, why not retain such valuable resources for oneself instead of selling them to others? Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Zhou Xiaoshu understood the root of their confusion. This was due to the fact that most people in Longwool were entrenched in a mindset of small-scale agriculture, self-sufficient, unconcerned with others, content to live their own lives. However, under the influence of a globalized economy, such thinking has become somewhat antiquated. In this era of rapid technological expansion, mere immersion in science and technology is insufficient to avoid obsolescence. Without robust economic support, engaging in cutting-edge research can lead to prolonged hardship. The Dragon Country has recently opened its economic market and is actively collaborating with various nations, attracting an influx of technology and gradually revitalizing its economy. However, the current economic situation remains less than ideal, primarily because the country has predominantly received low-end economic technologies, those that foreign entities deem unprofitable and labor-intensive. As a time traveler, Zhou Xiaoshu understood that this situation laid the groundwork for the comprehensive industrial chain in the Dragon Country. Yet, such progress came at a significant cost, with a populace enduring considerable hardship. Having returned to this era, Zhou Xiaoshu was determined to prevent further suffering for his nation. While a complete industrial chain was essential, the days of hardship must come to an end. To achieve this, it was imperative to retain downstream industries and offer high-tech products as the primary economic source. Consequently, he simply shared relevant knowledge with the audience, who, upon hearing his insights, felt as though they had been enlightened. Oh, so it can be done this way? No wonder we've been struggling. We've essentially been engaged in menial labor. Listening to Zhou Xiaoshu's words was more enlightening than a decade of study. This was indeed the true path to profit. They learned, and Zhou Xiaoshu had awakened them with a single revelation. Remarkable. So, we have materials superior to those of the American Empire, and with a more favorable pricing strategy, we could monopolize the high-temperature alloy market, observing the astonishment among the crowd. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded calmly. Indeed, we must control the market. Only then can we dictate who develops technology. We can no longer allow the American Empire to exploit its technological advantage to monopolize the globe and reap wealth from it. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's words, a vision of a better future blossomed in everyone's hearts. Su Yin was equally exhilarated and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Zhou Xiaoshu's method is simply brilliant. I propose that the Provincial Defense Science and Technology Committee fund the establishment of a state-owned company dedicated to producing high-temperature alloys. With Zhou Xiaoshu as the head of the technology department, holding 30% of the company's shares. What do you all think?" This proposal was met with unanimous approval from everyone present. Subsequently, a glint of determination flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Once established, the company would immediately scale up production to reclaim the orders lost to the Norwegian company. We not only aim to recover our losses, but also to restore our dignity. Everything that foreign powers have taken from us over the years must be reclaimed. Applause erupted in the room. Zhou Xiaoshu, equally excited, assured, "Rest assured, I will fully support this initiative. Let us hasten the day when the Dragon country joins the ranks of the great powers." Chapter 78. Seizing the Opportunity. Zhou Xiaoshu, being a person of little patience, could not wait for the company's establishment. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom is currently in discussions with the Bear Nation regarding the procurement of Su-27 fighter jets, prompting him to hasten his pace. While Su Yin and the others were arranging company matters, Zhou Xiaoshu finally located a European firm. This company has a long-standing partnership with Norway Corporation, specializing in the processing of various high-temperature alloy components. Coincidentally, the day of signing the new procurement agreement with Norway Corporation is just a few days away. Upon learning this news, Zhou Xiaoshu was overwhelmed with excitement. This opportunity must not be missed. As Zhou Xiaoshu perused the company's various documents while having breakfast, Zhou Zhigua and his wife entered. "Son, your mother and I are all packed and ready to return tomorrow," he announced. Zhou Xiaoshu was taken aback. "So soon?" Wang Shumi nodded reluctantly. "Indeed, we had initially agreed to stay for half a month, yet we have been here for a full month. It is truly hard for us to part with you." Zhou Xiaoshu stepped forward to embrace his parents, saying, "I will miss you. By the way, what time is your train tomorrow?" Zhou Zhigua glanced at the clock. "Around 12 noon. Why do you ask?" 12 o'clock. Zhou Xiaoshu looked at the magazine again and then said, "Mom and Dad, could you do me a favor before you leave?" The couple paused in surprise. "What kind of favor?" "Help me perform a scene." Act." Zhou Zhigua immediately grew nervous and waved his hands. "I think I'll pass. I get too anxious. And it will be troublesome if I flub my lines." Zhou Xiaoshu quickly reassured him. "There are no lines. It's not a stage performance." Wang Shumi sensed there was more to her son's words. "Son, tell me what's really going on." Realizing he could not keep it a secret, Zhou Xiaoshu handed over a newspaper, stating, "This Fitz Precision Parts Company is a partner of Norway Corporation, and they are currently signing contracts in Yenjing. I aim to secure this order." He then meticulously shared his plan with his parents. Upon hearing it, Zhou Zhigua and Wang Shumi's eyes brightened. "This sounds promising. Contributing to the nation, I believe we can do it." The couple immediately agreed to assist Zhou Xiaoshu. That afternoon, Zhou Zhigua personally called Fitz Company to arrange a meeting. Subsequently, the three of them ventured into the city to procure suitable attire. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, dressed in a suit and tie, Zhou Zhigua smugly remarked, "Indeed, one's appearance can greatly enhance one's charm. I look rather dashing." Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled, "Dad, your hairstyle needs some work. We must elevate our style to an international standard." He then took his father to a barber shop. "Tony, please give my dad a haircut. Trim everything from the temples to the back evenly. The hair at the back should also be cut down to about 1 millimeter. The top hair is a bit long. Please layer it a little." At first, the barber was somewhat displeased, but upon executing the haircut according to Zhou Xiaoshu's guidance, the new style turned out remarkably sharp, catching everyone's attention. In no time, others in line for a haircut expressed their desire for a similar look. The barber joyfully waived the fee for Zhou Xiaoshu. Wang Shumi gazed in astonishment at her son's stylish haircut, utterly impressed, and could not help but exclaim, "Son, where did you learn all this? You even understand fashion?" "Ha! I'm self-taught." Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled, then waved toward the distance. A sleek black Audi sedan came to a halt before them. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle, both Zhou Xiaoshu and his wife were taken aback. Is it really necessary to acquire such an expensive car? They pondered. In the 1980s, an Audi 6 cost approximately over 300,000 yuan, a staggering sum in an era when very few had fortunes exceeding 10,000. Zhou Xiaoshu confidently opened the car door and said, "It's rented." The couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the business department of Fizz Company, Zhou Xiaoshu strode in a tailored suit, exuding confidence. Upon reaching the reception area, he extended his hand to shake hands with a female supervisor from the Nordic business department, then smoothly introduced himself. "Here is my business card. I am Zhou Gua, the business manager of Jiangnan Materials Technology Company." The female supervisor glanced at Zhou Xiaoshu, immediately captivated by his competent appearance. After inspecting his business card, a satisfied smile graced her lips. "I've heard of your company. However, I thought it was newly established." Zhou Xiaoshu clarified, "Indeed, it has just been founded, but its growth is remarkable." "Oh, by the way, what brings you here?" Zhou Xiaoshu continued. "Our company specializes in high-temperature alloys. I've heard your firm is lacking these resources, so I wish to explore a potential collaboration." The female supervisor expressed her surprise. "Oh? When did Longwa start producing high-temperature alloys?" Zhou Xiaoshu calmly replied, "That's a company secret I cannot disclose, but we can certainly discuss our product quality." Noticing Zhou Xiaoshu's engaging demeanor, the supervisor was intrigued to continue the conversation. "Is that so? Do you have inspection reports or samples?" "Of course." Zhou Xiaoshu handed over the materials he had meticulously prepared. Upon examining the samples, the supervisor's eyes lit up. "Are these products from your company's laboratory?" Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled. "We do not sell experimental items. These are our export products." The supervisor was instantly exhilarated and quickly turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. "I sincerely apologize. Could you please wait here for a moment? I need to conduct an inspection." "No problem." She swiftly exited to deliver the materials to the testing department. After the examination, they received an astonishing report indicating that the purity of the materials was exceptionally high, nearly 20% greater than that of the Eagle Nation's products. The supervisor immediately instructed the technical department, notify headquarters to pause the contract signing with Norway company and fax over the inspection report. Subsequently, she hurried back to her office and asked Zhou Xiaoshu, "May I inquire about the price of your materials?" Zhou Xiaoshu presented the pre-prepared price list. The supervisor gasped upon glancing at it. "What? Such high-quality materials are offered at 20% less than Eagle Nation's?" "You." Zhou Xiaoshu adjusted his tie and remarked, "Our company's principle is to provide excellent quality at reasonable prices." Chapter 79, The Order of the Beautiful Dollar. In a conference room of a hotel in Yanjing, William anxiously observed the representative from Fitz Company as he engaged in a phone conversation. "All right, I understand." The representative hung up the phone, turned to William, and smiled. "I apologize, Mr. William, but it seems we must temporarily set aside the contract discussion. We can talk another day." William was taken aback, feeling a surge of irritation. "We have already prepared everything regarding the contract. Why can't we sign it? What has been the purpose of our lengthy discussions?" The representative shrugged, maintaining a professional smile. "This is a decision from the headquarters, Mr. William. I sincerely apologize." After saying this, the Fitz representative turned to leave. Deep down, William suspected they had encountered a competitor. Yet, he could not fathom which company could possibly offer a superior high-temperature alloy material than his own. It would only make sense if a competitor had materials similar to his, but at a lower price, prompting their choice. However, he racked his brain and could not identify any competitor capable of achieving that. Although his company's product prices were high, there were simply no alternatives. Thus, he immediately pressed the representative. "May I inquire which company it is?" The representative donned an apologetic expression and replied, as a friend, "I can only tell you that this time the competitor is from Longwa." "What? Longwa?" William was utterly astonished. He had considered all possible competitors, but never anticipated that the rival would hail from Longwa. For a moment, he found it difficult to accept, suspecting the representative was deceiving him. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Longwa could never produce high-temperature alloy materials. I know their capabilities." However, the Fitz representative merely smiled faintly. "Whether it is true or not, You may investigate for yourself. I apologize, Mr. William, but I must take my leave. As he watched the representative depart, William was filled with disbelief. Find out for me. You must uncover the truth. Yes. His subordinate immediately set out to investigate. Meanwhile, the higher-ups at Fitz Company, upon learning that Longhua could indeed produce higher-quality high-temperature alloys, swiftly decided to collaborate with Longhua. After all, Longhua's high-temperature alloy materials surpassed those from Eagle Sauce, and their prices were lower. They were in business, not charity, and understood how to make the right choices. Before long, a contract was delivered to the headquarters of Jiangnan Technology Materials Company, which had just secured government approval. Hello, may I ask who is in charge of your company? A worker engaged in renovations paused momentarily upon hearing this. You are. The representative, smiling broadly, responded, Oh, I am the Longhua representative from Fitz Materials Technology Company. Here to sign a contract with you. Sign a contract? The worker was left utterly astounded. What surprise! This company has only just been established, and the office is still in disarray, yet orders have already begun to pour in. Is the business truly this prosperous? He quickly pointed towards the back and said, The person in charge is right over there. You may go and find him. The visitor expressed his gratitude and promptly made his way to the rear. The workers were astonished to see the representative from the foreign company being so courteous. They had encountered numerous foreign representatives before, nearly all of whom exhibited an air of arrogance. However, today's representative was unexpectedly polite, which was rather surprising. In the back, Hu Shun and Zhou Xiaoshu, along with others, were busily overseeing the installation of equipment in the workshop. Thanks to Su Yan's personal arrangements, all procedures for Jiangnan Material Technology Company were proceeding smoothly. The company was situated within the premises of a previously bankrupt firm. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Could you please tell me who is in charge here? At the sound of this voice, nearly everyone turned around. Hu Shun looked at the newcomer and asked, And you are? The visitor quickly introduced himself. Hello. I am Ho Jian, the representative for Longhua region from Fizz Material Technology Company. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. My goodness, business has arrived already? They say good wine needs no bush, yet they hadn't even begun their promotion, and business had come knocking at their door. This was astonishingly swift. Hu Shun then glanced at Zhou Xiaoshu, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Zhou Xiaoshu grinned widely and said, Uncle Hu, he must be here to sign a contract. Hu Shun felt a surge of joy and quietly remarked, You little rascal, you work fast. I'm quite the impatient one. Once we finalize this deal, I'll throw you a celebration banquet. He then addressed Ho Jian, saying, I am the temporary head of the company. Feel free to discuss any matters with me. That sounds perfect. I have a procurement contract here. Please take a look. Ho Jian politely extended a contract with both hands. Hu Shun took the contract and was instantly taken aback. 1 million US dollars? Upon hearing this figure, everyone around was elated. $1 million, a substantial order indeed. However, they all kept their joy concealed, continuing with their tasks. Is it too little? Ho Jian nervously inquired in a low voice. Hu Shun cleared his throat slightly and replied, It seems acceptable. Is this the procurement volume for 3 years? Yes, it is for 3 years, but we can negotiate to adjust the procurement price annually, ensuring you won't be disappointed. At that moment, Hu Shun finally sensed a form of initiative at the negotiation table that he had never experienced before, and it was evident that the other party was willingly handing over that initiative. This clearly demonstrated that advanced technology could indeed provide a competitive edge, not merely in pricing, but also in negotiating power. Hu Shun finally understood the meaning behind Zhou Xiaoshu's statement that every aspect of the entire industry chain and high-end technology must be accounted for. Subsequently, Hu Shun accompanied Ho Jian on a tour of their equipment and high-temperature alloys. Upon witnessing the advancements, the representatives promptly contacted their headquarters to report the situation. That very afternoon, both parties successfully signed a contract amounting to an astounding 10 million US dollars. It was truly exhilarating. Zhou Xiaoshu instantly became a benefactor to the entire military-industrial enterprises and research institutes in Dongjiang province. The Norwegian company was left in a state of disarray, having not only lost the order but also its credibility. The upper echelons of Longhua directly announced a ban on any products from the Norwegian company entering the Longhua market. In Chapter 80, titled William's Regret, Zhou Xiaoshu once again became the center of attention at the celebratory banquet. Minister Liang Zhongfeng of the Ministry of National Defense personally adorned Zhou Xiaoshu with a finely crafted medal. Xiaoshu, thank you for your technological contributions to Longhua, which have also saved us millions in economic losses. You are indeed a hero of our nation's scientific research. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and Zhou Xiaoshu smiled modestly. Thank you for the trust of the nation. I will continue to contribute more high-tech innovations. Liang Zhongfeng chuckled heartily, nodding with anticipation. Excellent. We will certainly strive to support you. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply inform me, and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Next, Su Yin stepped onto the stage and handed a check to Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, this order is entirely your achievement. After discussion, we have decided to allocate 1% of this order as your personal reward. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback. Glancing down at the check in his hand, 1 million US dollars? Indeed, the previous shares remain unchanged. Come, let's raise a toast to Xiaoshu. The crowd lifted their glasses, and Zhou Xiaoshu joyfully clinked glasses with them. Meanwhile, in a high-end hotel in Yanjing, William received an investigative report from his subordinates and was nearly apoplectic with rage. Damn it! How could Longhua have snatched our business? How did they accomplish this? A subordinate cautiously replied, Mr. William, according to our investigation, Longhua has indeed developed high-temperature alloys, and they are even superior to ours. What? Impossible! William fumed. How could a destitute country like Longhua possess such technology? They must be frauds. However, another subordinate handed him a document. Mr. William, this is the inspection report for Longhua's high-temperature alloy materials, along with their pricing. William snatched the document back, and upon a cursory glance, he was rendered speechless. His mind blank. How could this be possible? Yet the document clearly stated the findings, corroborated by the technical department of Fizz Company, leaving no room for doubt. In that moment, William felt as though his throat had been constricted. Longhua was poised to seize their market. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. It was evident that Longhua intended not only to punish them, but also to usurp their market entirely. This was clearly a decisive blow meant to annihilate them. At this juncture, William was filled with profound regret. Had he not attempted to outsmart the situation with inferior substitutes for this order, perhaps they could have continued profiting from Longhua. Now, it appears that they have suffered a double loss, both in personnel and resources, as the Dragon Nation has opted to employ technological superiority to overpower them. Presently, their only recourse is to reduce prices, lowering the cost of high-temperature alloys to a level more advantageous than that of the Dragon Nation. However, their products have lost most of their competitive edge. As a result, manufacturers worldwide have begun to terminate contracts with them, even willing to risk breaching agreements in order to procure high-temperature alloys from the Dragon Nation. Arrange a meeting with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Commerce of the Dragon Nation. I wish to negotiate once more, William commanded, and his assistant promptly made the call. However, after the conversation concluded, the assistant returned with even more disheartening news. Mr. William, you are now on the blacklist of the Dragon Nation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Commerce has declined negotiations. Moreover, they have issued a directive requiring you to leave the Dragon Nation within 24 hours. William felt as though all his strength had been sapped, staring blankly at his assistant. What? 24 hours? Indeed. Damn it! William exclaimed in a fit of despair. Just then, the phone on the table rang. He picked up the receiver, but before he could utter a word, a cold voice came through. William, following the board's decision, you have been removed from the board and subsequently dismissed. The line went dead, and William collapsed onto the floor. In a clandestine conference room in Yanjing, representatives from the Dragon Nation, after tireless negotiations, finally reached an agreement with the arms dealer Trotsky from the Bear Nation regarding the procurement of Su-27 aircraft. The purchase price was set at 25 million US dollars per aircraft, totaling 30 planes, along with accompanying missiles, bringing the overall order value to 1 billion US dollar. This sum constitutes an astronomical figure, one that the Dragon Nation could scarcely afford in one go. To secure this order, they might even have to barter essential supplies as payment. Although the Bear Nation currently finds itself in a weakened state, its military capabilities remain formidable, particularly in certain advanced military technologies that rank among the best globally. As the negotiations reached their conclusion, both parties finalized all terms, and the representatives affixed their signatures. Trotsky, the representative of the Bear Nation, stated, As you are aware, the higher-ups in the Bear Nation oppose the export of Su-27 fighter jets. Hence, our means of transport will be clandestine. However, rest assured, everything has been arranged. The representatives of the Dragon Nation fully understood the implications, especially since relations had remained hostile since diplomatic ties were severed. Although there has been some thawing in recent years, overall relations remain tenuous. The Bear Nation, having endured a decades-long Cold War with the Eagle Nation, has suffered economic decline. To alleviate domestic strife, arms dealers have received tacit approval from military officials to engage in clandestine dealings with various countries, trading military equipment for money and essential goods. Such illicit activities have become rampant, yet the higher authorities continue to crack down on them. Therefore, this transaction must proceed discreetly. In the Jiangnan Armory, within Zhou Xiaoshu's dedicated laboratory, he meticulously tightened the final screw onto the aircraft engine before him, a faint smile of fatigue gracing his lips. At last it was completed. He then pressed the start button. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from the turbofan engine. The blades spun rapidly, generating a tremendous force of wind. The powerful gusts sent various items in the laboratory toppling in disarray. With a resounding crash, the laboratory's door was blown off its hinges. Before Zhou Xiaoshu, the testing apparatus displayed a figure, 125. Upon seeing this result, a smile blossomed on Zhou Xiaoshu's face. Finally, it was accomplished. Just then, a figure appeared outside. Wang Dehai gazed in astonishment at the colossal turbofan engine in the center of the laboratory. Has this truly been achieved? Zhou Xiaoshu turned to Wang Dehai, a subtle smile gracing his features. Indeed, it's done. We no longer need to import Su-27 fighter jets from the Bear Country. However, Wang Dehai hesitated before speaking. Xiaoshu, I have some unfortunate news to share. Our Dragon Country has already signed a procurement agreement for the Su-27 with the Bear Country. Chapter 81. Another wasteful expense. What? Zhou Xiaoshu was taken aback upon hearing this news. They actually finalized the deal. How could it happen so swiftly? It's worth noting that the slap he delivered to that officer from the Bear Country at the secret exhibition was not solely for his grandfather. It was also Zhou Xiaoshu's effort to thwart this very order. Yet, he never anticipated that his blow would merely delay the process for a few days. This underscores the extent of corruption and economic turmoil within the Bear Country. Wang Dehai couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Xiaoshu, do not be too disheartened. Since you have successfully developed the turbofan engine, we can always utilize a superior engine in the future. This matter transcends just the engine. By the way, where did you hear this news? I overheard it in Director Hu's office today. I see. Zhou Xiaoshu immediately sprang to his feet and dashed towards the director's office. In the Jiangnan Armory director's office, Hu Shun was about to step out when a small figure collided into his embrace upon opening the door. Upon recognizing Zhou Xiaoshu, who was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoshu, why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Xiaoshu rubbed his head and looked up at Hu Shun, asking, has the Dragon Country really signed the procurement agreement for the Su-27 with the Bear Country? Yes, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. What's on your mind? I wanted to inform you that I have successfully created the turbofan engine. What? Hu Shun was stunned into wide-eyed disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Did you just say you have developed the turbofan engine? Yes, I truly have. And it is even more advanced than the engine used in the Su-27 of the Bear Country. Hu Shun could not help but draw in a sharp breath. More advanced than the Su-27 from the Bear Country? This is utterly absurd. It is essential to possess a thrust-augmented turbofan engine to develop a new generation of fighter jets. The Dragon Nation lacks any research in this domain, not even possessing the slightest technical documentation, relying solely on disassembling and studying imported turbofan engines from foreign aircraft. Yet, once again, Zhou Xiaoshu astounded him. Without any relevant technical references, he had managed to create a turbofan engine. Astonishingly, it was claimed that this engine surpassed that of the Su-27 in sophistication. For a moment, Hu Shun found himself questioning whether Zhou Xiaoshu was jesting. Xiaoshu, this matter is no laughing matter. Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's earnestness, Hu Shun swallowed hard. All right, let us have a look. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Hu Shun followed Zhou Xiaoshu to his private laboratory. Before even entering, he spotted Wang Dehai crouched beside the door, working on its installation. Hello, Director. Wang Dehai hastily stood to greet him. Hu Shun nodded and glanced at the severely deformed door. Why are you so careless? At your age, you should be more attentive. After receiving a reprimand, Wang Dehai felt a twinge of injustice. Director, it wasn't me. This door was damaged by the engine. What? Hu Shun's eyes widened as he turned to Zhou Xiaoshu beside him. The engine did this? Could it truly be? As he spoke, he peered through the door's crack and beheld a large, unpainted aircraft engine with its fan blades still spinning at the center of the room. He promptly entered. The room was in disarray, with debris scattered everywhere. On a makeshift display screen, a number read, 125. Witnessing this scene, Hu Shun could not suppress a gulp. 125 tons. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this the thrust of this engine? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded. Yes, I couldn't resist testing it, and it got out of hand, resulting in this mess. My goodness. Hu Shun exclaimed in awe as he stepped closer to gently caress the engine's body. Its smooth exterior, the vast air duct, the razor-sharp blades, and the intricate components visible through the gaps all left him feeling as if he were in a dream. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Hu Shun burst into laughter. I can't believe it. You truly managed to create this. With that, he patted Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder. Well done, Xiaoshu. With this engine, our Dragon Nation can enhance the Su-27 to develop even more advanced fighter jets. However, Zhou Xiaoshu could not share in the joy. Unfortunately, the contract has already been signed. How much did it cost this time? Military secrecy, I cannot disclose that. How many units were procured? I cannot say that either, but Hu Shun hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. However, I can tell you that our factory possesses one. Sighing, he lamented, Alas, I have become a victim of circumstance. Is there any way to annul this contract? Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's serious demeanor, Hu Shun could not help but exhale deeply. Xiaoshu, do not dwell on this matter. A new fighter jet encompasses far more than just an engine. Components such as radar, aerodynamic design, and avionics systems are equally crucial. After saying this, he gently patted Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder, reassuring him, Do not worry. I shall ensure your talents do not go unnoticed. Just await your commendation. At that moment, Hu Shun's assistant called from outside. Director, the meeting is about to commence. All right, I'll be there shortly. Hu Shun responded, then turned to Wang Dehai, saying, Dehai, please comfort Xiaoshu for me. He then offered Zhou Xiaoshu a few words of consolation. Cheer up, Xiaoshu. Once the Su-27 arrives, you will understand the true meaning of value for money. As he watched Hu Shun hurriedly depart, Zhou Xiaoshu could not help but scoff inwardly. What value for money? I offer my expertise for free, yet you squander funds unnecessarily. Resolutely, he thought, I must thwart this transaction. Chapter 82. Zhou Xiaoshu's action plan. Zhou Xiaoshu joined Wang Dehai in tidying up the disordered laboratory. During the process, he could not restrain himself from asking, Dehai, is there any way to cancel this order? Wang Dehai paused momentarily, responding, Xiaoshu, it seems there truly is no way, as the contract has already been signed. Unless what? Zhou Xiaoshu inquired eagerly. Unless the Russians cancel the transaction. But how can we persuade them to do that? It seems quite challenging. I've heard this is a private deal, and you would need to convince the general overseeing the arms dealer. Do you know which Russian general is involved? Wang Dehai wore a pained expression. Xiaoshu, while I am indeed a scout, I am not omniscient. Zhou Xiaoshu nodded helplessly, continuing to tidy up. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. A private transaction implies that this operation is not legitimate. I do not need to know which general is involved. I merely need to obtain the operational plan. Once I disclose the plan, the higher-ups in Russia will become aware, and this transaction may be annulled. However, it was evident that the general facilitating the Su-27 transaction was no ordinary officer. Likely, he was a founding general of Russia. Such high-ranking individuals wield immense power. And even if I were to report the operational plan, there's a high probability it would fall into their hands. This is indeed a formidable challenge. Just as Zhou Xiaoshu was about to abandon hope, another idea struck him. Dehai, can you pick locks? The latter was taken aback. Pick locks? Who cannot do that? I mean, can you unlock a door? Huh? You want to pick a lock? Which lock? For instance, the lock on Director Hu's office. At that moment, Wang Dehai was utterly bewildered. Goodness, Zhou Xiaoshu, are you out of your mind? You cannot possibly break into Hu Shun's office. It is essential to recognize that Hu Shun's office harbors a plethora of confidential documents. Should any of this information be leaked, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. However, upon observing Wang Dehai's reaction, Zhou Xiaoshu realized that he was undoubtedly aware of the implications but chose to refrain from action. Consequently, he promptly approached Wang Dehai and, in a persuasive tone, declared, Brother Dehai, I must confess, I aim to save a substantial sum of money for our nation. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Wang Dehai rejected Zhou Xiaoshu's request without a moment's hesitation. After all, this was a matter of disciplinary and legal transgression. As a retired soldier, how could he engage in such activities? Yet, Zhou Xiaoshu continued, to be frank, I possess the complete technology for fourth-generation fighter jets. There is no need for the state to squander funds on this. Wang Dehai was momentarily taken aback. What? This is utterly outrageous. But what precisely are these fourth-generation fighter jets? Are they more advanced than the Su-27? Noticing the confusion on Wang Dehai's face, Zhou Xiaoshu hastily elucidated the distinctions between the generations of fighter jets. The J-7 fighter jet we currently employ is classified as a 3-5-generation aircraft, while the Su-27 is a fourth-generation jet, possessing supersonic cruising capabilities and necessitating a more powerful turbofan engine. Furthermore, the avionics of third-generation aircraft are equipped with pulse Doppler radar, whereas fourth-generation jets feature highly integrated, intelligent avionics systems utilizing active phased array radar, boasting superior information processing capabilities and enhanced beyond visual range combat capabilities. Typically, third-generation aircraft lack stealth capabilities, while fourth-generation jets emphasize stealth design. As Zhou Xiaoshu explained, Wang Dehai's understanding gradually dawned upon him. I see. He then turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, his expression earnest, and inquired, Are you certain you can construct a fourth-generation fighter jet? Brother Dehai, given my current capabilities, do you truly believe I would jest with you? Zhou Xiaoshu replied, and Wang Dehai began to waver, yet could not resist asking, then why not directly inform director, who, or higher-ranking officials? Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head. The contract has already been signed, and this matter involves billions. I fear it cannot be sufficiently explained in just a few words. By the time I clarify everything, the funds will likely have already been transferred. Wang Dehai found himself in a tumultuous dilemma, uncertain whether to acquiesce to Zhou Xiaoshu's request. Observing the turmoil on Wang Dehai's face, Zhou Xiaoshu seized the moment to persuade him further. Saving billions for our nation could benefit countless citizens and provide substantial research funding. Brother Dehai, just think about it. Ultimately, Wang Dehai gritted his teeth and declared, All right, I will agree to your proposal. Thank you, Brother Dehai, for your contribution to our country. Let us not overstate it. I am merely assisting you. I simply hope you can contribute to our nation, nothing more. Please do not let me down. Rest assured, how could I possibly betray you? When the time comes, I will share the credit with you. Please, I cannot bear such a burden. Then let us discuss our action plan. Wang Dehai nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Tonight, Director, who has a meeting? Perhaps we could take action this very evening. Excellent. Then let us proceed tonight. Zhou Xiaoshu's heart brimmed with excitement. But Wang Dehai still inquired, What documents do you require? The time, location, and method of the transaction for the Su-27 fighter jets. Understood. I shall retrieve them then. He began, but before he could finish, Zhou Xiaoshu interjected, There's no need to bring the documents. Just familiarize yourself with their contents. At that moment, a flicker of concern crossed Wang Dehai's face. However, there will be quite a few personnel on duty tonight. I fear we may not have the opportunity. Rest assured, Brother Dehai, I will take care of diverting them. You can focus on your task. Chapter 83. We are comrades. At 7 in the evening, the sky still held a faint light. Hu Shun glanced at the time, placed the pen in his hand down, and rose to secure the files in the safe. Locking up, inside the safe lay an array of classified documents, which he meticulously inspected each day before leaving. After securing the file cabinet, Hu Shun slipped the key into his pocket and locked the door behind him. His assistant took the bag from his hands and remarked, Director, Su will also be attending this meeting. Oh, old Su is coming too. As they spoke, they descended the stairs while not far away, in Zhou Xiaoshu's laboratory. Two pairs of eyes were intently watching Hu Shun as he entered his vehicle. There are only 2 hours until the shift change. That is our sole opportunity. Wang Dehai stated calmly. As an accomplished reconnaissance soldier, surveillance was his forte. He had long been aware of the operation's timing for that night. Yet, a pang of guilt beset him. He never imagined that the reconnaissance skills he had honed over years of service would be employed against his own. The thought alone filled him with remorse. Nevertheless, considering it was for the sake of saving the nation's resources, he steeled himself for the task ahead. As time slipped away, Wang Dehai could not help but check the contents of his toolkit once more. Inside were various lock-picking tools and a stethoscope. To him, the lock on Hu Shun's office door posed no challenge whatsoever. However, the tools were specifically intended for the safe within the office. He had acquired related skills during his tenure as a reconnaissance soldier, but opening a safe was indeed a test of technical prowess. He now worried that the limited time allotted might hinder his ability to unlock it. Finally, the clock beside him chimed, prompting Wang Dahai to swiftly silence it with a clap. He then strapped the toolkit to himself and whispered, "Xiaoshu, regardless of what may happen, do not concern yourself with me." Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head. "We are comrades now. How could I abandon you?" "Fear not, Brother Dahai." "You. All right, Brother Dahai. Best hurry along." Wang Dahai uttered no further words, hastening from the laboratory towards the office building. As he passed by the security personnel on duty, one of them suddenly inquired, "Dahai, where are you headed?" Wang Dahai chuckled softly and remarked, "Go fetch a document. Teacher Xiaoshu requires it." "Oh, all right. You carry on. Let's share a drink later," he replied with a hearty laugh. Maintaining his composure, Wang Dahai greeted his colleague and ascended the stairs with steady resolve. Ensuring that no one was observing him, he promptly retrieved the tools he had meticulously prepared beforehand. With a swift motion, the office door of Hu Shun creaked open in less than 3 seconds. Wang Dahai nimbly slipped into the room. Once inside, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, only to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Throughout his years as a scout, he had never felt as tense as he did today. He surveyed the office's layout before deftly maneuvering past obstacles to reach the safe. As he extracted his tools from his bag, he placed the stethoscope he had prepared earlier against his ears. The diaphragm of the stethoscope pressed against the safe. He gently rotated the dial of the combination lock. The crisp clicks echoed through the stethoscope, and Wang Dahai meticulously deciphered the sounds. Time slipped away, yet the stethoscope remained silent, devoid of the anticipated noise. At this moment, his back was thoroughly soaked with perspiration, with beads of sweat trickling down his hair, leaving him no time to wipe them away. He felt an acute urgency as he continued to twist the knob, glancing at his watch. 5 minutes had elapsed. He hadn't even discerned the combination. A sense of disarray settled in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself. Finally, upon hearing a decisive click, Wang Dahai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He inserted the meticulously prepared tools into the keyhole and gently twisted, and after several attempts, the lock unexpectedly yielded. The safe door swung open. Wang Dahai retrieved a small flashlight from his pocket and commenced his search for the documents needed by Zhou Xiaoshu. However, the multitude of files inside demanded considerable time to sift through. 10 minutes passed, and suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Wang Dahai halted his actions, listening intently to the commotion outside. "Go check the factory manager's office." Upon hearing this command, his heart surged with panic. It was over. The footsteps drew nearer, and Wang Dahai ceased all movement, his insides churning with anxiety. As the footsteps paused before the office door, he could even hear the sound of a key being inserted. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Teacher Xiaoshu, what's wrong?" At this utterance, Wang Dahai froze, straining to listen. Just below the office building, Zhou Xiaoshu suddenly clutched his abdomen, crying out in distress. "My stomach hurts terribly." Upon hearing this, the patrolling officer immediately dashed toward Zhou Xiaoshu's direction. "Teacher Xiaoshu, what is the matter?" Zhou Xiaoshu's face contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "My stomach aches," the patrol leader exclaimed. "You three, hurry and escort teacher Zhou Xiaoshu to the infirmary. Speed is of the essence." Shortly thereafter, someone lifted Zhou Xiaoshu into their arms and dashed towards the infirmary. As Zhou Xiaoshu lay in the embrace of a soldier, he felt a wave of relief at the sight of a soldier descending the staircase. Meanwhile, in the room, Wang Dahai resumed his search for information and finally spotted a familiar line of text. Found it. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Phone Call. Inside the infirmary, a military doctor addressed Zhou Xiaoshu, stating, "It is likely acute gastroenteritis, accompanied by some diarrhea. I will prescribe you some medication, but you must refrain from eating indiscriminately." Zhou Xiaoshu, lying on a hospital bed, expressed his gratitude to the doctor. "Thank you, doctor." The doctor smiled and called out towards the door, "Dahai, come in. Xiaoshu is fine. It's just acute gastroenteritis." Wang Dahai entered, his face still bearing a hint of anxiety, unsure whether it stemmed from concern for Zhou Xiaoshu's health or from the tension of pilfering information. "You two carry on. I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, feel free to summon me." As they watched the doctor depart, Both Zhou Xiaoshu and Wang Dehai let out a sigh of relief. How was my performance? Adequate, I hope? Wang Dehai chuckled at Zhou Xiaoshu, who lay on the bed. Remarkable. I nearly believed I would be apprehended. Thankfully, you were there. Haha, we're comrades. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's words, Wang Dehai felt a twinge of discomfort. Indeed, they were comrades, though their mission had ventured into dubious territory. Wang Dehai then approached Zhou Xiaoshu's bedside and whispered, at 10 o'clock on the night of the 23rd. A military train will depart from the Bear Country heading to the northeast region, carrying Su-27 fighter jets. Excellent, Zhou Xiaoshu exclaimed, sitting up in excitement, completely forgetting that he was feigning illness. It's tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. What do you plan to do next? Inform. But it seems rather challenging to report, does it not? If the military on their side learns of it, we could be in deep trouble. Of course, I would not approach the military directly. I've heard they have a department known as the KGB. At the mention of KGB, Wang Dehai's heart sank. This person was quite resourceful. I will find a way to obtain a contact for you over there. Thank you, Brother Dehai, Zhou Xiaoshu replied. Oh, please, no need for such formalities. I'm beginning to have second thoughts. At that moment, Wang Dehai felt a sense of helplessness. Zhou Xiaoshu patted Wang Dehai's shoulder reassuringly. Brother Dehai, fret not. Everything will be fine. At a military vehicle station in the northeast region of Long Country, the atmosphere was more solemn than usual. Guards were stationed every 5 steps, with sentries every 10, as soldiers diligently carried out their duties. To prevent any mishaps during this transaction, the Beijing General Military District had dispatched 3 divisions to maintain a presence there. The commander of the Long Country Air Force, Xiao Chong, and the Minister of Military Supplies in Beijing, Sun Cheng, were overseeing this operation. In the office, smoke swirled in the air. Xiao Chong extinguished a cigarette, and the ashtray before him was already filled to the brim with butts. Out of cigarettes again, he exclaimed. Just then, Sun Cheng across from him offered a pack of cigarettes. Lao Xiao, do not be anxious. There's still a day left. The other party took the cigarette and lit another one, saying, Aren't you the same? How can you criticize me? The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Chong squinted at the hands of his watch. Damn, time is crawling. I can hardly wait to meet our fighters. Don't rush. You will see them soon. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed outside. A soldier from the intelligence department entered. Report. We have just received news that all the fighters from Trotsky's side have been loaded and are awaiting departure. Upon hearing this good news, both Xiao Chong and Sun Cheng broke into broad smiles. Wonderful. At last, we have received this favorable update. Now, we just await the dispatch. Indeed, let us anticipate the good news of departure. Sun Cheng yawned and said, I can't stay awake any longer. I'm off to bed to recharge for the arrival of our fighters. Xiao Chong yawned as well. I too can't hold out any longer. I'm going to sleep. In a luxurious estate in the Bear Country, Trotsky, with thinning hair and a cigar in hand, listened to his subordinate's report. Report. All 30 Su-27s have been fully loaded and are undergoing inspection. As he heard the report, Trotsky squinted and savored his cigar, his face alight with satisfaction. There are no issues. Everything has been arranged. Just let me know once the inspection is complete. Yes. However, just as he finished speaking, another subordinate approached from outside. Report. Mr. Trotsky, the freight train has passed the inspection. Trotsky was momentarily taken aback. So soon? He then glanced at his wristwatch, exclaiming, TSK, I must say. General Sergei is indeed quite resourceful. But is this truly appropriate? After a brief chuckle, he stood up and downed a glass of vodka. There is no need for me to worry about the remaining matters. It is time to sleep. With that, he yawned and returned to his bedroom. At the Jiangnan Armory, in Zhou Xiaoshu's dedicated laboratory, as Zhou Xiaoshu was spray painting the exterior of an aircraft engine, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Zhou Xiaoshu turned around to see Wang Dehai standing at the door. He promptly set down the spray gun, removed his gas mask, and stepped outside. Did you find anything? I did, but only a subordinate station. Wang Dehai replied with a hint of helplessness. This is all I could uncover. I fear it will be quite challenging to relay the information. A subordinate station. Zhou Xiaoshu pondered for a moment, regardless of its feasibility. Let us make the call to explain the situation. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed the number provided by Wang Dehai. For this call, Zhou Xiaoshu had meticulously devised a concealed signal design, ensuring that his call would remain untraceable. Soon, a voice speaking Bear Country language came through the line. Zhou Xiaoshu began to recite the content he had previously annotated in Dragon language. in order to capture the attention of his counterpart. Zhou Xiaoshu did not mention the smuggling of fighter jets. Rather, he framed it as the illicit transport of nuclear materials. After all, in this tumultuous era, the very notion of nuclear weapons instills fear within the heart of the Bear Nation. Upon the discovery of nuclear arms, their response is swift and decisive. During the phone call, his interlocutor rambled on, yet Zhou Xiaoshu comprehended not a single word, merely responding with noncommittal murmurs. Once the call concluded, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The outcome hinges on the morrow. He fervently hoped for a prompt mobilization by the KGB. At present, Zhou Xiaoshu found himself powerless, left only to await the arrival of the transaction day. Observing Zhou Xiaoshu's visage brimming with anticipation, Wang Dehai could not resist dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. Do not take it too seriously. The KGB operates within a rigid procedural framework, and it is unlikely that this will reach the upper echelons. The KGB of the Bear Nation is divided into liaison departments, where an intelligence officer diligently compiles various reports. Suddenly, an urgent notice caught his eye. Smuggling of prohibited nuclear materials. Upon reading this startling news, the officer's eyes widened in shock. Such a matter transcends ordinary criminality. The illicit transport of nuclear materials is a grave offense in any nation. What astonished him further was the method of transport, by railway. Without hesitation, he recorded the information and promptly picked up the phone to dial a number. Hello, is this the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau? Please proceed. Our intelligence officer has received a report indicating that someone is clandestinely transporting nuclear materials via railway. The voice on the other end gasped in alarm and quickly inquired. Which line? To where is it being transported? Report. We only know it is a train, with no specifics on the schedule, but the direction is towards the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation? Understood. Chapter 85. Transaction Failure. At this moment, the KGB Border Guard headquarters was convening an urgent meeting. The transport of nuclear materials is a matter of utmost importance, and no one dares to delay, particularly given that the destination is the Dragon Nation, which has long since mastered nuclear technology and would have no reason to engage in the transport of nuclear materials. The only plausible scenario is that someone has leveraged connections to facilitate transport through this route to foreign lands. A group of military experts from the KGB meticulously analyzed the available information. I believe this matter is related to the Eagle Nation. They may be attempting to incite discord between us and the Dragon Nation. I suspect there may be an error in the intelligence. The border checks in the Dragon Nation are exceedingly stringent. Transporting nuclear materials, there would be tantamount to offering them a gift. They would likely refuse, as they already possess the means to extract and refine nuclear materials and have no need to engage in such risky endeavors. As the military experts deliberated over the intelligence, they were unable to reach a definitive conclusion. Arthur, the director of the KGB Border Guard headquarters, furrowed his brow as he glanced at the time. It is futile to analyze further at this juncture. We must swiftly conduct thorough inspections of every train. Leave no stone unturned. Upon issuing the command, the KGB Border Guard headquarters immediately began mobilizing personnel. Due to the unique nature of the KGB, it operates under direct control of the highest command. Certain operational plans can be executed without the need for reporting to other departments. This investigation is also clandestine, thus evading the attention of various agencies. Notably, there exists but a single route from the Bear Nation to the Dragon Nation, which facilitates the investigation considerably. They promptly arrived at the border checkpoint, taking control of everyone present and commencing thorough inspections of every train's cargo. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to the border checkpoint, which paid little heed to the situation. However, the high frequency of train schedules placed considerable pressure on the KGB's inspections. Meanwhile, at the train station overseen by Trotsky, Colonel Lev, tasked with escorting Su-27 fighter jets, lay fast asleep in a temporary lounge. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Colonel, important news. Upon hearing the commotion, Lev reluctantly opened his eyes and pushed the door, his tone laced with annoyance. What now? We just received word that multiple schedules have been delayed. Lev furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Isn't that rather normal? After all, diplomatic relations between the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation have yet to be established. All transactions occur clandestinely, and inspections by various departments are not unusual. It's typically just a matter of individuals seeking bribes. Delays usually arise from failed extortion attempts, leading to deliberate complications. However, the informant elaborated, This delay has been extensive and is significantly impacting our schedules. Lev paused, taken aback, and promptly inquired, "How long has the delay been?" According to the latest information, it has already been delayed by 5 hours. 5 hours is unacceptable. This order is of utmost importance, valued at $1 billion US. These funds are distributed across various departments. Should any issues arise, even 100 lives would not suffice to escape the consequences. Consequently, he immediately dialed Trotsky's number. "Mr. Trotsky, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but we are encountering a minor issue. Our schedule has been delayed by approximately 5 hours. What do you suggest?" From the other end, Trotsky's languid voice responded, "No worries. I will make a call to address this. You should conduct a final inspection to ensure the security of our cargo." "Yes, sir." Lev, not daring to be negligent, conducted another thorough inspection of the Su-27 fighter jet compartments. The fighter jets had been disassembled into several components: fuselage, wings, and landing gear, among others, each placed separately. The train compartments had also been modified, arranged in 2 tiers. The upper tier primarily contained agricultural products for trade, while the lower tier housed the parts of the Su-27 fighter jets. After meticulously inspecting each compartment to ensure everything was in order, one of his subordinates approached. "Colonel, our schedule has been adjusted to midnight tomorrow." "Ah, that is good to hear." Time passed inexorably, and before long, it was already the evening of the following day. The personnel of the KGB border guard were still meticulously scrutinizing each train. At that moment, an investigator suddenly discovered that the departure order of the trains had been altered. Notably, Trotsky's train had been moved to the front. Faced with this revelation, he promptly reported it to his superiors. Upon seeing Trotsky's name, the superior immediately recalled General Sergei, the formidable figure behind him, who had played a pivotal role in the establishment of the Soviet state. After a moment's hesitation, the leader instructed, "Let us not alarm the prey. We shall conduct our inspection once they reach the border station." Hours passed, and at last, Trotsky's special train arrived at the border inspection station. Lev disembarked, presenting the pass personally signed by General Sergei. "No need for further scrutiny. Do you doubt General Sergei's authority?" he remarked, observing the inspector scrutinizing the pass intently, his displeasure mounting. "If you dare to jeopardize General Sergei's affairs, you will surely regret it." Upon hearing Lev's words, the inspector reluctantly handed back the pass. Just as Lev was about to signal for the vehicle to move, he suddenly heard the inspector call out to his colleagues, "Come, inspect everything inside the carriages." Lev's anger flared instantly. "Damn it, did you not hear what I said? These items belong to General Sergei, who grants you the right to search." However, the inspector produced a document from his pocket, declaring, "I am from the KGB border guard. Do you question our authority?" Upon seeing the badge, Lev was drenched in cold sweat. "The KGB, it was them," he immediately demanded. "I insist on making a phone call." Yet the KGB officer replied, "Apologies, but you cannot." He then commanded his men, "Arrest him." The rest, search the train. Lev was swiftly handcuffed, exclaiming in shock, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, merely a routine inspection." As he spoke, several KGB members clad in protective gear boarded the train. They pried open the heavy doors and immediately discovered that the train carriages were double-decked. "Pried open," they ordered, and the team began to dismantle the structure. When they uncovered the wings of Su-27 fighter jets, even the seasoned officers were taken aback. Report. Su-27 wings discovered. Soon, a chorus of reports filled the air. Report. Su-27 fuselage found in carriage 4. Report. Su-27 landing gear found in carriage 22. The KGB officer commanded, "Confiscate everything. Conduct a full search of all individuals." At the border inspection station of Longhua, Xiao Chong and Sun Cheng had already been stationed there for quite some time. The time was ripe. It was time to establish contact with the Soviets. Just as Xiao Chong was about to instruct his subordinate to make the call, a signalman suddenly rushed over. Report. Trotsky's special train has been seized by the KGB. What? Upon hearing this news, both Xiao Chong and Sun Cheng felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. This is it. Could trouble be brewing? Xiao Chong immediately inquired, "Is the news credible?" "Yes, the report is accurate." At these words, Sun Cheng was thrown into a state of panic. Encountering the KGB could spell the end of their dealings. Chapter 86. It was I who reported it. In a luxurious mansion within the bear's homeland, Trotsky held the phone with a grave expression, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. Their clandestine transport had been discovered, and the agency responsible was none other than the infamous KGB. Had it been any other department, Trotsky would have dismissed the matter with a single phone call. However, fate had dealt them a cruel hand by placing them in the path of the KGB. It is essential to note that the KGB is also known as the National Security Committee. This particular agency wields immense power, operates independently, and is managed directly by the highest echelons of leadership. Moreover, this operation had already been reported to the KGB's headquarters, meaning their top brass were now aware of their covert dealings involving the sale of Su-27 fighter jets. He promptly instructed his secretary, "Quick, arrange for a private plane. I must travel to Europe." Just as he finished speaking, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Before he could respond, the door was forcefully flung open. A contingent of fully armed soldiers burst into the room. One of the KGB officials brandished his credentials. "Mr. Trotsky, you are under arrest." With icy handcuffs clamped around his wrists, Trotsky's mind raced, contemplating how he might preserve his life. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the interrogation room of the KGB headquarters. Within the room, he spotted General Sergei, who had already been apprehended. In that moment, Trotsky's heart sank into despair. At the border train station of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Chong paced anxiously in his office, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Why on earth would the KGB investigate? Hadn't they ensured everything was in order? Sun Chung, rubbing his temples, remarked, "Old Xiao, could you please stop pacing in front of me? I've already dispatched someone to investigate. I trust we will receive news soon. Just sit tight and await the updates." Hearing this, Xiao Chong halted and turned to Sun Chung. What news could there possibly be? The KGB is on the case. This deal is likely doomed. Sun Chung understood all too well that once the KGB intervened, nothing would work in their favor. This business deal seemed to be hopeless. Yet, he had not anticipated that everything had been meticulously arranged. Even the local KGB Special Operations team had been bribed. What was meant to be an infallible transaction had unexpectedly devolved into this predicament. Who could be responsible? Just as Sun Chung finished speaking, the phone on the table rang. Before he could reach for it, Xiao Chong snatched the receiver. "Is there any news?" A voice came through the phone. "Report. We have just received news that Trotsky and General Sergei have both been captured. According to the information we currently possess, it appears they were reported by someone." "Reported? By whom?" "Yes, it is said to be a call from the Dragon Kingdom." "The Dragon Kingdom? A fellow countryman?" Xiao Chong was nearly beside himself with rage. He never expected that the culprit would be one of their own. Who could it be? "We must investigate thoroughly. This is a significant setback for our nation's aerospace development. Whoever is responsible must face the ultimate penalty." The voice on the other end continued. "It is reported that the accusation involves the smuggling of nuclear materials, rather than directly reporting the smuggling of Su-27 fighter jets." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Chong and Sun Chung suddenly understood. No wonder the KGB's operation was so high profile this time, even disregarding General Sergei's status. It was all due to the involvement of nuclear materials. Ever since the economy of the Bear Nation began to collapse, those in control of military enterprises and influential military figures started to sell various military equipment. The sale of military weaponry had become a trend. After all, they had produced an excess of military equipment for the sake of war. Rather than let it decay in warehouses, they preferred to sell it for some financial return. The higher-ups were evidently aware of this, choosing to turn a blind eye. After all, when a state could not provide salaries or improve living conditions, they could only allow those below to operate independently. However, there were certain red lines. For instance, any advanced equipment and anything related to nuclear weapons were strictly off-limits. Although the Su-27 fighter jet was relatively advanced, it was not the pinnacle of technology, which is why Sergei was able to brazenly sell 30 of them. Little did they expect that someone would report them for smuggling nuclear materials, leading to the exposure of the Su-27s. With irrefutable evidence in hand, the KGB would have no choice but to take action. Xiao Chong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The duck he had nearly captured had flown away. It was infuriating. He vowed not to let this scoundrel escape. Sun Chung could not help but sigh deeply. "So what shall we do next?" "Of course, we must root out this scoundrel." Xiao Chong furiously picked up the phone and dialed the number for the National Security Bureau. In the Jiangnan Armaments Factory, in the director's office, Hu Shun was discussing some work arrangements regarding the Su-27's entry into the factory with several colleagues. "If it weren't for Xiaoshu, we might not even have been qualified to acquire the Su-27 fighter jets. Indeed, we owe him our gratitude." "That's right. Our Jiangnan armaments factory has now ascended to the ranks of leading research institutions. Thanks to Xiaoshu, I think we should assign the core components of the Su-27 to Xiaoshu for research. He should be able to grasp them more swiftly. I agree after all. Xiaoshu has even developed the turbofan engine. We can go straight to the next stage. At the mention of the turbofan engine, anticipation illuminated everyone's faces. As soon as the Su-27 fighter jets arrived, they could proceed with the next phase of research. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, several uniformed personnel arrived at the office door. May I inquire who Comrade Hu Shun is? Hu Shun was momentarily taken aback and quickly rose to respond. I am he. I am the director of the Jiangnan Armory. And you are? The lead investigator from the National Security Agency nodded slightly, stating, it appears that the order for the Su-27 fighter jets has been canceled due to an anonymous report from within our country. Our investigation revealed that someone has manipulated the signal source through technical means. After a thorough examination, we traced it back to the Jiangnan Armory. Hence our visit to gather further information. Director Hu, we hope for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, the entire office erupted in chaos. What do you mean the Su-27 fighter jets are canceled? How could this happen? Is it really possible for this to happen? It became clear that there was a traitor within, and capturing them was imperative. Who dares to obstruct the advancement of our nation's aerospace industry? Hu Shun was equally astonished. The order had indeed fallen through, and it was due to someone's report. A golden opportunity had slipped away, but who could be responsible? His mind raced with images of various individuals, yet he could not fathom who would betray them. After all, this was a pivotal moment for the development of new fighter jets in Longhua. Suddenly, the figure of Zhou Xiaoshu emerged in his thoughts. Hadn't Zhou mentioned not wanting the nation to squander funds and suggested developing new fighter jets independently? Could it be him? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Just then, a somewhat youthful voice rang out from outside. No need to investigate. It was me who made the call. The room fell silent in astonishment. Zhou Xiaoshu boldly stepped forward. I did not wish for the country to waste this funding, hence my action. At that moment, Wang Dehai hurriedly approached. This matter is not Zhou Xiaoshu's fault. It was I who perused confidential documents. If anyone should be apprehended, it should be me. I made a mistake, and am willing to take responsibility. Chapter 87. This is the evidence. When Zhou Xiaoshu uttered these words, everyone present was stunned. So it was you who caused the loss of our fighter jets. However, the personnel from the armory were familiar with Zhou Xiaoshu and knew that his actions were likely driven by reason. Hu Shun, though perplexed and on the verge of anger, managed to suppress his frustration. He grasped his hair in distress and looked at Zhou Xiaoshu. While saving money for the country is commendable, our nation truly needs these new fighter jets. Others nodded in agreement, their faces etched with dismay. Meanwhile, the national security investigators, seeing Zhou Xiaoshu, were utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why is there a child here? They then noticed the panting Wang Dehai behind him. They speculated that perhaps he was the mastermind, for this child appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. How could he orchestrate such an act? Clearly, someone must have been behind him, and that person was likely Wang Dehai. Several investigators from the National Security Bureau, without uttering a word, swiftly produced handcuffs and proceeded to apprehend Wang Dehai, intending to take him in for questioning. Wait a moment. Zhou Xiaoshu stepped forward and exclaimed loudly. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Dehai. It was I who urged him on. However, one of the investigators remained unconvinced. You, a mere child, should not involve yourself in matters beyond your understanding. We will conduct a thorough investigation. Faced with this situation, Hu Shun felt a surge of indignation. He understood Wang Dehai's character intimately and was certain that he could not possibly be involved in such wrongdoing. The man was an honest and straightforward veteran, devoid of the cunning required to conceive such actions. The only person capable of orchestrating such an affair, aside from Zhou Xiaoshu, was inconceivable to him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, glaring at Wang Dehai, and said, Wang Dehai, what am I to say to you? While Xiaoshu's antics can be overlooked, why would you follow suit? After speaking, he approached the investigator to clarify. Comrade investigator, there must be a reason behind this incident. Let us inquire further before jumping to conclusions. Zhou Xiaoshu immediately raised his hand, declaring, this was indeed my doing. Brother Dehai had no part in it. I was the one who directed him to view confidential documents in the office, and it was I who personally contacted KGB Gaomi from the other side. He recounted the events in detail, including specific time frames, with clarity. Upon hearing this, the investigators were left dumbfounded. Incredible. Everything aligns perfectly. It truly was him. But how could a mere child accomplish this? At that moment, one of the investigators recalled something and turned to Hu Shun, asking, "Wait a minute. How is it that you have a child in your armaments factory? Is it not a restricted area where unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering?" "Well, indeed. Xiaoshu, Zhou Xiaoshu, is an official researcher at our Jiangnan armaments factory." He then proceeded to meticulously detail Zhou Xiaoshu's credentials. The investigators were astonished upon hearing this. Good heavens! This is utterly absurd. Such a young individual has achieved so much, even receiving national accolades. For a moment, the investigators were at a loss on how to proceed. After all, such actions were typically perpetrated by adults, yet they found themselves entangled in an incident involving a child. According to the laws of Longhua, actions that jeopardize national strategy could warrant the death penalty. However, the country had also enacted child protection laws. Considering Zhou Xiaoshu's age, it was likely that he would not face severe penalties. Nevertheless, their actions elicited considerable outrage, as this was a rare opportunity that the nation had painstakingly secured. It could be said that with the introduction of the Su-27 fighter jet, Longhua would expeditiously advance towards possessing its own generation of advanced aircraft. The head of the National Security Investigative Team, Shun Chongming, whose closely cropped hair and authoritative demeanor commanded respect, fixed his gaze upon Zhou Xiaoshu. "You claim to be saving money for the nation. Do you comprehend the ramifications of this on our country?" All eyes were fixed on Zhou Xiaoshu, awaiting a reasonable response from him. With a slight clearing of his throat, Zhou Xiaoshu proclaimed, "To be honest, I can construct a new type of fighter jet. There is no need to squander money purchasing one from others." Upon hearing this, everyone present involuntarily gasped in astonishment. What audacity! He boldly claimed he could fabricate the next-generation fighter jet. If he were an adult, such a statement might carry some weight, but he was merely an 8-year-old child. Hu Shun and the personnel from the arms factory exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's declaration. This scene felt eerily familiar. Previously, when Zhou Xiaoshu spoke of developing surface-to-air missiles or working with CNC machines and high-temperature alloys, he had made similar assertions. At that time, they had been skeptical, yet he had ultimately delivered on his promises, proving he had not been lying. As this scenario unfolded once more, the crowd was not only shocked, but also harbored a flicker of anticipation and delight within their hearts. At that moment, Wang Dehai, who had his hands cuffed, suddenly interjected. "I can attest to what Teacher Xiaoshu said. He is not lying. He has discussed the development and technology of the 4th-generation fighter jets with me. He truly understands these matters." However, before he could finish, Shun Chongming interrupted him sharply. "Silence. Your troubles are far from over." He then turned to Zhou Xiaoshu with a cold smirk. "Understanding does not equate to capability. How can we ascertain the veracity of your claims? Where's the evidence?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Shun and the factory personnel chimed in. "The evidence is in the workshop." Upon witnessing this, Shun Chongming and the investigators beside him were taken aback. What did this mean? Goodness, were they all collaborating to vouch for him? Could it be that he truly could create one? Shun Chongming promptly declared, "Then let us go see." The crowd surrounded Zhou Xiaoshu as they made their way to the workshop of the arms factory. Upon entering a spacious workshop, Zhou Xiaoshu pointed towards an engine covered with a red silk cloth, saying, "There it is." Shun Chongming and several colleagues exchanged glances before stepping forward to swiftly pull away the red cloth. The moment the turbofan engine was revealed, several investigators were left speechless. "What is this?" Zhou Xiaoshu calmly explained. "This is the turbofan engine, Model 10, which boasts performance superior to the AL-31 on the Su-27. Here is our testing report." As he finished speaking, Hu Shun retrieved a testing report from a nearby drawer and handed it over. "This is our testing report. It has not yet been submitted to the provincial office." At that moment, the atmosphere fell silent, with only the sound of Shun Chongming and his colleagues flipping through the report breaking the stillness. The report contained a comprehensive array of test data regarding the aircraft engine, clearly documented. Moreover, it included the technical specifications and design blueprints of the turbofan engine. At this juncture, a national security investigator quietly remarked, "Captain, it seems to be genuine." Shun Chongming's eyes were now filled with shock and disbelief. He turned to Zhou Xiaoshu, no longer harboring the previous disdain, and cautiously inquired, "Are you certain you can create a fighter jet more advanced than the Su-27?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively, absolutely, upon hearing this resolute response. Shen Songming and several national security investigators couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He promptly instructed, quickly contact headquarters to report this matter. Understood. Chapter 88. Stirring the Air Force commander in the office of the National Security Headquarters of Longhua, Minister Wei Dong was engrossed in reviewing documents. In the upper right corner of his desk lay a confidential investigation report concerning the leak of information regarding the Su-27 fighter jet. The source of the leak remained elusive, placing immense pressure upon him. The Air Force's calls were incessant, adding to his frustration. Fortunately, their technical personnel were exceptionally skilled, and the cooperation from the Bear Country was commendable. Through technical means, they managed to trace the origin of the calls. He had already dispatched his capable aide, Shun Chongming, to investigate and awaited his findings. At that moment, the phone on his desk rang suddenly. Without hesitation, Wei Dong picked up the receiver. This is Wei Dong, please speak. Minister, this is Shun Chongming. The investigation results are in. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong felt a surge of excitement and quickly urged, the results are in? Speak quickly. According to our investigation, the call originated from the Jiangnan Armory, and the caller is an 8-year-old child. What? Wei Dong was taken aback. An 8-year-old child? Are you joking? It was known that the clues provided by Bear Country included numerous technical details. Such information was far beyond the comprehension of a mere child. Even many adults would struggle to grasp it. Although Longhua had made significant strides in literacy through years of educational campaigns, the complexities of the subject matter required at least some exposure to the relevant field. He never expected Shun Chongming to inform him that it was an 8-year-old child. Are you sure your investigation is accurate? How could it possibly be an 8-year-old? Indeed, it is an 8-year-old child, and he is quite remarkable, Minister. Have you heard of the name Zhou Xiaoshu? Zhou Xiaoshu. Wei Dong paused momentarily, deep in thought, before suddenly having an epiphany. You mean the child who developed the Type 99 main battle tank and the air defense missile? Precisely. Hissing in disbelief, Wei Dong gasped. If it were indeed Zhou Xiaoshu, it would explain much. After all, if he could manage advanced military equipment like the Type 99 main battle tank, then perhaps creating such innovations was indeed within the realm of possibility. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why would he choose to do so? When he inquired about this, Shun Chongming on the other end of the line offered a helpless explanation. He claims he can create a more advanced fighter jet and wishes to spare our country from unnecessary expenditures. What? Wei Dong stood up abruptly, his face a canvas of astonishment as he inquired into the phone. Are you saying it can produce a more advanced fighter jet? Indeed. He had already fabricated the turbofan engine, boasting superior performance compared to the Su-27. In that moment, Wei Dong found himself at a loss for words to adequately express the shock reverberating within him. A turbofan engine more advanced than the Su-27? It was well known that Long Country had yet to develop the capability to manufacture turbofan engines, yet the other party had accomplished it. Are you certain? Wei Dong's voice was grave yet filled with excitement. This was monumental news. If true, it suggested he might indeed possess such capabilities. On the other end, Shin Chongming's voice was equally serious. I am certain, and I have witnessed that turbofan engine with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong erupted into laughter. What splendid news! I shall make my way to the Air Force Command immediately. With that, he hung up the phone and shouted toward the outside. Prepare a vehicle for the Air Force Command. He then seized the investigative report from the corner of his desk and dashed out of the office like the wind. At the Long Country Air Force Command, Xiao Chong had been brooding ever since the order for the Su-27 fighter jets fell through. He chain-smoked, his mind consumed by thoughts of the Su-27. Without new fighter jets, the Air Force of Long Country remained a step behind foreign counterparts. As the commander of the Long Country Air Force, Xiao Chong was deeply troubled. Having secured that order was a golden opportunity for the nation to develop a new class of turbofan engine fighter jets. To see such an opportunity slip away was infuriating. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "Let me catch you, otherwise I shall see to your demise." Just then, laughter echoed from outside. "Old Xiao, who are you planning to kill?" Wei Dong entered the room. Xiao Chong's eyes brightened at the sight of Wei Dong, and he quickly rose to ask, "What's the verdict? Has the investigation concluded?" Xiao Chong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and upon noticing his expression, Wei Dong refrained from prolonging the suspense, stating, "The investigation revealed the issue originated at the Jiangnan Armory. What? Xiao Chang's frustration boiled over as he realized the internal problem was indeed at Jiangnan. Curse it! He coughed and added, hang on, old Xiao. Don't be so agitated. Noticing Xiao Chang pulling a gun from his desk, Wei Dong quickly intervened. It's merely good news. What? Xiao Chang looked utterly bewildered. What good news could this possibly be? Indeed, it is good news because the individual who made the whistleblowing call is named Zhou Xiaoshu. Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiao Chang, still fuming, failed to register who Zhou Xiaoshu was and slammed the table again, declaring, I care not for Zhou Xiaoshu or Zhou Dashi. Stealing state secrets that compromise national interests warrants execution. Come now, Comrade Xiao. Let's maintain our composure. How can I remain calm? My Air Force S equipment is gone. Can you remain calm, my shoes? Let me articulate this. The individual in question, Zhou Xiaoshu, is indeed the mastermind behind the production of the 99 main battle tank, and he has successfully developed a turbofan engine. The reason he has made this call is to prevent our Dragon Nation from squandering funds on the acquisition of the Su-27 fighter jet, as he possesses a superior fighter technology that surpasses the Su-27. Wei Dong recounted the entire chronology of events in one breath. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Chang fell into a profound silence, his face betraying a look of utter bewilderment. Did you just imply that this genius inventor has developed fighter technology that excels the Su-27? And he has already constructed a turbofan engine? Indeed. Our investigator is currently at the Jiangnan Armory, and preliminary performance tests of this turbofan engine have already surpassed those of the Su-27 fighter jet. The office fell into an eerie quietude. Xiao Chang struggled to comprehend the information, and suddenly, as if awakening from a stupor, he exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to witness this. With that, he dashed out of the office, calling out, Clerk, immediately contact the airport and arrange for the fastest flight to Jiangnan Armory. If there are no direct flights to Jiangnan Armory, go to the provincial office. I have already informed them to conduct more specialized testing there. Xiao Chang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As Wei Dong had suggested, perhaps this truly was a fortuitous development. Chapter 89. The gold content of 8 tons within the assembly workshop of Jiangnan Armory. A massive turbofan engine had been meticulously packaged. To prevent any damage during transit, the technicians conducted repeated inspections. Once they were certain everything was in order, one of them announced it could be sent for testing at the provincial office. Subsequently, Shen Chongming, along with the leadership of Jiangnan Armory and several members of the technical department, promptly boarded the vehicle, heading straight to the provincial capital with the first turbofan engine of the Dragon Nation. Concurrently, in the office of the Science and Technology Commission of the Provincial Ministry of National Defense, Su Yin had just returned from Yanjing. His trip was initially intended to negotiate for the Su-27 fighter jet. However, after waiting 3 full days, he discovered that the order for the Su-27 had fallen through. He returned with a heart full of hope, only to be met with disheartening disappointment. Frankly, his thoughts were predominantly consumed by the Eagle Nation. Although the Eagle Nation had established diplomatic relations with the Dragon Nation and portrayed amicable ties, in reality, they had consistently sought to restrict the Dragon Nation's development. Their primary interest lay in profiting from the Dragon Nation rather than nurturing it into a formidable power. Particularly in recent months, numerous conflicts had arisen between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. He suspected that the Eagle Nation was meddling to prevent the Dragon Nation from acquiring the Su-27 fighter jet. After all, the greatest beneficiary of the Dragon Nation's inability to procure the Su-27 would undoubtedly be the Eagle Nation. This scenario would allow them to simultaneously suppress the economic growth of the Bear Nation, hastening its collapse, while also hindering the Dragon Nation's advancement in developing more advanced fighter jets. It was a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There is one point that perplexes him. How did the Eagle Sauce acquire such crucial intelligence when only a handful of individuals were privy to this clandestine negotiation? Just as he was about to immerse himself in his work, a rapid series of knocks echoed from outside. The minister, Director Hu from the Jiangnan Armory, and Shen Chongming, the head of the National Security Investigation Team, had arrived. Upon hearing this, Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. The National Security Team had come? What was their purpose? They claimed to be there to conduct engine tests. Tests? Su Yin was momentarily dumbfounded. As he had initially assumed, they were investigating the order for the Su-27 fighter jet. He hadn't anticipated their arrival for testing. And why on earth was the national security personnel accompanying them? Were they? He inquired. At the testing site, I just got off the phone, and they said to send you over. All right. Then prepare the vehicle. I shall head there at once. While seated in the car, Su Yin was utterly perplexed about what engine they intended to test. From what he knew, Longwa had been waiting for the Su-27 fighter jets to arrive before developing a new engine. How could the Jiangnan Armory have quietly produced a new model? Yet, it must be acknowledged that Jiangnan Armory possessed substantial funds. Other research departments or armories would scarcely have the financial freedom to pursue such innovations. Upon arriving at the testing site, Su Yin immediately spotted Hu Shun and hurriedly approached him. Old Hu, what is the situation? Hu Shun's lips curled into a slight smile as he gestured towards the distance. Xiaoshu has crafted a turbofan engine and has come here for testing. What? Su Yin exclaimed in disbelief. A turbofan engine? You must be joking. What time is it for me to jest with you? At that moment, Shun Chongming approached. Hello, Director Su. I am Shun Chongming, the head of the National Security Investigation Team. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ah, hello, Director Shun. What brings you here as well? Well, we were investigating the Su-27 fighter jet order and discovered that it was Zhou Xiaoshu who reported it. Before he could finish, Su Yin was left dumbfounded. What? Xiaoshu reported it? Surely you must be mistaken. Su Yin felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhou Xiaoshu was a treasured asset of the entire Dongjiang province. He had made significant contributions to the nation, solving numerous technical challenges. He could scarcely believe that such an act could be attributed to Zhou Xiaoshu. At that moment, he caught sight of a small figure standing before the engine. It was indeed Zhou Xiaoshu. Noticing Su Yin's anxious demeanor, Hu Shun quickly interjected. Xiaoshu admitted it himself, and his actions were, in fact, intended to save our Longwa money. Ah! Su Yin was bewildered, casting a puzzled glance towards Zhou Xiaoshu before turning back to Hu Shun. Save money? Yes, he is the one who constructed that turbofan engine and possesses a complete set of advanced fighter jet manufacturing technology, which is superior to that of the Su-27. Upon hearing this, Su Yin could not help but gasp in astonishment. Better than the Su-27? Had it been anyone else uttering such words, they would surely have been met with derision. Yet, when it was Zhou Xiaoshu who spoke, a flicker of hesitation took hold. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshu's voice resonated from a distance. All sensors were installed, and the engine had undergone thorough inspection. There were no issues. Testing could commence. Su Yin suppressed his astonishment and, alongside the others, made his way to the testing chamber, gazing at the unadorned turbofan engine in the distance. He found himself at a loss for words to convey the shock surging within him. Could this little marvel be on the brink of achieving yet another extraordinary feat? His heart brimmed with anticipation, intermixed with a tinge of apprehension. Should the engine fail the test, he feared the repercussions of such an endeavor could be severe. All attention converged upon the expansive electronic screen before them. The tester, wielding a megaphone, bellowed, initiating thrust test, ignite. At his command, the turbofan engine roared to life, its fan blades gradually commencing their rotation. The distinctive sound of the turbofan reverberated throughout the testing chamber. As time elapsed, the engine completed its preheating phase and transitioned into full afterburner mode. The numbers on the load cell began to fluctuate. 3 tons, 5 tons, 10 tons. When the figures on the testing screen reached 10 tons, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the chamber. Remarkable! The turbofan engine truly lived up to its reputation. Just 2 more tons, and it would match the thrust of the Su-27 fighter jet. As the crowd cheered, a new group arrived outside the testing chamber, led by the commander of the Dragon Nation Air Force, Xiao Chong. Accompanying him was Minister of National Security, Wei Dong. An aide attempted to clear a path, but Xiao Chong halted him. We are not late. Let's observe from here. With that, his gaze fixated on the numbers on the screen and the bare turbofan engine within the chamber, his eyes brimming with excitement. Good heavens! 10 tons of thrust had already reached the standards of modern fighter jet engines. Xiao Chong was elated, joining the applause of the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoshu, stationed at the control panel, continued to adjust the engine's throttle. The tumultuous roar of the turbofan persisted within the chamber. The values on the screen surged once more. 118 tons, 125 tons, 128 tons. Ultimately, the test concluded with a staggering 128 tons, igniting a frenzy of jubilation throughout the venue. We did it. We finally succeeded. In the midst of the celebration, cheers erupted from all present, reveling in this groundbreaking achievement. Shun Chongming, head of the National Security Investigation Team, surveyed the testing data before him, a proud smile creeping onto his face. He could hardly believe that this young prodigy had indeed accomplished the feat. Truly remarkable. The nearby team members nodded in agreement, astonished that someone so young could engineer such a technologically advanced marvel. This is truly absurd. We have encountered numerous geniuses. Yet this is my first encounter with such an extraordinary talent. I initially thought he was boasting, but it turns out he is indeed remarkable. It seems we need not worry about the fighter jet issue any longer. Shin Chongming let out a long sigh of relief. We can now return to report to Old Wei. After saying this, he turned around, intending to make a phone call to Wei Dong. However, just as he turned, he was startled by a familiar expression. Minister Wei Yu. Wei Dong smiled slightly and pointed towards the large screen, saying, such a significant event. How can I not come to witness it? Moreover, Commander Xiao personally summoned me. It was then that Shin Chongming noticed that standing beside him was none other than Xiao Chong, the commander of the Dragon Country Air Force. He immediately saluted. Good day, Commander. Xiao Chong merely nodded calmly, his gaze entirely captivated by the numbers displayed on the big screen. Good heavens, 128 tons. How on earth did this young man achieve that? At that moment, Xiao Chong was practically bursting with excitement. The Dragon Country had opted to purchase the Su-27 fighter jets from the Bear Nation due to its lack of understanding of turbofan engine technology. Although the price was steep, mastering the technology would make the expenditure worthwhile. Yet, upon seeing the turbofan engine before him, he felt relieved that they had not made that purchase. If they had spent that money, it would have been a tremendous loss. Amidst the cheers, Su Yin, visibly astonished, approached Zhou Xiaoshu. Heavens, Xiaoshu! Who on earth are you to have crafted such an incredible engine? Zhou Xiaoshu remained composed, replying, Now I can confidently say that I have saved the country a considerable sum. Suzan notet vigorusin lauging hertitili. Rest assured, if you can manage the turbofan engine, the military leaders will likely treat you favorably. However, Hu Shun, standing nearby, expressed some concern. But the Su-27 fighter jet has more than just an engine. I've heard that even its external aerodynamic layout is significantly more advanced than ours. Other personnel nodded in agreement. Indeed, the avionics system employs some critical technologies, including specialized chips. Furthermore, the control system is exceptionally complex. Without dismantling the actual aircraft, replicating it would be quite challenging. It is rumored that the Air Force commander has a rather fiery temperament, so we should tread carefully. Just then, an unhappy voice echoed from outside. Who says I have a fiery temperament? Instantly, the room fell silent, and everyone turned to look towards the back. Xiao Chong, wearing a displeased expression, strode forward. The researcher who had just spoken ill of him lowered his head and stuck out his tongue. However, Xiao Chong paid him no mind, his focus entirely on the turbofan engine. Noticing Xiao Chong's approach, Su Yin and Hu Shun quickly stepped forward. Commander, what brings you here? Xiao Chong, under the gaze of the crowd, approached the turbofan engine. He gently stroked the still warm exterior. If I hadn't come, I would have missed such an exhilarating turbofan engine test. Upon finishing his words, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Xiaoshu. Are you the little genius behind the research on the 99 main battle tank? That's me, Zhou Xiaoshu replied, nodding obediently. Suddenly, Xiao Chong adopted a serious expression, fixing his eyes on Zhou Xiaoshu. You may have constructed the engine, but do you comprehend the components that constitute an aircraft? At this question, the tension in the room escalated, with everyone present feeling a wave of anxiety for Zhou Xiaoshu. After all, the individual before them was a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Defense, undeniably a key figure in this matter. Today, he had personally come to Zhou Xiaoshu seeking a reasonable explanation, and failure to provide such could prove detrimental. However, Zhou Xiaoshu remained undaunted, calmly stating, The reason I made the report is that I possess the capability to construct a fighter jet more advanced than the Su-27. The creation of this engine was merely to demonstrate that I have this ability. His voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction, leaving the audience in awe. One audacious claim from this young lad. He had asserted that he could fabricate a fighter jet superior to the Su-27. It is crucial to understand that an aircraft comprises far more than just an engine. The aerodynamic layout, avionics, control systems, and radar control systems are all vital components. Much like the principle of a barrel, Any weakness in one area can compromise the overall capability. Xiao Chong was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Xiaoshu's declaration. What did you just say? You can create a fighter jet more advanced than the Su-27? Indeed, Zhou Xiaoshu replied with unwavering confidence, surprising Xiao Chong further. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chong pressed on. What is your level of certainty? 100%. Such audacity was astonishing. It is important to note that a single fighter jet comprises hundreds of thousands of parts. Assembling a fighter jet requires the expertise of numerous specialized engineers for every critical component. Moreover, the number of individuals who possess comprehensive knowledge of all the technologies involved in a fighter jet is exceedingly rare, if not non-existent at present. Yet, Zhou Xiaoshu boldly proclaimed such a feat. It was almost unfathomable. Xiao Chong inhaled deeply, locking his gaze on his Zhou Xiaoshu. All right, I believe you. As those words left his lips, Zhou Xiaoshu could not help but smile faintly. Thank you for your trust, Chief. I will not disappoint your expectations. Yes, I have faith in you. If you possess the capability to provide equipment for the Army, you certainly have the ability to support our Air Force. I trust you. Afterward, Xiao Chong rose and declared, let us proceed with further testing. I am eager to see the true strength of the turbofan engine you have created. Zhou Xiaoshu, completely unfazed, promptly instructed his team to transport the engine to several other testing facilities for evaluation. Following a series of tests, all performance metrics of the engine met and exceeded standards, far surpassing the capabilities of the 31 engine. Gazing at the test results, Xiao Chong was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain his excitement. Haha, with such an advanced engine, why would we squander resources researching alternatives? He immediately turned to his assistant and commanded, contact the Dragon Institute at once and instruct them to cease research on the domestic engine. Understood. Chapter 91. Tell them it is no longer necessary. In the office of the Aerospace Research Institute, a subsidiary of the Dragon Institute, the telephone on the desk suddenly rang. Zhang Jiandong picked up the receiver casually. Hello. This is the Aerospace Research Institute of the Dragon Institute. May I ask who is calling? A voice on the other end responded promptly. I am Zhu Lin, assistant to the commander of the Dragon Air Force, Xiao Chong. Hello, Zhu Lin. May I inquire if the commander has any directives? Indeed. The commander has just announced the suspension of all research regarding the turbofan engine. Please relay this information. What? Zhang Jiandong was taken aback. You must be joking, Secretary Zhu. Did you just say we are to halt the turbofan engine project? That is correct. It is an order from the commander. Upon hearing the words, Zhang Jiandong could not help but snicker derisively, cursing at the phone, you wretched spy, attempting to deceive me. No way. With a decisive motion, he hung up, sitting back in his chair with an air of arrogance. Do they think they can fool me? What nonsense. The Ministry of Finance has just allocated funds, and our orders with the Russians have fallen through. Are we to wait for foreign imports if we do not research the turbofan engine? He resumed humming a tune and picked up the newspaper from his desk. Shortly after, another call came in. Zhang Jiandong glanced at the urgent caller ID, hesitating for a moment before answering. Who is it? I am Xiao Chong. Commander? Zhang Jiandong was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, Commander, to be frank, someone just impersonated you, claiming we were to halt the turbofan engine research, and I gave them a piece of my mind. There was a brief silence on the other end. The person you scolded is my assistant, Xiao Zhu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiandong was left in a state of shock. This cannot be true. Commander, would you actually issue such an order to stop the turbofan engine research? What if I told you we already possess a turbofan engine, and I have just witnessed its thrust test, confirming it reached an impressive 128 tons? Zhang Jiandong sat frozen in his seat, the receiver in hand, utterly speechless from the astonishment. Could the commander be jesting? It should be noted that ever since the deal with the Russians fell through, high-ranking officials had mandated the rapid development of turbofan engine technology to ensure the Dragon Air Force would not fall behind. Yet, just as they had begun departmental research, Xiao Chong informed him that the nation had indeed developed a turbofan engine. It had to be a falsehood. There was no way this could be true. He internally protested, convinced that such a claim was utterly implausible. Commander, this jest is rather excessive. I assent to it. On the other end, Xiao Chong sighed, this is no jest. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to visit Dongjiang province. Zhang Jiandong listened to the incessant beeping on the phone, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. After what felt like an eternity, he finally set the receiver down, his expression a mixture of shock, bewilderment, and a flicker of anticipation. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted him to his feet, as if he had returned from the dead, and he shouted towards the outside. Notify all departments to send a representative. We are heading to Dongjiang Province. His secretary emerged from the adjacent room, inquiring, Director, what is the purpose of your trip to Dongjiang Province? We're going to inspect the turbofan engine and inform all departments to cease the development of the turbofan engine immediately. The secretary stood there momentarily convinced he had misheard. Director, did you just say we are going to inspect the turbofan engine? Yes. Hurry and relay the message. I need to prepare the private plane now. In Dongjiang Province, at the National Defense Science and Technology Commission Testing Center, after several rounds of testing, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Xiao Chong, filled with emotion, approached the turbofan engine, scrutinizing it closely while envisioning it installed in a fighter jet. Satisfied, he squatted down to address Zhou Xiaoshu, saying, You truly did not deceive me. On behalf of the nation, I thank you. Your phone call has terminated our transaction, saving the country nearly $1 billion. At this proclamation, the room burst into another round of fervent applause. $1 billion, a figure so astronomical that it had only appeared in their calculations. This highlighted the nation's fervent desire for a new type of fighter jet. Yet, in that moment, an 8-year-old boy had alleviated this burden for the country, transforming Zhou Xiaoshu into a national hero. With a slight smile, Zhou Xiaoshu replied, It was my duty. By the way, will there be any reward for my creation of the turbofan engine? When Xiao Chong heard Zhou Xiaoshu's request for a reward, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Generally, when someone asks for a reward, it can provoke annoyance. However, Zhou Xiaoshu's innocent request evoked a sense of genuine childhood wonder. Of course, there is no issue. You have contributed to the nation, and the state will surely reward you. Speak up. I can fulfill any request you have today. Zhou Xiaoshu shook his head with a smile. That's not necessary. I simply wish for the release of Brother Wang Dahai. He had no part in this. I was the one who encouraged him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong was momentarily taken aback, while Wei Dong leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Xiao Chong then realized, nodding in agreement, initially thought to be a misdeed, it turns out to be a commendable act. Now that we have clarified the situation, let's conclude this matter swiftly. He paused for a moment, reflecting. Wang Dahai is indeed a commendable soldier. To endure such situations shows considerable courage. Turning to the nearby guard, he instructed, Comrade Wang Dahai is quite remarkable. It would be a waste for him to serve merely as an assistant. Check to see if he would be willing to return to the military, and we shall arrange for him to be reinstated. Yes, Director. Xiao Chong patted Zhou Xiaoshu on the shoulder once more, stating, You have resolved such a significant matter for the country. This time, we must ensure you receive proper commendation. At that moment, the assistant hurried over and whispered, Chief, the Russians are inquiring if we're still interested in purchasing the Su-27 fighter jets. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Haven't they already been captured? How can we proceed with a purchase? The assistant replied, Then mention this time it would be through official channels. Xiao Chong paused, realizing that it seemed the upper echelons of Russia intended to take on this business deal. Inform them that we no longer require it for the time being. Chapter 92. Visitors from the Dragon Institute. In the military office of Russia, the secretary reported, General, we have received word from the Dragon military that they no longer need the jets. Trembling slightly, the secretary cast a furtive glance at General Olga, who was smoking in his seat. Upon hearing the news, Olga momentarily froze, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he turned to the secretary. Did you just say they no longer need the Su-27 fighter jets? Yes, General. This is not right. Olga furrowed his brow, rising with a surge of questions in his mind. It is well known that the Dragon Nation had been interested in the Su-27 for quite some time. They had previously expressed a desire to purchase these jets, only to be rebuffed. Back then, during the Cold War with the Eagle Nation, they were quite formidable. The impoverished Dragon Nation was dismissed without a second thought, especially during that period of enmity, as they did not wish to see the Dragon Nation advance technologically. The matter eventually faded away. However, this time, a covert transaction between the Dragon Nation and Sergei was unexpectedly uncovered. Upon learning of this, Russia swiftly apprehended Sergei. Investigations revealed that the transaction amount was substantial, even enticing the higher-ups. Securing this money could alleviate part of the domestic economic crisis. Consequently, an urgent meeting was convened, and it was decided to proceed with the sale of Su-27 fighter jets to the Dragon Nation. reverting to the original price, but transitioning from a private arrangement to an official transaction. Little did they expect that just a few days later, the Dragon Nation would refuse. What grounds do they have to refuse? They did not specify over the phone. Oof. Could it be they intend a bargain? What a joke. We have already shown great leniency by not increasing the price, and they dare to negotiate further? Olga scoffed. In that case, do not blame us for being unyielding. With that, he returned to his seat and instructed the secretary, revise the procurement price for the Su-27, increasing it by 20. If the Dragon Nation wishes to purchase again, it shall be at this new rate. Yes, General. As the secretary departed, Olga leaned back in a chair and crushed the cigarette, but with force. Without our Su-27s, what will you use to develop new fighter jets? Absurd. In Dongjiang Province, within the office of a National Defense Science and Industry Commission, Zhou Xiaoshu once again became the center of attention. Xiao Chong beamed with a smile, turning to Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, you have truly accomplished something remarkable this time. I intend to recommend you for commendation from higher authorities. This time, you cannot escape the first-class merit. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with envy. Goodness, an 8-year-old child has once again received such a prestigious honor. It is simply unbelievable. Zhou Xiaoshu smiled slightly. Thank you, Grandpa Xiao. Haha, then I shall not hold back. Are you truly planning to research new fighter jets? Xiao Chong gazed at Zhou Xiaoshu, his expression tinged with seriousness. It is important to note that while the turbofan engine is a core component of modern fighter jets, it does not encompass the entirety of them. The design also involves critical aspects such as aerodynamic layout, radar systems, and avionics. How could one person possibly master all these elements? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded gently. I have stated before that I can handle the remaining technologies. Observing the earnest demeanor of Zhou Xiaoshu, Xiao Chong remained somewhat skeptical. After all, he was still just a child. Therefore, he gently patted Zhou Xiaoshu's shoulder. You need not feel overly pressured. As the old saying goes, many hands make light work. Our dragon country boasts a plethora of technical personnel, and with everyone collaborating in research, we will surely expedite the development of our new fighter jet. On one hand, Xiao Chong wished to alleviate the pressure on Zhou Xiaoshu. Yet on the other, he still harbored some doubts. Nevertheless, with the turbofan engine in hand, the remaining tasks would be more manageable. Indeed, there are research departments within our country for the other technologies as well. Zhou Xiaoshu has saved the nation nearly 10 billion. This funding for research could undoubtedly facilitate the creation of a new fighter jet. This approach is far superior to merely purchasing foreign jets for disassembly and study. It would be unwise to place the entire burden on Zhou Xiaoshu alone. At that moment, Su Yan's secretary entered and quietly announced, Director, the head of the Aviation Research Institute, Zhang Jiandong, has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room paused momentarily in surprise. Goodness, that was swift. Xiao Chong grinned. This fellow must have caught wind of the news. He is likely still in the laboratory. The secretary nodded and said to Xiao Chong, Indeed. They're already in the testing laboratory. Well, please inform Zhang Jiandong that I am here waiting for them. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, in the Aviation Testing Laboratory under the Provincial Defense Science and Technology Committee, Zhang Jiandong and his team rushed into the lab. Where's the turbofan engine? The lab director led them into a spacious workshop. Upon entering, they beheld the unpainted turbofan engine positioned centrally in the workshop. The sight of this colossal turbofan engine caused everyone to gasp in awe. My heavens, is this the turbofan engine? It looks so futuristic. Just look at the craftsmanship. Despite lacking any paint, I can only describe it as advanced. Who on earth invented this? This is astonishingly swift. Thank goodness we did not purchase the Su-27 fighter jet. Otherwise, we would have suffered significant losses just from the engine technology alone. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, they meticulously scrutinized every component of the engine. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiandong noticed a document nearby. The person in charge picked it up and handed it over, stating that it contained the testing parameters and results for the 10 turbofan engine. Zhang Jiandong promptly accepted the document and examined each page with great care. Upon seeing the thrust data of this turbofan engine, he was utterly astonished. 128 tons? How outrageous! The responsible party smiled knowingly. Indeed, everyone had witnessed the entire testing process of this engine, including the Air Force Commander-in-Chief, General Xiao. Zhang Jiandong nodded in admiration while fixating on the turbofan engine, unable to take his eyes off it. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. If memory serves me right, The development of the turbofan engine only commenced a few days ago, and there had been no funding from the government prior to that. The laboratory head chuckled. This fighter jet's engine was developed by Zhou Xiaoshu of the Jiangnan Armaments Factory. Zhou Xiaoshu? Zhang Jiandong was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is it that child again?" "Indeed, it is him." Hearing this familiar name filled Zhang Jiandong with astonishment. Goodness, what kind of extraordinary individual is he? An 8-year-old who is involved in tank development, air defense missiles, and now has even mastered the turbofan engine? At this thought, his heart surged with excitement. Such a prodigy must be nurtured properly. As one of the foremost research institutions in Longhua, Zhang Jiandong felt that failing to bring Zhou Xiaoshu to Longhua University would be a waste of talent. More importantly, he feared that Zhou Xiaoshu might be snatched away by another university. "I must visit the Provincial Defense, Science, and Technology Committee immediately. I need to meet this legendary child in person." Chapter 93, Talent Acquisition. In the office of the Provincial Defense, Science, and Technology Committee, Xiao Chong smiled as he observed Zhang Jiandong and his group arriving promptly. "You all are quite swift." Zhang Jiandong chuckled. "Commander, with a genius like Zhou Xiaoshu, we must act quickly." Xiao Chong immediately sensed that there was more to this urgency. "You have ulterior motives in your haste, don't you?" Zhang Jiandong looked into the distance and grinned. "Commander, to be frank, we have seen the turbofan engine developed by Xiaoshu, and it is truly a marvel of engineering. Such a talent must be nurtured properly." "So?" Zhang Jiandong cleared his throat. "Thus, I have been contemplating that since Xiaoshu possesses such exceptional talent, why not allow him to enter university directly for better cultivation? His future is boundless." "Ah, so it's about talent acquisition." "Talent acquisition?" Upon hearing this term, Zhang Jiandong awkwardly smiled. "Commander, how can this be termed as acquisition? We are merely cherishing talent." "All right, I see through your intentions, but to bring Xiaoshu to Longhua University, you will likely have to get past Hu Shun first." "Are you referring to Hu Shun from the Jiangnan Armaments Factory?" "Indeed. He cherishes the sapling as if it were a precious gem, cradling it delicately, fearing it may dissolve in his mouth or shatter in his palm." Upon hearing Xiao Chong's remarks, Zhang Jiandong responded with a confident smile. "As you well know, our Longhua Institute is the pinnacle of research institutions in the nation, and Longhua University, as its affiliated university, is simply irresistible," he asserted. "Do not speak so definitively. The sapling is not as you envision it. I suggest you prepare yourself mentally." Despite Xiao Chong's caution, Zhang Jiandong remained undeterred. He believed that the Longhua Institute, as the foremost research entity in the country, was endowed with an abundance of resources. Moreover, it boasted the highest number of academicians and scientists among research institutes nationwide. The projects they undertake are at the forefront of technological advancement, leaving no researcher willing to decline their offers. This is the foundation of Longhua Institute's confidence. Zhang Jiandong was also certain he could persuade Zhou Xiaoshu to advance to Longhua University and subsequently into the institute. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Zhang Jiandong to straighten his attire and sit upright. Meanwhile, in the archives, Zhou Xiaoshu was concluding the handover of technical documents related to the turbofan engine. Su Yan, gazing at the substantial stack of documents, beamed broadly. "Xiaoshu, your presence is a tremendous boon for our Dongjiang province. By the end of the year, there will be a national selection for outstanding scientific workers, and I have nominated you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshu offered a modest smile. So Su, you need not be so polite. This is merely my duty." "Ha!" Hu Shun, standing nearby, chuckled with pride. "Look at how high Xiaoshu's awareness is." Su Yan nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. "Indeed, his awareness is commendable. By the way, I heard that individuals from Longhua Institute have arrived, seeking to meet Xiaoshu. Let us hasten, so we do not keep them waiting." The group then proceeded to the office. Upon entering, they were greeted by Zhang Jiandong, clad in a Zhongshan suit, who approached with a beaming smile. "Old Su, it has been a while." Zhang Jiandong shook hands with him. "Indeed, it has been several months. Without Xiaoshu, it seems we would have waited even longer." "Ha!" Zhang Jiandong laughed, then turned his attention to Zhou Xiaoshu, moving closer to introduce himself. "Hello, Xiaoshu. I am Zhang Jiandong, the director of the Aviation Research Institute at Longhua Institute. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Xiaoshu promptly shook his hand. "Greetings, Director Zhang." Zhang Jiandong chuckled heartily. "You may call me Uncle Zhang instead of Director. It feels a bit distant otherwise." "Very well, Uncle Zhang." After they settled in, Zhang Jiandong expressed with a sense of awe upon learning that you had developed the turbofan engine. We rushed over immediately after reviewing the engine. To be honest, it is truly hard to fathom that such a complex and advanced turbofan engine has emerged from your expertise. We are in admiration. Zhang Jiandong's praises were met with Zhou Xiaoshu's humble response, as he had long since grown accustomed to such commendation. Subsequently, Zhang Jiandong shifted the conversation and posed a question. Little tree, you're 8 years old this year, and you should be in the 3rd grade, right? Zhou Xiaoshu took a sip of cola and nodded slightly. Zhang Jiandong continued. I believe that if you continue in elementary school, it would truly be a waste. By the way, have you heard of Lonka Institute? Upon hearing Zhang Jiandong mention the youth class, Hu Shun's heart tightened immediately. Goodness, Zhang Jiandong has ulterior motives. He intends to poach talent. The current glory of Jiangnan Armory can be attributed entirely to Zhou Xiaoshu's contributions. The entire Jiangnan Armory now cherishes Zhou Xiaoshu as a precious gem. Unexpectedly, those from Lonka Institute not only admire the engines, but are also attempting to recruit talent. This blatant appropriation is simply outrageous. However, due to his lower status, Hu Shun felt powerless to voice his concerns in such a setting. Thus, he could only seek assistance from Su Yin. Su Yin understood Hu Shun's intentions without needing further elaboration. To him, Zhou Xiaoshu was not only a talent for Jiangnan Armory, but also a valuable asset for Dongjiang Province. As the director of the Office of the National Defense Science and Technology Commission of Dongjiang Province, how could he allow Zhou Xiaoshu to be taken away? He immediately interjected. Old Zhang, Zhou Xiaoshu is currently a researcher at Jiangnan Armory. The matter of attending university is not to be considered at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Shun eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes. Zhou Xiaoshu's current capabilities do not require further studies. After all, who needs university when they could develop the 99 main battle tank? Let's respect Zhou Xiaoshu's wishes. At this, he turned to Zhou Xiaoshu and added, Isn't that right, little tree? Nevertheless, Zhang Jiandong remained undeterred, continuing to smile at Zhou Xiaoshu. Little tree, it is not that simple. You possess great ability, but Lonka Institute is different. Once you enter Lonka Institute, you'll have the opportunity to conduct research alongside them. I am confident that with your talents and our resources at Lonka Institute, you will undoubtedly develop even more advanced equipment. Hearing Zhang Jiandong's alluring words, Su Yin and Hu Shun were both incensed. You, Zhang Jiandong, if it weren't for the presence of the leader, we would surely drive you out. However, now that Zhang Jiandong had made his intentions clear, they could only hope that Zhou Xiaoshu would choose to remain. Zhou Xiaoshu put down his drink and politely declined Zhang Jiandong's offer. Uncle Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I still do not wish to leave Jiangnan Armory. Chapter 94. Let's see whose is better. When Zhou Xiaoshu uttered these words, the entire office fell silent. The experts from Lonka Institute were left dumbfounded. This was an invitation from Lonka Institute, and he had so decisively refused without a hint of hesitation. Absurd, utterly absurd. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Chong was also taken aback by Zhou Xiaoshu's resolute rejection. In truth, he was very much in favor of Zhou Xiaoshu going to Lonka Institute. After all, the conditions there were far superior, and they had a plethora of experts. If he wished to pursue any research, these experts could provide him with the necessary assistance. Zhang Jiandong was undoubtedly the most shocked of all. He stared blankly at Zhou Xiaoshu, his face filled with astonishment. Xiaoshu, have you truly given no thought to Lonka University and Lonka Institute? Zhou Xiaoshu nodded and replied, Indeed. It's so far from home that I wouldn't be able to visit my grandfather and grandmother easily. No, I won't go. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Jiandong felt overwhelmed. At that moment, an expert beside him suddenly burst into laughter. Xiaoshu, if you wish to see your grandparents every day, we at Lonka Institute could arrange for them to move here. Zhang Jiandong quickly concurred. Exactly. Whether it's for work or living conditions, we can guarantee everything. You can rest assured. Observing Zhang Jiandong and his colleagues still attempting to persuade Zhou Xiaoshu, Su Yin and Hu Shun felt an intense anxiety. Goodness, if they truly manage to lure you away, what will become of Jiangnan Armory? What will happen to our Dongjiang province? Just as Su Yin was about to intervene, he heard Zhou Xiaoshu say, If my grandfather enjoys playing chess with Grandfather Chun, Grandfather Zhang, and Grandfather Wang, can you bring them over too? At this remark, Zhang Jiandong and the others were left dumbfounded, their mouths twitching. Goodness, are you going to get any more outrageous? If your grandfather enjoys shopping, should we then move the entire mall for you? Seeing their reaction, Zhou Xiaoshu shrugged in helplessness. Well, you can't blame me for that, can you? Su Yin and Hu Shun nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Zhou Xiaoshu's reply. Good lad, it's all you, Xiaoshu. At that moment, Hu Shun felt that even if he were offered the position of president of Lonka Institute in exchange for Zhou Xiaoshu, he would not make the trade. Zhang Jiandong and his companions exchanged glances, all displaying expressions of speechlessness. Just when Zhang Jiandong was on the verge of giving up, he suddenly heard a whisper from one of the experts. Old Zhang, it seems this kid can't be swayed by living conditions. We need to adopt a different approach. What approach? Let us showcase our technology. I refuse to believe he won't be intrigued. After all, someone engaged in research would certainly be interested in superior technology. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiandong's eyes brightened. Yes, our Lonka Institute possesses the nation's most elite research experts. If we can present our technology, Zhou Xiaoshu will surely be persuaded to join us. Thus, with a glint in his eye, Zhang Jiandong smiled and said, all right, since Xiaoshu has his own ideas, we want to press the matter. However, I assure you, the doors of Lonka Institute will always remain open for you. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Haha, no need for thanks. No need for thanks. Zhang Jiandong cheerfully turned to Xiao Chong. Chief, now that we've discussed the engine, shall we move on to other technologies? Xiao Chong nodded. Putting down his cigarette, indeed, let us discuss. The reason for summoning Zhang Jiandong and the others was not solely to showcase the turbofan engine, but primarily to deliberate on the upcoming development of a new type of fighter jet. The key components of the fighter aircraft include the onboard radar, landing gear, avionics control systems, and the overall fuselage design. Regarding the radar, the Northwest Weapon Research Institute has previously acquired radar technology from Zhou Xiaoshu's air defense missiles, so entrusting this task to them should pose no issues. As for the landing gear, it is undoubtedly the forte of the Northeast's old industrial base, and we can certainly leave that to them. The avionics control systems and the fuselage design are essentially intertwined. I believe our Lonka Institute is well equipped to handle these aspects. Zhang Jiandong shared his thoughts, and Xiao Chong nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have a point, Xiaoshu. What do you think? Upon hearing Xiao Chong's inquiry, Zhou Xiaoshu shrugged slightly. I don't think it's that great. Zhang Jiandong, taken aback by Zhou Xiaoshu's lackluster opinion, inquired, why is that? Can you provide a reason? Others in the room also felt that Zhou Xiaoshu was being somewhat unreasonable, as Zhang Jiandong's proposed task distribution seemed most sensible. They couldn't conceive a better allocation. Xiao Chong, curious, turned to Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, please share your thoughts. Zhou Xiaoshu pursed his lips and replied, have you all overlooked what I previously stated? I said that I can handle the research and development of this new fighter aircraft. At this proclamation, the room fell into a stunned silence. Zhang Jiandong and the experts around him were taken aback, glancing toward Su Yin in disbelief. Did Xiaoshu truly say such words? Su Yin hesitated before nodding. Yes, Xiaoshu indeed said that. Hu Shun looked at Zhou Xiaoshu with concern, whispering, Xiaoshu, there's no need to put such pressure on yourself at this time. The last incident is behind us. Yet, Zhou Xiaoshu resolutely replied, I am serious. I can manage this on my own. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu's earnest demeanor, Zhang Jiandong found himself at a loss for words. If it were anyone else, he might have taken the time to explain the inherent complexities of these technologies. However, the individual before him was Zhou Xiaoshu, a prodigy who had single-handedly crafted the 99 main battle tank, air defense missiles, CNC machine tools, and high-temperature alloys. Voicing the challenges to him might seem trivial. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt lingered in Zhang Jiandong's mind. Xiao Chong cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence in the room. Xiaoshu, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that our nation cannot afford delays. How about this? He turned to Zhang Jiandong. Doesn't your Aviation Research Institute have some outstanding talents returning from the Bear Country? You could establish a dedicated department to specifically study the appearance and avionics systems of this new fighter. Then, addressing Zhou Xiaoshu, he continued, Xiaoshu, whatever support you require, I am fully prepared to provide. Let us collaborate. We can work on this simultaneously. What do you say? Zhou Xiaoshu, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Zhang Jiandong observed the glimmer of combativeness in Zhou Xiaoshu's gaze and couldn't help but smile. I have no objections. Let us see whose prowess reigns supreme. Indeed, let us see who excels. Chapter 95. Is the expert actually a child? After the impromptu meeting concluded, Zhang Jiandong and his companions did not linger, but made their way directly to Yanjing. In the airport lounge, they sat together, idly conversing. This trip truly broadened their horizons. It was their first encounter with such a youthful research expert, whose temperament was anything but ordinary. Indeed, he is young, yet speaks with great audacity. Audaciously taking on such a monumental task. It's quite absurd. I must say, this young man possesses remarkable confidence. It is indeed a spectacle to behold. Yet, I wonder if he can truly deliver. Old Zhang, do you genuinely believe this lad can produce results? Zhang Jiandong, sipping his coffee, couldn't suppress a chuckle upon hearing this. It is said that 3 cobblers can surpass Zhu Xiaoshu. This young fellow is formidable, but he is but one person. Surely, with our collective strength, we can outshine him. The others nodded in agreement, realizing their own pessimism. Indeed, we may be overthinking this and lacking confidence in our own abilities. Zhang Jiandong nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips as he continued. Moreover, this contest may not be a misfortune. Perhaps if we present something superior to Xiaoshu's work, he may willingly join our Lonka Institute. This sentiment was met with widespread approval. Yes, the truly skilled often find themselves isolated, merely because they have yet to encounter worthy adversaries. Perhaps we are exactly the challengers Xiaoshu requires. Indeed, we might create something even better, and in due course, he will naturally gravitate towards our Lonka Institute. Zhang Jiandong set his coffee cup down, directing his gaze towards a middle-aged man with glasses seated diagonally across from him. Old Yang, I entrust this matter to you. After all, you were the top student in aerodynamics and design during your studies in the Bear Country. Yang Tinghai adjusted his glasses, a confident smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, our team is more than capable. We previously conducted research on the new fighter jet utilizing turbofan engines. This time, it seems fortune smiles upon us. Very well, once we unveil our work, we shall adapt according to the situation. Let us not provoke Xiaoshu unnecessarily. After all, a child's pride can be quite formidable. At this remark, laughter erupted among those present. Shortly after Zhang Jiandong and his group departed, Zhou Xiaoshu boarded the vehicle returning to the Jiangnan armaments factory. As soon as he settled in, a semi-transparent system notification illuminated before him. Ding! Prevented the country from purchasing the Su-27 fighter jet, resulting in the capture of generals from the Bear Country, earning 2,000 points. Upon seeing this notification, Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes brightened. The system was quite generous this time, providing such a bounty. Without hesitation, he accessed the system to commence his expenditures. Ding! Acquired the design technology for the J-10 fighter jet. Ding! Acquired the avionics system technology for the J-10 fighter jet. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoshu's mind was flooded with a plethora of memories. At that moment, Hu Shun, sitting nearby, grinned and said, Xiaoshu, thank you for choosing our Jiangnan armory. Observing Hu Shun's excited demeanor, Zhou Xiaoshu offered a faint smile. Uncle Hu, you are too kind. What I mentioned before is sincere. After all, the Jiangnan armory is quite suitable for me, and I truly appreciate the environment here. Excellent. Whatever you decide to research, I shall wholeheartedly support you. As he spoke, a flicker of concern crossed Hu Shun's face. Xiaoshu, are you genuinely planning to undertake the design of the new fighter jet's exterior and avionics all by yourself? Yes, why do you ask, Uncle Hu? To be candid, our armory lacks the necessary technical personnel. I just spoke with Lao Su, and he said he would assist in finding someone. But their technical capabilities may not compare to those at the Lonka Institute. Haha, Zhou Xiaoshu chuckled. Did I not say before? I require no assistance. I can manage it all on my own, as I possess the complete set of technology. Hu Shun gazed at Zhou Xiaoshu, astonished by his confidence. There are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth. Do you really have that expertise? Of course. Well, have I ever lied? Hu Shun scrutinized Zhou Xiaoshu, perceiving no hint of evasion in his eyes. It seemed he was indeed capable. With this thought, Hu Shun felt considerably reassured. All right, should Lao Su find someone, I will have him assist you. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan armory, Zhou Xiaoshu returned to the dormitory and tidied up his belongings. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Turning around, he found Wang Dehai standing at the door, a smile gracing his face. Brother Dehai, are you all right? Hastily shaking his head, Wang Dehai replied. Far more comfortable than being confined in the military. How about you? Zhou Xiaoshu twirled before him. All is well. Even the Air Force commander mentioned applying for first-class merit on my behalf. Haha, impressive indeed. Wang Dehai thumbed up, then, with a hint of concern, inquired, I just heard you made a wager with those scientists at the Lonka Institute. Yes, regarding aircraft construction. Who can build a better and faster plane? Do you feel confident about it? Absolutely. Zhou Xiaoshu remained steadfast in his confidence, and Wang Dehai, witnessing this, felt no doubt. Is there anything I should prepare in advance? That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Zhou Xiaoshu promptly retrieved a piece of paper from the desk and handed it to him. Here, these are the items I require. Brother Dehai, could you procure them for me tomorrow? Of course. Wang Dehai accepted without even glancing at the list, his trust in Zhou Xiaoshu unwavering. That very evening, he made a phone call to locate all the materials Zhou Xiaoshu needed. The next morning, he set off promptly, sparing no time to delay. Zhou Xiaoshu began the meticulous task of crafting the blueprints for the various components of the J-10 fighter jet. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. One afternoon, a military vehicle entered the expansive grounds of the Jiangnan Armory. From the vehicle emerged a young man, impeccably groomed with slick-back hair and dressed in a tailored suit. After alighting, he adjusted his tie and surveyed the entire armory with a discerning gaze. So this is the Jiangnan Armory. It falls short of my expectations, Lu Yuchang muttered under his breath, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. As a distinguished scholar who had spent 3 years studying in eagle sauce, Lu Yuchang returned to his homeland with an impressive academic record. Eager to serve his country and contribute his acquired skills, his studies focused on aerodynamics and aesthetic design. Invited to this establishment, he was curious to meet the esteemed expert Zhou Xiaoshu, whose reputation had warranted a personal invitation from the director of the Office of the National Defense Science and Technology Commission. At that moment, the driver approached with a suitcase in hand, saying, "Mr. Lu, please follow me." Lu Yuchang nodded and accompanied him towards the director's office. Just then, he caught sight of a small figure darting past him. Observing this, he furrowed his brow in confusion. This is, after all, an armory. How could there be a child in such a serious setting? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the driver chuckled and remarked, "The young person you just saw is none other than teacher Zhou Xiaoshu." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuchang nearly stumbled. What? He's the expert I am to assist? But he appears to be just a child.